you been, man?
Yeah, man, I'm good still. Yo, Wagwan,
Yeah.
Yaga, you know how we do this G block in this bitch, you get me? The hardest stream on YouTube, G. Hey, come on, you know how we do. I was type man like brothers, you get me in the building. What's that? Brad Prince. What? You gotta get some 666
Yeah,
in them
Jay.
numbers though, cause you get me. You know the G block numbers are 666 right there, we. Six parts this, six parts that, and six parts the other. You get me? Jeez, so big up yourself, my G. Wagwan.
Yeah, I'm good, man. My bad, bro. I kind of
But
wake and
listen,
bake
yeah.
these.
When I had
Yeah.
to, I stopped a little. Yeah, I didn't start off the show at the time when I started off. Yeah, my
Okay.
fucking yeah. Do you know what? Actually, I won't even tell that story still. But it was a bit, it was a bit of a madness still. So yeah, yeah, man, yeah. We won't tell that story, man. We need that. If you know, then you know, B. You know what I'm saying? If you don't know, you don't know.
Now you
But
know.
yeah. Mm, mm.
Oh, shit.
So, what would the world look like if you ruled the world, mate?
If I ruled the world?
If you ruled the world.
Oh, Veli, you trying to get me arrested, bro?
Do you know what? Yeah, everyone's gonna get their chance to give their how they would
Yeah.
rule the world, right?
Good. I'm glad we're
This
getting
is
mines out
personal
the
to
way.
one
So
now.
while things are still light, there's like five people in the room,
Start.
so good. Because I don't want to do it when there's like 109 and everybody's like, yo, who's this Brad guy? Yo. Well, obviously, the full restoration and upgrading of Africa would take place. That would have to take precedence for me. Restitution to the Caribbean and wait, are you saying like if I was like happened to rule the world recent, like
Yeah, if
okay,
you know what? Yeah, there's no rules to it. If you ruled the world, how would it look like? Just what would it look like? What do you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
because you know what? Basically, yeah, what it is, yeah, is that yeah, we all like got our own little ideas on how we want things to be in it, yeah. But until you're in the actual position of where you got to pick what does the government like, what's the rules here, and so and so, you might start to realize that it's not as easy as it sort of sounds, isn't it? Like this ruling the country, let alone ruling the world. So
yeah. I think I would be cruel though. Like I think if anything, I would be cruel because I would make the rest of the world try to like mimic black women's beauty standards.
you say that the
So
white
you
people
have like a
start
bunch
getting
of white girls. You have like
black
a bunch
natural
of
black
white girls.
weave, yeah.
Yeah, like
Is
you
that
have a
that's
bunch of
yeah.
white girls wearing like very curly afros, and they're trying to like black girls are shaving them for it. Like, look at your fake ass afro,
Oh,
girl. Like,
man.
I would do that, and then like purposely pick like I would have like most movies just like I would like I would have a movie like let's say a white girl does something like that's like prosperous and helpful. I would have the movie be played by like a dark skinned person, like I would just do cruel shit. Like, I mean, like socially cruel shit. Like, I wouldn't like torture people and stuff like that. That's just pointless. Like, if anything, you just, you're not really achieving anything there. But, yeah, like most likely black people just be in charge. I would honestly, though, impose one thing on African people. I would say, all right, listen, your tribe or your clan is important to you, but never, like, I would honestly steal this from the Muslims to be real like nationalism amongst Africans cannot exist. Like it would just be racial pride. Like that's the only rule for Africans is that they have to live by racial pride. So that means that like if we have like the best chess player in the world, everybody's hyped because like the best chess player in the world is a black person. You know what I mean? So that would be like
I hear you still, man.
one thing, and then like Asians, I don't know what I would do. Like I feel like for me, if I were to rule the world, I would want to rule it like I would want to like conquer it, you know what I mean, and then be able because I feel like once I do that, I would have some real justification, to make some changes, you know what I mean, rather than just like being born ruling the world. Because it'd be like, of course, if I was born ruling the world, slavery wouldn't have happened, racism wouldn't, the obvious shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, basically, like you say, man, you can start from scratch. You
Yeah,
can, you get me? Like, so it's basically how you're making the rules right now on what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you
yeah,
can take it. You can say, "Ah, I would just change one thing, or I would change a million things." It's up to you, innit? Like, there's no
Yeah.
yeah, no stipulations. And it's like hypothetical, innit? So yeah,
Like I would make
you won't get
players.
arrested. You won't get arrested for any of your racist views.
Yeah. No, like I would make like like I would make like footballers, like black football, like like black footballers would automatically have like 5 to 10% equity in whatever club they play on. Like I would do shit like
uh,
that. Like boxers will be able to own, like if they were able to do a sellout night, if they were able to do a like a sellout night in a like casino or like a major arena, then like they would get like the same thing there. Same thing for like for like our artists, our rappers and stuff like that. So you know what I mean? Like I would definitely look after like the black dollar, you know. Then like black females, I would
hey,
only
hey,
impose
Brad.
one. Yeah.
Um, it's just on the back of your question, yeah. What do you think that we need to do to implement some of the workings that you're talking about now? Because some of the stuff you're saying is actually stuff we could implement in a lifetime, in this lifetime.
Oh, well, I mean, personally, I mean, how to get that started, I would honestly say that if we were to start to own venues and things like that, like if like it starts with economics. Like once we get our firm grasp on like some degree of economics, be it like if we're only progressing 5 to 3%, 3 to 5% a year in economic growth amongst our communities, so be it. Because like in 10 years, that's 50%. You feel me? That's 50 to 30%, excuse me. You know what I mean? Like you're still making progress. So I would say it would have to start with education and finance and economics or economics. That's how some of the things I would start it with. But like some of the things like protecting like footballers and things like that, I think our legal minds need to come together. And I don't know if you guys call it sports entertainment law, but like sports entertainment and corporate lawyers need to come together and work
Right.
together and facilitate that money because that is literally billions of dollars. Like, you know,
Over here, they have things called football agents.
yeah,
Play
but like,
football
yeah, I
league,
know
yeah.
the
Always
agent.
have,
No, I'm just saying like the agent. Like, yeah, I mean, like all I can do is go off because I don't know how it is done in the UK, so I don't know if like a lawyer is because I know they have it separate. Like your agent represents your business aspect and your publicity aspect, but then like there's like a legal guy on the side. So I don't know, but yeah, I think, but in some cases it has been both. So, but yeah, man. But no, that would be some of the things I would do to like if I was in charge. That would be like us lit all the time. And, I would even have us culture appropriate, like have a bunch of black women do like a bunch of Japanese, like Japanese inspired stuff, and then we just start saying, "Well, this is us now," you know, you know. Mm. But yeah, there's like, I would say like if we started with the,
vamos,
if we,
Gaza, 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 Gaza,
yeah,
Gaza, Gaza. Cheat.
hmm.
Hey, boy, let me tell you about real top dog. Yeah, man. Shit. So,
Oh shit, Orthodox Moore and Chemo's in the chat. What's up, guys? Morning
more
to
team,
you.
man. Got the team. Come, man. Outside the man, man. Come jump on. Let's get this started, man. Let's see what these different
Orthodox
rulers will
Moore
look
would just
like.
most likely make a giant caliphate, like it just be like a large as Islamic empire.
The whole world
I
Ummah.
think that,
Yeah? The whole world is the Ummah.
yeah, the whole just it's gonna be one giant, just be one giant like job. That's all it'll be. Like everyone, one color. Mm.
But, yeah, right.
Man, though, man, you
Nah.
you got me excited thinking like, yo, what if I ruled the fucking world?
But don't you think that these are the sort of books that need to start going through? Because sometimes people feel small and insignificant
Yeah.
in their roles when everyone's got a role to play, man. Are you ready to? But it's what work you're willing to put in to make your role sufficient. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Some man don't want to put no work in, man. Some man want an easy life with it.
Yeah. Because I do feel that like sometimes. Yeah. No. No. I agree with
I
you. I agree
understand
with you
that as
with
well,
that.
though, you know. And if you feel
Yeah.
like if you've got low self, that's why I always talk about the self confidence. Is how why it's so important. Yeah. I said, well, maybe if I was a ruler of the world, that would be one of the main things there. That self confidence would be um, I don't know, mandatory, a mandatory installation from your you know, your parents will get taught how to install that in you or something like that.
Wait.
To
Say
be
that
fully
again. You're breaking
confident.
up a bit.
The self confidence,
Uh huh.
I would want that to be implemented so yeah, everyone sort of feels confident in their self, in it, like to reach levels or even to be proud of whatever they're doing and all that. You know what I'm saying? That
Hmm.
some people try and find easy jobs and easy way outs, easy stuff like that, because they're not confident in themselves to take on harder tasks, innit? That's going to challenge them. Or yeah, man. Or yeah,
Yeah.
or they got low self confidence and they don't feel that they're up to the challenge. Fucking
Yeah. Because it does. I think it's good to expand the mind with this kind of thinking, though. Like possibilities and whatnot. Like because you may not rule the whole world, but you may be able to get a portion of it from just kind of thinking.
you know what I mean? You might only rule your
Yeah.
own house, but
You know what I
still,
mean?
at least,
Yeah.
at least you got the idea of what it could look like.
Yeah. Yeah, because you're not. Yeah, because it'll probably for the first step, if you even get this serious about like, I think if everyone got serious, nah. See, the thing is, I think that kind of thinking will be more detrimental. Uh, something like everyone thinking about like, what if I ruled the world, and then working to try to do that, you just might as well just start killing people in the streets because you're the guy on the bus is your competitor. You know?
Well, you'd have to look at it in a few ways, isn't it? Because anyone that's a so-called leader or ruler, they might be
Hmm.
the man in charge, but it's not just them, innit? You got this a whole team behind you and everything, innit? So although everyone might be looking to how they can be the leader, eh, most people are going to understand that they might not be the leader in it and what it's going to take in it. Like, so if someone's better suited for the job,
Oh, okay. You mean
like
like people would
for them to
concede the
do it.
responsibility?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Well,
Okay.
hopefully, probably wouldn't. Yeah, they'll probably be anarchy. Yeah, but I'd say hopefully,
Of
like people would be
course.
like, right. You know what I'm saying? That.
Yeah.
Let's get behind my man to rule the world. But I don't even know, man. Ruling the
Yeah, I
whole
feel like
world,
if yeah,
yeah, it's a bit of. I feel like it's a bit of a large task, isn't it, man? You know what I mean?
yeah. Be like a new leader every 2 weeks.
And then, you know,
Hmm.
Like,
Man.
like,
But yeah, though. But yeah, man, what would you do if you ruled the world?
if I ruled the world, I think you know what? Yeah, I thought of the question, what, but I never thought of an answer for the question. Still, so, not sure, man.
Mm.
How would I make the world an easier place? Will it run on capitalism still? I'm not even sure, man. I don't know if I've never thought about it that deep to think like, well,
Oh shit. I didn't think about what kind of government I would have either. Uh God, I don't know. Is this possible to have a democratic socialist government? Yeah, it's possible.
Well, you're making the rules, man. It's your world, isn't it?
Yeah, I would have a free market, but then have like a safety net for like the common worker. You know what I mean? Like the goal would be is to have like, okay, if you want to improve your life, then here's our free university and college. If you want to, yeah, I believe like things like healthcare, like honestly, like anyone that becomes a doctor and a nurse, right? Taxed like one, and a teacher will only get taxed like once every 2 years. But then like the wealthy would get taxed uh every 18 months. The 1% would get taxed, but then like, yeah, I'd probably do that too. But then again, it'll be like I rule the world, so most likely who like the taxation system and the system of currency, like God damn it. This is not as easy as it sounds because it just seems like Jesus. Uh
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's easier to complain about what's wrong than it is to implement what's right in it. So,
yeah, or change, like damn, because once you start thinking of one thing, you have to think of like 12 other things. But you know what I would do, Valley? I would just because I ruled the world, I would literally put the most brilliant people. That's it. I would just put the most brilliant people in these things. Like I would have like major think tanks. Like like okay, so let's say like women's health. The women's health would never be like there will never be a man in the women's health department. It would always be like females running the thing. I would even
what
break
if
it
there
up by
weren't enough
race
women
too.
to do the job, though?
Huh?
Would you make it? Would you make it a full school law? Like there has to be a woman there.
Yeah, no. I would say the head of female health would always have to be run by a woman, but like it would be there'll be representatives though. It'd be like each representative, like okay, so racially, I would have like white women would take care of their health, Asian women would take care of their health, black women would take care of their health, and it would just be like, all right, each race would take turns being head of the council, you know, but primarily I would kind of like shift it that like black women are like running it for like 4 years, and then every 2 years there'll be like one person, there'll be like one other race that would run it, kind of like how the Muslims run Nigeria, you know. Because it's like,
You'd make it.
like they wrote
Yours
in the
would
law that
be
every,
um would be
yeah, go
skewed,
ahead.
yeah.
Huh?
You'd have a bias system as well, yeah.
Yeah. Mm. Yeah. But I would make like things like education, like the prime, like I would want to have like, like the creme de la creme of like education. Like I would want to have like, and that's where like for me, I would draw the line with race. Like that's where race wouldn't play a role when it comes to education. So if a white guy finds a cure to a disease, I would make sure he gets praised just the same as a black guy who did it. You know what I mean? Like, or if a woman does something that's courageous, I would make sure she gets praised just as much as a black woman that did something. Again, there's always like I
I
always feel that in these kind of like systematic worlds, there's like my biases will take over where it'll be like, would black people become like dictators? And I don't, you know, like I would have like my house white people, field white people. Oh shit. Like I'll be cool to like all the like brown haired white people, but then like all the blonde haired ones I'm not cool with. You know.
Yo, yo, brothers, hold on one sec,
Yo,
yeah? I got
gotcha.
a phone call and it cut their fucking volume, man. I'm gonna jump. Yeah,
All right.
I'm just gonna put my headphones on. I gotta get some petrol, man. You
I
get me?
feel
I
you.
gotta get some petrol in this bitch. Mm, diesel. Yeah. So I didn't even hear the last part of when you were saying about how you rule the world. If I ruled the world.
Oh no, I was saying that like when it comes to like I'll start drawing the like I would want I wouldn't want to like black people to become like the new dictators of the world. Like I wouldn't want that. So you like like you just picture like two sections of black of like white people. Like we have like the brown haired ones are like usually like kind of how they do with colorism. Like they put light skinned black people above like dark skinned ones. We do that with like brown hair brunettes and like black hair white people over like the blonde hair ones, just so they never rise up.
Mm-hmm.
And then um like when it comes to like no, I think this is the thing is I'm terrible as a leader though. Because I think my experiences here with racism in America, I just would try to be like a vendetta thing, you know.
Mm,
It wouldn't be like
mm.
change the world for the better thing. So yeah, I don't think I would be a good leader for it. But then again, they're
So
like,
what? But you could, as the leader, you could appoint someone else to be the leader.
you know what? I could. I think
You
I
could
just
appoint someone else to be the
started.
leader as well. You know, you
That's
could
right. I
be,
don't have to do it
you
forever.
could be the behind, like, the way that the world is ruled now. Innit? It's like they install people that dictate policies or whatever, but it's
Yeah.
always like someone else actually rules in the background.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. I'd rather do that because I just wouldn't want to be like, because I know like all my experiences would just come out, would just be bad.
See,
Like,
you just tell us how you are. You get me? Like you're sounding like really and truly, yeah. You want to kill them all and done, but you don't really want to say it too hard. Yeah. You sounded
just
like
be
you want to run a
bad, man.
Gaza world, yeah, but you're just trying to be PC. True, it's a bit early in the
Yeah,
morning.
you know what I
You
mean?
shit.
Like, behind this is like a closed door conversation. You feel me? Like, I just wouldn't be a good leader. Like, I think my
It's all
morals would start leaking
hypothetical,
out.
man. You know what I mean? Like, so
Yeah,
the
but
only
no,
thing
I
that will
think
really get hurt is just feelings, isn't it? You know what I mean?
I'm
Like,
just saying this. I'm just saying this. Africa, like I'm just saying, North Africa would extend all the way to Scandinavia. Like that's how. If I rule the world, man, fuck. I hate to admit it, man. Like, but
yeah, you
yeah.
say you're gonna remix the soccer toe, yeah?
Let's just say Europe would become the most seasonal. Europe become the most seasoned country in the world.
Mad.
They have the most rhythm in
Mad.
the world.
Yeah. Yeah,
And then
man.
like the Arabs, I don't know what I would do about the Arabs though. So that's a whole nother animal too. Gracious, but well, what needs to be done will be done. So the Ottoman ones would just be gone, you know. But nah,
You're gonna wipe out the Ottomans.
just gotta go, bro.
Fuck
Just
you
got
know, I
to.
can't. You're not safe, bro.
I'm trying to get Khan to hop on the panel. I know. Are you mad? Are you
Hey,
mad?
you can't do that. You can't do
You
that.
can't
That's what he's
say.
gonna. You can't do that. Khan's funny in that.
Yeah, I love Khan, man.
Yeah, he's funny still. I mean, I
That's a
can't.
good brother right there. But nah, like, yeah, we have to talk about Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan. These would be
So what? If
conversations.
you could install a leader, yeah, what
Yeah.
leader? Who would you install from present, past, or future? Like, say there was someone that you've looked up to in history or something like that, or whatever, or someone that you look up to now or that you rate now or whatever. Like if you
Okay.
had to install a leader, say it like that, yeah, who would
Is
you
it possible
say
to is it possible to use past, present, and future all in the same time?
to use what?
Past, present, and future all in the same time. Like, could I put one person from the past in one area, one person from the present in one
Yeah, yeah,
area?
yeah, yeah.
Okay. Uh, I would. Oh, past and present. Excuse me. I would honestly, Dr. Khalid Muhammad. I would put him in charge of America. Julius
Oh
Malema.
shit. You
Julius
say what?
Malema.
Khalid Mohammed would be the president of America, yeah?
Yes.
Oh shit! You'd be giving Peckerwood speeches all day, fam. That's bad. Fucking up. Can't do anything else.
I would put Winnie Mandela as head of I would put her head of like a military council of Africa. So her goal would be to protect the continent. So I would put Winnie Mandela in
Winnie
charge.
Mandela, yeah?
Yeah.
Jeez.
And then have like Julius Malema do logistics stuff, like do policies and stuff like that. And then like let's say areas like the Middle East, I would put Shia Issa.
Oh shit.
I would put Shia Issa as like the head imam of like Mecca and Medina. Like
Oh damn.
Mecca and Medina. And I would give him an army and everything and say, whatever you want to do here, I'm not going to say a word. You just do you.
Damn.
And then I would put Shaka Rah, I would make Shaka Rah like literally in charge of North Africa to Europe and just say, whatever you want to do here, I don't care. It's none of my business. Do your thing.
So what? Shakira would be the supreme ruler of where? Europe.
Well, I would honestly call him only of Europe or something like that. Like, I would give him because I would let him choose because Shaka Rah's a wise brother. So whatever he feels the ancestors would tell him to do, he would do. So then of course, like with Israel and shit like that, I'm gonna find like the most pro-black Israelite I could find. Just like, listen, do whatever you want in Israel. I don't give a damn.
You say what? Kemo would rule Israel. Oh man.
Yeah. Or God of Jacob.
God of Jacob, Kemo and Ezra.
I have Shifla Don like teach education.
Oh no. You're a fool, man.
Yo, he said the moon went to Antarctica, bro.
Who? Moses went to Antarctica.
He said something about like Antarctica. The moon sets, it goes into a hole in Antarctica.
Oh yeah, the hole. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't gonna say nothing about that, man. I was up to about 2:30 yesterday, talking about this flat Earth bollocks. Yeah, we're gonna do flat Earth next week still.
Yeah.
Ooh,
also though, I would literally bring back like Shaka Zulu and like make him head of
One set,
yeah.
Keep talking, bro. I just got to stay on mute. I was just giving out my license plate and all that shit.
Okay, yeah. I would make I would make Shaka Zulu head of Bua Zulu relations. So, and I'll just be like, well, whatever you do, I don't care. Just don't make it public. I would definitely make Witness like Onia Ife. Like I would make Witness head of like the Yoruba.
Oh, by Witness, yeah?
Yeah, and then definitely put Jupiter in charge. Put Jupiter in charge of disgruntled white women. You literally like put them on an island.
What's Jupiter gonna do? Oh shit! What did you say Jupiter's job is? She's in charge of all the disgruntled white women.
Yeah, disgruntled white women with black husbands.
Oh man. Fuck it up. Oh mate. Yeah, man. Your leadership list. Yeah, man. You got some good leaders though, still, man. I can't. Not about all of them, still, man. But yeah, man. Brad's Caliphate, it's mad still.
Yeah, and then like when it comes to like North Africa, like from like Morocco to Egypt, I'm giving that to Shaka like a birthday gift. Like, yo, here you go, bro. Because I'm pretty sure he's gonna do some funny things up there. Be like, yo, This is not Berbers. These are Berbers.
Oh shit!
Like,
Wow.
like I'm, like I think
Oh
like the thing that's gonna
man,
happen is
you're trying to get the whole of North Africa to come around here, now, innit? You're you want it with the North Africans today,
it's
innit?
going to be so it's about to be the Lions Den on the G block, bro. This is about to be the Lions Den up here.
But
See, I don't know what I would do about like Chinese people or like Japanese people, you know?
so yeah, that no thing in it, like, because you're saying you've never experienced any sort of issue, and you don't know any of the issues that any sort of Chinese countries are playing in Africa or whatever. So you've not included them in your rulership list.
I just like it's until I because I there's a billion of them, so until I see a huge systematic, abuse, because I've seen like the small stuff and that irritates me, but then I see it get exposed. So when I start to see the stuff like what the Japanese did in the Congo, oh shit, yeah, well, honestly, I would most likely, and I'll say this clear, I'd most likely would wipe out Belgium because of King Leopold.
Oh shit! Just clean wipe
Yeah,
it out, yeah.
just like straight up, like
School turf policy.
it would be called Northern Congo. Like I would call it Northern Congo.
They have
Then I
a
would turn.
blackface celebration in Belgium. I think it's
Yeah,
something to
see.
do. I can't remember what it is. I can't remember what it's called.
And I think the thing is though, I would keep white people around though, just so I can show black kids what no rhythm look like. So we probably put them in like museums and shit. Just,
Museums.
Yeah, because in America they used to put black people in zoos.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's
Yeah,
right.
so I'll probably do the same thing, show white girls who can't twerk or uh
Is that how you get your freedom? Is that you have to twerk properly? You know,
yeah, like if they can't season
that's
their
not too much
food.
of a bad slavery. Although I'm against slavery, yeah, that's not too much of a bad slavery shit until you learn to flick your batty the right way.
Yeah.
You're on the rest, but still there, but fucking hell, man. You're gonna keep them against their will until they learn how to twerk. Yo,
Yeah. I think if anything,
that's like,
I would most
no,
likely I would most likely breed white men, right? And then have them just become workers. That's it. And just like, but then again, it'll be like, what do you do with like mixed race kids? You don't want to punish them. So it's like, all right, mixed race kids will just be seen as black, like flat out. Like I'll be like, you're not mixed race. They don't see you as white. So, get your weird cornbread looking ass over here. We love you, that kind of thing. And,
yo,
you know, black, because that would just end that whole race thing. Because it'd just be like, there's no point in this. So you might as well just come home.
hey
And
Brad,
yeah,
hey Brad, let me just ask you. I might say okay, but how would you feel if say you was listening to YouTube, yeah, tuned into
yeah,
YouTube or whatever, yeah, and see like what we're talking about now, yeah, there was a white dog that was talking about that. If I ruled the world, the blacks would be this, that, and the other, and underneath
yeah.
the, yeah, what, how would you feel like? Would you
That's
feel
called, well, I do hear that. That's called Fox News. Like, are you
oh shit.
like you forget, I live in the US of A. Like there's like documentaries of like white women saying we need another genocide. The niggers are getting
Is
too
it?
rebellious. Yeah, like you got good gracious. This is just frequent white talk over here. Like you have white people at a party
It's
rather than
this
having
what this
fun.
why I was trying to. I think I can't remember who I was trying to say. I was trying to say that wow, the racism in the UK has been finessed so much here that it's too high level, folks. You have to know what you're doing to even fucking even realize something's racist out here, fam. It's big. You get me?
Yeah.
Like in America, yeah, because I don't know, because America's not been America for as long as it's been. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think they've got their racism finessed yet. You know what I'm saying? Like it's still blatant racism where they're fucking trying to kill man on the street and
Yeah. Mm.
get me, sir.
Man. Oh
Yeah.
shit, that's
Yeah.
funny as fuck.
Hey, I was like,
Like I
brother,
would
you
have
really
like
hurt by the
I
white man. What happened, blood?
who oh I got hurt by oh no no that's what I'm saying. That's why I said I'd be a horrible leader because my whole thing would just be like a whole binge trip. Like I would have a
No.
basketball team of like all white kids versus all black kids. And put the all white team in a black league just to see what
So do
happens.
you think, yeah,
Yeah.
if you ever get your revenge on someone that you class as your enemy, yeah, does that end the war, or does that make, or is it like battle for battle from then onwards, or is it what is it?
Well, it depends on how you deal with it because I like if I had a beef with you, you know, and I thought it was really big and things like that, you know, and I felt that you were like someone that could really be a detriment to my life, I wouldn't keep you around. Just be like, you know, it's no point in you coming back. So if I know if I really like ultimately, if I was really, 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 really pushed and I really had this power, I would just wipe out every enemy of the black race and that's it. And just be like, all right. But here's the thing that I would regret by it. If I did something like that, I knew black people just start turning on themselves now. So it's like, you know, just no point in
But don't
like
you? Because what's fuckery, yeah, is
mhm.
that is that some people have been able to, well, through the past till now, yeah, some people have been able to commit genocide or whatever, but then now install human rights laws, so the
Mhm.
same sort of genocide or whatever that's been committed could never be committed again or whatever. Would it be that?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
So you see, like now, yeah, there's human rights laws, yeah, and
Yeah.
like there's anti-slavery laws. There's laws against violence. You can go jail for just randomly violently attacking, although there's ways around it or whatever. You
Mhm.
know what I mean? Like, but I'm saying like all the atrocities and past crimes that have been committed against, say, a lot of our people. Is that, there's been new laws that's been installed since them crimes have happened to make it sort of like stuff like that can't happen again. Although I'm not, you know what I mean? Like I'm not sure if that's 100% right or whatever, but
Yeah.
like, you understand the point I'm making? Like, so because there's new human rights laws and all stuff like that now, when we're giving our hypothetical laws of whatever, and we're saying, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, blah 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 blah. Yeah, someone's going to jump on and say, oh, but we're more moral than you because we've got our human rights laws that's saying that you can't do this, you can't do that.
Yeah. But then again, I mean, like, are you like? That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, like in America, like we have a Bill of Rights and we have all this different shit. But it's like if the people don't benefit from that thing, like the Constitution or like like okay, literally in our Constitution it says all men are created equal, but no, you know. So I think like if anything, human rights are subjective based off because I would definitely say human rights in America were built for white people. Human rights in the UK, definitely, you know. But, you know,
America's a
my
strange
perfect
case.
world, in my perfect
America's
world,
just a different
yeah,
case, man. It's a
yeah,
strange case, like you're saying. It's not the same as say that like UK Britain is one of the places where the Europeans originated from. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
so trying to implement African laws in Britain is a bit funny because America has been a capture like the straight colonized thing, and the colonizers have been able to implement laws and all that. It's like obviously, like I was talking about the human rights and all that, but I can understand where sometimes the Americans will look at it differently of how they want to change their laws. They're like, bro, differently, the the whole place is just a stolen prison, isn't it? You know what I'm saying that? Okay.
yeah.
Sorry to cut you anyway, but carry on, bro.
No, 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 no. That's no, because I just Cause I just know in my perfect world, man, bro, I just be like, I'll be selling drinks called white tears. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh shit.
with my regional commander, Dr. Khalid Mohammed, President of the United States of the New Republic of Africa. I've changed names to shit too. Like Germany would be called like the New Republic of Eleife. I would call France. Um, I would call France the Northern King of Kamasi. Gracious.
So what you can make France the new Morocco. If you're saying you want the North Africans out of Morocco, yeah,
Uh-huh.
you're saying you want to run out the North Africans as well, innit? Like they ain't safe from you either. Them man ain't safe, man. So you could make France the new Morocco. Yeah, like
Shoot, I would
there's a lot of
find
Moroccans in
Kalam.
France.
I would go get like Kalam or something like that and be like, listen, man, you're now going to be the new pharaoh of Egypt. So I need you to change it.
Oh shit.
Like he's going to come in on a platform. We're going to have like a whole election and everything. We're going to come in on a platform that's
That Kalam and
going to be
Gazian.
make Kemet black again. We're going to have like, you know.
Kalam would be the Pharaoh of Egypt, yeah? Oh man. Welcome to welcome
Like
to yo.
I would make
Loud
Leon
hell.
though. Leon would run like I would change. Like I would make BBC. I would keep the name of BBC and just have Leon run it. Like Leon's in charge of BBC now, and it just be content. Just change the name BBC content. Hmm.
You
Or
say
call it.
what Leon would run BBC now, yeah? He'd be the head
Yeah, just
head of BBC. Oh shit. Okay, no.
no
I
pun
mean,
intended.
Uncle Jamal will be reading the fucking 10 o'clock news and shit. Your donkey. It's gonna rain at 9 o'clock. Your donkey. A car was stolen. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's gonna read the fucking 10 o'clock news and shit.
And I make Naifa do
Your donkey.
news. Naifa's gonna do sports.
Yahudis.
You know.
The Yahudis need to leave England. Your donkey.
And I give like the Liverpool club to like Naifa, and it'd just be like
Oh shit.
just
Well, that is gonna run Liverpool, yeah?
yeah, just have her run Liverpool.
Oh, like, how bad? You be like, well, how you give me Liverpool, fam? I'm trying to run Africa. That is probably bugging right now. Like, yeah, I like the football team and shit, but I ain't trying to.
But
Yeah.
no, the capital of the world would most likely be like in the DRC. Like I would put it in this
Okay.
heart, like in the middle of Africa, and then like hmm, so yeah, that would be my goal right there.
Congo would be the capital of the world, yeah?
Yeah, and then like see, the thing is though, like, what role would I want to have? Like, would I want to do something modern or do something like old? Like, would I want to be a king or would I just want to be like
Yeah,
the guy
that's
in
what
the
I'm trying to say.
shadow?
What about technology and all them sort of things there? You trying to go back into old times, horse and cart and shit, or you still trying to improve on technology
Oh no,
and
I would want to do
that?
modern day, definitely do modern day. But I would want to have like a democratic monarchy where it's like the monarchy deals with protection of the land, where the government deals with the land itself, like the people. So like the monarchy can never pick like laws for the people, but only can implement laws for the protection. So it's like if there's a legitimate threat, the monarchy has to come before the people and display the threat. You can't just like pull a George Bush and like go to war without anyone knowing. You know what I mean? Like, you know. But then
What
again,
you say
most
that
of the world's population, huh?
your citizens vote on wars, and if they won the vote, you wouldn't go in the war, or you? I didn't get what you mean.
Hmm?
I was asking if your citizens would vote on wars that you are going to fight or whatever, or is it that you're going to tell them what you're going to do?
No, they would like we would present it like I would have a council of like my generals. So like I'm talking like, let's see, we're talking Steve Buko, we're talking a very pissed off Patrice Lumumba, a very disgruntled Kwame Nkrumah, a very violent, very like ruthless and cold-hearted Elijah Muhammad, and a Malcolm X. I'm sorry, a Marcus Garvey that got something to prove. Like a very Hitler-styled Martin Luther King, that kind of stuff. Like I would have that council come out, and they'll be talking and be like explaining why, we got to go to war against, like, let's say, we got to put Issa. Issa's having issues with the Sunni rats right now, so we gotta go down there and deal with them to protect Issa. Keep the caliphate strong. You know, so that kind of stuff. So we have to explain it, and if the people don't want to, if people say, well, this war is not a war that can benefit us, we don't want to fight it, then we can't make them fight it. You know what I mean? Because you like, I feel like it's useless to be the head of something, but to have like the bottom. You know?
So
Yeah.
yeah, that's us in the chat. What would you do about Somalia?
Oh yeah. I'm okay. So Somalia. All right. Because of my friends, I got a dude on, like, he's like a homie. So I have a bias now against, like when it comes to the Abyssinian or the Cushitic people, the Somalis are kind of like number one right now. Right now, until he pisses me off. But right now, Somali got it. All right. So I am definitely giving like the whole Indian Ocean. It's going to be called the Somali Sea or Somali Ocean, whatever they choose. And then I'm going to make Sri Lankans are going to have to abandon their identity as Sri Lankans and call themselves Somalis just to boost the Somali numbers. It's like 11 million of them. So
Oh
we got to
shit,
boost them numbers, get those numbers higher. So everyone that's like dark with like, I'm going to
But
make all
wait, why
Indians.
Sri Lanka though? Why Sri Lanka?
Because I don't know, there's some Somalis that look like Sri Lankans. So, we got to boost them numbers.
Why is that a Sri Lanka? Sri Lanka's not Indian. That was
Listen though. It's not just gonna be Sri Lanka. I'm gonna do India. So there's gonna be a billion people calling themselves Somalis. Never mind. No, this is a bad idea because the Somalis are gonna turn on us. They're gonna turn on us. Never mind. Never mind. Fuck that. I'm gonna keep that 11 million right where they are. No, I'm joking. We gonna split them up by clan, and then I'm gonna like implement some really tough Islamic rules in Somalia. Be like, listen, your clan's
But the clan
important.
thing is what the Somalis are fighting
That's what I'm
in
saying.
their
Like,
country at the moment.
yeah, so I would say your clan's important, but like I'm gonna make all the Somali clans have like they have to designate one fighter and they're gonna have a fight league. That's gonna be once a year. They're gonna have to designate like, all right, this fight league, you know, in this fight league, like if this clan wins, then this clan's the strongest, and that's it. But that don't mean nothing about power. But the government would be fairly balanced, if anything. Because I would want to have like each clan member running it, but then like the president, ooh, that's the hard part.
Right.
You know, like I don't know. Like the hard part is who do you pick as a president? Do you put a Bantu as president just because there's no bias? I might do that. Have like a Bantu marry like a Somali sister of the clan that won that fight league. Ah, but then again, you be promoting that clan. Damn.
Hey, one of the Somalis on my end, yeah, he's got children with a girl whose parents are from Jamaica. He's
Hmm.
born in the UK though, so
Yeah, but yeah. Ooh. But yeah, that's it. And I'll do that. But then also, I would reestablish
man,
the noble Somali. Like I would reestablish that and give them back that bit of land that they got taken from them. So they can move around and they move out a bit. And also, I would make a requirement that Somalis must travel. Like they got to get out of there. They got to see more of the world. I would have like Somali Air so they
there's
can
a lot
go
of
around.
Somalis all over the world though, man. Like
I
in
know, but I'm
London,
just
there's
saying like the ones
a
that are really
refugee,
clan based.
they're in Europe as
You
well.
know, yeah. But no, that's the thing. See, I would split up like Sri Lanka, India amongst them, and like, say, all right, listen, you're all Somalis. This is your new clan name, and like, Actually, I wouldn't even do that. I would do the Sidi in India because they're like, I think they're like Somali to be real, or I don't like they have like Somali descent, or
Hello?
yeah,
Oh, Brad, hold on 1 second, mate, yeah?
got you. Just me, or is his avatar says Brad Pence, but it's suspect he's not royal. Nah, it's a joke. I wonder what Brad would do with us. Speak of Chinese. I don't know what I would do with Asians yet. Because it's weird. You guys haven't really. There's so many. Like I'm learning. There's so many different ethnic groups in Asia that it's like you're not all like Japanese, Chinese, Korean. Like I don't know what I would do about the Asians. I would probably make y'all. Mm. Oh man. Hmm. All right. I need to think critically. What would I do about Asia? Like, what do I do? Hmm. I know what I would do with China. I would make them spread the fuck out. Yeah, they need to spread the fuck out. They literally all live on the coast. Like they need to spread out. Like China's big enough to house that entire country, but everybody's living on one area. So they need to
Your
spread
brother.
out. Yeah.
There's you see India, yeah,
Yeah.
Pakistan. There's a place called the Punjab, man, and it's like split between two countries. Would you make that? Would you make the Punjab its own country, or would you give the Punjab to Pakistan, or would you let the Sikhs, who are smaller in number, run Punjab?
Well, the thing for me is because I studied poli sci
Hashtag.
as I got in
Throw
this.
out. Regardless,
Huh?
give your answer.
Okay, well, I studied poli sci and world politics in college, and one thing I would say is a peaceful route is better than something that could lead to like a war. So I would rather if the Punjabi people would rather have their own independent land, then I would rather invest in that. So it's like, all right, and then have like Pakistan say, you have your own thing, stay here, you know, because I wouldn't want just to like do something just for there to be a fruitless war. That'd just be dumb. Like the Kurdish people, I stand with them. Oh yeah, the Palestinians, son, I would literally change the name. Oh shit, I shouldn't say this. This is when, but no, I stand with the Palestinians for real. I don't like what's happening to them, and what's happening in uh, yeah, I would have to say that. Like everyone that's like the what's happening in Burma, not Burma. God, it's a small country. It was recent, but like I would any kind of like humanity crisis. I definitely am in that. Of course, the humanity crisis I would cause in one part of the world, well, two parts of the world, but still, don't worry. I have my selects. Like, I don't think I would mess with Eastern Europe as I would more Western Europe. Like, I don't need to attack Moldova or like, what's it? What's under Russia? Kurdistan? Like, I don't think I need to be over there or Turkey or something like
But
that.
I got carry on, bro.
Yeah, but no, like I wouldn't mess with Eastern Europe. Like I don't think I would mess with Poland or, the Ukraine or Russia for that matter. But everything like west of Berlin's gonna get it, you know.
Yeah, Germany's in
So
Eastern
there'll
Europe,
still be
though.
white people in the world. Just like,
You
huh?
said you was going to change Germany to a caliphate of Nigeria. So Germany's in Eastern Europe, though.
Yeah, but no, no, I'm saying that like everything west of Berlin is primarily what I'd be focused on.
Okay.
You know, so yeah, yeah. Everything east I wouldn't probably mess with. Like I probably wouldn't be messing with the Baltics, the Scandinavian regions. Maybe maybe is it the Dutch? Is that the proper way of saying it? The Dutch? Yeah. I'd probably mess with them. But Belgium's getting it
Yeah, man.
though.
Get some more
Like
people. Jump on
Belgium's
the panel, man. Sorry, Brad. Sorry, Brad. Cut you there. One sec here. Let me do a shout out.
no, you
Yo,
good.
bring up all the people them in the chat, man. Come and jump on, man. Let's make this conversation interesting and get a couple of different perspectives on what the world would
Yeah, I
look
want to
like.
hear some white people pop off. White people
Yeah, I want to
pop
hear some
off.
different perspectives as well, man. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Oh God, I feel like I'm gonna be called racist 100 times. I'll be called racist 100 times before breakfast. This is gonna be funny.
Germany and West Hill.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Like, but it's like, you know what I mean? Like, you know how the capital of Germany is kind of like close to the border. Like, it's more, you know what I mean? Like where it's positioned. Yeah. So that's what I'm just saying. Like, I think I would do that. Yes, Dutch. Okay. Yeah.
Alright.
Oh shit, Australia. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Australia. Definitely
Australia
given.
then.
Yeah, definitely giving the land back to the Aboriginals. Excuse me, to the indigenous people there, and then to South Africa. Ah, man. I just go be just singing a good EFF song, you know. you know. Kiss the boa, the farmer. I don't know why over here they blurred out the song. So the song's called "Kill the Boa," but over here it's called "Kiss the Boa," and it's supposed to like you're supposed to kiss the boa, and then like the line is like blow him away or something like that. So it's like like how he like Julius Malema kind of like, what about New Zealand? Ah, is that Kushite Smoke? You changed your name. Um,
Yeah.
well, New Zealand, I'll
What
definitely
about
give
New
it back to the
Zealand?
Maori. Yeah, definitely giving it back to the Maori. I'm giving that, they're getting their land back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna literally overthrow the government and then like replace it with Maoris. But then like I would make sure that all New Zealand women they have to marry a Maori man just to get their numbers up, pump those numbers up.
Oh,
That's what I do with Somali. I'm not gonna like make a bunch of men call themselves Somalians because they may take over. I would just want to make sure the current Somalis. So I would make polygamy like for like 50 years important to Somali men. So be like, yo, you got to pump those numbers, and they would have to sleep with like Sri Lankan women and Indian women because like they all have that same
but
shade
they
of
really got
brown.
polygamy with Islam, though, man.
Oh,
They
okay,
really
then
got
cool. Then
polygamy with Islam.
use that. Then cool. Then now they would have to become very, Oh
What,
damn.
what would you do about Islam and Christianity?
Morning.
I
If you
would.
ruled the world.
I wouldn't bother. I would most
They've
likely
answered that part, yeah.
take. I would take all aspects of Christianity though and like blackenize it. So like Mary would be black,
Man.
and then like Islam, I would let Islam do because I feel like there's not going to be that many Arabs in the world because Issa's going to be in charge of like Mecca, Medina. So I most likely, I'm most likely going to leave Islam alone because most likely it's going to get black again because Issa's going to be in charge of it. Yeah, I'm giving Islam
He's
to
going to be
Issa.
the head of
Issa's
Saudi Arabia and Iran, yeah?
That's right. He's going to. It's going to be called the
Where
Black
is he,
Delight
sir?
Caliphate.
I'm surprised that he ain't here to give his take on how you rule the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. But hey, water. Big up yourself, bro.
Yeah. What's up?
Morning.
Morning, Walter.
Good morning,
Yeah, man.
guys.
So, yeah, man. Simple questions today, bro.
Yeah. How would
What
you
would
rule
the
the
world
world,
look
man?
like if you was the ruler? How would you rule the world, water?
Well, first thing I would do is I get all the sharpest minds in the world to come up with some kind of thing that would feed the world.
Oh, fuck you,
That's the
Walter.
first question. And then
Now you're gonna be on a dick.
You'd end world hunger, yeah?
that is the key. It has to be because
Okay. Starting off
people
with a good leader.
if people don't have to eat, they don't have to work, and they could all relax and enjoy life.
And then
Oh my
once that's
God,
So
done,
work.
well, yeah, we're like, you got to till the earth. Even if you have to food, you have to kill things and all that. So if I could come up with a food that, if I could come with if we could come develop a food that everybody could eat, keep them sustained, because that's what causes problems, right? Greed, lust, all this stuff is what causes most of the problems. So if you already have your belly full, all you got to do now is just enjoy life. You could help each other. Nobody has to worry about going hungry, because that's the key. I mean, governments control people because of food, right? No food, no money, no honey, no manje. So then after you got, and then after I got to send everybody to the hot areas, because like that we don't want to be chopping wood because it's too cold up here in the damn north. Everybody dying of cold. So
That means you're gonna out overcrowd Africa and
well, at the equator, below the equator. So like anything in a nice warm
Louis
climate, Americas, the South, that type of stuff. And then everybody, and then everybody's got to live together in harmony and peace. How about that? That's good.
and
And if people want to, but if people could go to the north if they want, they could stay in the north. I mean, I'm not going to force anybody to go. I mean, as long as they know in the north, they're going to have to chop wood. They're going to have to heat up. It's a lot of, it's a lot more work in the north. I mean, when that winter season comes, you still got to stay warm until we come
But
up
what
with
about all the services that's needed if no one's gonna work?
You don't need the services because you're hungry. You don't. What services do you need? You could have your little village. You could be sitting down, relax, sit back. You got food.
Well,
People
you
have
need
their
doctors, nurses, schools.
schools for what? To learn what? How to what? What do you need to learn? Read a book. You want to write a book? To
Whatever,
write a book.
But how are you gonna learn what language are the people gonna speak?
Well, at that time,
They're never gonna learn.
at that point, they could be speaking the language that I'm speaking. There we go.
So what's it gonna
Well,
be?
I have to
English or
communicate to them.
Portuguese?
I have to communicate English, French, whatever you guys want. I'll even learn language for you guys if you want.
Yeah, I see. When you see how hard it starts to get though when you start to ask questions about how it is to rule the world.
Well, the key is that most people, if they could, they'd be on vacation, right? Let's look at the prime of your life, okay? You'd like to not be someone controlling you. That's the first thing. You want your liberty. You want to be able to go fishing if you want. You want to be able to plant a tree if you want. You want to do anything. Most of the stuff that you're asking for, like food and clothes and all this stuff, is because you need it, right? If you're in a hot country, you don't need all this. You don't need so much clothes. You could be just walking around in a garment like you do in Saudi Arabia. It's no big deal.
Yeah, but you're saying that no one's gonna work though. So how's anyone gonna make any clothes?
Well, your wife and
Everyone's gonna have to make their clothes themselves.
we're gonna teach everybody how to sew a garment.
So you are gonna have a school.
Yeah, probably have to do a school for it. Well, people can say, how do I get a garment? Well, there's a school over there, guys. They teach you how to make your own clothes. Okay, boom. Everybody goes and learns how to make their own clothes. They don't want to.
Okay, so
You don't want to go. You don't want to go. You walk around naked. Point for that.
Yeah, but why don't you have a school that teaches people how all the stuff that you're trying to implement or you're trying to cut out now that you don't want no one to work in it? Because it's that, but that you swear that's a double-edged
Yeah,
sword.
but that becomes
If we don't have anyone working
Villa.
or any
What's great about it, Villa? What's great about it is people are going to want to go to school. They're going to want to create their own schools, and somebody's going to want to be a guy who writes novels and people, or even talks about them, because there's nothing to their heads. There's no gun to their head to say, oh, you got to do this because then you get millions. People who want to do it, they're going to do it, and then people are going to come and they're going to listen to them. It's going to be all a matter of freedom.
Are there going to be any rules when you're the ruler? Is there going to be any rules? Is there going to be any rules that's going to have to be there? And is there going to be any consequences for breaking the rules?
Well, then that's another problem, right? So hopefully those rules are not broken, and I don't have to apply. We'll have to apply some kind of committee at that point. Figure out what things we want to, how we want to, punish people if they break certain rules, like breaking people's respects and, trying to kill somebody for nothing, because basically you'd be killing nobody for nothing. So that's where greed starts in, because as soon as you have a guy who knows how to build a house perfect and beautiful, someone's going to want to steal it. That's the problem. It's every time the minute somebody sees somebody's got something good that everybody loves, somebody's going to want it. And then someone's going to steal it. And then you got to punish the guy. And then it's like, oh, here we go again. That's why for me, it's like, if you all have the same stuff and if you're all living off the land, what are you going to steal from the other guy? The same hut you have? Because that's how everything starts. It's the minute somebody sees something, or obviously it's going to start with women too. Because as soon as a guy likes a girl, or a guy, and the girl likes another guy, it's going to be like, oh, he's jealous, and then that starts another. Anyways, that's a whole different one. We won't go there. It's hard. It's not that easy, Phil.
Yeah, man.
You could give everybody in the world everything they want, and somebody's gonna find something to break the system. Like I said, just jealousy, envy of a woman could start it all over. A man could start the whole thing all over again. I mean, look at the greatest stories where men basically killed other men to get to their wives. Hello, example a la Biblia, King David. So and he had everything. He had everything. He was the king. He had God's hand. He had everything. And what did he go do? Oh, he decided to put a guy in the middle of it because he wanted his beautiful wife. Now, how does that even make sense? How much more can you get? How much more? You have everything in the world, but yet you did that. So that means that I could give you everything, even though it's just a simple hut. And if you want that and you really want it, you'll find a way to, it's ridiculous sometimes.
Yeah, man. What would you do about religion?
Well, I mean, if God is part of the equation, if God is part,
would everyone have to convert to Christianity?
Well, the religion would be the religion I think that would probably work would be Christianity, because it's a philosophy built on love and respect and peace and forgiveness. So I would try to implement that, but still it would be your choice to want to accept it or not. It's not up to me to.
So you could be an atheist in your
well,
society,
of course.
Yeah?
Why not? It's your choice. It still becomes your choice. People have choices now. They're choosing. The only thing that's causing most problems right now is like greed, and right. People see like a Ferrari. I mean, when you have like 3 people with a Ferrari and millions going to work in a simple car, there's obviously somebody who's getting more than the other, right? And then some people get a little bit envious about that. It's like, why does this guy get that and I don't have this, and why can't that guy? Why? So we gotta try to bring down these type of things that make people feel that they're getting the low end of the stick. It's always the peasants who get the low end of the stick, the worker bees. Hello? 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 Brad, you hear me? Bila, you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry. I just had to step away for a minute. I'll be right back.
Villa?
Yeah, but I think he's like working or something. But hey, what would you do about race relations?
Race relations. Well, I think if everybody is happy, I don't see what I have to do. What do I have to do? You think that there's going to be racism? You know what I would do? I have a perfect way to do. I would put all leaders they would be the council. The council would be me and all people from different races, and each one would have the same authority. So you have the Asian leader; they would have to be chosen by let's say each of their thing, and they'd be the council. And then that council, let's say, if it's for the African people, he would be going with, and he have his team, and his team he would build his thing, and the Chinese guys would build their. The Asian people would build their team. Everybody would build their team, And basically, I would just just sit there and say, figure it out, guys. But everybody has to be working on equal footing. No, because he's like this, because he's like that. No. We're all equal under this table, like a round table type of thing. The 12 nations, the 12 nations of Cabler. What is it with the round table? What was it? How was it called? That with the King Arthur's round table?
Knights around table.
Yeah, so it'd be like all the knights representing their thing.
Yeah.
Where would your capital be? Or would you have many capitals?
Well, where I would my capital would be my capital would be where the Knights table is. So you know what? I change it every year. I move it.
Yeah, the Knights table, the Knights of the Round Table. That's just a legend. It's just a story.
I know.
So like you're saying
What's
that you
wrong
would
with that?
follow the idea of it.
Well, it's a pretty good idea. It's just like we would have, representatives of every nation on this, and they'll call it a round table, call it a square table. What do you want to call it?
How would you choose who are the representatives?
The people would choose them.
So you're basically talking about a democratic system, yeah?
Well, democratic. Why not? People could choose their kings and their leaders.
So what would happen if it ended up the same as how it is today, anyway? Then
it shouldn't handle. It should be okay. I mean, it's my world, so everything should be cool.
Yeah, but this is the thing: is that your world is to make the system, which is basically a democratic system.
Right now, the system
which is what we already have.
It's not a democratic system. I'm still the king.
So then, why don't you just? When I asked you, how would you choose the representatives? Why didn't you just say that you would choose them?
I let the people choose them.
Are we speaking the same language there? I don't know.
Water, you're trying to pass the responsibility to the people that choose the leaders, isn't it? But obviously you've got the last say whether the person's a leader or not, because you're well.
Sorry, guys, give me 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, go on, answer, man. What are you telling me, man?
Yeah, all good, bro. All good. Sorry for last night, man. I realized I must have come off a bit rude. I didn't mean to be like that, but it happens, isn't it? So sorry for that. Yeah, but
it's all right on Hangout. It's all right on Hangout, but YouTube. But this is the remix, and that's there forever, innit? Like, so yeah, you gotta be careful how on both sides, innit? Like obviously, try not to be rude to anyone when you're chatting, yeah. And I say to Shipper, try not to cut people when they're talking when you've got a point, because I know that you got your point in your head and you want to get it out before you lose the point or whatever. But you have to find a way to hold the point in your head so the person can get to the end of their sentence and then they can get out. But then obviously when someone says something that you feel is stupid, yeah, you might want to mute your mic and call them a dickhead. And then
for real. That's what I do wrong, innit? That's what I do wrong. Yeah, but bro, you know what it is for me? Yeah, I have to say, like me, I call people names and I call them stupid and retarded and that a lot. But bro, when a grown man, like someone who is actually involved in the world of science, someone says to you, I know that I can speak to people around the world at different times of day and night, but for some reason I can't connect how that proves that it must be a spherical Earth. I can't see like this person cannot imagine that on a flat disk the sun coming up would be the same for everyone at the same time. And the difference is that the round Earth explains the experience we all have every day. We talk to people every day on different parts of the planet, and they can turn their cams on and show us day and night that's different to ours. So it just boggles my mind that how can someone like such a basic ability to make the connection that the shape of the Earth explains our experience and the flat Earth explains nothing, absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I'll get your point, yeah. I fully understand your point, yeah. But like you're saying, we have to. It's annoying, yeah. But sometimes we have to kid gloves with each other in fear of fucking making the point be missed, innit? Because when I'm calling you a dickhead, what I'm saying is right. Yeah, you're not even hearing what the right thing I'm saying. You're just hearing man call you a dickhead, innit?
Yeah, for real. Because yeah, it's irrelevant, isn't it? All that name calling and stuff is irrelevant. Like, for example, if I was having this conversation with a member of my family or someone I care about in my personal life, if they said
Yeah.
that shit, I wouldn't immediately resort to insults and swear words and cussing and, you know what I mean, digging at the guy's character and his existence and all that shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't do that. I would have the proper conversation like you're meant to. But it's just, you know what it is, bro? We've been doing this shit for a long time. You know how it goes, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah. You know,
Yeah.
feel like that.
Yeah, anyway, but for today's question, yeah. Big up Buddha Bing still.
Big up,
Yeah,
Buddha,
today's
bro.
question is,
Big up.
yeah, today's one about the ruling the world thing. Are you saying like from a point of view of being like, say, the most powerful human being who's got like the power to make? Yeah.
You could either be the ruler that sets all the rules, or you can appoint people to do the ruling and obviously be the hidden hand in the background, like sort of the way it's run now. Sort of thing. But,
Yeah, you see, because I was thinking about,
it's all up to you, mate.
Yeah. So you're basically like, for example, now like somebody would say that the most powerful human being on the planet is the president of the United States because of the sheer influence that he has over the country and the country has over the rest of the world. So indirectly, he's the most powerful human being on the planet. Another person might say that the richest person who has the most amount of physical assets and money is the most powerful because he can influence governments and companies to such a large extent with his money in it. So there's different ways of defining the power, yeah. But even if we were to say hypothetically that, just say someone has both in it, we live in to speak about these things hypothetically and philosophically is a really good exercise. But if we're going to be realistic, we have to remember that to be in that position of one man having, say, ultimate power, economic and political, everywhere, we'd have to get to that situation through
But
some
Villa, are
physical
we starting?
process.
Are we starting at my world, starting with me doing the first 3 people, or am I already coming into 7 billion people?
Yeah, it's the world as it is, but you're running it.
Well, it's already a flawed system. So how am I supposed to run it? It's already 7 billion people. How am I going to turn it back now? I thought you meant like I control the world, meaning, you know.
No,
I started zero.
no. What he's saying is that what I'm thinking about, this is what I was asking about as well, to be more specific. So imagine that now, from today, with some sort of process happens over the next few months, and the end result of that process, that international process. So let's just say it's coronavirus. You are somebody who, because of the coronavirus, ends up in 6 months' time as being the most powerful human being and way more powerful even than any individual leader could be. Meaning, let's just say globalization happens at the same time as well, and now you're the head of the president of the earth, basically, yeah, and you have supreme power. Let's take it from there, innit? Now, what decisions are you going to make to rectify all the problems that exist around us, all the suffering and pain and poverty? What decisions are you going to make to change that all around into your ideal world?
Yeah, but then again, so we're assuming that the internet's still going to be working perfectly and that everything is going to be, because I mean, for it to get down to me, that's going to take a lot. It's really like an out there scenario.
Let me try and jump in there. So, what's the actual question?
If you ruled the world,
Yeah.
what would it look like if you had the control of everything? You could set all the rules and how everyone lives or whatever. What would the world look like?
Well, to be honest with you, if you're gonna have a position like that, you're gonna have to understand your limitations, isn't it? So, looking at transferring it into a micro perspective, look, if you've got billions and billions of people, you as an individual can't run those billions of people. It doesn't make any sense. So you're gonna have to bring your ego down somewhat and delegate tasks to other people to rule certain areas in certain places. For instance, if the people you're ruling are maybe atheists, are they going to listen to someone who's a Christian? You know what I'm saying? And vice versa. So it's understanding the demographics as whether you can actually rule those people or not. Like, I don't think as a football manager I could rule a rugby team. You know what I'm saying? So it's understanding limitations. That's what I reckon.
So, yeah, the way I was saying it was like that's already in place, in it. You've got the ultimate power, so you're just from here onwards. You're just saying what happens in it. So that's why.
Oh, I see. So all of those.
It's not real because
So it becomes a world order, basically. It becomes the global world order type thing.
Buddha's in control right now, you know what I mean? And it's what Buddha says goes. So it's Buddha that's setting
To be honest with
the
you,
laws of the land and whatever like this.
to be honest with you, big, I don't
Even
think
if you want to take it as a country, say we just call it Buddha land. You get me? What
okay.
would Buddha land look like?
All right, so one country, fair enough. The whole world, I think, is not feasible. But a country, do you know what? I kind of lean towards the original Gene Roddenberry type scenario. I know it's kind of wishy-washy and a bit too hippified, but I like the whole concept of Star Trek with their Federation, that kind of thing.
Of what?
Star Trek.
You know how Star Trek is, and they've got the Federations of Planet and all that kind of stuff. I feel like that's a good template to start with, I suppose.
Yeah, no food, teleporting food. It's right there. It's already no money.
In fact, that's like the ultimate goal of progress is to become a Type 3 civilization and
Exactly.
harness the power of our galaxy and unify all the races within our galaxy, assuming there are others.
Right.
That is the ultimate goal of progress. Trust me.
Yeah, no, definitely.
I mean, sorry, not ultimate, but that's like a really like one of the really long seeking ones.
Yeah, and I kind of agree with that, but we're nowhere near that at all. So
exactly, we're not even Type 1, which means like we're not even nowhere near unifying the Earth, let alone the solar system, let alone the fucking galaxy.
But with to get to that sort of civilization, don't think that racism and poverty and sort of people being poorly educated for the purpose of keeping some people higher than others or whatever, that all that sort of have to have ended before then.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. We'd have to make massive progress in all of those things. Yeah.
So if we look at things like what we see Star Trek, the first interracial kiss on TV, and having a Russian on the bridge when there's a Cold War going on, all of those things they're very out there kind of things. Do you know what I'm saying? So I feel like it needs to, and to a certain degree, we've kind of moved away from the whole Cold War and racism as it was back in them days. So in the 60s and the 50s, it's nowhere near the same. There's still elements of it within society, but I feel like you said, I think education is the most important thing. When you've got someone who's dumb and all they do is dwell on things that what if someone's completely thick, what have they got? They've only got themselves. So they're either going to become part of something because they can't articulate themselves or have that kind of intellectual grounding. So they assign themselves to football hooliganism, criminality, all that kind of shit. Education is one of the best things out there still, I believe.
Yeah, no, you know what I mean. Like this sort of stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's quite. It can look quite obvious if you look at it from a particular type of way. Yeah, and that is that. Look, the progress that we see happening around us. Yeah, it is all about us coming to realize the irrelevance of skin color, the irrelevance of things about you that you can't change, that you didn't choose in the first place. I mean, come on, in this day and age, if we're talking to adults who can't see that, that's a shame. But let's be honest, there's more and more people who are coming closer and closer to that understanding. And this is what happens in the world, is that there'll probably be like 10-15% of people who are really decent, good people. And then there'll be 10-15% of people who are really smart, intelligent people. But there'll be 10-15 people who are really dumb and really evil. Now, the majority of people can be swayed in either direction, depending on their upbringing and life experience. But the world is changing and progress is afoot. Like literally 30 years ago, the majority of the world would naturally beat their children because that's what we've always done as a species, and most species do. Yeah, it's only in the last 30 years that the change has come now, that most people in civilized societies think that it's ridiculous to do that, and that's reinforced by our philosophers and our scientists and our governments and laws, the rights of children not to be beaten. So I see this progress happening. It's just a shame that because there's both sides going on, the good and the bad at the same time, it's hard to make progress, and it takes longer and longer than it should.
Yeah, and you have no choice. And I think you're right, Phil. You have no choice but to send people to school. So there would have to be a lot for everybody. Like their kids have to go to school, and learn what Walter wants from everybody. Yeah, that's true. Okay.
You know, I was speaking to a Polish friend of mine a few years ago, right? And this guy's very well educated, he's a psychologist. His wife, or I think they're married now. Yeah, his wife's like a nursery teacher and all the rest of it. And he doesn't drink. I'm like, huh? You're Polish and you don't drink? Being stereotypical as I, bust jokes the way I do. He's going to me, no, I used to, but I don't. I goes, why is that? And he explained to me when he was in Poland growing up, he used to drink. But coming to England and seeing some of the Polish guys, how they behave in England, made him look at himself and think, you know what? I can't drink. I can't be associated with that kind of thing. Do you know what I'm saying? So I feel like you're right in a way, Answer. There's a movement of people that are just acknowledging that there's ignorance and that ignorance needs to be kind of stamped out. But let me ask you a question, though, Answer. It's an important question still. Let's say the civilization and society becomes a type 6 civilization, yeah? Do you think in that type 6 civilization, religion will exist? There's a second part to that question, still. But just see if you can answer the first part.
It may well do. I mean, I honestly couldn't say. I would have thought. I think that what I could say quite confidently is that the role religion plays in terms of practical affairs would be like dismissive, minimal even. Yeah, do you know what I mean? But whether it exists in people's hearts and minds, I'm sure some people would probably still need it or have some use and benefit from it that I couldn't argue with either. Or if not even the particular religion or the different types of religions that may evolve and develop since then, because they do change, if you know what I mean, definitions of concept of God. As we learn more, people are going to make it more and more like, I don't know, satisfy themselves in whichever way they can. So yeah, I guess it may or may not exist. If it does, all I'm saying is that it will very likely be very minimal in terms of practicality.
Okay, but at the root of the upper echelons of society, we would imagine that religion wouldn't play a key part in a type 6 civilization. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it's even more likely that the higher up, the less likely they would be to need it for themselves personally. But that's already apparent. It's a demonstrable statistical fact about our world on Earth right here and now that the less educated and less the more poverty induced and the less educated you are, the more likely you are to believe in religion more strongly, and the more affluent and well off and educated you are, the much more likelihood is that you're not going to either take religion seriously or you're just not going to believe. You're going to be an atheist. Now, if you're educated, and the higher up the education scale you go, the higher the percentage becomes of you being non-religious, especially if in the field of science.
All right, cool. So that being the case, if the Earth was to encounter another civilization on another planet, let's say like the Vulcans, who are very logical, yet they do have a spirituality or a religious type concept. Now, how would we as a type 6 civilization interact with a civilization like that, given their religious standings? Would you think that would be problematic? Would we be respectful, or would we dismiss it? Would we try to conquer?
No, I don't think it'd be a problem. It'll be literally the same as the common sense that's always come into play, which is that when say the British or the Europeans started going around and taking over places, they came across people with very different cultures. Now they took advantage of that very specifically, and they allowed certain aspects of people's cultures because it propagated their own dominance there. So obviously they use things like religion as a tool. I'm thinking and hoping that by the time we become a type 6 civilization, where we're literally talking about unifying the universe now, and all races within the universe, I think by that stage, I think it'll be more. I'm being hopeful. I think that I would like to see the progress showing that rather than take advantage of those people, we would just use the benefit of the fact that we understand the situation, if you know what I mean. We understand the fact that, yes, some creatures, some people do this. They do need this. They do think this. I just think that by that stage, there probably won't be a good excuse to bully them.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I would assume if we ever reach that type 6, we'd have to address all of those issues within our own societies before we could even
Where
go
did this
ahead
type
and
6 come from? I missed it.
So there's
Where did the type
okay.
6 come from? I missed that.
So there's
What is
different types of society, technological advancements in society that uplift society and education and living and affects everything. So, like having fire is one, and then having the car would be number, like industrial revolution would be 2, and then space exploration would be 3, and then there's all these different types of things. I can't remember what the specific.
Oh yeah, no. The thing with I'll tell you about the this concept of the type 1 civilization. Walter, what is science fiction writers for hundreds of years have been imagining concepts of us existing for billions of years into the future. They've tried to come up with all kinds of things that we might be able to achieve scientifically in terms of progress. Now, and they've even considered what that would entail, you know, in terms of politics and us as just an existing creature. One of the things that's become popular with a number of scientific writers is that they've come to an understanding that, look, when humanity eventually unifies and becomes like in charge of its own, like the planet itself, when it becomes a unified structure, meaning that it all works together under a central authority, that becomes a type 1 civilization, meaning we've made it to the first step of organization at the planet level, meaning that that's just inevitable and there's no way around it. That is going to happen, and it's going to have to happen eventually. So that would make us a type 1 civilization when that happens. Then to become a type 2 civilization, we'd have to conquer the whole solar system and harness the power of our sun, our star. So that would take another few, I don't know, million years maybe. And then when that happened, we would now be a type 2 civilization. Then a type 3 civilization would be that we could now go to every star in our galaxy, meet all the life forms there, connect with them, build a structure of political
if there's
structure.
any there. If there's any there.
If there's any there. If not, then I guess we're. But then there also another thing entailed is that we have to harness the power of our galaxy, meaning that at the center of it there's a black hole or 2 black holes spinning around, and that's a huge amount of potential power there. So part of being a type civilization is to do with harnessing the power of your local star or galaxy. So yeah, if there's no one else there, then we just have to get to work on the engineering side of it.
Yeah, big up all the engineers.
Yeah, big up the engineers.
Big up man like Ultra Funky. Big up yourself, brother.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm late, yeah. But
Thank you.
I was watching Avatar Aang, The Last Airbender with my princess, yeah. And I think it might be one of the best animations ever made. And I'm sticking to that. And then I saw the title of G Block.
Come on.
And then I thought to myself, raw. Oi, I feel like then he's sending out the bell to come like call for me. What would the world look like if
Ultra, hold on, yeah. Before you go in, yeah.
Wow.
Listen, yeah.
Go on.
Next week is going to be Flat Earth Week.
Oh, thank you.
Don't you mean it's going to be flattened the Flat Earthers Week?
Yeah, it's going to be Flat Earth. We're going to have to do Flat Earth.
Second Flat Earth.
We're going to have to speak in it, man, because I was up till 2:30 last night. Yeah, I'm fucking tired and shit. Get me arguing about fucking Flat Earth, man.
Yeah, there's no point, bro. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not going to lie to you.
There's no
for
point.
For me, arguing with somebody who believes the Earth is flat is pointless. All I would urge you to do is lean on the facts. Like, for instance, how does GPS work? Light, just things that you don't need to guess about. Do you see what I'm saying? Just lean on the facts. Lean on the facts. You see what I'm saying? Whereas what I found with flat earthers is, if your Earth is round, then why is Antarctica? They're not actually giving you anything. They're asking questions. That's personal incredulity. It's argument from ignorance. It's red herrings. It's so fallacious. It sickens me to watch.
Ultra, it doesn't make sense.
Yahweh.
It doesn't
Yahweh.
matter, because you could give them an equation, work it out, and because they don't believe it, they're going to say it's not true.
Yeah,
So
but
it's
that's
no point
on them.
even using facts. You say,
Yeah,
go to
no.
Google, look at the facts. No, I don't believe it's the establishment.
No.
Yeah,
Do you know
but
what the funny thing is?
look.
I used to believe this. I used to think that. However, the problem is if you don't challenge these things, right, people will start to run away with it and act like it's real. And I think sometimes, like, we do have a responsibility to our species to sometimes just correct things that are just demonstrably false.
For me,
And
I'll try. I think we're doing it more for the audience than for the people, the guy on the panel, because the guy on the panel he doesn't want to go anywhere. So if anything, you're right. We should continue showing everybody else that no, this is the wrong way. I agree with that. Then at that point, because if you have 300 viewers and we're just letting him say whatever he wants, obviously, we're just letting a bad,
yeah,
bad
but
education
not
go
even
through.
that. The thing is, if you just listen to what flat earthers say, right? They can never give you like models to scale. They can never. All they do is give you stupid dickhead examples. Like I heard somebody tell me that the sun is tiny and it's only 93 miles away. I was like, huh?
Hey,
That's just like,
Ultra, stop that, bro.
oh.
Schiffer told us yesterday that the sun and moon, they go into a hole in the... Wait a minute. they move of their own accord, and they go into a hole in the earth and hide from each other.
Bruv, do you know what? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If I weren't so tired, yeah, I would have been laughing. Yeah, I wouldn't even been like, what? I would have just been laughing, innit? But because when you're so tired, like that dumb shit pisses you off.
Yeah, that was about 2 o'clock. So
No, he doesn't believe that. He's just trolling all of you. You're falling for it. You know what I'm saying?
I should be telling you, man. Trust me.
No,
Do you know what? The whole flat earth thing, the plausibility of it is incredible. The one that gets me the most, though, is the dome. You know, the dome over the whole planet?
Over the firmament.
That gets me the most. I mean, look, to
I
build
think
a
that's from the
structure,
Bible, isn't it?
but hold on, just to build a structure over London, do you know what kind of material you would need? Like, the structural. I mean, that is incredible.
But you're talking about a structure that covers the whole earth.
Right,
And
so
you can't
imagine, forget the earth, let's just talk about London. Imagine trying to put a dome over London. The weight of that dome alone will make it implode on itself.
What about the wall? What about the wall all around the world that's holding the water from going out?
Forget that. Let's talk about the dome. Forget that for a minute. Just talk about the dome.
Just build that one.
Like when you say where the meteorites come from. How did meteorites penetrate the dome and hit the ground? Like, these questions can't be answered. So for me, the whole conversation is just null and void. There's no point in even having that conversation.
And not even that.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
There's an element of mental health. We start talking about NASA's lying to us. All these people who are lying and lying. That's a form of paranoia, and I think the mental health.
And not even that. Listen to what I'm saying. If you have a brain, yeah, and you have a God, why would this God give you a brain if he doesn't want you to use it? You see what I'm saying? Just use it. Sometimes.
Hold on. Let me just answer Ezra in the chat, who's asking about what the Van Halen belt is. Ezra, are you trying to say that the Van Halen belt is a dome? Is that what you're saying? Can you touch the Van Halen belt? Like, can you scoop a piece of it and put it inside a bottle and bring it back down to earth? Like, what are we saying? Like,
Hey, the dome is a representation of God's hand covering the earth. Yahweh. Dome. Yahweh. See? You gotta wake up, my brothers.
right. So, like when we talk about the atmosphere, is the atmosphere considered a dome? If you consider the atmosphere as a dome, then fair enough. Like, the Van Halen belt is a dome.
Yeah, but see, and in the day when it's all said and done, it goes back to Yahweh. Okay. And if you can't extend your arm to match the power of Yahweh. So I'm only
Like
gonna play.
that seems like a very easy cop out because you can't prove it. It goes back to God. That doesn't make no sense. Like you're
But because
talking
God has
legitimately.
power. Bro, listen, I'm really trying to get you mentally ready to deal with this bullshit again. Because they're gonna get on here. Chef Don's gonna
I
get on
don't want to
here.
do. I don't intend to do with any of that bullshit. To be honest
Oh,
with
Oh,
you.
they're
they're gonna
coming on. I'm leaving.
be Walter.
I'm a jet.
Walter, aren't you a
Can't take
Christian?
it, man.
Walter, aren't you a Christian though?
Yeah, of course I'm Christian.
Isn't patience a virtue?
Yeah,
Hold
absolutely.
on, hold on, hold on. So the Van Allen belt, according to Ezra, equals unbreakable radiation. Right. So let's just deal with
No,
radiation.
he's talking rubbish, bro. They just charged particles that are held in place
But that's
like
what
a
I'm trying to
band.
say. Like you can't. Can you grab a piece of fucking sunlight and put it in your pocket?
Oh,
Like
yo.
what do you mean?
Scientific
Like
method. I just want to let you know, man. Last night you were perfect, bro. Last night I know you lost it a bit, but you made you lost patience, but you did well. I'm just letting you know that.
Oh, cheers, man. Thanks. Tell Shifa that,
Wait,
innit?
listen, right? Listen, you can't fucking Axel will fucking shell a guy to death, bro. Don't piss off scientific method, please. It's a mistake. It's a mistake.
No,
Don't
no.
piss him off.
All it is yeah that I got two kids, yeah, and they're
Big
really
up.
big. They're really big bullies, bruv. My son, yeah, he's 15. He's taller than me. He weighs about 5 pounds more than me, bruv. He beats the shit out of me sometimes. Yeah, like I think fucking us. I got all this pent up anger in it, become a man and that. So I have to come online and
Yeah.
take out my anger.
Oh, and everyone else. Hey, listen, fuck's sake. Listen, just quickly, yeah. If you're a flat earther, I'm not gonna lie to you. I hate you. Yeah, that's it. I have nothing else to add. That was.
If you're a black person and a flat earther,
I hate
I
you.
wish you were white. I don't hate
Oh,
you. I can never hate my people, but I wish you were white. Like I want white people to
but
take you.
Yeah.
So bleach
are
yourself
you
tonight.
guys aware? Are you guys aware the whole flat Earth thing was a 4chan thing? Yeah. Did you guys know that?
No way. Are you lying?
Bruv, Google it. 4chan
Are you
started all
trying to
of this
tell
shit.
me this flat earther thing is merely just a meme?
Yes.
fuck's sake.
You mean it's a
Oh,
fucking
I'm done.
troll? It was just a troll trying to make a joke, and they fucking ended up like this.
And it caught on.
That was the
Isn't that
worst joke ever,
how
bruv. We
gossip
need to.
systems start? One guy is trying a thing, and it just catches on. I mean, and look where we are now. We got guys making arguments for a flat Earth. These same
Guys,
guys.
we've got professors of electrical engineering like Ezra who come and humiliate us every day with his superior knowledge of physics. Like it's terrible.
Jesus, man. Ugh. 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 And do you know what the funny thing is? Another thing, if I'm honest with you, right? The thing that actually made me dry heave is when a flat earther said to me, the sun is only 93 miles away. I was,
Bruv, you can fire rockets, you can fire like, missiles and ground to air missiles and things like that to hit it. And
Wait,
bro,
do they know you can fire missiles like 50? Do you know they can fire hypersonic missiles 1,500 miles away? What?
this
But
is
you know
this
the
is
maddest thing.
these
I've got the
people
most
listen to
love
me
and respect
carefully.
for
They're
Ezra. You
saying
know.
the sun is only 93 miles away. So that means that from here to Manchester, like,
you know what? I swear
Oh,
there might be a
God.
bridge. There might be a bridge that's longer than that we've actually built. So I reckon we can build a bridge to the sun then.
no, you won't be able to get there because apparently. Sake. This is the people not understand how insane that sounds. It's dumb. It's just dumb.
Yeah,
Well,
Ezra,
I'm
why
all,
you calling me like us dumb? Like I don't think anyone's called you dumb. Like allow it. I'm just stating a fact. The 4chan put that out there on the thing. Like, I mean, how many flat earthers were there before the internet? Let's do that. Shall we do
Yeah,
that?
it's true. Yeah, it's true.
no, there weren't that many, but like, if you go back in time, then a lot of religious people were.
I think if you're like talking about people like thousands of years ago, obviously they're going to start with that premise, and then as the questions are being asked, they realize that the model's not working, and that's where you get people testing the bounds, by going out into the sea and measuring and doing stuff like that, and then all of a sudden you figure out, wait a minute, this can't be because the math's not working. It's
All right,
basically how
let's do
everything
this then.
works.
Let's do this. Let's do this. All right, cool. Yeah, the Earth is flat. It's flat. Cool. Now what? What
Yeah, it
bearing
doesn't
does
make a
that have on
difference.
your life? Like, I don't understand.
See, this is the thing. You don't understand, my brother. Let me lighten you up to this, all right? Now that the earth is flat, okay, water's hot, ice is water. Sorry, excuse me. Now that the earth is flat, racism is done. We are the real Jews, and we're also the Moors and Aboriginals, as well as we're from the planet Risk. So we're practically Nuwapian Hebrew Jews that are on a flat plane with a dome. So, just sit back and digest that, brother.
To those who don't care about science, it means nothing, obviously. But to those who want to do science, it means everything. So, I mean, like for a guy
But
like me,
how could you honestly say that, yeah? And you deny evolution? Like, it makes my mind boggle.
for me, evolution, the numbers are not there yet. I cannot see it. Sorry,
Hey, can I ask you
but
guys though?
like
You both seem scientifically inclined, so I just wanted to.
my
So
my logic just doesn't play.
last night, Chef Ladon said that he only listens to ancient scientists. Does the word antiquated mean anything, or is that just
Hold on
me?
1 second. As Veli, EZ is in the background. He's begging to jump on. Veli Vision, if you're around, guys in the back chat waiting to get in. Peace, peace, peace.
Who is it? Who is it?
EZ, I don't know who that is, but he's in the
Remember,
back.
scientific. You're going off a model of total chance. Remember that. If you start saying if you put intelligence in front of the model, now odds have worked.
Okay,
Changed
so
completely.
so let me just say this one thing to you, yeah. If you roll a die, so I'm not actually saying to you what, I'm just gonna make a statement, yeah. So what Walter's
Oh
saying
wait,
is,
shit. Sorry, it's Ezra. Veli, it's Ezra. Sorry, Ezra's begging to get on. Like he's dripping, his hands is
oh shit,
wet, and his
Ezra's
mouth
coming.
is drooling. He's taking off his clothes, desperate to get on. Veli, Ezra.
All right, so this thing about it being 100% chance, yeah, this is so silly, yeah. But anyway, if you were to roll a dice, yeah, for most practical purposes, we would use that as something that we couldn't determine. We couldn't predict what number it's going to land on. We know it's a 1 in 6 chance, and we'll say that it's complete chance what number it lands on, because it's there's so many spins or whatever. We're not going to account for it all, yeah. Now, the fact is, to us, for all practical purposes, that's chance. That's blind chance. We roll a dice. I got a 6. You got a 1. I'm better than you. That proves it. Yeah. But the fact is that if you do study the science and you come to understand the physical reality of what's occurring, you can actually mathematically put a dice on some kind of physical thing that pushes upwards with a particular amount of force, that spins the dice in a vacuum a certain number of times while it's up in the air, and then it falls down to gravity, and all these things can be calculated, and you can accurately predict which one it's going to land on. So the fact is that people who don't understand how something like evolution came to be are obviously going to say, oh, it's blind chance, because they have no understanding of what's going on. Now, anybody who studies in the field or works in the field has come to understand that we
I
are
know that,
learning
but
about.
scientific, you're giving me
Bro,
a
let me
model
just
where
finish. I'm nearly
dice
done.
exist.
I'm nearly done. Somebody who works in the field or understands how the field works will already realize that we are just basically working out the machinations of what people used to think is blind chance.
But you're using a model again. You're using dice. Good. Dice don't exist. They have to come into existence. You're using a vacuum that has to be created or made, or something has to happen to create the vacuum. Something has to be pushed to roll the dice. Okay? Now, you're using just dice that sooner or later the dice are going to hit the number. Now, if we just look at a simple lottery ticket with 7 numbers, and you pick the 7 numbers, you're looking at already 16 million chance in one. That's just simple 6 numbers. Now you're saying that you want in 14 billion years for every single thing on this planet to just happen by chance to every animal that exists, tree, water, perfect atmosphere, alignment of the sun. This is like the odds are astronomical. Now, I could say, yeah, sure, it happened. Yeah, just close it like that. I closed the gap just by telling everyone it's evolution. It happened. We weren't here to see it. That's it. But at the same time, you can't not just say, can I see this happen? At least like it's not after everything. The elements are created, after everything is created, and then all of a sudden we got Earth, and then we have intelligent beings also. The best one is we get
bro, calm down, bro. You keep going off into these rants. You've like made 4 or 5 points. Chill now, innit?
It's just, but you don't understand.
Bro,
You're trying to force me
let me at least try and
follow
address
a biologist.
Bro, let me at
Biology
least try and
is not
address
really
what you've said. Let me at least try and address what you've said so far, which is a number of different things.
We're not going to get anywhere.
It still falls into the same category. It still falls into the same category.
To you, it does. To me, it doesn't.
Bro, the fact of the matter is, I'm not talking specifically just to you. Everybody's listening. The fact of the matter is, I was right. When somebody doesn't understand something, they call it blind chance because they haven't bothered to learn what's going on. When people do learn what's going on, they stop.
You haven't seen the Big Bang, and you believe it.
I'll let you say a number of things. When somebody does learn how what's going on, they don't need to call it blind chance because they're understanding the physical factors which come into play to make what happened happen.
You're upset because I'm telling you believe in chance, which you do.
I'm not.
Sadly,
Bro,
that's what you believe in.
Out that what I said was
you
right.
Believe in chance, yes or no?
Because you refuse to learn about it.
You believe that no, science. Just say it. You believe that chance is why Earth exists. Yes or no?
What?
You believe that chance is why we're here.
No, I mean there's elements of chance involved. Hang on, there's elements of chance involved in anything and everything.
Scientific. Just
bro, why are you gonna ask me a question and then fucking keep talking?
Just, okay,
bro, why are you gonna ask me a question?
Nobody's rolling the dice. There's
bro,
nobody
don't do this, because you just asked me a question and you're gonna act as if I can't answer it. So you asking me that? You keep on saying, "Oh, you don't understand. You don't understand." Bro, shut up a second. You asked me a question. Let me answer it.
You can never go to the beginning.
Ah, for fuck's sake, bro, you're a dickhead. This is the fact, yeah.
Anybody who believes in chance is a dickhead.
I believe chance. Bro, if you ask me a question, shut up and let me answer. You're asking me if I think chance exists. The answer is chance exists in everything.
Never asked that. No, never asked that.
Yes, chance exists in everything, yeah. But what we do is try and find out why things are the way they are, and we try and make a model of how we can best explain that. And we've done that. And this is something that's quite demonstrable on so many different scales and levels and fields of science and our own personal life experience and our own bodies.
But yet I believe.
If you still are going to
just saying the same thing again. Oh, we, but I see no math on it.
Bro, you know what? I'm not going to let you talk until you let me finish. Yeah. So if you're going to use somebody who's ignorant in a particular field is going to come along and say that's all blind chance because I don't have a GCSE in any subject whatsoever. That's fucking ridiculous, bro, and that's all you've done. Now, what I'm saying to you is,
why don't we
ask the people who are experts in this field, yeah, and the overwhelming consensus, 99% majority, high 90s of every field of biology or science, people will tell you that evolution is a demonstrable fact about reality.
Hold on, answer's a liar. Scientists will never tell you evolution is a fact. They will never ever say that. Never. So where's he going with his nonsense? Get me? He's calls himself scientific method and don't even understand the scientific method. This is what I'm saying. How dumb can you be? Yeah.
Okay, so if you want to play with the semantics of the word fact, yeah, then let me rephrase what I said. Let me rephrase what I said then. When I said that,
I forget it. Let me speak. Yeah. Right.
Oh, okay, so you're gonna accept that your point was stupid.
Like
you know I'm gonna bury it.
And prove that dummies. Yeah, you said that the whole of the 99% of the scientific community are gonna say that evolution is a fact, which proves you don't know nothing. Is dumb.
Okay, so now you just said the same thing again. So you said the same thing again. So now I'm gonna answer it.
No, because you put me off the first time. That's why I repeated myself.
So shut up now, innit? You made your point. Okay, you made your point. So I made a claim that scientists claim evolution is a fact.
You're gonna cut me off. I'm just gonna keep talking over you. So let me finish. Simple manners, innit? You get me? So what I'm saying is, yeah.
All right. Like, so but I'm still gonna get you for this, bro, because you're talking.
All right, then. Well, wait till I'm done, innit? Simple. So what I'm saying is, yeah, answers proved. Yeah, that he don't know nothing about science, even though he calls himself scientific method. He ain't got a clue. The man just sat there on the internet and said that 99% of scientists are going to say that evolution is a fact. Like, what kind of nonsense is that? Like, none of them will state that evolution is an absolute fact. Nothing in science is an absolute fact. What's he on about? Get me?
Have you finished it, bro? Because you just said the same thing 3 times.
I'll tell you when I'm finished. I'm telling you when I'm finished. Just relax, yeah? I'm saying
bro,
the only thing
that is factual. So, I mean, if you're going to keep
shut up, man.
the same
Shut
thing,
up, and
what's the point?
I know it's hurting. Just relax, yeah? The only thing that is factual in science, and we can all go and research this, are scientific laws that we can all go and do ourselves, the experiment, yeah. We can all observe, repeat, and test it, which is the actual scientific method, not just listening to nonsense and repeating it, stuff that you don't even understand.
No, well, you're wrong there anyway, so keep talking, but you're just chatting shit.
Go on then.
You finished, yeah? Oh, that was really worth it. You repeating the same thing 4 times like a fucking idiot. So this guy, yeah.
All right, listen. While you still are arguing over fucking bollocks, the army has been dispatched into Clapham Junction.
Right?
All right, James Jones. I'm gonna put the pictures in the G block. Just check it out, yeah.
Well, why though? Why is the army coming to Clapham Junction?
If you remember, that's where when the riots kicked off, bro, Clapham Junction got rinsed.
Yeah, there's been videos of them moving the tanks down the motorway. So, yeah.
Yeah, Ezra, my boy just sent it to me. They're setting up shits on the motorways. Fucking hell, bro, this is getting deep.
Yeah,
bro, listen, bro, that's it. As soon as you said it, I just saw the video of the motorway. Yeah, bro, this is a mazza.
It's mad.
Yeah, for fuck's sake.
It looks like they're setting up martial law, innit?
Yeah, bro. And you know what the wickedest thing is? Clapham Junction is round the corner from me. Like if I throw a stone hard enough, it lands in Clapham. It's mad. Fucking hell.
Yeah, mad. But anyway, yeah, like everybody go and research the scientific process, yeah, and how something is determined, a law or a theory. That's what you do.
All right, okay. So this guy's talking complete shit. He hasn't got a fucking clue what he's talking about. He thinks he does, but he really doesn't. Yeah. The real technical side of it is, yeah, that there are 2 distinctions between facts and laws. Laws are observations that you can't change, you can't do anything about. That's just something that everybody will observe always and every time. So you know that's what we use to build our theories on. So when I said the word fact, and I was willing to concede this immediately, but he needed to talk for a few minutes because he just wanted to repeat the same thing because he thinks it's such a great point. I did concede straight away that yes, no, all scientists don't call it an absolute fact. Nobody talks about absolute facts ever. Yeah, anywhere when you're being reasonable. Yeah, so all that the scientists say, and the majority of scientists, the consensus of experts in all fields, is that they say that evolution is as much a fact as anything can be demonstrated to be a fact. And that's why when I use it colloquially, we just call it a fact, innit? Because for all practical purposes, it is an absolute fact. Yeah. Okay, hang on, bro. I've dealt with your silly little semantic distinction between fact and law, and you got it wrong anyway. So it was silly for you to bring it up.
Explain how I've got it wrong. Explain how I got it wrong, because you ain't said nothing.
I just did. The law, things that are laws are things that everybody observes at all times, in the same way. Now, that's what we use, to build our understanding, because our theories are explanations for those things that we experience. So, all right, bro, shut up now, innit? Shut up. You're not understanding.
Let me ask you a question. Why
are you changing the subject? You didn't.
No, it's not changing the subject. Go on.
You guys, you hear this there? Bro, I knew what you were gonna say the minute you started talking, and you wouldn't let me. You had to repeat it 3 times because you think it's such a great point. You think it's such a great, bro. You think it's such a great point, and I'm just explaining. Because I've been through this with you and other people. It's not a great point. It's a very stupid point.
Anything.
But the thing is, you're too dumb to work that out. So if you let me finish, I did explain, the difference between a law and a fact, or sorry, a law and a theory or whatever. And the fact that what I said about evolution,
scientific theories become obsolete.
What the experts say about evolution?
Scientific theories become obsolete every day. Answer.
The only thing is, when I said fact, you took it as absolute.
You will never
fact.
answer the question.
All right.
Do scientific theories become obsolete every day?
You wouldn't accept me
It's a simple question. Answer.
Yeah, but bro,
Do
did you accept me
scientific
cutting you
theories
like that?
become obsolete,
Did
or
you
are they
accept me
facts?
cutting you like that? Did you accept that or not?
Do scientific theories become obsolete, or
Bro.
are they facts?
Bro, did you accept me cutting you like that or not?
No answer. Simple.
No, you didn't, innit? So you got to let me finish, innit? Because you want to do it this silly way round where you're allowed to chat shit for as long as you like. So I'm just going to keep repeating the fact.
So
What I know
go on,
is the
keep
reason.
repeating yourself.
Bro,
Everyone knows
again,
you
you
and you
keep
got no
doing this.
answers.
Yeah, but bro, this is what you were doing, innit? Like when I said what I said, you felt
I
the need to
actually
repeat
explain the
it 3-4
scientific
times.
process.
So
I
anyway,
actually explain what
so
theory
anyway,
is, and
the
you're
sci-
just saying
so
nothing.
scientific
You're saying
process, yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, but this is the thing is, yeah, like you seem to think, yeah, that the whole world of people who expert scientists who teach science, who work in the fields of science, who learn science, you think for some reason all of them have got the methodology wrong. Yeah, because most
No,
of them.
I didn't say
Bro,
that. You're the
will
one
you
who's
just
saying
shut up
that
and let me
they
finish? Will
believe
you
it's
just
a
shut up and
fact.
let me
Answer,
finish?
stop lying.
Will
Answer,
you
stop
just let
lying.
up? Will you just shut up though?
Sat there.
No, but
You
what?
sat
But
there and
won't
said
shut up though?
science
Yeah,
believes.
okay.
Scientists believe
No,
it's a fact.
no,
When they
no.
don't,
What,
don't
bro,
stop
this is
lying.
the thing. This is the thing is that you people who deny evolution and believe in a flat Earth,
Evolution is a
you
theory.
do have
You
to
said, like
admit.
you just said, answer,
All right,
answer.
so bro, you're not gonna
Now
let me
this
talk. I'm
lack
not
of
gonna let you cut me, am I? If you're not gonna let
I'm
me
just gonna
even make my
speak over
point,
you.
I'm not gonna let you cut me either, am I? Yeah.
But you're just gonna keep on
Nah,
speaking, innit? And I'm gonna
nah.
speak over you in a minute.
No,
Go
you're
on.
not going to speak over me, bro, because I'm going to
Yeah,
talk more than you, and my mic is better than yours. So you can just shut up,
I'll just
innit?
turn up my mic then.
Well, then
Then
what's
what?
the point, innit? We'll just sit here and shout at each other. But
Man,
you came on, and you kept on going on about me not letting you speak, yeah? So
I
then you
keep
just
on going on
immediately
nothing
have
else. I
just
spoke
done
for like
nothing
2
else
minutes.
but that,
I spoke
yeah?
for
So
2
if you
minutes, man.
think that I'm going to sit here and let you just be a dickhead like that, well, you're wrong, innit?
A
Because you can
simple
be a
question.
dickhead, and you
Do
are being a
scientific
dickhead.
theories
And
forget the
it's easy
personal
to
shit?
prove that.
See,
Bro, the
because
fact
it's
is,
got
you're
no
not letting
answer.
me
You can't
speak.
speak about
You're
what
not
I
letting me
actually
speak,
said.
are you?
You can't speak
You
about what I
insisted
actually
on speaking and
You're talking
repeating
about
everything you wanted until you were ready to
that
stop. I didn't
about
take longer than
science,
you. I never took longer than you when you started
about
cutting me.
scientific
So if
theories.
you wanted that much time, you needed to have given me that much time. Yeah?
Listen,
So you
I spoke
came
for
on
2
with those
minutes.
rules of that I must let you finish even though you're repeating it.
Spoke for 2
Bro,
minutes.
so what's the point, innit? What's the point of you making these rules and then you not sticking to
What
them?
rules?
Jump in
Bro,
there.
when you were talking, you didn't let me cut you until you
You
had
asked me a
repeated your
question.
point
Did you ask
3
me a
or 4
question?
times. Yeah? You didn't let me, did you? So why should I let
Listen, I
you?
spoke for 2 minutes.
Yeah,
I
I'm
explained the
fucking
scientific
Bro, you're a
process.
fucking idiot, bro.
You
We all heard
explain
your
nothing.
shit. We've heard your shit
Listen,
already.
answer.
I'm telling
Explain
you what
what
your
you're saying.
problem is.
Explain what you're saying.
Nah,
You're saying
okay,
that
so bro, you haven't let me speak at all, so I'm not gonna let
Actually
you
quote
talk
me.
either. Why
And stop
should you
talking about
dictate?
me.
Why should
Don't
you
worry about me.
dictate? Every time you
Actually
make a
quote
stupid
what I'm
point
saying.
and I point out why it's
Actually
stupid,
quote.
you
Actually
change
quote
the
what I'm saying.
subject. Why should you? No, but I want to ask you a question. The reason you want to ask me a different question is because you fucking look stupid when I pointed out why you're looking stupid. Yeah,
It's the
so
same
shut up a
question, you
second.
dummy.
No,
We're
so
talking about
shut
the
up.
same scientific
So,
theory. You
if it's the same question, let me
That's
just
what I'm
answer it then,
saying.
innit?
Answer. What are you
If
talking
it's the
about?
same
Because you
question,
got
let
no
me just
answers. Let
answer
me
it then,
first.
isn't
Because you
it?
got no answers.
Bro,
You have to
shut
make
up,
it
man.
personal.
Shut up, bro.
You got
You're
no
too
answers.
fucking emotional. You come on with your high horse about fucking trying to challenge
Simple
the whole
question. You ain't
world of
got no
science
sense.
with your
You
flat
made
earth
a
model
mistake. If I never
and you're
came on and checked
denying
your history,
evolution.
if I never
Bro, do you
came
know
on
how
and checked
embarrassing
your
that is?
history, you'd
Nah,
have been
shut up,
chatting
bro.
shit and
Shut
lying all
up.
day. Oh,
Shut up, bro.
scientific.
Nah, you didn't let me speak. So, bro,
Ezra.
you came on and started acting all this.
You
No, you
get
must let
so
me
what,
speak.
bro?
So then I
You
let you
lied,
speak, didn't
you
I?
lied,
Yeah.
and you
And
lied
now
got
you
checked.
didn't let
Now
me
you're
speak
upset
after
because
that.
you lied
You
got
didn't
checked.
let me
Because
speak
you
after
lied
that.
got checked. You're
Bro, go
upset.
fuck
You
yourself,
understand?
man. You're a
Because
dickhead.
somebody came on,
Bro, you're
checked
a
your
dickhead.
lies, and you
What?
had to concede
I
that
had
you
to
lied.
what? I
Now
didn't
you're
have to do
upset.
nothing,
Now
bro.
you're upset.
You
Answer.
came on
You get it?
and
You
you
get it? You
fucking
get it?
needed to
lads,
speak.
lads,
Yeah,
Slap the
you
vote,
wouldn't let
bro.
anybody stop you from speaking.
Slap the
So
vote
if you're
tonight, yo.
holding on to that as the
Hey,
rule,
guys.
then let man speak,
Slap the
innit?
vote.
I'm not asking for anything more than what you
Go on.
insisted. You're
You're
the one
upset,
that.
bro.
Yeah, well,
You
shut up
this,
then, innit?
you that, you this,
Yeah,
you that.
alright. See,
Ezra,
bro,
Ezra.
this is the thing with you is that you're
Speak
so
about the
fucking
scientific
dumb.
method.
You can't
Answer.
even stick to something
James,
that you
James,
set up
speak about
yourself. Yeah,
Can I,
you want to
can I,
talk to me about science, yeah,
you this,
but you're so
you that,
fucking dumb
you
already,
this,
I
you that.
bro.
can you
So
hear
let
me?
me speak
About
then,
the
innit? So let me
scientific
speak.
method.
Because my
Can you
point
hear
is
me?
Answer,
very
you big
simple,
nose.
but you don't want to
Get
hear
out,
it.
man.
You don't want to hear it. Nah, you
Can
shut
you
up
hear me?
because I was
Man,
talking,
you
and
can't
then you
explain nothing. having?
Bro,
All you
I was
talking about is
talking,
me.
bro.
Hold
This
on.
is the
All you
thing.
talking
Is
about?
when my point, when you hear me destroying your point, you need to jump in and ask me a question about something else to change
Hold
the
on.
subject. You
Can you hear me?
fucking
How is it
obviously
something
gonna do
else?
that.
It's the same fucking thing we're talking
Bro,
about, dickhead.
Well, I don't want. No, if it's the same thing, then shut up and
I
let me
said
just
these
keep answering it.
scientific
Then, innit?
theories become
If it's the same
obsolete.
thing, then shut
You
up and
claim
let me keep
scientific
answering
theories are
it.
facts.
If it's the same thing, then shut up and let me keep answering it. It will not add anything to
You've got a
repeat
little
the
bit of
same
sense,
question.
I'm
Bro,
just,
it will not add anything to
James,
repeat
he
the same
said
question.
scientific theories
You're
are
just a
facts. I'm
dickhead
saying
who cannot
they
hear
become
anything
obsolete every single
sensible
day.
being said
They
because
become
it goes
obsolete
against
every
your
single
fucking
day. So they're
shitty,
not
dumb
facts.
views, innit? That's why. It's like you hear anything other than the flat earth or that evolution is by chance, bro,
You
you
this,
don't
you
understand
that,
because
Ezra.
why don't you
You this,
understand?
you
Because you
that.
lack the
Well,
education, you
hey,
fucking
someone's
idiot.
got to let someone
Bro,
finish,
shut
though,
up.
innit?
Let me make my
Someone's got to
point.
let
It's been
someone
fucking
finish.
10 minutes now. You won't
Someone's
let
got to
me
be quiet
speak.
and let
This is
someone
just
else
how much
finish.
of a
That's
dickhead you
average.
are. You come on with this fucking dumb attitude and you try and talk like you know something. Bro, you're
All
fucking
you see, all you're
retarded.
gonna talk about is
Bro,
me. You got
yeah,
no
well, fuck you,
scientific
innit?
knowledge.
Because you ain't let
Talk
me
about
talk for 10
science.
minutes, you
Talk about
dickhead.
science. You
Bro,
big
you
nose.
haven't let me
Hey,
talk for
hey, Buddha,
10 minutes. So
hey,
why am
Buddha,
I
can you
gonna...
hear me?
Why am
Shut your big
I
dick.
gonna...
Yeah.
Buddha,
Talk
can
about
you hear me?
Nah,
science.
you're a dickhead, bro. You're a
All you do
dickhead,
is
bro.
talk about
You and your
UVs.
Hey,
flat earth
Buddha.
wankers, yeah. You
Are you
flat
got
Hey,
earth...
debunked?
excuse me,
Bro,
science,
how...
science, science.
Imagine how
Yo,
dumb
y'all
you have to
grown
be in this day
men.
and age.
Yo.
You are grown
Imagine.
men. You grown men.
Yeah, man.
Nah, bro,
Yeah.
look,
Let's
he
get
insisted on
back
the
to the
time to
topic, innit?
speak.
Yeah, let's get back to the
Yeah,
topic
Yeah,
still,
man.
sir.
Well,
And then
well,
yeah,
bruv,
let's get
you
back to
shut
the
up then, and
topic.
bruv,
Alright.
Ezra, shut up then, and let me make my point in it. Yeah, the reason why you don't fucking understand this shit, bro, is simply because you seem to think that you and a small band of merry flat earthers have got a better understanding of the methodology of science and its value than the fucking whole world of experts who work in this field, study this field, teach this field, and have learned about this field. Yeah, that is essentially the problem, bro. You asking me these dumb questions about facts and fucking shit like that, bro. It's embarrassing for you because you brought up a fucking criticism that you got wrong your fucking self, you dickhead. Like, how embarrassing
You ain't
is
even
that for
explained
you?
how I've got it wrong. Oh, now all you're talking about is you keep saying I've got it wrong, but you can't explain nothing. You get me? Simple. You made a mistake. I corrected you, and now you're upset.
Yo,
Simple as
Urza,
that.
are you related? Are you
Simple as
related
that. Wait,
to
one second,
Are
one
you
second,
related to
Brad.
Betty?
Brad, 1 second. Yeah. I came on, I corrected him. He got
Oh,
upset and
man.
started making it personal. You this, you that. Yeah. He said scientific theories are facts. They are not. They get debunked and become obsolete every single day. New scientific theories develop and other ones go in the bin. He ain't got no sense. Get me?
Oh, hold on.
But
Can I,
Let me try and jump in there.
can I
Man.
jump
This
in
is
quickly?
yeah,
Scientific.
let me
yeah,
try and
mute
jump
your
in.
mic. You're dumb. Go on.
So, yeah, Ezra, I always talked about you, the Van Allen belt. So, are you saying that is the dome that covers the flat Earth?
I'm saying that's the firmament that the Bible speaks of.
But can I just
But some people call it
Buddha,
dome.
can I just tackle exactly what you were saying just now though?
Who,
Because
me or?
no, Ezra. Like
Yep.
yes. So obviously, for example, yeah, within a scientific theory, there is what you would regard as fact. You know, like it's a fact that things change over time, yeah. So arguably, then you could say that's evolution. So they're little facts. Then you might say this specific type of
Are you lot
evolution.
still talking? I can't hear nothing.
Yeah, someone told Scientific you can jump out and jump back in.
Yeah, can you hear me, Answer?
No, but he can't hear me, obviously,
Yeah.
innit? But so tell him
Yeah,
jump out.
you
Jump
can't. Can you hear James? Answer.
No.
Jump out and jump back in again.
All right.
Go on, James.
Yeah, Ezra. So there are fact. Like I think even you could agree on that. There are facts that comprise so what I'd argue a scientific theory. Yeah, but as you know, science doesn't deal with absolutes by virtue of its method. So its method is constant. So they wouldn't bother. You wouldn't if you believed everything was a fact. Yeah, you wouldn't constantly bother testing parts of the thing. So like even when certain like there may be a certain different theory, but there may be a certain different motivation or natural motivation for evolution they may find, yeah, or a certain environmental, some kind of circumstance for evolution that they say is somewhat different from Darwin's postulation that they may find in the future. That doesn't completely disregard Darwin's
If they found it, then
theory of
then
evolution,
yes.
but it
But if
adds
they
some
found
nuance to it. You understand? So it's like
yeah, but
because they don't believe in absolutes, I feel like it's a cop out to say, oh well, scientific theories can if you take a scientific theory that's generally accepted across the board, yeah, for example, like evolution, and you take another theory like some kind of new particle theory that's like highly theoretical, and then you say, oh well, the theoretical particle theory got debunked last week by some observance of some other kind of particle interaction, and they say therefore evolution is also equally as ephemeral. Yeah, I don't think that's a fair statement to make, because by virtue of the method itself, both cannot be claimed as absolute, because both are constantly being tested upon, and it would make no sense to test something if you believe that it was ironclad, it would never change.
So that's why I feel like you're getting bogged down.
Yeah,
But
I agree with that, and that's the point I'm trying to make. The same exact thing. So like basically, they get these scientific laws and basically facts, stuff that do pass the scientific method. Yeah, like magnetism, like thermodynamics, like Ohm's law. Yeah, they get these facts. Yeah, and that we can all test, observable, testable, and repeatable. Yeah, they get facts, scientific facts, and then they make their theory, their explanation about it. But my point is, their explanation is often wrong and often becomes obsolete, and new explanations develop. So the explanation was never a fact in the first place. Do you get that, James?
That's the point of science, though.
Huh?
Like, ever progressing.
But it's not a fact. That's the point. No, it's not a fact, is it? If it's ever progressing,
that is the fact of. That's the point of science, is to constantly search the fact. They had I don't know what I know the story, but I want to be able to know the field. But there was an older gentleman that had a theory about something, and he put it out there for years until a younger guy came in, disproved it. The older guy just simply went to the younger guy and said, "Thank you," and they continue to move on from there.
So was the older guy's theory a fact, or was it not?
No, but Ezra, yeah.
No, let him answer. Was the older guy's theory?
No, he called it a theory.
Exactly.
I called it a theory. So when it becomes science, there are scientific facts. Like there are.
No, but Ezra, like you're missing the point. But hold on, you're talking about the method, yeah. The methodology is to come to a conclusion.
Yeah,
like, that's the whole point. It's like I observed it. Yeah, I tested it, and for example, like the whole concept of a test is to set parameters where if you observe something, that it either proves or disproves a theory, you can conclude therefore that your theory is correct if it continues to do that. And I can't. Hey, Scientific, can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, what's that? I remember I heard that skydive guy talking about it once. There's like a proof. It's like, is it like 3,500 times or 3 million times? Once something can be repeated 3,500 times or something, then it's considered a fact in physics, or sorry, it's considered a law, or it passes some kind of threshold. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't. But I mean, I haven't actually heard of that. But your point is absolutely correct, bro. Like at the end of the day, if you when you do something and you get a consistent result, you that doesn't give you the right to call it a law. But if you keep doing it again and again, and over weeks, months, years, it still does. And then you share that with everybody else that you know, and they do it and they get the same result consistently. For all practical purposes, you will start calling that a law. These things that we talk about, it's just different levels of scientific theories. We base our theories of evolution and stuff on our previous theories of germs and chemicals and atoms. Atomic theory is still a theory, yes, but it's just become so well established that it's become part of our intellectual toolkit.
Now it's a fact, yeah.
Yeah, it's just become part of our intellectual toolkit.
No, it's a fact.
Hang on. One day, bro, scientists know that one day we might find something new about the universe that makes us change our atom theory, which means that we would now have to reestablish all of the other theories that are built upon it. But the fact is that doesn't matter. It's just silly semantics of language that he's criticizing. That's all it is. It's not even a criticism of science in any way, shape, form whatsoever.
And Ezra, yeah, just quickly.
I'm not criticizing science. I'm saying, that people's understanding of science, is not according to actual scientists. You get me? What answer? Listen, if I never came on and checked him, believe me, he would have sat there and told everyone that scientists, 99% of scientists believe that it's a fact, and then most people would have believed it's nonsense.
What is the fact? What's the fact?
Yeah, but I qualified that straight away, and I said the scientists would say that is a fact in the sense of as much a fact as anything can be a fact that we are so far yet.
I don't say that though.
All right, but then I came in straight away to say that, and then you went into 10 minutes of not letting me speak.
Now, all right, answer James. Anyway, so going back to what we said, do you agree that so when they do the scientific process, so let's just use magnetism for example, because that's an easy one we've all done before. Yeah, so they get these two magnets now, and they test. Yeah, they repel on one end and they attract on the other end. Yeah, they observe it, they test it, they repeat it. Now that becomes a scientific law because it passes all three. Yeah. Then certain people can make a theory based on that experiment that's just happened now. So now, yeah, one scientist will say, okay, they attract because of this reason and because of that reason, and then another scientist will come with another theory saying, well, they attract because of that reason, and another one will say they repel because of this. So now we've got a few different theories, then they peer review them, and the one that seems most likely gets the nod. You know what I'm saying, fam? The best theory, but it's still a theory because it's an explanation. This is why.
But when you're looking,
you're missing out the most important bit. What is the reason that why any particular theory would be held as more substantial or valid than any other theory? You don't understand it. Tell me, what is the reason why anyone would be? Tell me how would? No, you haven't. Bro, tell me how, out of all the different theories, what is the criteria by which scientists would say this theory is a better explanation? Tell me how.
Well, few different things, yeah. Obviously, they'll test the equations, yeah, and work out the theories in it. And if the theories add
what
up,
are you talking about? That's so general. You're just saying
you're
just saying that they will go ahead and do their business.
See what I'm saysaying? You're asking me a question. I'm trying to answer 2 words in your opening your dumb beak. Get me?
Bro, you just said that they will go ahead and do their process, which you don't understand. Tell me what the criteria is for validating one theory over another.
I'm trying to answer him, but you get me?
Yeah. Let's like on G Block. It's about
how you want
facts, not personalities.
Yeah.
So
what I'm saying is, like I did say, yeah, they will go to different scientists now. Will review these theories, yeah, and basically. The equations will be tested, but they cannot test the actual. So like I said, they'll test the equations, and the best one will get the nod of scientific approval.
Why is it the best? Why is it the best? Is what he's saying. Why?
Oh, because then the equations work out best, but that doesn't make it a fact.
Yes, I mean, if it depends on it depends on the test.
Hold on, you realize it's there, isn't it?
Bro, he ain't got
epileptics. Oh crap!
Scientific?
I ain't got a clue, bro. I asked him very specifically in that situation what would happen. He's just saying.
No, he answered. No. He answered it in a way I think you'd want him to answer it. Still, he said.
No, but that was by accident, bro. Trust me, I know that was by accident, Jay. Trust me, I know because that's why I was asking him specifically. And bro, trust me, I know.
The problem is you keep talking about GCSE science, and that's the problem. You only have GCSE science. You ain't done no science in your life.
This is the thing, yeah. Is that
you ain't done no engineering, nothing.
All right, so let me speak about it and let's see what happens. So this is how the scientific method really works, yeah. Which he kind of understands a few basic aspects of it, but he really doesn't understand the thread of it and the most valid parts and crucial matters, yeah. So this is what the real deal is, yeah. Is that we with electromagnetism, the law of what everybody observes is that the two objects repel each other or attract each other according to which side that you face them. Yeah, we all observe that at all times, everywhere. Yeah, throughout the whole of history. So that's the law that we're talking about in science. That's the law that everybody works from. Now, the different explanations for why that happens is the theories. Now, the best theory is based on a criteria, and I asked him very specifically because I know he's waffling and I know he ain't really getting it. Yeah, so I asked him very specifically, what is the criteria by which scientists would now say I support that theory as a better explanation for electromagnetism? For the behavior of magnets than the other theory. I asked him very specifically, and he had no answer for that. He just waffled.
I didn't answer, James. Did I answer?
Bro, the specific answer is. And this is what would have demonstrated you knew what you were talking about. The specific answer is that the theory that someone comes up with has to be able. If you come up with a hypothesis, which is even before the theory, you have to come up with a way of testing that hypothesis. You can't just say stuff like God done it, the Spirit done it, angels done it, Santa Claus must have done it while we weren't looking. You can't say dumb shit like that.
How did they test it?
Hang on. You can't say dumb shit like that because it's untestable by definition.
How?
So you have to, when you make a hypothesis or a theory, you have to give us ways of testing it. So when people came up with
the equation is how they test it.
Let me speak. When people came up with ways of when people came up with their different theories to explain the way magnets behave, The reason why the one that won is because it made predictions about in this circumstance, if you put them this far away, if you will have one magnet of this size and one magnet of that size, if you do this to them, if you put them
equation, like I said,
it made predictions that were testable. Yeah. It made predictions that were testable, and when they turned out to be correct with further experimentation to test them, that's what gave them the most validation.
Did I not say that?
Yeah, hold on, Ezra. Like, so scientific, yeah. Ezra said, which I think is even more important to address. Yeah, Ezra said he said with the I don't know if you said it like this, Ezra, but you said like who's got the best equations.
Well, no. It will be sent out, and then basically, like a few different people will make theories and hypotheses. Yeah, then it will get sent out, and other scientists will review it and test it by using the equations that Ansar just mentioned.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's called peer review.
Actual, hold on, guys. Actual maths. Hold on. Actual maths. Yeah. So when you talk about physics, we're talking about actual maths. When you talk about electromagnetism, we're talking about actual maths. When you talk about fucking biology, you can reduce it to chemistry, and then chemistry, you can reduce it to actual maths. Yeah. So there is, and this is what I was saying yesterday to Shifa. There is no you propose a theory. I pose a theory. This happens because of this. Then you say this happens because of that. Well, if we're talking about some kind of physical phenomena, there will be a mathematical explanation. The mathematical explanation is arguably the most logical explanation, because you could argue the plane has to curve because of gravity. That's logic. The plane goes straight up to leave gravity. Also, that's, I guess, a type of deductive logic. Then we would have to say, okay, well, we're using the maths, or using, like, letting maths be the language of our explanation will prove which one is more logical based on the constants we observe in the universe, so on and so forth, the forces that are acting in the universe. So when you say what equations are best, there are some kind of theories in physics that someone could be debunked from their bedroom. They don't need to go do an experiment, because they can literally say, okay, give me the explanation in the language of the universe, and I'll see if it's logical or consistent. At any point of inconsistency, then we don't need to do a physical experiment on your fucking on your theory, because it's not even logically consistent. So when you say that sometimes, some buddy boys club, like this one just said this theory existed, the reality is you yourself, if you were adept enough, could test a lot of theories yourself. Even in like bioevolutionary sort of terms, there are ways to mathematically test processes, with like mass mutations or gene mutation. You could test it with mathematics. You can build a DNA machine in your yard. So like, it's not as simple as like, because everybody's colluding at the top to pretend the earth is round, no one can test it. You can test all of the physics. You can test all of the chemistry. You can test not all of the chemistry, but you can test it at a theoretical level.
I hear you. But let me just read something for you, so maybe you understand where I'm coming from a bit better. Yeah. It says, in science, a theory is superseded or becomes obsolete when a scientific consensus widely accepted it, but currently science considers it an inadequate, incomplete, or simply false description of reality. So this is what I've been trying to explain. These theories that people can develop on the facts, such as magnetism.
Yeah, they're called theories for a reason.
Yeah, but that's the problem, and people are stating these theories as factual.
No, but
I'm sorry, 1 second, James. James, one second.
Yeah, just been sitting there listening to this dummy.
No, this is where it gets so confusing in your method. It's like you stop at like part 1 of the scientific method, and that's the questioning. The theory is the questioning. The theory is this is probable. This right here makes the most sense. This right here could be the thing. Like, there was a time in which people believed the earth. Like, if you go too far off the earth, you would fall off. Okay, there were people
he's one of them.
No.
Let me try and jump in there, man.
Let me just show you something. You know that they can't even build a pyramid. They can't build.
Edward, you let brother jump in, no?
James, 1 second. Yeah, I'm saying they can't replicate one of those pyramids today that those master builders were building in Kemet. Yeah, like they can't, not even close. Yeah,
Because
But
the math that took to build. Do you understand that
Are
Egypt?
you joking?
and they
Are
use
you
that math.
hold on,
And
not this
James,
again. Are
Brad,
you
let me
joking,
finish.
Ezra?
Let me finish, Brad. Come
Are
on,
you
man.
joking though?
Some have manners, innit? I'm saying they can't repeat building those pyramids today. Yeah, like because Brad just said, yeah, because of the extreme mathematics that was involved.
Wait,
Yeah.
what do you
And
mean?
No,
What,
no, no,
what,
no,
what do
no,
you mean?
no, no. I did
Let me
not. I didn't
finish,
say.
brother.
No,
Let me
no.
finish.
Ezra, explain that though. Explain it. I don't understand what you
Let me just
mean.
finish a sentence.
But can
Fucking
you
hell.
explain what
James,
you
just
mean?
been
I don't
speaking for
understand.
James, you just speaking for 10 minutes straight, you know.
I know. Can you explain it? I'm
I
saying I
just
don't
want to finish
understand.
2 sentences, fam.
But I
Fuck's
don't
sake.
understand. Can you explain it? Is what I'm asking.
Well, if you let me finish, you might understand a bit more.
All right. Do you not know what
Yeah.
I don't understand? But all right, go on.
All right, and so like I said, yeah, like Brad just said, these things are. But how do I put it? Like, basically, science is science, and the facts are the facts. They never change. But the theories, yeah, will always change. This
No,
is
Ezra,
what
Yeah,
I'm
you're
there's a
talking
trying to.
about
difference between
pyramids, though.
facts
You're
and
talking about
theories,
pyramids.
though.
You're talking about pyramids. I want to know what you said about pyramids again. What does that mean?
And so basically, the pyramids, yeah, like they cannot be repeated. Yeah, we
That's
can't.
not true.
All
not
right, and
true.
James. Well, it is true. They can't even the tractors, the technology today can't even lift up one of the stones. Never mind.
Do you
What?
understand why, though? Do you understand why? There was
James.
math that was used during the time of Kemet was used in a cultish sense, meaning that it was the secrets were not released. And then
No, wait,
Exactly.
no, Brad, don't do
Exactly.
no,
And
Brad.
my
You're doing it as
point.
well.
See, I'm
Bro,
trying to make
what
the
am I
one
doing?
point. You know,
Wait,
James,
stop.
I'm trying to
What do
make
you mean?
one
What do you
point
mean?
about these
Wait.
pyramids.
What do you mean? There's cranes
Listen,
that can't lift the stones? What the fuck are you talking? You're saying
I'm saying
we
yeah, to
cannot
lift.
lift a
You
stone
know the weight
in
Yeah,
of one of those
that's
pyramids.
what that's.
You know the stones
what?
in the giant pyramid. You know how much each stone weighs. Yeah, they couldn't even move it today with 50
Do
cranes.
you understand that, like, the pyramid
That's
Brad,
a
do
never
lie.
you
actually
understand
Like,
what
what
I'm
been
do you
speaking,
together?
mean?
Brad, do you understand that I'm speaking? Like, have manners, fam. Like, fuck's sake.
Bro, you're not saying anything though. You have like
Well,
manners but
I'm
no
actually
sense.
talking
Like,
to
what's the
James right
point?
now. I'm trying to explain. James asked me about the pyramids, and every time you keep cutting in, so
Yo,
shut up, innit?
God, yo, are you from Birmingham or like, man? Yeah, I hate
Shut up,
that.
man. Where you
Yo, I
from?
want a London
Where the hell are
accent,
you
man.
from?
Goodness.
Yeah, well, shut up. Anyway, James, yeah, like I was trying to say, these pyramids,
Flat Earth Hebrew.
these pyramids, yeah, cannot be replicated today. Yeah, and what I'm saying is that mathematical precision that they used, yeah, is based on a flat Earth model. Kemet
What
used
the fuck
flat
are you
Earth,
talking
yeah.
about?
Sumerians used flat Earth. The Mayans, that all these great civilizations of the past, yeah, used flat Earth models. You listen to some guy because they stuffed the globe in your nursery and every single classroom you've ever been in had one. Now you're convinced, no evidence, everything that you've ever experienced tells you the Earth's flat, yeah. But you go against it for some reason. It's a bit mad.
How much do they weigh? Hold on. How much do they weigh? How much do they weigh? How much do one of them stones weigh?
They only weigh
Right.
about 3 tons max.
Right, and
Yeah,
watch.
you know what the heaviest thing a crane can lift is?
Right.
20,133 metric tons. Tyson holds the world record
Yeah,
for
but
heaviest weight lifted by a crane. Are you smoking?
bro, you'd need more than 50 of those, and they still wouldn't be able to do it because of the
What?
supreme mathematics. There's too much mathematics involved, bro. The crane don't understand.
Listen.
No, I
Ezra,
did.
let
Say
me just say
the
this, Ezra.
Great
Please
Pyramid,
let me say
innit?
this
No, I
sentence,
did say.
please.
I wasn't talking about no little.
But let me
silly
just say one sentence quickly, yeah?
Great Pyramid.
But hold on. This is what I was saying to Schiffer last night. You're right. There's so much of the world I don't. I'm shit at science, bro. I'm scientifically illiterate, so I'm not going to challenge you on none of that. But when you have a consistent worldview, it's like someone says something that you believe is preposterous. Yeah. If you were right, you would have been right. I said I didn't believe you, and I went and did some research, and then I asked you a relevant question. This is my scientific experiment. So okay, why can't that be lifted? Why? What's the way? Okay, cool. Let's see if the technology we have today, what way it can lift. And just right there, there's an inconsistency. So what you're predicating your belief or your understanding of the pyramids is it cannot be lifted because X reason. Well, with this Tyson or whatever the fuck it's called, you know that they can lift literally. What did you say? Would you say 5 or 3? Well, it can literally lift 20,000 of those. Like 20,000 of those, or a little bit less, maybe 10,000. 10,000 of that could build a pyramid, depending on how it actually operates and how you can use it and shit. That could
How much
potentially
tons
build a pyramid in a day.
Nah, I'm conflicted,
How much
bro.
can it-
There's evidence for both
wait, say
sides.
that again.
here now.
How much can
There's
it
actually
lift?
evidence for both sides, so I'm
How,
gonna
how,
withhold
how much can
judgment.
it lift?
Help me, scientific. What's the
Because
what's
I'm
the,
saying,
what's
yeah,
counter evidence?
listen, the
Well,
King's
he said
Chamber,
that
listen,
you'd need 50 of them to move one stone.
I'm
So
saying, the King's Chamber, yeah.
come on, you couldn't be that far wrong. Come on, 20,000 metric tons versus two.
Alright,
Like,
Oh my!
come
Wait,
on.
wait, wait! Time out! I'm reading this right now. The Great Pyramid. Okay, so the actual for the Great Pyramid, the average weight of a block is about 2.3 metric tons. So about 2.5 tons. So how much could a crane lift?
20,000.
Alright,
So you mean to
listen,
tell me
listen.
all you
Let me
need?
listen.
All you
Yeah.
need is two
How
of
much
them.
can the crane lift? How much can the crane lift, James?
20,000.
This
20,000
one reading
tons.
says the Guinness World Record. The Tyson holds the world record for heaviest weight lifted by a crane, set in Yantai on April 18th, 2008, and set at 20,133 metric ton. That's 44,385 six. Sorry, that's 44,385,667.25 pound by lifting a
And how
bar.
they've moved all that, and how they've moved those stones. Obviously, I'm not talking about those stones that are building buildings today. I'm talking about the ones that are mobile, those mobile cranes in it. Yeah, like the ones that could actually lift the stones.
Heaviest weight lifted by
Listen,
a mobile crane.
James, I'm talking about the cranes
Let's
that
see.
could lift up the stones and take them. Obviously, how would that crane be able to move it from southern Kemet to northern Kemet, or from north to south?
Obviously,
Oh,
they
like a
move.
driving
Obviously, they
crane.
How would
driving
obviously
crane.
you have to think of how it would be possible, innit? You know what I'm saying?
Wait.
Look,
Time out. Do you honestly
Brad,
believe
shut
that?
up a minute, man. I'm talking like
Yo, you're
just
not
wait,
saying
man. Just
anything
wait
though.
your turn, and then you can speak, innit? I'll mute my mic, I promise. Yeah. So what I'm saying, James, is that the King's Chamber, to the Great Pyramid, it's 80 tons alone, and it's built out of one stone, carved, out of one stone. So
Well, then why would they need a crane if they carved it then?
how would they have moved that 80-ton stone, to Kemet?
No, but this is the sort of the deficiency in this is the erroneous statement you're claiming. It's not that we couldn't build it. It's that we don't. Sorry, it's not that we don't know how to build it. It's that we don't know how they built it. And that, to be honest, Brad gave a good explanation for it. Was the esoteric nature of like the hierarchical structure of the time, which is not everyone's going to be allowed to know. So in the same way we have random, what's the word, man? We have random like treatises and histories and biographies written by the fucking proletariat in modern times. We don't necessarily have that. There aren't just rogue scholars in fucking ancient Kemet that were like commenting on how the pyramids were built. It was very much like an insulated process. So yeah, we may not know how they did it, but even that, I remember when Schiff was talking, I was reading an article to like respond literally as he was saying something similar to you, and it was saying that they found evidence for like basically some of the tools that were used. They feel like they were intentionally buried, but they found some like it wasn't a crane. What was the word? Like some kind of leveraging thing. Oh, ramps. No, they found ramps that they previously didn't know. Like they didn't know how they sort of got up and down to the top, like to do work on the top, and they found evidence for ramps. But even then, obviously, because a lot of them are organic materials, there's a lot of decay and stuff, and a lot of intentional like obfuscating of the tools because they didn't want other people to know how they built it. So it's not. You're right in the sense that we don't know precisely exactly how ancient Kemetans built it. No, like, bro, we build some of the most most complex and intricate sort of edifices in modern times. Yeah, how that they could never build. How the fuck?
And you're also talking about like less than. You're talking about a time when they didn't have
PCs. Yeah, even with PCs, they still admit. I'm an engineer. Trust me, that they admit that they could not get those lines as straight as they did Kemet. Like. I'm telling you, the 90-degree angles on the door.
Nobody says stuff like that,
Listen,
bro.
I'm saying the 90-degree angles on the doors are perfect. The angles, perfect. It can't be replicated.
But you're also talking about math in its purest form, too. You're talking about some of the first math in the world.
Yeah, I get it.
You're saying you're saying some ancient people are more exact and precise than a fucking laser-guided fucking computer-based fucking
I'm saying to
mechanical
cut it
tool.
that straight. I'm saying
Anyway,
to cut those stones that straight. Yeah,
nah,
like
stop that, bro. We got lasers now, bro. Stop it.
Yeah.
all right.
But anyway, listen. The thing about the stones
Now,
and the
before you
movement.
just that rubbish, you need to go and check things out. That's the
Oh,
problem.
stop it, bro. We've all checked this. It's boring. The thing about the thing about moving the stones, yeah. The latest, the thing is, yeah, we can't say for sure. Like we also know that look, human beings defeated woolly mammoths on the during the ice ages. We don't know exactly how. They're fucking massive, yeah. But we know from the remnants of the situation and the spread of human diversity, we know that we did eventually overcome them. We've fucking chased creatures out of existence. Yeah, but the thing is, we don't know exactly how we managed to do every single one of those things. But we have to build a picture based on the evidence available, and this picture changes. Hang on, this picture changes. So wait a minute. When I was growing up in the 80s and 90s, we were told. I remember in school that the Egyptians most likely used logs to, tree trunk logs to help as like kind of wheels to move the big stones and people pulling it. But that still had the problem of the sand, yeah, because the sand is not very good for that. But the latest kind of understanding from scientists and Egyptologists is that it's quite obvious that these people knew how to make sandcastles. They knew that water helps sand particles build bridges and become a stronger surface and have more surface tension. So they would have known that if you was to pour water out on the sand before you roll something heavy over it, it's going to be a lot more sturdy and it's going to create a flat plane, which we all know, which we can do at the beach ourselves every day. Yeah. Why do you think they wouldn't have been able to work that out? Just because it took us so long to work out that that's what they could have done, it doesn't, like, for them, it would have been one of the first things they would have fucking realized.
Oh man.
But and just to double down, but it means we don't know what they did. Not we can't do it ourselves. We could build a concrete surface over anywhere. We've got mechanical and mobile and what do you call it, engine based fucking technology that can, and obviously the cranes and stuff that can lift heavy amounts and take and travel over space, like over ground. Yeah. So it's insane that you believe we couldn't build like Americans have fucking casino pyramids, like real pyramids, 6 pyramids with like electricity in them, like lights and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, real pyramids. You know what I'm saying? Computers, internet technology, satellites and shit. Like we've got mad, like our pyramids are sick, bro. Like their pyramids are like, man. Like where would you rather live? Like in an a pyramid in like fucking in Las Vegas or a pyramid in fucking ancient Egypt? Do you know what I mean? In some tomb somewhere.
Like no one's debating that technology's moved on since then. Like I don't understand your point. It's just
how could we? That's what I'm saying. So how they could never build what we've built? Yeah, the most modern casino in the world now, like one of these.
There's about casinos. You think they was interested in casinos?
No, sorry,
I meant pyramid. Structure.
The most, like, let's say the Louvre or something like that. Yeah, the most modern. What you'd argue is like, it's classified as a pyramid, that kind of shape and structure. The most modern one of them, they could never build. Let's not even question it. There's rooms in the modern casino they could never build. There's nothing we couldn't build in a casino.
What about that building makes you think they couldn't build it?
What?
What about that building you just spoke of makes you think they couldn't build it?
What, like the Louvre? Well, I don't know. Were they manipulating glass back in ancient Kemet?
No. But
so like there you go. There you go, bro.
Did they have a need to?
But that's not the question, though. That's not what we're arguing. It's not about the why. We're not arguing the why. No, but hold on. Look what you're doing. We're not arguing the why. I'm saying I said why can't they build the Louvre and why we can build what they can build. What you said one reason why we hold on. No. We'll do it right now. You said one reason why they couldn't build it. I asked you how much they couldn't move the stone. I asked you how much the stone was. You told me however many, and then I told you what we can actually lift. So number one, now we can already build it unless there's something else. You talked about cutting stones or whatever. We would argue that laser guided, like laser precision.
I meant moving.
Hold on. Laser precision is the most precision. Then you asked one simple question: why can't they build the Louvre? And I said, what, can they manipulate glass? And you said no. But why did they need to?
I didn't say no. I did. When did I say no? Like,
okay, sorry.
You just did just now.
So where's the evidence of it? Then?
James, you've just been yapping for a minute. Relax. Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm saying it. Like, I notice you do this a lot. Like, you make up your own arguments and then argue it. Like, I never said none of that stuff.
No, he literally just repeated what you just said, yo.
No, he didn't. I said that they can't manipulate glass. Or I said that they didn't.
He asked you if you can manipulate glass.
No, he said they didn't. He said they didn't. He said they didn't still. He said
so
they
what
didn't.
So what's the lies about?
Go on. It sounded like you, but to be honest, because you didn't answer it straight, it sounded
Right,
bad.
just
Go on.
stop cheerleading for a bit, man. Put your pom-poms down and just relax yourself.
Go on, Israel. Go on, then. They can, yeah. Go on. Show us how they'll build the Louvre.
All right, then.
With the power of Yah.
I'm saying, yeah, there was buildings that had steel, that had all these things that like we use for materials today. Like obviously, it just wasn't good materials for their environment and their times, and you know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell would a glass window do in a sandstorm? You know what I'm saying? Nothing. Like, what's
So
it gonna
believe,
do?
hold on. So you believe?
Why are you gonna have a glass windows in such hot climate? In
So
such
wait, so
heat?
you're literally saying that. Alright, this is actually. You believe that the modern construction of the Louvre, like, so not when it was first constructed, but how it looks now, or Louvre. I'm not sure how you pronounce it, Louvre. But you're saying that ancient Kemetans could have built it completely. So the way it's
Mind you,
built
they
now,
had boats that the Greeks were able to destroy. So
What's that?
they didn't even have navigation.
you say, of course they could.
Yes, if they can build a pyramid, yeah.
Wow.
Like such precision, yeah.
Wow.
Within 0.5 millimeter precise, yeah. Like, of course they could do that. Like
So what? Yo, can I ask you a question?
Huh?
Like, how do you reconcile stuff like, you know, internet and stuff like that? Do you believe like they just didn't give a shit about internet? That's why they didn't build it.
You know that they was building glass pots and all that in Kemet, glass vases. I'm just looking something up while we're talking. So like I was just saying that they couldn't manipulate glass and all that. Yeah, do you know that they was doing that?
Classical heart music, man.
Yeah, but what's that got to do with the internet and spaceships?
Dead. God, James.
No, the scientific just kept you on point.
Well, that's your problem. That's your problem, James. You don't realize that the Kemetics had Google. They had scientific business, had internet.
Yeah.
What kind of glass?
James Jones, I told you yesterday, you are a real goat, and I don't mean the greatest of all time. You're just
you're
a
racist.
goat.
You're racist, Shafar. You're proper racist, fam. Yo, I don't want no more Americans taking the piss out of Africans. Yeah,
you are a real goat.
Hey, stop! Hey, you American boy. Stop taking the piss out
who's
of
an American?
African people, blood. But yeah, no, man. Do you know what though? Now I realize, Ezra. Yeah, like no disrespect, brother, but you are so beyond the pale. Like you are so far gone.
There's no point.
Like you actually believe that they could be, so like if they you're like it's like they're sitting down in some little fucking chamber in the fucking pyramid talking about should we build the Empire State Building, and another guy's like, no, why do we need the Empire State Building? We don't need it.
Obviously, they built stuff that worked for their environment, stuff that helped them in their life. Yeah,
well, why they're fucking extinct.
Like it's like saying, yeah, why ain't flipping we're building with cottage? Why aren't we building cottages anymore? Get me? It's like saying, like the people in the desert. Why don't? It's like saying the people who live in Russia. Yeah, why don't they build a
Kinetic railgun
villa? Why don't they build a villa in Alaska?
That's not like Ezra.
Dumb.
Yo, Ezra.
You know why hold on. I have to say this. You know why you're so slow? Because what exists in Egypt right now, guys? And you know what? You don't answer that, Brad. What type of structures exist in Egypt right now?
Egypt right now, the same as it was.
Modern
Ezra.
So it seems to be beneficial for the Egyptians now. But,
now
they didn't see a future where that's what would.
Oh, guess what, James? They're building a whole new city too.
You're done out here, man. You're done out here.
You're done out here. You're double done.
You're done.
You
literally just trying to say
Ezra, this guy is retarded. This guy said, hold on, Ezra, are you listening to the foolishness come out of this idiot boy's mouth? Let me show you what I must say. The idiot boy said, could the Egyptians even manipulate glass? And he's just showing his hand. This guy don't read nothing. He knows nothing.
Don't call people idiot, bro, because the sun goes into a hole in the earth. Don't call anyone
idiot. You can't talk. You
let me
can
show you
never
something.
talk about idiot, bro.
You can tell me that you can tell me that I can't talk, but let me show you something. The whole of your panel are full of idiots. full of retarded people who regurgitate information. Yeah, let me show you something. It is believed that the Egyptians were among the first to use glass in their art and culture as far back as 2500 BC, but they don't really know the timing, so they just give you a guesstimate. Yeah, amulets and solid glass beads were made in Mesopotamia about 1,000 years later. The Egyptians also began making glass. Glass in
but did you hear
glass
the
is
question,
produced
though?
from a mixture
but Shipper, that's all fine and well.
Let me finish.
The sun goes into a hole in the earth.
Let me finish. Let's not do your
Antarctica.
foolishness today, lads. We know that you're scientific. Listen, we know you are scientific. Your scientific religion is what you believe in, and you can't prove it. Don't get your knickers in a twist.
But you can't prove
Now
the
we
other.
know that glass is made. Hold on. We know that glass is made out of sand. And what is one thing that Egypt is very rich in? Get the hell out of here with your foolishness.
No,
But Shipper, after all that wonderful speech, the sun still goes into a hole in the earth.
Hold on. All right, you know what? No, he wants to take shots. Let me fire a shot back. No, you don't want to take shots. All right, listen, you fire your shot, and then I'm going to fire a shot back that's going to make you all look like you're retarded. Fire your shot.
But the moon goes into Antarctica.
Hold on. I asked Ezra the question
moon
because I said, can they build what they build? He said yes. I said, all right, cool. Can they manipulate glass? He didn't know the answer. He had to go.
I said they didn't.
No.
You're talking about Windows.
Yeah. Hold on.
You talking about Windows.
Hold on, Ezra, man. Hold on. I'm not gonna lie on you.
You lie and change the argument like that.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie on you. When I asked you, you didn't answer the question. You said they didn't need you. Then you went, hold on. Well, I'm telling the truth, so don't lie. And then you went and Googled, and then you came back with it. All that was left for me was a question. I didn't say they could or they could not. I asked him, and he didn't answer it. So don't.
Yes, I did.
Don't say
Hold on,
guys. Schiffer, don't call man an idiot like I told you that they couldn't manipulate glass. I genuinely didn't know. I said,
because you like to call people retards, yeah? You like to call people retarded and stuff, yeah? Let me show you how retarded you are.
Antarctica. Guys, one comment, then I'm out.
All right, well, my bro, listen. Whoever's saying that in the background as well, yeah? There can be 5 of you talking at once, yeah? There can be 5 of you talking at once, and you're all retarded. Only one who is not retarded here is Ezra. That's the only one who's not retarded. Now, let me show you why you're retarded, yeah? You scientific idiots, yeah? Scientific foolish people, yeah? Let me show you something. You believe, listen. You want to talk about what I believe, yeah? But I'm a person who will admit that I cannot prove it because your government, first and foremost, your government, anyway, talk over me then. I'll let you guys talk first.
No, let him finish. Let him finish, Walter.
Your knickers are in a twist, innit?
I just want to say, James.
In the middle of talking.
He's going to go for 10 minutes. I'll say my 1 minute, I'm out. I just want to say, Ezra, Sifa, guys, in the time of Egypt, there was pulleys, there was ropes, there was wood, and there was know that. You could make a pulley system that would very well easily lift two tons, and you could measure a perfect right angle.
Yeah, we know that.
So why are you telling me this perfect? It went to perfect. Of course, you could measure perfection. But
you could not place those stones together perfectly, though.
You could because you had a pulley system that you could.
No, you could not. Not without mortar. Not fitting them together exact precision. Not cutting those stones with exact. Hold on. Not listen. Not cutting those. Listen. You made your point. You've made your point. Be quiet for a second, yeah? Because what you're doing is you're projecting, and you can't listen to anyone refuting you because you've got your knickers in a twist. Let me finish then. If you ain't got your knickers in a twist, let me finish. Yeah, you cannot cut those stones to the exact precision that they are cut to without a laser. Yeah, with modern day technology. But if you look at those stones, there are no burn marks. There are no burn marks to suggest that any lasers are used.
How do you know they were cut and not molded?
Because you cannot make a mold to that precision.
Yes,
you can.
You show me a mold that's made to that precision. Show me one. Show me one that's made to that precision.
Build one at home. Build it and then put concrete in it. See what happens. It'll be perfect.
Show me one that is made to that precision. If you got a mold for a brick, what you will find is, Walter, that every single brick is out by millimeters. No bricks are made at exactly the same size with exactly the same perfect cut. So don't chat shit. Don't chat shit, Walter. Don't chat shit. And don't get your knickers in a twist. You sound like you got mental health problems.
No,
you went to the pyramids. You went to the pyramids. Schiffer,
you sound like you got mental health problems too. You sound like a fanboy who's ready to bow down in front of a man and start doing some nasty stuff. And I'm not going to go there with you.
Schiffer, did you measure the pyramid on the stones? Did you go there personally and measure every single stone?
Bro, let me show you something. I'm going to show you something about the pyramids. The pyramid stones.
Did you measure it? You keep on telling me.
Let me show you something. Walter, did you measure the Empire State Building? Did you measure it, you idiot?
No.
Stop chatting foolishness. Get out of here with your dumb, retarded talk. Yeah? Go home and learn something before you come back here with your retarded talk.
Hey, another thing.
Did you measure the Empire State Building, Walter? Shut up then. Shut up then.
Did you measure that?
Cut the stones. Watch this. If you cut the stones and 6,000 liters,
Shut up, DC.
But I don't really know. But I'm just angry because I got my knickers in a twist because they're proving that my science does not work. They're proving your maths don't work, idiot. Your maths don't work. Stop talking rubbish.
My maths not work.
I'm going to tell you how your maths don't work. I'm going to tell you how your maths don't work. I will tell you if you can be quiet for long enough and stop being rude. Because all you're doing is projecting. All you're doing is projecting. You've got no proof to what you're saying.
Some pills or something. Because
you want to talk over people, but I got to take pills. Really? Get out of here.
Math doesn't work.
Go back to what you were saying before my man put in anyway.
For the last 6,000 years, we've been doing carpentry. For the last 7,000 years, we've been doing carpentry using the same methods forever and to get us perfect right angles. And now you're telling me they don't work. That's a lie.
And for the last however many years, Walter, you've been possessed by this demon that will not allow you to listen to normal people who have actually done their own discoveries, actually researched their own information. Yeah, you're all possessed by demons. I come to the realization that's why you suck off the government's dick the way you do. Yeah, now let me show you something that's going to make you understand. You and your science community are the most retarded people on the planet because your solar system, yeah, your universe, hold on, your universe, what is it made out of? What does it expand out of? Now let me ask you one more question after you answer that, yeah? The second question is this. What do you do if you add, what do you get if you add nothing to nothing? Retards, get out of here.
Facts. Stupid. No sense. Get me.
So explain it then, Walter. You're so blasted smart. What do you get if you add nothing to nothing, Walter? Walter, what do you get if you add nothing to nothing?
Yo, James, can I ask you a question?
Idiot.
James or Ultra, can I ask you both a question? Because I'm really, really confused.
You sound gay anyway, but I'm just saying.
You sound like a fanboy, cuz. You sound like a fanboy. Stop being a fanboy and think for yourself.
Yeah, to be fair, Schiffer, one thing I will say is, like, I don't think you should be handing out diagnoses of mental health conditions. So I don't think that's.
I don't think you should be handing out diagnoses of science. You believe that the universe expanded out of nothing, but you can't tell me what you get if you add nothing to nothing.
Schiffer, who told you I believe that?
Do you believe in evolution? Oh, you're going silent for a sec, Ultra. Oh, you silent now, yeah?
I think he's at work.
You silent, bro. You silent, bro.
Yeah, no, sorry, bro. I'm at work. Sorry, chill out. Just quickly. I don't believe anything about evolution. Natural selection and evolution is being presented by the scientific community, but I'm not clever enough to understand it, and therefore I don't put any stock into it.
All right, so but you want to refute what I've got to say, but you don't want to refute what they got to say. So you're biased, then, yeah?
Wait, hold on, Schiffer. Wait, hold on, Schiffer. Hold on. One sec. You're saying the sun goes into a hole in the earth, like, bro, like.
You know what? Like, you can, Ultra. Let me show you something, Ultra. Let me show you something, yeah. I'm gonna show you. You just made a point. You made a point, innit? You've made a point. Ultra, you've made a point in it that I think the sun goes into a hole in the earth, but at no point did I say it definitely does. The same way the flat earthers think that the sun circles the planet on the outer layer of the planet. Yeah, But at no point have I said that I guarantee that that's the truth. The difference between me and your scientific buffings, yeah, is I'm not sitting there saying, oh, this is guaranteed the truth. I'm just coming up with a theory. I didn't know the flat earth theory yesterday when people was asking me all these questions. But I tell you what I do know. I do understand a little bit about science, and I know anything that's got weight has got mass, it's got buoyancy, and it has, what's the word? I said it yesterday, density, yeah? Now, you can't prove that wrong. You can't prove it wrong. But what you want to do is the things you can't prove right, you want to present as fact. Get out of here. Stop chatting foolishness. Because it's
Schiffer,
foolishness.
when have I ever made the claim?
Not you. Not you. I'm talking about the scientific people.
No,
the
no,
ones
but
who
you're talking
believe
to
in this
me. But
science.
Schiffer, forget them. You're talking to me. Forget them.
What do you believe on the Ultra? What do you believe then?
I
Tell us
believe
what
I'm
you
on my way to. I believe I'm on my way to work, and I ain't got long. That's what I believe.
Well, I can agree with you.
Wait, hold on. Not only do I believe it, I can demonstrate that it's actually true.
And I know you can, and I could demonstrate it with you if I was there. But the point I'm making is, Ultra, yeah. You got these people in the chat room, yeah. You got people like James Jones. You got people like Bad Prince. You got people like Scientific Foolish, yeah, that want to chat foolishness, yeah. Your universe expanded out of nothing. Well, explain to us, James Jones.
Into what? Schiffer,
into what?
The worst thing, Schiffer, the worst one is, yeah, they say the universe, yeah, is expanding, yeah. But then when you ask them what's it expanding into, they don't know. You hear me? So right there, I thought the universe was the universe. Like that's meant to be everything that it.
Exactly, Ezra. You notice, yeah, I asked them one simple question, yeah, and I was going to do this last night, but I thought, you know what, I couldn't be bothered. There's too many arguments started already. And these people, they act like they're so smart. They want to put people down. They want to act like everyone else is dumb. And I said it before they did it. I said, this is exactly what they do when you start asking sensible questions. But you told me which one of these, go on,
Schiffer,
which one of these,
scientific
go on.
method, scientific fool, yeah, answer, yeah. Don't even listen to my man, because he'll jump and he'll be like, he's done the same thing for years. You're fucking dumb. These are fucking dumb. But then he don't know nothing. Ask him a question.
No, but listen. Like, Ezra, let me ask you a question. Because you're my brum dog. And in fact, you know what, Ezra? I'm gonna say it. You're my favorite person from Birmingham ever. Okay, all right, cool. You don't care, that's fine. I care about you, so I won't talk.
Why would you do that? Like, why would you do that, man? Like,
no, I care about you, so I won't talk.
Nah, I care about you as well, but shit, man, like you did that on purpose for. Like, I see.
Yeah, no, I was being a prick. So.
Anyway,
go.
Answer the big twat. Yeah, you jump out there talking about, yeah, get me. You like fucking dumb. You're fucking dumb. He's like fucking retards. Get me. Ask him a question. He don't know nothing. Bro, the scientists say this. The scientists say that. What experiments have you done? What do you actually know? Or all you can do just regurgitate of people who don't even know nothing themselves, who don't even claim to have the facts themselves.
Is that just like
where do you get your information from? Where do you get your information from then?
Research.
Scientific information.
Okay, so where do you get your scientific
You can't really say research, Schiffer, because you're saying the sun goes into a hole.
Too?
You can't say, yeah, bro, behave yourself, Schiffer.
This is so dumb.
My bro. When I told people that the sun probably goes into a hole in the earth, I said probably. I haven't researched that. I'm not giving it out as actual information. I'm giving it out as a suggestion. Hear what I'm saying to you. Hear what I'm saying to you. Don't tell me what I did. I will tell you what I did. I'm giving it out as a suggestion. I'm giving it out as a suggestion. And if you listen to the end of the show, I made it very clear that I am not saying that what I'm saying is absolutely true. I'm just giving a narrative and a theory, because your scientists can come up with theories, but none of you idiots won't question them. But when Schiffer comes up with a theory,
is to be questioned.
Anyway, you're not finished. So when your scientists come up with a theory, why are you not continuously questioning them? Why are you relenting for? Because you lot ain't got no damn sense. Now, let me show you something. Answer the question, yeah? If I add nothing to nothing, what is the result?
Nothing.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
All right, so stop chatting foolishness then. Done with your science.
What foolishness have I said then, bro?
He said down with
No,
your
not you,
science.
Ultra. Not you, Ultra. Ultra, not you. Ultra, this is not aimed at you. James Jones, answer the question. If you add nothing to nothing, what do you get?
The answer's obviously nothing.
This question's for everyone who believes in science, including Belly, including scientific, know nothing. Yeah. Everyone who believes in science. Yeah. I want one of you to answer this question today. Yeah. If you're so damn smart, you add nothing to nothing.
Wait. Can I answer the question? Wait. Let me have a crack at answering the question. But I'm telling you now, my math is poor, and my understanding of the universe is equally as poor. But in arithmetic, if you have nothing and you add nothing to nothing, you have nothing because you started with nothing.
So Ultra, can you understand what I'm saying to them? Their evolution theory and their, the world and the solar system, everything, it just combusted out of nothing. How is that possible? There's nothing.
No. The Big Bang has got nothing to do with evolution, bro. Wait,
the same thing can be said about Christianity, though.
No, it cannot. No, it cannot. Don't come with your foolish talk.
Okay, so I can't get nothing out? Like, you guys just talked bullshit.
No, talk. Sorry, I apologize. Talk.
Let my man talk his foolishness.
No, but the thing that kills me is that literally the Bible, let there be light. Now, what is the prereq? What did God say prior to that? I want to create humans for this purpose. I want to do that. No, it was a random occurrence. So, if anything, it's literally a theory that can still.
No, let me tell you where you're wrong. Because God is something. God is something.
We're talking about the creation of the Big Bang Theory. Literally, is a theory. A theory is something that like hasn't even been finalized yet. Okay, but you guys are. I mean, unless you have something better, I hope you're not trying to put intelligent design. Because you're gonna.
I just gave you something better, my brother. I just gave you something better. You cannot make nothing out of nothing. Listen, my brother. I just gave you something better. You said unless you got something better, yeah. So listen again, very closely. You cannot get nothing from nothing. You won't get anything out of nothing. Now the fact that there is a hold on. God,
didn't God create nothing out of nothing?
I'm sure there's a theory called like abiogenesis.
Yo, Brad, like all I'm saying is, even according to their stupid Big Bang model, it still needs a creator. You understand? Like,
but it still is a theory, though.
What I'm saying is,
not finalized. So you're attacking something that's a theory. You're attacking like a brainstorming. Like you're attacking like a pre-project.
Brad, put some bass in your voice firstly, cause you sounding.
Bro, you literally sound like a walking speech impediment. So please.
You sound like a batty boy. So that's a bigger problem.
You literally sound like a speech impediment. Now we can do this like.
You sound like a batty boy.
Respectfully.
Yeah.
But
listen. The ad hominems are stupid. Forget that.
Yeah,
bullshit.
Come on. Like
ad hominems are dumb.
You want to talk about
bro? Like literally, we're grown men. Let's go.
Well, sound like a grown man then.
Yo, anyway. Talk then,
Ezra,
bro.
did you hear what this guy just said though, Ezra? He said we're attacking a theory, but these are the same people who will argue the toss about Einstein. You're the same people who will argue the toss about this theory of gravity. Like gravity must exist because we've proven it to a certain extent. Yeah, but all of a sudden the theory is not proven. But then when you're ready, the theory is proven. You think you can move the goalposts. Let me show you something. If it's only proven to a certain extent, then it's not proven.
Oh my God.
It's not proven.
Yo, you know one thing I hate though? They always say that UK education is better than the United States, but damn.
Brad, do you understand that a certain extent is not a whole thing?
Yes, that's why people are arguing it. Do you understand? Scientists argue against each other all the time, even on things like.
Yes, we get that. This is what we're trying to explain to James and
but you can't say that science is bullshit. You can't say down with your science. Come on.
Brad, if you be quiet and listen for a couple minutes, you will realize that you're arguing the same argument as us.
No, because your boy. Unless you're with Schiffler.
You can't listen. That's the problem. Listen. Listen, oh my God, listen, what we're saying is, that the theories are not facts. These guys are debating that the Big Bang Theory is a fact, evolution theory is a fact. We're saying that these things are not facts.
Not Big Bang, but evolution is a fact. Big Bang maybe not, but evolution is a fact.
No, it's not. None of them are facts.
You were literally a sperm and now you're a full-grown man. That's an evolutionary process.
Yeah,
you went from a sperm to an embryo, to an infant to a child,
adaptation
to a grown man.
You know what? Redefine what you want. Yeah, I'm about to jump off anyway. Redefine what you want. I don't care. But even the sickest example of what evolution is look at fucking coronavirus. Is a mutation. It's a change. It's a development
Hey,
over
James
time.
Jones, you shouldn't be talking unless you're going to answer my question, you know, because I asked you a direct question.
Oh, but I wasn't here. I
Add
wasn't
nothing.
here. Ask me
If
quickly.
you
I
add,
gotta leave.
James
Ask me
Jones,
quickly.
if you add nothing to nothing, what do you get?
Yo, Issa, you're on, bro.
You get nothing.
Yeah, no, I'm just
So
waiting.
therefore, your Big Bang theory has already been debunked by you. Yeah, your evolution theory is debunked by you because your evolution theory relies on your Big Bang. Understand that. You're done out here. You're finished.
No, it doesn't.
Please.
No, it doesn't.
So what is
No, it
the
doesn't. No, it
replacement then?
doesn't.
I'm trying to hear the
No, it doesn't.
replacement.
Hold on 1 second, Brad, because I'm going to leave literally. First of all, the nothing. I don't understand how that relates to anything. But all right, fair enough. I'll assume you know something I don't. And Big Bang doesn't. Evolution doesn't rely on Big Bang because I can't observe Big Bang, but I can observe evolution. So that's just stupid.
No, you can't observe evolution. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie.
Cool. In a bit. Anyway, you know.
Like, these guys don't even understand what evolution is. That's the problem. Get me? Darwinian evolution infers a change in species. So when he says, "Oh, you was a sperm and then you was a human," like that's not a change in species, dummy. That's adaptation.
Okay,
no, bro. He said it's an evolutionary process, bro. Evolution just means change over time.
I'm done.
Ultra is nothing.
Yes. Peace and love to the panel. Peace and love to the listeners. And the righteous ones in the comments. Yeah, this is a very interesting thing. I missed out how you lot got to the nothing had nothing equals what. Who was saying there was nothing? Can I just ask?
Well, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying because I'm the one who said it. Yeah, so I'm going to tell you what I'm actually saying, my brother. Yeah, I'm saying that in the beginning there was a creator and there wasn't nothing. There were things there, and the earth was formed by the creator, who we know as the Most High. Yeah, not out of nothing. Yeah, and the sunlight was formed by vibrations. Yeah, which can cause heat. Yeah, so when he said "let there be light," that actually is a good explanation. When we deal with the scientist explanation, the explanation doesn't explain anything. They're saying the universe expanded out of nothing. It was just a big bang in the middle of nothing, which came from nothing. So if you add nothing to nothing, what do you get? Nothing.
Right. Yeah, nothing from nothing is nothing. The thing is though, do you know what they say when they say nothing? Because literally, there's one of them, I can't remember his name. He writes a book and he says nothing, but he doesn't mean what we call nothing. He's saying there was something, but basically it becomes philosophy. So there's a bunch of ideas and concepts of what he thinks was there that caused the Big Bang. But
my brother, is that confusion or is that not confusion? No, that's my question to you.
It is. I would say it's confusing for those people that don't understand it. But the point is, the people you're talking to here, they generally don't understand what the scientists are saying, but they're arguing on their behalf. So that's what I find the problem. That's the problem that I have. Like, for instance, if they could articulate the arguments of scientists and make the point, then it'd be worth arguing with. But a lot of them are just believing, like religious people just believe, and just giving credence to them.
I know, aren't those religious people a bunch of morons?
All right, so my brother Issa, yeah, it is Issa, innit? Yeah.
Yes, brother,
so
yeah,
this is what I'm going to ask you. Yeah. Do you understand what the scientists are saying? And is that what you're saying?
Yeah. It's simple stuff, man. It's simple.
Can you please explain to us? Can you please explain to us what the universe, what was there before the Big Bang, and what created the Big Bang?
I suggest. But since you asked me, basically it's as simple as this: Allah, the all-knowing, the all-seeing, the eternal, said "kun fayakun" to what He willed, and it came into being. Similar to "let there be light," and it became. So it wasn't random, as somebody suggested. It was a very organized, timed event, and then we have from there the various things that come after it. So it's pretty straightforward.
Well, I'm not going to lie to you. Your God could have done a better job, to be fair.
But that's what I'm saying. Your understanding of things comes from your perspective of God.
No, bro, I'm saying your God could have done a better job when He made shit.
But that's what you're not listening. When you say
no, I am listening. I'm saying I'm listening.
Tell me about my
you're
God.
Saying kun fayakun, and when your God made shit, it was meticulous. He did it deliberately, and I'm saying He could have done a better job.
Yeah, like what? That's what, bro. You keep repeating yourself. No, hold on, Shifa. When you say
hold on, Shifa, he's up to. I'm saying your God, the one that you choose to believe in.
Yeah, that's fine. So tell me about this God.
He could have done a better job in my subjective
No,
opinion.
no, don't tell me about the job. Tell me about him. You're talking about my
How can I
God.
tell you about him? I don't believe he exists.
Right.
What
So
can I
how
tell
do
you
you
about
know?
him?
Hold on.
And that's why I chose my words carefully when I said
No.
your God could have done a better job. That's the simple fact.
If I said to you, my God is existence itself, what are you going to say to me?
Your God is existence itself.
You're a kafir.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, you bet this is why the Sunnis are always burning fire in you, blood.
Yo, Isa, can I just say
no,
in the chat
no,
room?
bro. Wait. Let's get this. Yeah, Ultra, you told me about my God, but then you said you don't believe in my God, which is fine. But you at least need an understanding of my concept of God before you make claims about whether it's flawed or not. Yeah.
No. Listen to me. My response was your God could have done a better job when he made shit. That's it.
Yeah, your God owns a halal place.
You're not getting the point. I'm saying if my God is
getting the point, bro.
No, you're not.
Hold on.
If my God is existent,
just quickly, I gotta do my job. I gotta do my job.
All right, let's make it easy for you.
I gotta do my job, bro. I gotta do my job. I'll be back.
Okay, do your job. Just if you hear it. So, if I say my God, to make it easier for Brad, then, if I say my God is nature, what would you say then?
You're a kafir.
No, that's fine, but I'm saying you wouldn't have the knowledge of the Quran to know whether that's true or not, would you? Hold on, how would you know that makes someone a kafir if they say that? How would you know?
I'm joking, bro.
He says
Allah is nature. Isa, put your mask down. Calm down.
No, it's fine. Forget all of that, bro. Just answer the question.
If you said your God was all nature?
No, not all nature. God is nature. If I said Allah is nature,
like existence, and so, then I would say that you're. I wouldn't even call you a Muslim. I would say you're what Sarah is.
And how would you know that, though? That's what I'm saying. Based upon what Quranic verses could you prove that right or wrong?
I wouldn't try to do the Quran. I was only go off the similarities, and that was it. And if you would have to come out, well, this in the Quran would show me, you'd be like, well, in the Quran.
No. You said you made takfir, right, which you're entitled to do. But then to make takfir and it be legitimate, you would need to know what verses of the Quran make someone a non-Muslim.
Then easy. I'll get a fatwa. Easy. I'll get a fatwa.
Brad. Before you move on, I'm gonna listen. It's a good convo, sir. Like, I just want to read this here before you move off the subject here. Like, good convo. I want to hear it.
Shakara. This is gonna be good.
Right. 1 second. Yeah. All right. No matter how much you really want to believe it is, if it was a fact, science will call it that. But science has no facts. The closest science will ever get to a fact is a scientific theory. Theories may be backed up by facts, but being backed up by facts does not make something a fact. Forensics know this. Just because the evidence points towards one person does not mean he's 100% the culprit. That evidence could have been planted, or that evidence could have just been there by coincidence. Just because something is backed by facts does not make it a fact. A theory is a theory. A fact is a fact.
So Ezra, do you know what you just did right there, Ezra? Yeah, you've just given us the explanation as to why the scientific people, in the group, they run when you start asking questions like this. And they're going to go to their book, they're going to go and consult their books and consult more lies and try to come back with more lies to confuse us even more. And like I said, nothing plus nothing equals nothing.
There's a problem in that.
I know what I was saying all morning.
Hold on, Ezra. Wait, Ezra, you read something out, yeah? The problem is, did you say at the beginning that scientists have no facts?
There is no facts in science, yeah.
Okay. But then you go on to say the closest they can get to a fact is a scientific theory, and they use facts to support the scientific theories. So they must have some facts somewhere to support scientific theories.
But apparently anything with facts isn't technically facts.
The facts are in science, like the two magnets will attract, like ohms times watts.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
So I
think what you're saying, Ezra, what I think you're saying is there are certain things, where they haven't been able to experiment with those things. They haven't been able to reproduce them and do an experiment, reproduce it, etc. But they draw conclusions from the other things that they do know, and then they present them as facts.
Isa, basically, there's facts in life, such as magnetism, such as many other things. But they explain those facts of life, through science. And what it's saying is, yeah, there's no facts, there's no scientific facts. So basically, there is the fact of life that these two magnets will attract. Yeah. But then the explanation that they give will never be a fact.
Exactly.
I mean, the fact is.
Can you say that again? Can you say that again? Because I didn't say that one more time. The explanation.
I said the fact of the matter is the two magnets will attract or repel. Yeah, that's the fact of life. But then they give an explanation for this, and their explanation is not a fact. Is often becomes obsolete. That's what I'm saying.
But I think at that point, that's part of the method, though, is to we have like science fairs over here. So you start out with the hypothesis, or you start out with what you want to study, then you set up your hypothesis, the question, like what is, like I had a thing where I had to see the pH level, the acidic level, could it clean dirt from different various fruit juices? I at first thought it was going to be apple juice, but it turned out to be lemon juice because the it's something about the pH level was high or something like that. All right, it was years ago, but I had to experiment, and though I had an idea in my head that it was apple juice, I was wrong. Then I moved on with it. Next thing
exactly, my brother. But then you're telling me, you said to me, yeah, that I'm dumb for saying that the sun could go into a hole in the earth just like the moon.
You now have to.
But listen, let me finish. I'll let you finish your sentence.
I'll let you finish your sentence. You literally cut me off.
All right, go on. You
cut me off. Okay. The difference is, and I have to address that because you cut me off. I did the experiment, so now you got to do the experiment and then come on here and trust me. You prove that, you would own the internet. Because you would be.
All right, you know what? Hear what I'm going to say.
How would he prove it?
Have you done the Big Bang experiment? Like how you did that experiment with the apple and the lemon. Have you done a Big Bang experiment? Have you done an evolution one? Huh?
An evolution experiment?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, from what I learned when I was in school, was that the evolutionary process is always happening around us. So, like when you see a seed grow into a full-blood tree. When you see, like I said, a sperm go to an embryo go to an infant, and
what's adaptation?
No. You're talking about genetic. Ezra, genetic mutation is the fundamental thing of Darwinism's evolution. Genetic mutation, like everything else changes in it over time. Rust, whatever it is, copper. These things in nature they change, but the fundamental thing is the genetic change. Right, so if something changed outside, that's irrelevant.
Exactly. Oh, one species changing into another one, that is Darwin evolution. They're saying that man, which is one species, came from a whole different species, which is monkey. And
no. Man did not come from monkey. Man does not come from monkey.
Well, that's what science. That's not what.
No, according to evolution, we share a common ancestor.
According to evolution, they actually say we came from a fish. And I just want to point this out.
We share a common ancestor with the ape.
Can I just say something to what you said, though, my brother? Yeah, because people like to keep calling me dumb, but the dumb people are the smartest people. Do you know why? Because we think on our own intuition.
That's like the weakest people.
Let me finish. Listen, you wanted to finish without being interrupted, innit? Yeah, but you don't want anyone else to finish. Yeah, so let me talk for a second. Yeah, now this is what I'm saying. The people who are able to think critically on their own and come up with a theory, I can debunk my own theory. And you know what? Like I said yesterday, if you listened properly, I said if they opened up these restricted areas, we could go to the end of the earth. Yeah, and then we can test out whether these ancients knew anything or not, because we'd be able to see, does the moon go into a hole in the earth? Is it actually inside the earth? But without us being able to go there, we can't do that experiment because the government has stopped us. Yeah. Secondly, we'd be able to see if the sun is closer to us and if it's actually circling the edge of the earth. We could probably follow the sun and trail it all the way around the earth. Yeah. Now, the fact of the matter remains, my brother.
Your government, the people you believe in so much, you believe they got your best interests at heart. They restrict these things, so they will not allow people like myself who have critical minds to go and do the experiment. Now,
where do you want to go? Where do you want to go? Where do you want to go? I'm sorry, Chuck. Right? He said the government's restricting us from going places. Are you talking about
to the end of the world? To the end of the world.
So you want to go to Antarctica? Here. Wait, 1 second. 1 second. I'm about to give you guys something. I'm about to give everybody something right now. Okay, it's called Swoop, and it's a program that will let you travel to Antarctica. Okay, so you go there, video record it, come back, and shut us up. to post
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
You do that.
No,
in
my
the chat.
brother, restricted.
All right, so everybody can go with it.
There are restricted parts of Antarctica. You can go there on an expedition, on a planned expedition, but you can only go where they allow you to go. You are not allowed to go over the ice wall and go to the end of the earth. You're not allowed. So you go and do your research. Don't tell me to research something I've already
Can I ask a question? Shifa, you see when you said people that you're able to think for yourself and come up with theories, yeah? Like obviously theories are based upon the gathering of information. So how are you gathering your information?
All right, I'm going to tell you how.
By not just listening to one source, also by monitoring and observing things myself, i.e. the sun in the sky, the moon in the sky, how they operate, where they position themselves. Yeah. Now, what you're going to understand is this, yeah, that the sun does never position itself right at the top of the world. So it's right, literally looking down from the center of the earth on top of us. Yeah. So if we're going to look into the flat earth theory, like I did last night, because I never knew nothing about flat earth theory. So I was just coming up with my own theories and just giving you some critique in the sense of, do you know what? I could just come up with an idea that doesn't make it true. Yeah. Now, in that sense, the fact that I'm saying it now quite clearly, quite educatedly, you know, that I could just come up with a theory, it doesn't make it true. When people are believing in these theories and telling us that it's true, it shows just how uneducated people actually are, and they will listen to anything that comes out of the government's mouth or comes out of the scientist's mouth, because the scientists have argued for long enough for people to get bored of it and giving them some deluded mathematics that no one can solve, so they just think, well, they must know better than us. Yeah, I'm not that stupid.
Then they've created mobile phones and laptops and all these other stuff, so they got to be right somewhere, correct, Shifa?
I'm going to say this.
Thing that science can prove unequivocally beyond any shadow of doubt. If science says we can make a car, I believe them, because I'm driving a car right now. If science says if we add H2O together and compound those things into a formula, it creates water, the scientific experiment can be done right here on Earth.
Hold on, one sec. Before you go there, my brother, you have to remember, before they even got to this information, where let's say quantum physics mainly, there was the background cosmological information that they used. That's the foundational basis for all the others that evolved from there.
So, all right, and all that background information comes from ancient knowledge, from people who said the world was flat. So if they're going to use all the, let me show you something. Isa, let me finish, please. Isa, 1 second, please. Let me finish, yeah? Let me finish, please, yeah? So if you look into most of the scientific inventions of the day, i.e. the submarine, i.e. the hovering technology, what is it? Magnetic levitation and stuff like that, yeah? And X, Y, Z. It is all based on ancient knowledge from people who believed the world was flat. So these people could not have been that dumb then, could they?
No, that's what I'm saying. So who told you they believe the Earth was flat? Where'd you get that from?
This is what I'm trying to say.
Tell me, Earth is depicted as flat. The Israelites.
It is fact. Isa, listen. You do your research yourself. You're going to discover that what I'm saying to you is fact.
Hold on, which ancient nation said this? Ezra or
listen.
Hold on.
Yeah, wait, provide the evidence of this, please.
Let me answer, innit?
Yeah, go on, bro.
When they depict the Earth, yeah, in the glyphs, I'll show you in a second if Bigger lets me here. Like, you see Earth, which is Geb, yeah, and he's lying flat across the floor. You get me? He's always depicted flat.
But Geb is depicted as in a personified form. There are no circular humans, bro.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, yeah, like when they draw in their maps, yeah, Earth is always depicted flat. It's always there's never any.
And when Geb is depicted,
Shaka, come on, get me. I'm answering the first question. So what I'm saying is like, I'm saying you will find no globes, yeah, or pictures of a globe-shaped Earth.
But hold on, Ezra. The problem you're having, yeah. Do you see that there's normally not just Geb? There would be Nut.
I was gonna say that.
Tefnut. Yeah. Hold on. There's all these others, yeah. So if you say Shu or Tefnut and so on, one is moisture, one is the atmosphere, or one is wind.
One of them the dome. Wait there.
No, hold on, brother. Hold on. Well, but it's got stars in it. But But hear what I'm saying. But then, according to, if we follow your literal interpretation, then she's literally swallowing the earth and giving birth to it, right? But anyway,
the sun.
Sorry, swallowing the sun and giving birth to it. Yeah. So I'm saying that the first thing we need to do is not just look at the images and project our thing. Is look at what people that could translate the Medunetta and see what they. That's the first step. I'm not even saying they're right, but I'm just saying the first step would, at the very least.
Isa, even the Bible says the earth was flat. When Abraham speaks about the earth,
wait there. He's a Quran. He says the Quran is the truth, and it does not the Quran say that the earth is stretched out like a carpet.
It says we've made it. I think stretched it out for you. So in other words, your experience of it is that it's flat for you, rather than you having to wobble on a curve.
You just spoke about projectionality. You just spoke about
brother, listen what I'm saying. When the Quran says for you, hold on. It's just like when it says, and he found it the sun setting in a muddy spring. The reason it mentions him, were Judah, who I think the word is saying that if I was to go along and I found something, so it's expressing my personal viewpoint. So when we're looking over the ocean and the sun goes down, our viewpoint is that it literally set in the ocean. That's what we think, or that's what we see with our own eyes. Now, for you, Ezra, now we've got the benefit, let's say, of scientific data or explanations. Other than that, we might think it actually set in the ocean. Do you get me? Like, we're taking advantage of the fact and taking it for granted that we got all these scientific thing of orbits and so on, which the Quran tells you that the sun and the moon have their own orbits, right? So when you're saying that the terminology of flat, is saying for you, meaning your experience of it is that it's made a flat plane for you when you're walking on it. Just like maybe for an ant, a basketball may be perceived as flat for an ant. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but Isa, like, I get it, but what I'm saying, that's your projection again.
And Isa, that was a load of rubbish. It will not be perceived as flat by an ant. An ant will still have to, listen, an ant will still have to climb over that basketball, so it won't be perceived as flat. That's a misinterpretation.
So, like, what I'm saying,
man is confused, like.
So what I'm saying, Isa,
now you're confused.
Like in the Quran, it tells you, the earth is stretched out for you because you live on the earth, like a carpet. So that's what it says. You can project whatever you want into that, like you normally do.
No, bro. All right, then what does it say for you? Listen what I'm saying, Ezra.
Let me finish, no man.
Go on.
So what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you're saying something, so I've got to correct that. But go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Can I ask a question after you finish it, Ezra?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, like it says the earth is stretched out for you like a carpet. Yeah. The Bible basically says
land, by the way, not earth.
We go to land. Yeah. Well, all right, and same thing. So earth. I mean, when we go to Kemet, we see the same thing. Earth depicted flat. Yeah, with the firmament, which is Nut. Yeah.
Nut is not the firmament.
Around it. Yeah.
What does Nut mean, bro?
Ezra,
go ahead. Let me tag team Ezra. I mean, my Shakara. Go ahead, Shakara.
But Nut is not the firmament, bro. Nut
it's not depicted as going around the earth, like bending around the earth.
Nut is depicted
in a dome shape. Is Nut a dome shape around the earth?
No, bro. Nut is depicted.
Right, I'm gonna show you.
No. She is arched. She is arched across because she represents the sky. So it's
come on, Shaka. You can't do that, man. You can't say no and then you can't do that, bro.
No. Hold on.
Why is the sky dome? Why is the sky dome?
Can I finish, please? The idea that she's a dome over the earth, is an imposition on the thing. Yes, she's arched over Nut, Geb, and other. Sorry, she's arched over Shu, Tefnut, and Geb, in the thing. But to say that is an arch over the earth, at the same time, because that depiction. Hold on a second. That depiction is also depicting the fact that the earth and Nut, are complementary opposites in the sense of the fact that in the mythology they're actually husband and wife. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's not. So the idea that it's just a dome over the earth, you know what I'm saying? Plus,
okay, then you explain to us, why Geb is depicted as lying flat, the earth, and then Nut, is depicted as arching and bending over him like.
It's not lying flat, though.
But you know, if you actually look at the depiction, he's actually not lying flat, bro.
He's sitting up. He's leaning on his elbow.
You know what I'm saying?
But he's not flat though.
But bro,
no, he's normally got a red colour.
All right. 1 second, Ezra.
That goes with what I said yesterday, though, about the bowl shape. Because if he's leaning on his elbow, then he's leaning up at an angle so that the water doesn't fall off the edge.
Explain to me this. Yeah. You're drawing an inference from how this image is depicted. Yeah. What about this image? Or where is the evidence as associated with this image that the people of ancient Kemet believe that the earth was flat? And by the way, they may have, and my understanding is that they did at some point, and they evolved out of that thinking. Yeah. But there's not a whole heap of evidence for either of those two things. So I'm saying to you, where do you get the evidence that this image, that the depiction in this image is representative of the fact that the earth is flat?
Right, and because like I said, you get me, like it's depicting the same image that the Bible speaks about. It's depicting the same image that like the Sumerians spoke about and many other civilizations. Yeah.
Can I give some evidence as well, Ezra, when you're done?
Why is Geb always turning away? Why is Geb always turning away with his arms stretched out one way?
Before we answer that, can I give some evidence? Because Shakara asked an important question, and I just want to give some critique on that question before we move, because we keep moving on and not allowing everyone to answer the questions. So this is what I'm going to say to you, Shakara, now, yeah? Watch this now, yeah? These ancient civilizations who people like James Jones and Veli and the rest of our science buffing, science religion people believe were so retarded, yeah? These people were able to line up structures across the entire planet, not half of it, not a quarter of it, not sections of it, the entire planet. Now, how would they have been able to see the entire surface and know and then make maps that the world is flat, but they've never known that the world is, they can't see it because they never had no plane, they had never had no way of getting up there to see it from high up enough to know that it's flat. They must have known, innit? They must have known, innit?
You're not answering my question, though.
You said you want evidence. That is evidence enough. The fact that they can listen, the fact that these ancient civilizations who said the earth is flat can line things up perfectly all the way across the planet is evidence enough to show that they must have known something or to know what they're talking about, which is evidence enough.
What did that ask evidence of?
It's better evidence. Listen, it's better evidence than Disney pictures of the planet. It's better evidence than Photoshop pictures of a planet.
I'm sorry, Shifa.
Yo, can you see my screen?
Evidence of what did I answer evidence of?
You said you wanted evidence that the world was flat, and the evidence that the world is flat. I'll say it one more time for you, my brother. Yeah, I'm gonna say it one more.
Bigger, let me share my screen, bigger. I need to show
not what I asked. Yeah, what I asked was in the depiction that Ezra is talking about, what is the evidence that the position of Geb, is that the means that the people of ancient Kemet believe that the earth was flat, or that Geb's
because he's lying down. He's lying down. But listen, he's lying down. Regardless of whether you say he's leaning on his elbow, he is lying down in a flattened position. He's not curled up into a ball, is he?
No, why is
Why ain't in the ball? Why isn't that curled up in the ball?
Hold on, there's the next one, yeah, where his
there actually are depictions of Geb in what you might refer to as a ball, where his legs are over his head, and there's other depictions of Geb where he's in an arch position, like like when you do the spider.
My brother, legs over your head would not be a ball. To go into a ball position, you'd have to fold up your knees and put your head over your knees. That's the closest you could get as a human being to curling up into a ball, like a baby in the womb. Now, unless you can show us that position, you're wrong.
Yeah, but
hold on, Shakra, let me just say something, bro. At the end of the day, you lot need to know the language and what these people express.
You're not providing any evidence.
That's excuses. No excuses, please, lads. No excuses.
Hold on, Shifa, wait.
Man, my screen on that.
Yeah, we can. Well, we can. I don't know if it's coming up on YouTube. It's not on YouTube.
Same depiction as all the ancients. All got the same thing.
Really? Let's see. So we got here.
wouldn't be surprising though. I don't understand. Like, it's evident that there are people in the ancient world that believed that the Earth was flat. Yeah, like we're not disputing that the people believe that. The point is, why does Geb, his position in this image, mean that the people were depicting that the Earth was flat in this image? Where's the evidence for that?
Because the Earth is moving around. That's why Geb is changing positions. The actual Earth itself is alive. The actual Earth itself is alive. And let me show you something else, yeah? If Geb is lying in a position, yeah, where he's got his feet above his head, yeah, and he's in a folded position, that would give reference to the fact that there are layers inside the Earth, not that the world is round.
Right then.
You can't say because his legs are folded back.
No, I'm not saying that. My point, the only point I'm making is that you'll find Geb in different positions. I am not saying that him having his legs folded over means that the world is round. That's not what I'm suggesting. Hold on. I wouldn't be presumptuous enough to make that assumption based purely on his positioning. So I'm asking you now. I'm asking you now because that's what you are doing. Based upon his position, again, he's not flat in this image, right? But based upon his position here, you're saying that the Earth is flat. That's what it means, yeah. When Geb is depicted in this way, the message that the people of Kemet are sending us is that the Earth is flat. So I'm asking you now, where is the evidence for that? Because there are various different depictions.
The evidence, Shaka, look at my screen. And this
I'm seeing it, bro. This is not evidence, bro. You're just showing me.
I'm trying to answer. I'm saying, like, this is my point. If you look at all the ancients, it's the same thing. Like, this is the evidence.
Are you enlarging that with that image?
Yeah, pick up the image, bro.
Right, how do I do that now?
Go to the corner. You see on the right-hand corner? No, go up there. The 3 dots in the right-hand corner.
Yeah.
And come down.
Computer science right now. Software, you know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
All right, we're getting there now. We're getting it. Right. So look at this, yeah? You got the Egyptian, you got North, right? Hindu, Mayan, Inca, Navajo, Hebrew.
No. All right. Can I ask a question? You see the Inca and the Navajo and these things. Are these ancient because these look like modern day drawing?
Exactly.
Yeah, obviously. Look at the Geb one. The Geb one's been redrawn as well, but it's still the same thing. Come on. Like,
I see what you mean.
I want to see the original thing though, innit?
Go on.
How ancient are these things?
Go on.
But my point is that but my point is that what you can't criticize nowadays depictions of the Earth because they're not actual photographs and then bring this as evidence.
No, I'm not saying.
Look at the Inca and then the Navajo, yeah? They're both in the ocean, like there's both.
Yeah, I don't know, fam. Like, I you know the reality is, because for me, yeah, if the people of ancient Kemet believe that the Earth was flat, and then we have evidence to the contrary today, like the people of ancient Kemet were geniuses, yeah, in so many different ways. It doesn't mean that they were right about everything. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why we have to act like, you know what I'm saying?
You know what it is though? What if I showed you that today NASA themselves admit that they can't pass through the Van Halen belt?
Yeah, bro. There's all kinds of things, and I'm not actually challenging. I'm not actually challenging the idea that we should question modern day, what is considered modern day science. Yeah, I think, however, that if the extent to which we're going to question and beyond questioning actually dismiss information should be based upon learning about the thing. So, like, I heard you talk about nothing, yeah, a while ago, and it's important to understand, like, from a scientific perspective, what is meant by nothing in order to have that conversation. You know what I'm saying?
No, we do. No, my brother. There's no, listen, you see what you just did there? That's projection. That's projection, because we know what nothing is. If you look up the word nothing in a dictionary, that's as far as you need to go into understanding what nothing is. Now, if we use the word, listen, my brother, let me finish.
No, you can't.
Let me show you something.
You cut
Let me
me.
show you something.
Yeah, but you
Go
cut
on,
me.
go on.
So
You
that-
finish then. Finish then. Finish then. Finish then.
Cool. The fact of the matter is, yeah, that when you're dealing with the concept of nothing from a scientific perspective, like scientists actually have debates about what the concept of nothing actually means from a scientific perspective. So the
Do you
idea
know what it means?
So the idea that no idea, this is the point I'm trying to make. I have some ideas about what they mean, but I wouldn't debate it because I'm not informed as to the concept enough to debate it with
All right,
them.
Shaka.
So if I'm going to debate it with them, what I would do is inform myself about what they mean. Yeah.
All right, Shaka, I'm sorry, yeah, but you see what you're doing right now, yeah? This is why people get dumber. Because you see, if we use a word, if I said telephone, you know exactly what a telephone is, don't you? You're not going to say, well, we're going to have to decide what the scientist means when he says telephone.
But you're wrong.
You're just going to, my brother, I'm not being funny about this. You're being funny about this. If the scientist says, for instance, the scientist says dirt or earth, yeah, or no, let's not use earth. The scientist says grass. We know exactly what grass is. We don't need to say, well, what did the scientists mean by grass? So when they say the word nothing, unfortunately, that's not a strong argument at all. It's a very weak one because everyone knows what nothing is, bro. If you got nothing in your account, you got nothing. Simple. Yeah, and stop making it complicated, please.
I'm not making it complicated. I'm saying that one second. When it comes to words in the English language, yeah, you have general dictionaries which give you definitions of words. Then you have legal dictionaries because it is understood that words as certain terminology as they are applied in the legal profession will not have the same meaning as a general usage of that word in general language. Yeah, you have economic dictionaries because how a term is applied in economics, yeah, may not be exactly the same as it would be defined in a general dictionary. You may have to take more things into consideration. Even colloquial dictionaries like urbandictionary.com. Yeah, if you were to look up the entry grass on Urban Dictionary, it might give you a literal general definition, but it also may give you a definition that relates to marijuana because it is understood that colloquially speaking, the term grass is used to refer to marijuana. So I'm saying that in science, yeah, when you apply terms like nothing to science, yeah, and it may be that the term nothing shouldn't be used in this, there may be an argument for that, but I'm saying that when scientists use the word nothing, there is an application for it that should be understood, and it may be that their concept is flawed or requires correction or is wrong and should be dismissed. But I'm saying in order to debate it and dismiss it, one will need to understand the meaning of the thing. Otherwise, you are not actually debunking what they're saying. You're debunking your projection of what they're saying. You're creating a straw man and then licking down the straw man.
No, you're creating a straw man. So can I tell you what the scientists say? Because you think that people like me and Ezra don't do our research before we talk, and that's where you went wrong here today. So what I'm going to do, my brother, yeah, I'm going to tell you what the scientist, my brother, you said we have to know what the scientists mean by nothing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Am I wrong?
Yes, I did.
All right, so let's deal with what the scientists believe nothing is. So listen to this. I'm gonna read it out to you.
Well done.
From the scientists' mouths. Yeah. All right.
Yes,
little idea of nothing. A concept that even toddlers can understand, proved surprisingly difficult for the scientists to pin down, with some of them questioning whether such a thing as nothing exists at all. The first, most basic idea of nothing, empty space with nothing in it, was quickly agreed not to be knowing. Yeah. In our universe, even a dark, empty void of space, absence of all particles, is still something, yeah, but there's nothing in it. All right, now watch this. It has a topology, it has a shape, it's a physical object. Philosopher Jim Holt said during the museum annual Isaac Asimov memorial debate, which this year was focused on the topic, the existence of nothing. Yeah, as moderator Neil deGrasse Tyson, director of the museum Hayden Planetarium, said if laws of physics still apply, the laws of physics are not nothing. Yeah, so that's far enough. I don't need to go no further. Yeah, you tried to say that we need to understand the scientific meaning of nothing before we can understand what nothing means. When the dictionary gives us the meaning of nothing, it uses the scientific meaning. So you're done out here, cuz. You're done. You're finished. Don't come with that foolishness again, please.
There's 4 different.
This is what I'm trying to say. Sorry, it's what you did was very good use of Google, and the fact is, I actually know the article that you're reading from. It's on livescience.com, and
the scientists can't even agree. They can't even agree. They're saying that they don't even know if they don't even know if nothing exists.
I said that at the beginning of my statement. If you recall, I said to you that there's actually currently debates about what science what nothing means from a scientific point of view.
Yeah, but how can they debate something that is so clear and present? Even if a toddler can understand it. If you say to a toddler, I've got nothing in my hands, they understand there is nothing there. How are you going to debate something like this and say, well, there is something there? That doesn't make sense. What it is causing confusion. That's what it is.
I said at the very beginning, yeah, that that the scientists in scientific circles, there are debates about what exactly nothing means from a scientific perspective. I did say this, yeah, and whether the term nothing should actually be used, yeah, in this regard. That was said, yeah, and oftentimes it's because things come into existence whereby we cannot perceive where or what they came from.
All right, Shaka, right? You've read the article, yeah? You've read the article. What is the deeper nothing? Shaka, you read the no, but Shaka, you're doing all this projection right now. You said you read the article. So let me ask you a question, Shaka, before you continue. What is the deeper nothing? What is the deeper understanding of nothing of the scientists? What is the deeper understanding?
Shifa, if you're listening, yeah, I've said to you before, I said to you a while ago, I have looked into this stuff. I don't claim to have a proper understanding of it enough to debate about it, yeah, right? So to ask me now to give you the deeper meaning of nothing,
I think I know what Shaka's saying,
right? And I'm saying Ezra mentioned it a while ago, and I know if Ezra's pulled up an article,
nah, it's not even that. I've had a quick look, but
right,
I know this,
I know.
I'm saying Schiffer's made. This is where I'm going to agree with you in a sense. Yeah, Schiffer's argument of nothing. Is
you read the Forbes article, right?
Nah, you know what it is. I clicked on it, but I've clicked off it. I haven't even. I'm just giving you like my understanding so far. We can read that as well, though. Yeah. So like, Schiffer's understanding of nothing is one thing. Yeah, that's one definition of nothing, where like an empty space in it. But then there's going to be another definition where this empty space also has oxygen and CO2, you get me? So then they'll say, so there can't be nothing if there's oxygen there, you know what I'm saying? And so like in both of you are right in a sense, and so basically,
yeah, because Ezra, in space they say there is no oxygen, there is no CO2, so therefore there is nothing. It's absolutely devoid of everything, meaning nothing. If we're talking about on Earth, different. But if we're talking about in space, where this Big Bang Theory, where this big...
That's not true. They say there's hydrogen.
In order to make that point, then you have to look into what space is, yeah, in terms of what space is.
So
space is what you're sitting in, my brother. That's what you're sitting in. You're sitting in a space, a section of space. That's what you're sitting in, brother. Like, space is right next to me. There's space all around me, bro. You know, if there's space in your house, you can fit things in
there, though. But is there oxygen there, though? You get me? There's still oxygen, and there's still...
That's right. Now, in that space, it's not devoid of nothing. It's not devoid of nothing, because there's oxygen there, there's gases there, there's other things there, there's elements within the air, the oxygen.
You know, it's funny about the conversation. We are talking about the movements, yeah, and the nature of the universe, which is not limited to our understanding of it, yeah. And what the man are doing at the moment is tying an understanding of the universe, yeah, and saying that man can't decide what it is, but we're using words developed by a man, yeah, to tie the understanding.
Shaka, that's your understanding of what Schiffer's doing. I'll tell you what Schiffer's doing. What Schiffer's actually doing. No, Shaka. Let me just say one thing, because I want to Shaka. I want to speak for myself. This is what Schiffer's doing. Schiffer is saying that the governments, the people who give us this information as fact, cannot be trusted. I'm not saying that Schiffer's got all the answers. I'm not saying that the answers I'm giving you are the perfect answer and they are the solution to everything. And I know how the world began and I know exactly how it was done. I'm saying I'm leaving that part to the Most High, the Almighty, because He's all knowing, not me. Now, at the end of the day, these people are not all knowing and they act as if they are.
But I think that's intelligent. I would say suggest that it's intelligent to not just believe everything that the government says and so on and so forth. That makes sense to me. Yeah. And I would advise anybody to do that. In relation to looking into scientific principles. The only thing I'd argue is that when you're going to look into them, or you're going to argue them, or you're going to reject them, it makes sense to do so from an informed position of having studied what it is that you're rejecting. One is entitled to reject. One is entitled to reject without study. Like, one is entitled to do that, but one should be honest about the fact that one is rejecting without study. This what I'm saying? Like, that's my only point. Yeah, there are many things. I'm not sure I believe in dinosaurs. I've never studied it enough to make to come to an informed position on it. So it's not something that I debate. But I know I have my question about the existence of dinosaurs. That's it. You know what I'm saying? I don't act like my position is coming from the realms of having properly observed and understood what people are saying in relation to that.
So Shaka, can you understand my point in saying when these people are saying that these things are facts, yeah, and projecting things on people, and they're saying, well, if you don't believe it, you're dumb. That's actually making them the dumb one.
Well, Shifa, let me show you something. Shaka, look here. Did you know that the globe, the sphericity of the earth, was established in the 3rd century BC? And that's again.
Hold on, Brad, mute up, because you're making everyone echo, bro.
Yeah, I'm saying the severity of the earth was established by Greek astronomy in the 3rd century BC, and the earliest terrestrial globe appeared from that period. The earliest example.
If you know this, though, then you will also know that they don't know where it's got it from, because there's no evidence of the process of that they use.
Astronomy, it said.
No, I know. What I'm saying is that what they're referring to in that regard, yeah, is because at this point, the 1st century BC is when the Greeks were in control of Kemet. Yeah, what's it called in that regard? Now there is no evidence, and I'm forgetting the scientists who the document, the scientist who wrote the document where this is depicted, but he depicts it matter of factly. So it's not like they're not saying, well, this is the first person to have calculated the fact that the Earth was round. This is the first known depiction of a spherical Earth. Model, yeah. Right. So I'm saying, so known depiction now. It is also understood that a whole library was lost in ancient Kemet. Yeah. So the speculation is that based upon the fact that we know that a lot of documentation was lost, that the process by which they came to this conclusion would have been housed in that library. And it's just unfortunate.
You have to admit that's speculation, though.
Of course, it's speculation, but that's the point I'm trying to make. But what is not speculation is the fact that the document that you're referring to does not provide a calculation for the Earth being round. It just says the Earth is spherical. That's it. So the idea, there is no evidence of they don't know how or when that conclusion was come to, because the oldest document is from the 3rd century BC. It doesn't mean that the idea begins in the 3rd century BC, and because that document just depicts it and doesn't give a calculation, it would suggest that the idea was around before the existence of this document.
Well, like that's what I'm saying, speculation again. So, like,
but you can see speculation.
What I'm saying, unless you can show me another model of this globe, yeah, then
no, but bro, if we know that all the things that we have in history, we don't have documents for everything, bro. Yeah, we don't, because you're unable to show me a depiction of a flat Earth in ancient Kemet. Like, you're unable to show me this. Yeah, so I'm saying, so then I'm not saying to you that Because you can't show me. It means that the people in Quebec didn't believe that the Earth was flat. What I'm saying is that this document doesn't mean that the idea of a spherical Earth begins at this point. Yeah, the document doesn't suggest that. There's nothing in the document that suggests that this is the beginning of this particular theory.
Right, and well, like I said, yeah, it's first done by Greece.
First known, bro. You know what the first known means? It's the first. It's the first known. And no history.
You know that the word globe means sphere in Latin anyway. You get me? That's what I'm saying. Like the whole thing.
Latin is a Roman language. Latin is a Roman language.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, come on. The word globe itself means sphere in their language. So that's why you're saying globe.
Yes, but we do know, bro, that the Greeks relied heavily on as the Greeks learned astronomy from the people in Kemet.
All the walls in Kemet and all the papyruses you got, yeah. You can't show me one picture of a bowl-shaped Earth.
Bro, there are not many depictions, but there are not many depictions of the Earth in general.
Shakarot, they do know that Geb and these people were like mystical, like they weren't real.
This is what I'm trying to say. I can't. The only heavenly body that I can show you a definitive depiction of throughout the history of Kemet is the sun. Even though there is evidence of the fact that they knew that other planets exist in the solar system, yeah, but I couldn't show you a depiction of Mars or the moon in general. Like even the moon, there's hardly any depictions of the moon as an object. Yeah, there's many depictions of the sun, but we know that the deity Osset and other deities were associated with the moon. But there's not a whole heap of depictions of the moon as an object.
Right, and well, I agree. You get me? I agree to a certain extent, but what I'm saying is that pictures that we do, the depictions we do see of Geb, yeah, which is the Earth, is him lying down.
Geb is personified.
I'm gonna ask you, why is Geb lying down? Why? And why is Nut arched over like all the rest of the ancients have depicted it?
Bro, fact, why? Bro, I don't claim, yeah, to absolutely know the answer to that question. I've never claimed that.
There you go. Then you get me. He's lying down.
I'm also not going to project
arched over the top, like for a reason.
But I'm also not going to project an answer. No, but one thing that we know is, for example, that Nut is said to be the mother of Ra. Yes, and that she gives birth to Ra every morning. Yeah, and these kinds of things. The fact of the matter is, and when you look at like you have in ancient Kemet,
and that's where Muslims got the sun setting in murky water part, because yeah, in Kemet, Ra is depicted rising from Nut. You get me?
So, yeah,
carry on.
Now the funny thing is that, like, if you were to look at the depictions of Nut here, and the fact that she's arched over, if she gives birth to Ra, yeah, then from her vagina, yes, and she swallows Ra every night, gives birth to him again every morning, yeah. What would be the trajectory if we're going to take this depiction literally now? What would be the trajectory of Ra's orbit?
It would be like the Quran explains, but obviously I don't subscribe to none of them. But the Quran subscribes.
I know. I was going to say that. I was going to say that. You see, as a biblical man, you seem very, very reliant upon.
I'm saying, like, obviously the Bible talks about the flat Earth. Like, I'm just saying, innit? You've asked for evidence for what you've just explained, innit? And I'm saying the Quran talks about that same process where the sun sets in the sea every night and rises. So it's the same process as what Kemet just explained, but I don't subscribe to none of them.
So, there you go. Does the term antiquated knowledge, like, do you believe knowledge can become antiquated?
Say that again.
Do you believe knowledge, world knowledge, can become antiquated? Like how like the world used to rely on ships to get around. Now we have planes. How like we used to rely on horse and carriages. And
technology.
So you believe knowledge can become antiquated, like useless, old?
Technology, yeah.
No, not technology. Knowledge.
No, not necessarily. Like what kind of knowledge?
Okay, so you're talking about Kemet. You're using like to reference and to back your claim. You're using ancient empire. You're using ancient kingdoms that most of which do not exist anymore, do not have their same practices, let alone political, militaristic influence in the world we have today. So I'm trying to understand. I look at the map you just talked about. I don't see the whole world on there. I see it. The map is created by from one people. You know, like the Bible's about one people. Like I'm asking
one people. Did you not just see me put up all those different civilizations?
Yeah, you were showing me maps from I said one people from the Kemet map. That's what I was saying. I looked at the Kemet map, but I was saying that like if you notice, all those maps are just depictions from individual people who have like their viewpoint on the world. You didn't usually how come there was no? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you believe that information?
What are you actually saying, bro?
Can become antiquated? Do you believe information can become antiquated, old?
Shalom.
Depending on the information, yes. Shalom, brother. Long time.
Zulu Hebrew. Oh, you got to introduce yourself. I want to know how this one works out. Goodness. Shaka.
Break it down.
Yes.
Well,
Shaka Ben Israel. Let's do this.
I'm from the tribe of Gad, a warrior tribe. We migrate down into Zimbabwe and South Africa during the Assyrian conquest, and others during the 70 AD dispersion. So we're just one of the tribes of Israel that migrate down into Africa.
So you're not Zulu, you're Israel.
No, the Zulu tribe is from the tribe of Gad. It's a descendant of the Nungani, which is a descendant of Gad, if you look at First Chronicles.
Oh, no. So it's in South Africa, too?
Yeah.
Well, we're all over the world.
No, I'm just... This shit is strong. Yo, wow. There we go. I will say this. Israelites, you win. You're in South Africa.
Regardless, they're in all nations, bro.
Dang.
The Bantu people are Hebrew.
When you become pan-Israelites, man.
The Bantu people are Hebrew, so I don't know what the surprise is.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Jerusalem wins. Wow.
There's a reason why our name keeps getting changed. Bantu, this one, that one, Negroes, flipping, what else of the Dakotas, all sorts. Every now and again it changes, just to throw us off track again.
I Brad Prince, I broke down the information last time I came on the show. I showed historical evidence, scientific evidence, even mentions to prove that the Hebrews are black, which I thought we all knew.
No. I'm trying to figure out how the Hebrews are how the Zulus are Hebrews. That's new.
Well, it's not just the Zulus. There's many African tribes that are one of the tribes of Israel. One of the tribes of Judah. The tribes of Judah, which would be is Levi, Benjamin, and Judah. That would be Caribbean, African American, and those that went through the Atlantic slave trade. But us that are the rest of Israel, we actually migrated into Africa, and there's many tribes today in Africa that are actually Israelites.
Yeah.
So does that mean the Swazi are also Hebrews too? Because aren't they like your genetic cousins?
Well, we're amongst a lot of Hamitic nations also. So not every African is a Hebrew. There's many people like Kenyans, Ethiopians, all sorts of other people. They're Hamitic.
You're Zulu though, bro. You gotta be real though. Swazi, yo, y'all.
But
the
Zulu people, just like all the other Bantus, are treated as foreigners in Africa amongst the Hamitic peoples and the Cushitic peoples. They have phrases for us. They have words for us. You know, the curly hair and all these things, derogatory terms, because we're not seen as the same people.
What about the
I thought you were the largest ethnic group in South Africa.
In South Africa, Bantu are seen as foreigners, yeah, and the so-called
because there's the Bantu migration. So yeah, that would make sense.
The Khoisan could consider
Where did
us.
the Bantu come from then?
The Khoisan
Because
consider
everyone
us as
migrated to the west, migrated to the south. One second, I'm saying everywhere the Bantu went, yeah, it's called a migration. The west coast of migration.
No. The slave trade was not a migration. You got to stop that. Okay.
I'm not. Who said the slave trade? I said
You
the
said
west
wherever
coast.
the Bantu gone, it's a migration. So chill.
No, I'm not talking about the slave trade. Obviously, everywhere where they've went in Africa, so-called Africa, yeah, has been called a migration. On the west coast, it's called a migration. When Zulus people, when they go to South Africa, yeah, and what do the Khoisan call them? Foreigners. Yeah.
Yeah, but the Khoisan is like old though. Like that's
they're the indigenous of that land. We came there.
So but like Bantu though,
so where the from?
Correct me, because I feel like I'm about to have a stroke here. The Bantu are not from Africa.
They are not Hebrew.
Right.
The Hamites.
Are the Chinuba in Congo Hebrew?
The Shinuba.
Yes.
I don't know the Shinuba. I'll have to look into that.
Khoisan are definitely.
Khoisan are Hamites.
What about the Dinka in Sudan?
The Dinka.
What about the Dinka in Sudan?
Yeah.
How can the Khoi be
Brad, no mic. The echo when
there's too much echo.
Talking. Yeah.
That the Khoi existed like quite. I don't know, man. Sure. Can't bother.
Yeah. So
yeah.
The tribes, yeah, like I don't know.
You see, Ezra, when you bring the facts, Ezra, you see what happens.
Yeah, I know. Like,
wait. I just don't understand.
I'm confused.
I'm really
You leave them speechless. This is what happens, bro.
This is new, bro. You have to understand. Like you're literally like a polar bear that's in the desert.
Wait, hold
like,
on, Ezra. How many times have I told you about
thing.
this? How is this new, bro?
Yeah, but you're talking.
I'm saying to me, you're new.
And
like a Zulu Hebrew, bro.
You didn't accept my hangout invite.
Brad, are you playing it on YouTube at the same time?
Like, yeah, I think someone's playing it on YouTube. There's some echo, bro.
Try it now. Mute YouTube and try it. Carry on, Chaka.
No, all I was saying is that we had a conversation before when you were trying to say that Unkulu is a Hebrew god, and I was asking you about Nokubuwane and these things and how that fits into the Hebrew pantheon.
It's like Ishtar.
Wait, time out. Right? Didn't the Zulus have like a god that brought them beer?
I don't explain what you mean.
Well, during the times of the kings, the Hebrews were adopting pagan gods such as Ishtar or Ashtaroth, which is the feminine god, the wife of Yah. So during the pagan times, we were adopting all sorts of gods, which is the same thing.
So where did the Zulu Hebrews adopt Unkulu from? Sorry, Nokubuwane from?
Nokubuwane. It's Kemetic.
Nokubuwane is Kemetic. So the
most African spiritual belief systems have some Kemetic and Hebraic roots.
So the people of Kemet were not Hebrews?
No, the Hebrew people and the Kemetic people lived amongst each other many years before the dispersion. So the culture exchange is prevalent. We know this even in the scriptures. The names, for example.
The scripts.
For example, Joshua, the son of Nun. The culture exchange is prevalent. You know what I mean?
Plus the languages, the Meduneta and Proto-Canaanite Hebrew, they're basically the same language. Like the scripts the same, the meanings to the letters are the same, everything.
What do you mean, Joshua, son of Nun? What? That's supposed to be Nun from Kemet, you're saying?
No, I'm saying the names because obviously they were in Kemet for 400 years during slavery, so they would have adopted.
Give me a period when they were in slavery.
Yeah, hold on. Are you saying Nun?
I actually sent you a lot of information. Did you accept my Hangout invite?
I'm barely on Hangout, to be honest. So probably not.
Oh, but you should check that out, bro, because I sent you like bare information, like just to continue our conversation from last time.
All right, I appreciate it.
Yeah, Zulu, are you saying Nun is the Egyptian Nun?
Have you watched them videos I sent you?
To me?
Yeah.
I tried to get on Hangouts the other day. My memory on my phone just keeps telling me to clean the memory. Not yet, my brother. Not yet. Zulu. Are you saying Nun is the Egyptian Nun?
No, I'm not saying it's the Egyptian Nun. I'm saying that the name clearly shows cultural exchange, and there's many names in the scriptures that are Kemetic and peoples.
So what name in Joshua, son of Nun, is Egyptian?
Nun is an Egyptian name.
That's what I just asked you, and then you said no.
No, you said is he an Egyptian? The Joshua's dad an Egyptian. Yeah, the word Nun is Egyptian, but his dad is not Egyptian. His dad.
Why
is
would
Egyptian.
you say the word Nun is Egyptian?
The waters in Hebrew as well.
Right. This is my point. Like, why would you say Joshua, son of Nun, and Nun supposed to be Egyptian when Nun is in Arabic and Nun is in the Semitic languages?
Can we get a time frame though on the Hebrew enslavement in Kemet, please?
Just look up the pharaoh Ahmose, which is
Ahmose Stele. In fact, let's get it up.
They're saying the Hyksos.
Yeah. Go on.
No, it talks about the Hebrews being destroyed and their seed being laid waste.
Yeah, but where does it talk about their enslavement?
1 second.
Or have you studied?
It talks about
that one is.
Have you studied the land? Have you studied the landmass of Avarius, which is where the Israelites actually resided when they were building temples for the pharaoh?
Sorry, right now, man, just ask for a time frame for
the time of Avarius.
Yeah, he wants the years, he wants numbers.
During the reign of Pharaoh.
Do with that. Deal with so and so king, such and such king. That's we don't deal with these Roman dates. You know this.
Archmos gives me a bit of a time period, but you've given me something else now, Mr. Zulu.
Yes, if you look at Avarius, which was one of the places where the Shemitic slaves and Shemitic workers actually resided, the homes. This is all like known scientific historical evidence. You can look this up if you'd like. Type in Avarius. You can look at the study.
Where are you getting this from?
So
ancient ocean.
So the land of Avarius, they found many Shemitic style buildings. They found a letter of slaves with Hebraic names. They found even a home, a royal courthouse. They claim that this is Joseph's house because they've got 12 tombs, and one of the tomb there's actually a massive statue with a colored coat.
Is this Ralph Ellis' research? Is this from Ralph Ellis?
Bro, I swear to you, this is bro. You can look this up. Shaka, send you the video.
So you're saying that during this time, the Hebrews were being enslaved in Kemet by the people of Kemet, yeah.
This was after the pharaoh that didn't know Joseph, and he was he didn't want the Hebrew population.
So you're saying
Shaka, 1 second. Shaka, 1 second. This pharaoh, was an Assyrian. He wasn't a name. Okay, then the pharaoh that Joseph knew, that one that gave Joseph and the Hebrews land and treated us as good people and family. He died in it, and a new king arose over Israel. And I mean over Egypt. This pharaoh was an Assyrian. You know what I'm saying? And he's the one who.
But Ahmose was not an Assyrian, though.
No, Ahmose is the
pharaoh of Joseph.
The pharaoh that Joseph knew.
So really, because some say it's actually Ahmose and Moses was at the same time.
No, it's not Ahmose. It's a Dudimose. Dudimose.
Dudimose is which one?
The one for Moses. I can show you. I'll send you the information.
My bad. He's right. Not Ahmose. I'm tripping. That's
no, wait. Sorry. I'm confused now. Are we saying that because remember this is supposed to be a 400-year period, yeah? So are you saying that it begins or ends in the time of Ahmose?
All right, let's do with the Pharaoh of Exodus. This is the term. Who is the Pharaoh that Moses is battling with his stick?
Dudimose.
Who?
Dudimose.
Dudimose, yeah?
Yeah.
I don't. That's a new name to man still.
It's no, because if you actually type it in, it's actual pharaoh. I know people make jokes of it, but it's actual pharaoh.
The Syrian pharaoh he's the one who made us build.
How do you spell it, bro?
How you spelling it?
I'm typing in now, and I'm gonna give you the accurate spelling.
But it wouldn't make sense if it comes after the time of Ahmose, because Ahmose is the first so-called pharaoh, or more properly referred to as Nesut of the 18th dynasty. which is the dynasty that kicked out the Hyksos. The Hyksos were invaders, and so Kemet had to go on the road to kind of redevelop it.
You're going too far. You're going too far. One sec. What's the name? How do you spell his name?
Hey, Shakara. I don't think the Hyksos were invaded.
Brad, wait.
We went through that already, Shaka.
You want to copy and post in the private chat?
No, just tell us D what?
DEDUMOCE. The second.
What's your name on Hangout, Zulu?
Oh, it's just T and Zulu, bro. You'll find it if you look at your invites.
Zulu.
Yeah. I'll send you like loads of
yeah.
I'll post the name of the pharaoh in the back.
Nothing comes up at all, bro.
No, what do you mean nothing comes up? I'm looking at Wikipedia. There's bare links, bro.
Okay, brilliant. I hope so.
I've posted.
Sorry,
you said CE. You mean SE, right? SE.
Bro, I even posted it in the
private. No, that's fine. I'm just saying you said CE, but that's fine. We're cool now. We're cool.
Wow, that was a slight little.
So I say.
No, Rob, you said C. That's fine. Come up. The first for a second.
The Assyrian pharaoh is the one to blame. It wasn't the people of Kemet. It wasn't even the Kemetic bloodline that put us into slavery. These people conquered Kemet, yeah, and then because we was close to Kemet and we always joined their enemies every time they had a war, yeah, they said let's deal harshly with them. They're the one who put us into bondage. Yeah. They're the one who made us build Avaris and Gosh and Ramesses. Yeah, you get me. So like we built these treasure cities for these new Assyrian pharaohs. And Hamites were taskmasters over us. You get me? So,
you see that dude do the most. The second is the actual pharaoh. For all those making jokes in the comments. Oh, do the Moses.
The problem that we've got a problem based upon the fact that this is a 16th century, 16th dynasty pharaoh.
The Jed Nefertari.
Well, you know that the Hyksos have been exposed twice, innit? The expulsion of the Hyksos happened twice. You know, it's not just once. Abraham got exposed, kicked out too.
Once you watch that video, you'll be like, "Wow!" Like,
no, there's supposed to be two exoduses, a major and a minor. I heard about that.
Yeah, but they call it the Kemetic version of it is the expulsion. The Hebrews call it. And it's like two sides.
But you're saying Kemetic version. The history dictates. The study of history suggests that this 400 years of slavery of Hebrews in Kemet never actually took place.
People that actually promote or propagate these theories and ideas are against.
Most of us building with fringes. There's fringes on our tops here.
So hold on.
Building mud stones. You get me? It's in the glyphs, fam. You can't deny that.
I can't find your thing.
Well, let's Zulu bring some out for him, cause I know you got them ready.
No, but what it is, what we have to look at, Shakara, like what would slavery look like back then in that time period?
We had our own houses and everything. It weren't like.
This is what I'm saying. If you've got your own area and you're doing certain works, like what exactly? Like even when they refer to slavery. Were the women like maids and they would come and work and go home and they wouldn't be paid?
All right, well, let the man them saying it. What kind of slavery was going on with the Hebrews?
Harsh servitude. It wasn't like it wasn't paid labor. Yeah, but it wasn't harsh. It was like we had our own lifestyle and our own house. We was allowed to keep our culture, get me, and all of that stuff. They just didn't want to blend with us. There's like you like stay over there. And
so wait. So you weren't cruelly treated?
No, we were cruelly treated at some point.
Not like in the Americas and in the Arab world.
Well, I mean, you can read in the Book of Genesis. It clearly like shows the progression of the treatment. But it started off. The reason why we were enslaved in the first place is because they thought we would overthrow them because we were too many. So they killed off our male childs by throwing them into the rivers. And then after the population increased. They then began to use us.
How many did you go into Egypt with?
70.
Yes, but first,
how did that grow from 70 to too many?
Because we're talking about a long time. That's a long time, we're talking about. No, we're not talking about.
Yeah, how long are we talking here, though? Because we have to first substantiate that.
Let's leave this as well. In the Hebrew culture, one man would probably have like what, 4 wives.
No. We can easily prove this.
Hold on,
without
Brad.
using the Bible.
Hold on, Brad. And then from there, that one man with 3 wives has 10 kids. Like things happen, bro. You know what I mean? One man can have 10, 12 kids, just like Jacob. You know what I mean?
So wait. But that okay. So were the Hebrew man them just dealing with the Hebrew woman them, or were they breeding up the so-called Egyptian woman them?
They'll mix it with both.
Joseph's
wife was Egyptian.
There's 70 of them.
The bloodline stays the bloodline. No, that's the thing. Like a Hebrew man.
And you think that a population of known as Hebrew, grew to too much in a confederate nation over a mass expanse of land here, from 70 people. Like, don't you think that the majority would have absorbed?
Impossible. He's saying that's impossible, Shaka.
From 7. Okay, you know that there are people that have predicted, that basically.
I just want to know if it's impossible.
One second. But populations of more than 70 people have been absorbed to be irrecognizable. With more than 70 people, right? Like
they're part of the same family too, because they were just.
There are people that are projected that black people in this country could really just not exist. Like, you know what I'm saying, at certain rates of development by the year 2050. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, like, it's madness. Like, and this was they don't say it's now, but this was predicted from prior to, because of the rate of.
We agree on that stuff. I understand that stuff, innit? But what I'm saying is, like, you have to think about it. If people are moving around, and plus, Hebrews, like the Egyptian hierarchy, totally separated themselves from Hebrews. They wasn't even allowed to eat with us, but them love, man. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Shaka, is it okay if I can read like the first chapter of Exodus, so that we can get like some biblical
11 sons,
information?
and then your 11 sons have 11 sons, and then
what version of the Bible do you read?
It's possible to populate, but to get to the point of being too many, that's madness. Especially
you guys, Ezra, Shaka, can I read the first chapter of Exodus so we can use some like?
Before you do that, quickly, Shaka, you just have to think who's too many determined by. You get me? Like that could like.
No, but Ezra, check this. Ezra, right? Check this. A lot of people, in our grandparents' time, were having 13 picnic, bro. So imagine in this time here, just certain grandparents, they would want a 13 and 14 and thing like that. So imagine back then. They may have had all at 20, bro.
It's a great example because look at the Windrush. Only so many thousands of our grandparents came over. Fam. It weren't like millions of people that came. But look, in that short space of time, they've multiplied incredibly. You know what I'm saying? And that's like what, 40 years, fam.
Bro. Can I read the thing, bro?
You're the fact that people was migrating over here for decades. Like it never just stopped.
Nah, but I'm talking about the Caribbean.
And then I don't know, man. I just don't.
Can I read this?
Like Jamaica's tiny little population.
I'm gonna do the maths. I'm gonna work something out.
Now, guys, can I just read the first chapter of Exodus, please? Because it will break down all of this. Okay, I'm reading Exodus chapter 1. KJV. Now these are the names of the children of Israel which came into Egypt. Every man and his household came with Jacob: Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, and Benjamin, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. And all the souls that came out of the loins of Jacob were 70 souls, for Joseph was in Egypt already. And Joseph died, and all his brethren, and all that generation. And the children of Israel were fruitful, and increased abundantly, and multiplied, and waxed exceedingly mighty, and the land was filled with them. Now there arose up a new king over Egypt, which knew not Joseph. And he said unto his people, Behold, the people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we. Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply, and it come to pass that when they falleth out of any war, they join also unto our enemies and fight against us. And so,
Shaka and Isa, you notice how it said a new king arose over Egypt and not a new pharaoh. Yeah, continue.
Yeah, that's a good point, Ezra. and
Continue.
so get them up out of the land. Therefore, they did set over them taskmasters to afflict with them their burdens, and they built for Pharaoh treasure cities, Pithom and Ramesses. But the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew, and they were grieved because of the children of Israel. And the Egyptians made the children of Israel to serve with rigor, and they made their lives bitter with hard bondage, in mortar and in brick, and with all manner of service in the field. All their service, wherein they made them serve, was with rigor. And the king of Egypt spake to the Hebrew midwives, of which the name of one was Shiphrah, and the name of the other Puah. And he said, when ye do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew women, and see them upon the stores, if it be a son, then ye shall kill him. But if it be a daughter, then she shall live. But the midwives feared God, and did not as the king of Egypt commanded them, but saved the men children alive. And the king of Egypt called the midwives and said unto them, why have ye done this thing, and saved the men children alive? And the midwife said unto Pharaoh, because the Hebrew women are not as the Egyptian women, for they are lively, and are delivered, the midwives come in unto them. Therefore God dwelt well with the midwives, and the people multiplied and waxed very mightily. So again, they're multiplying again. 4 times they've multiplied now. And it came to pass, because the midwives feared God, that he made them houses, and Pharaoh charged all his people, saying, every son that is born ye shall cast into the river, and every daughter ye shall save alive. That's the first chapter of Exodus.
Did Pharaoh actually do that? Yeah.
Yeah.
How many children would you?
That's why Moses' mum put him in the river like that.
Yeah, but no. So how much children do you think perished as a result of this vibes?
Loads of children. Loads of children.
Okay. Right now, let me ask a question. You see, when the Hebrews left, Kemet, or Egypt, where did they go, east or west?
They went east.
Right. So, and is this an exodus of all of the Hebrews? So all of the Hebrews that were in Kemet left, yeah?
Yes.
So when they left, only non-Hebrews would have been left in Kemet.
Only non-Hebrews were left in Kemet. Yes.
Right. So when did the Hebrews come back to become Zulus, Ashantis, Shona, and populate basically the entire continent?
Easy. So that's just one example of the migrations of the Hebrew people. There's been the Assyrian conquest, there's been the Babylonian conquest, the Persian, the Greek. Every time the Hebrews were attacked by a foreign empire or enemy, they would run to Egypt. They would run to Ethiopia. These were the two safest places for the Hebrews, because the relations between those two nations were tight. This is why if you look at the Hezekiah seal, there's an ankh on it. Because despite the Exodus, the relations between the Egyptians and the Hebrews and the Ethiopians were quite peaceful. So this is why you have a large population.
That's what the Bible tells us, not to abhor the Hamite because he was a foreigner in his land.
Exactly. And if you read in Isaiah chapter 14, it says, Egypt, my people, Assyria, the work of my hands, and Israel, my inheritance. So we can clearly see that there's a solid connection with God. With the Israelites and the Egyptians for a long time. So yes,
the Hebrews left Kemet,
Yeah.
They went into what is called the Middle East,
Yes.
All right. While they were there, they were attacked by Assyrians and Babylonians and all these things.
Over a long time, over different times.
Over different periods of time.
And each time they would go back to Egypt. Some of them.
And Ethiopia,
Yeah.
So then the assumption therefore is that from there
they would migrate further down.
They'll migrate further down and so on and so forth.
And this is what we see when we look at the historical evidences. For example, Leo Africanus, when he traveled all of West Africa, he spoke about how he saw thousands of Israelite communities. This is all historical scholars and people migrating in Africa, studying the cultures of the people. And he's basically saying there's Jews everywhere. So, I mean, it makes sense.
Can you post that in the back chat? Because that
if you look up Leo Africanus, and he studies on the West African
Africanus.
Yeah, Leo Africanus, and he studies on West African Jewish communities. I say Jewish because that's what he said, but Israelite. And you'll see that he mentions that there's Israelites everywhere. So
also, get the book Hebrewisms of West Africa.
Yeah.
That's one bare information. Get me.
But yeah. So the issue now is
you're Hebrew, Shaka. Let's face it, bro.
The issue.
Here's the thing I'm trying to figure out.
I was mad as well.
Where's his name? Neil.
Can I ask a question? So you see the people them, like all of the Hebrews left Kemet at one point,
yeah.
All right. The people that remain in Kemet that are not Hebrews, what happened? What happened to them?
Well, the Hyksos came in right after. If you look at the timeline, as soon as the Israelites left Kemet, the Hyksos came in, and then they actually took over Kemet. This is why. This is why the Hyksos were able to take over Kemet, because if you actually look at the Red Sea, many of the soldiers, when the Pharaoh chased the Israelites, were actually swallowed by the sea. This is why when the Hyksos came in, they were able to take over so easily, because a lot of the soldiers were in the sea, dead, trying to chase the Israelites.
Now, but again, your timelines are all over the place. The Hyksos,
it's just not mainstream. That's all. It's
not about the fact that it's just not mainstream, bro. I don't consider myself.
I disagree with Julia on that one. I believe
I'll send you the video as well, Ezra. I'll send you the video.
Yeah, man, I'm saying, from my studies, the Hebrews are the Hyksos. When they say we invaded, it's because basically they're saying we encroached.
The Hebrews are the Hyksos.
Yeah. So basically, the Hebrews have been given. One second, though. I'm saying the Hebrews were given land by a pharaoh. Now this new pharaoh has taken over Egypt and is reigning. Yeah, he's seeing these people as invading his land. Like, basically, what are you doing? That's my land that you're occupying over there. You know what I'm saying? You're encroaching on my land. So yeah, he dealt harshly with us, obviously, like Zulu read. You get me? And then when we go to Isaiah expands on it a bit more, gives a bit more detail about what was happening then. Those Assyrian demons.
The only reason why I say the Hyksos, in my opinion, weren't Hebrews is because when you look at the Hyksos origins and the cultures, they actually differ from the Hebrew culture, in my opinion, based on what I've seen.
But you believe both agree that Avaris was the place where the Hebrews were congregated. Yeah?
Shemitic people, the Shemitic people.
Right. Now, here's the issue with what you said. The Hyksos, based upon the history that is documented in Kemet, which is like the most well recorded history of that period, and also corroborated by some of what the Greeks have said. The Hyksos, as invaders, were actually rulers in Kemet, not enslaved. This is the point, right? So you can name the Hyksos.
Yeah, but the Hyksos have had many rulers in Kemet. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like,
no, I'm talking about this period though. So I'm saying that when you lot are talking about, because obviously you don't have a discrepancy. The issue with the difference between what the two of you are saying is that whereas you're saying, Ezra, that the Hyksos are the Hebrews, Zulu is saying that the Hyksos are not the Hebrews. The Hyksos were able to dominate because of the fact that the Hebrews left here. 1 second. So that would mean, that the Hebrews would have had to have left, under the 14th dynasty, because the 15th and 16th dynasty were the Hyksos dynasties. What's it called? And then a rebellion started in the 17th dynasty, and they were finally expelled by Ahmose the First, who founded the 18th dynasty. So now, if the people of Kemet, like obviously the Hyksos would have been documenting their own history as the rulers of this time as well. So the documents that they record, as well as the people that come after them that are waging a rebellion against them, as well as the Greeks, who are on the scene around this time, so if I'm following this time and documenting the history of this time, there's all these people are talking about the Hyksos as rulers with a number of kings, and not sporadically, but 2 whole dynasties, yeah, one after the other in Kemet.
Yeah, but Shaka, like we get that, but like this is what I'm trying to show you. All right, and Avaris, yeah, it was located at modern Tel El Dab in the northeast region of the Nile Delta, at the juncture of the 8th, 14th, and 19th and 20th nomes. And the main course of the Nile migrated eastward. Its position at the hub of Egypt's Delta Emporia made it a major administrative capital of the Hyksos and other traders. So, like, the history is backing up what we're saying.
No, I'm saying, sorry, it's actually not, because the Avaris was actually the capital that was established by the Hyksos. There's no evidence
but that's what we're saying.
But I'm saying there's no evidence of this being a concentration of enslaved people. This was a city. What I'm saying is this was a city that was governed by the ruling elite of the time, and they governed. They built the capital.
At what time? No. At what time?
Hold on.
One second. I agree that. Listen, I agree that it was a major ruling capital at one point for the Hebrews, and then at other times, at later day, it was a flipping servitude place. You get me? We had different times, and you get me. Okay, listen. Historian Manetho, describes the word. He translates the word Hyksos as king shepherds or captive shepherds. Did you know that?
Manetho is one of the sources that describes the Hyksos as kings and not slaves.
Captives.
One second.
I'm gonna show you now because you're lying.
I'm not lying, bro. All right, let me read from when we ruled on this. One second. Let me find the page.
Let me just read this though. Why are you doing that? The name Hyksos was used by the Egyptian historian Manetho, flourished 300 BCE, who, according to the Jewish historian Flavius Josephus, translated the word as king shepherds or captive shepherds.
You believe that? Right, 1 second. Right. Modern Egyptologists under the spell of Maya and Breasted tend to mystify, then dismiss this period. They're talking about the 13th dynasty, as if it did not exist. However, Manetho claims 136 kings from dynasty 13 and 14. The royal papyrus of Turin, another Egyptian source, names 116 of them. Moreover, the time periods given by the papyrus, although fragmentary and in need of interpretation, corroborate Manetho. We shall discuss this in a later chapter. The later chapter that he's referring to is the one where he breaks down the discrepancies within the Egyptian chronology and attempts to correct them. In 2545 BC, Egypt was conquered by a new set of rulers, the Hyksos. Manetho informs us that a blast of God smote us, and unexpectedly from the regions of the east, invaders of obscure race marched in confidence of victory against our land. By main force, they easily seized it without striking a blow, and having overpowered the rulers of the land, they then burned our cities ruthlessly and treated all the natives with a cruel hostility, massacring leading into slavery the wives and children of others. Finally, they appointed as king one of their number whose name was Salitis. You can let me know if the Bible references Salitis. These conquerors of West, so that was a quote from Manetho. Robert Walker continues. These conquerors of West Semitic origin dominated the lands for over 669 years, ruling as the 15th and 16th dynasties. We believe, however, that Manetho muddled the order of the dynasties, incorrectly placed in Dynasty 16 before 15. In our view, Salatis, named above, was actually the first king of the 16th dynasty. Dynasty 15 consisted of 32 Hyksos kings. 24 of these are named in a Greek language document called the Book of Sothis. We believe that the lengths of the reigns given in this source are overly generous, but the order is reliable. Dynasty 16, one second. Dynasty 16, which is 1993 to 1709 BC, consisted of 6 rulers from Salatis to Ipepi. Of all the Hyksos kings, however, Kian and Ipepi were probably the most important. It should be noted, however, that the origin of the Hyksos remains controversial. Many writers, echoing Josephus, the great Roman Jewish historian, identified them as the ancient Israelites. If this is true, then the Old Testament of the Bible is largely, if not completely, false. The Hyksos established their capital city at the Asian-dominated site of Avaris. Excavations revealed that it was nearly 1 square mile and had houses, tombs, palaces, and temples. A wall of mud bricks 26 feet thick surrounded the city. The buildings within the walls show some affinity with those of Canaan, or perhaps those of Western Asia. The position of Avaris allowed the Hyksos to control trade routes that led to the Mediterranean and the Middle East by sea and by land. I'll read it one more paragraph. The conquering rulers made overtures to the kingdom of Kush. They hoped to secure their southern border and also build trade links with the rest of Africa. However, some Egyptians, led by Sekenenre, I always pronounce that wrong, Sekenenre Tao II, rebelled against them. So this is now in the beginning of the 17th dynasty. Yeah, Sekenenre of the 17th dynasty, which I just said, began a war of liberation. The foreign rulers had military advantages, however. The stronger chariots giving greater speed. They also had powerful weapons. The Hyksos possessed a new type of bow design and could fire over a much greater distance than an ordinarily wooden bow. Sekenenre the Tao, the second, died in the battle. Thutmose succeeded him on the throne. Yeah, and a famous inscription written by Pharaoh Thutmose gives an account of his campaign against the elderly Hyksos king Ipepi, part of which reads as follows: "Behold, I come, I am successful. As the mighty Amen endures, I will not leave you alone. I will not let you tread the fields without being upon you. O wicked of heart, vile Asiatic, I shall drink the wine of your vineyard. I lay waste your dwelling place. I cut down your trees."
Can I just say one quick thing? Sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna go now. Thanks for the convo, but please accept my invite, Shaka and Ezra. I sent you the video.
You might have to resend it, Maji, because I'm trying to find it. I can't find it. Right?
Shaka, let me read something.
I sent you the video, Ezra. So yeah.
I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna listen to that. I promise. Yeah. So like going back to what was that's good information still. A lot of that I agreed with still, and like let me just continue reading what I read. Yeah. The name Hyksos was used by the Egyptian historian Manetho, who, according to the Jewish historian Flavius Josephus, translated the word as shepherd kings or captive shepherds. Josephus himself wished to demonstrate the great antiquity of the Jews and thus identified the Hyksos with the Hebrews of the Bible. Hyksos was in fact probably an Egyptian term for rulers of foreign lands, Heka, Kase, and it almost certainly designated the foreign dynasts rather than an ethnic group. So basically it's saying that it's showing a foreign rulers, but it's not describing a different ethnicity right now. Yeah. Modern scholarship has identified most of the Hyksos kings' names as Shemitic. Yeah. Continue. Yeah. The rise of the Hyksos kings in Egypt was made possible by an influx of immigrants from Palestine. So, okay, it's called Palestine today, but in those days, what was it called? Zulu? Zulu?
I'm gone, innit?
Okay, I can't see him. But it was called Judea in those days, yeah. So I'm just going to change that. When it says Palestine, I'm going to change to Judea, yeah. So it was made possible by an influx of immigrants from Judea into Egypt, beginning about in the 18th century BCE. The immigrants brought with them new technologies, including the horse and chariot, the compound bow, and improved metal weapons. Most of them settled in the eastern portion of the Nile Delta, where they achieved dominant role in trade with Western Asia. Archaeological excavations in that area have revealed a Canaanite-style temple, Palestinian-type burials, Palestinian-type pottery. So that's talking about Judean, you know that already, Israelite, yeah. Quantities of their superior weapons and a series of Minoan free scores, and demonstrate stylistic parallels to those Kanos and Terra. The most prominent settlement was Avaris, modern Tal al-Dabab, a fortified camp over the remains of the Middle Kingdom known as the Delta. Their chief deity was the Egyptian storm and desert god Seth.
Well, if what you're saying, now, there's a few things there. Yeah, go back to what you just started reading. The second time you started reading, yeah, in terms of Josephus, yeah, read that part again.
Okay, the rise of the Hyksos kings in Egypt was made possible by an influx of immigrants from Palestine into Egypt, beginning in the 18th century BCE. The immigrants brought with them new technologies, including the horse.
No, before that part, when it talked about Josephus.
Joseph. Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Flavius Josephus. Yeah.
Is Josephus a Jew? Can you read that bit again? Because did you say he's what is he like a Shemitic Jew?
To be honest, I think he's a flipping Kaiser. To be honest, yeah.
He's a Roman Jew.
So he might have an agenda then. That's all. That's the reason I asked.
Yeah, it's definitely got an agenda. You get me? It's like.
But read what you said. Read what you said.
He said the Hyksos name was used by the Egyptian Manetho. So this ain't his own quote Manetho now, who, according to the Jewish historian Flavius Josephus, translated the word as shepherd kings or captive shepherds. Josephus himself wished to demonstrate the great antiquity of the Jews and thus identified the Hyksos with the Hebrews of the Bible.
Right, now that's what I really was when it's a home in on, yeah. That sentence right there, so because does it suggest what reasoning he gave, yeah, for identifying the Hyksos with the biblical?
Has Manetho already done that?
No, Manetho referred to Hyksos. Manetho didn't refer to Israelite Jews, Moses
as the shepherd kings. As the
but what you've just read gives Josephus's interpretation of the word. Doesn't necessarily mean that's what
there's a translation.
No, but it doesn't say that. It's what it says, and it may well be correct. It may well be correct.
Jewish historian Josephus translated the word as shepherd kings or captive shepherds.
All right, that's fine. Yeah, what's it called? I stand corrected where that is concerned. And I'm going to look into that to see the term Hyksos and whether it's a Kemetic term or not and what it means. Yeah. However, the identification with the biblical Jew, yeah, is what is in question here. Furthermore, that obviously we understand that by the fact that Josephus is a Roman, he's existing at a far later period in time. Yeah, this is Josephus is AD.
Wasn't he? Did you hear the part where it says, yeah, like it's not talking about a ethnic difference. It's talking about
but that's not what it said. Read the sentence again.
Okay, it says Hyksos were in fact probably an Egyptian term for rulers of foreign lands, Heka Kase, and it almost certainly designated the foreign dynasts rather than an ethnic group.
Yeah, so they
Can I just say, but you both sound like you're right in one sense, yeah, because I think, you know, the way Ezra's presented the information, he's not saying that they're definitely Israelites, but they've been referred to as Israelites. That's what he's saying. But then I can understand Shaka's point in saying, well, you know, they might not be Israelites, because it doesn't say that they're Israelites. It says they're shepherd kings, and a shepherd isn't necessarily an Israelite.
No, but you know what it is, like, okay, then think about it. Yeah, like we don't just go off this, innit? Like Shifa, you take a walk with me, innit? We've got our Bible that tells us, yeah, that we settled in Egypt, yeah, in Goshen, which is modern day Avaris, yeah, which is even closer today to Al Dab, yeah, but it was Goshen at the time we went in there, yeah. So our Bible tells us that we settled in this place called Avaris. We were shepherds, yeah, and like all this other stuff that coincides with the Egyptian story of the Hyksos, that these Hyksos from Palestine came and settled in Avaris. Yeah, they brought
except that they were conquering kings who ruled 2 different dynasties.
Yeah.
Can I add one bit of critique to that? Yo, Ezra, can I add one little bit of critique to that, yeah? When we look at the Assyrians and the Assyrian kings, yeah, and the Babylonian, or let's just call them Assyrians for now, yeah? The Assyrian kings were capturing, mutilating, and slaughtering Israelites and forcing them into servitude, forcing them to fight in their armies. So it is possible that some of the Israelites into the Assyrian kingdoms, and they were attacking, and some of us looked like, you know, Israelites, yeah, because maybe we were, but we may have been under the control of the Assyrian. That's what I'm going to suggest.
Yeah, but like I said, like the Syrian, yeah, isn't known even in their own records. They're not known as the shepherd kings. Like we call ourselves that.
Do you know what it is though, Ezra? Yeah, you see, if they've conquered us. Yeah, no, I get that, but I'm just saying, if they've conquered us, yeah, and then taken on some of our traditions and taken over our lands, taken on our cattle and whatever riches we may have had, they may have came across as.
Yeah, but like we was reading earlier, I can show you in Isaiah where it is the Assyrians that came in and conquered Egypt and then took us as slaves and started killing our sons and all that mad stuff. That was
definitely.
You get me? That weren't
right.
You get me?
Sorry,
I'm just trying to understand both of you. You know,
archives.
I just make it simple. I don't really argue about the people who may or may not have existed 2,000 years ago, or which king ruled them. I just ask questions like, how far back in time have you actually traced your family tree? 100 years? 200 years? Do you have like the name, the nationality, the birth date details for your great-great-grandparents on both your mother and father's side? Do you know
that's not the case, man. I'm not son of the slaves. So what kind of question you ask me? What about that?
No, it's a simple question, like asking.
Man's got like.
Can I actually finish the question? I mean, I'm trying to keep this thing civilized. We're all adults here. We're not going to debase this channel and make people black men acting like savages or something. I mean, I'm just asking simple questions like, have you got the birth certificates, death certificates, marriage certificates, or military service records for like at least 100 years?
Yeah, I do actually.
Okay, can you provide them so we can? Because
I'm not listening. Your witness. Listen to what we're not going to do.
If you have it for 100 years, if you have it for 100 years, can you then take that back to 2,000 years?
I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I can go back more. I can go back more than 100 years, but I'm not going to be producing my family's documents online. If you want to produce your family, see them, because you're confident, you're happy to do that. But
okay, look,
I'm not producing.
Because the next question then,
I can go over 100.
Is if you've got that, can you tell me how you went about attaining those details?
Well, I knew my great grandmother on both sides.
Yeah, but that's your great grandmother. We then have to go back to your great great grandmother, great 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 grandfather. And if you're saying you've got those details, I'm asking how you
said 100 years, witness. You said 100 years. My great grandmother.
I'll repeat the question again, because I said, how far back in time have you traced your family tree? 100 years, 200 years, 300 years? And then I was very specific with the details I asked.
If you want to know the answer to that question is, yeah, I can trace my family lineage back at least 300, maybe plus years. At least that.
Okay. So then my next question is, how did you get those details? Because we're talking birth, death, marriage certificates, military service records. What process did you go through to get that?
Well, they've been kept within the family the whole time.
Within which family? Your family?
Yeah, within my family, yeah.
Queen's family.
Who the Queen's family?
No, joke.
So how you said you've kept them?
My actual family, yeah, as well as the Josephs. My name is Joseph Wees. It's double-barreled, if you must know.
Joseph Wees. So you've got, so someone in your family has kept your whole family's bloodline.
Yeah, it's the word for wife. The Germans would call my name Weiss. Yeah. Now, what I'm going to say is, I can go back before Weiss. If you want.
Sorry,
You're cutting off.
Can I just read something here based upon the conversation we were having prior? And I want to see where Witness is going with this. So I'm gonna come back to it, but
I don't understand. That's a dead anyway. So what?
There's no dead question. It's only dead to people who can't prove the details.
What's the point? So
where are we?
I know this. I know when I ask simple questions, the Israelites always get angry. I haven't said you're not an Israelite, and I think straight away you're angry. I haven't said you're not an Israelite, and I haven't said you are an Israelite.
You're sounding more angry than anyone. You're the one sounding angry.
You're deliberately shouting over me again. You're claiming to be part of a group of people that existed 2,000 years ago. You've been through a discussion with Shakara, Isa, Brad about this. I'm simply saying, you as a human being existing in the 21st century, do you have details, certificates?
I have details.
Tracing
listen, Witness, let me explain.
That's all I've asked.
Witness, let me explain.
That's all I've asked.
Well, listen, let me explain something to you then, innit? Like what we have is the Bible, and it tells the Israelites exactly what they will be going through. You understand? It tells
the Bible.
Listen. It tells the Israelites exactly what will happen to them. It tells them how they will go on the slave ship. It tells them how they will lose their names and have to take on their slave masters' names. It tells them how they will work in the fields. It tells them how they will build a big house and never sleep in there. It tells the Israelites how they will go through Willie Lynch and the hanging on trees. It tells them how we'll go through the Jim Crow or the mad oppression. It tells us all of everything we're going through up until this day is right there. So we know who it's talking to. These don't apply to
basically what you're saying is you don't have thorough details for your great grandparents. You're just relying on them.
Obviously.
Do you?
Okay. You know what it is though? Shaka, listen.
This is the difference between you and I, Shifa. I will tell you, no, I don't know. But you're the one making the claim that you do know.
Listen, yeah, we've just been through a captivity, obviously, yeah. Nobody's claiming to have flipping birth certificate records and all of that stuff. Obviously, we know what happened to our people over 200 years ago.
That's right.
How do you know?
I haven't got birth certificates from 1,000. I haven't got birth certificates from 1,000 years ago.
How did I get to Jerusalem?
Exactly, it is documented.
This geezer's mad.
Because it's documented.
Oh, so wait, Shifa says it's documented. Ezra says it isn't documented.
No, it is documented.
The slave trade's not documented.
Hold the documents. The governments hold the documents and they refuse to release them. How about that?
To be fair, 100 years ago is 1920. The so-called slave trade.
My granddad was alive.
My grandma was born in 1920. My grandfather was born in 1920.
My only point is that the so-called slave trade would have ended by then. Yeah, that's my only point. What's
the point?
Can I just read this here? Cause it pertains to the conversation. I did a quick search right on this thing. I'm reading from Wikipedia at the moment. So man's got to check the sources that informs this particular post. But etymology of the term Hyksos, yeah, I'm going to read from that and the section that speaks about Josephus. The term Hyksos derives from the Egyptian expression Hekau Kaswet or Hekar Kaset, rulers, quote unquote, rulers of foreign lands, used in Egyptian texts such as the Turin King List to describe the rulers of neighboring lands. This expression begins to appear as early as the late Old Kingdom of Egypt to refer to Nubian chieftains, and the Middle Kingdom to refer to the Semitic-speaking chieftains of Syria and Canaan. Unique in ancient Greek language, the word, and I can't pronounce this because it's in them funny phonetic alphabet, but translated as Hyksos, derives from Egyptian. It is used with the unique meaning of king shepherd by Manetho, a 3rd century BC priest and historian who wrote in Greek and knew the pre-Ptolemaic documents to support his history. Until the decipherment of hieroglyphics, Manetho was the only available source for the list of the Egyptian kings. As a proof of its non-Greek origin, the word Hyksos does not observe the rules of ancient Greek accent and is one of the few Greek words with a kappa followed by a stigma instead of the more common, I don't know how you pronounce that, Josephus. In his Against Apion, the 1st century AD historian Josephus debates the synchronism between the biblical accounts of the Exodus of the Israelites from Egypt and the 2 Exodus-like events that the Egyptian historian Manetho, 300 BC, apparently mentions. It is difficult to distinguish between what Manetho himself recounted and how Josephus or Apion interpreted him. Josephus identifies the Israelite Exodus with the first Exodus mentioned by Manetho, when some 480,000 Hyksos, quote unquote, shepherd kings, also referred to as just shepherds, as kings and as captive shepherds in his discussion with Manetho. One second. Left Egypt for Jerusalem. The mention of Hyksos identifies the first Exodus with the Hyksos period, which is the 16th century BC. Josephus provides the earliest recorded instance of the much repeated false etymology of the term Hyksos as a Hellenized form of the Egyptian phrase Hekar Shasu, meaning shepherd king. Scholars have only recently shown that the term derives from Hekar Kaste, a phrase meaning rulers of foreign lands. Apion identifies a second Exodus mentioned by Manetho when a renegade Egyptian priest called Osarsteph led 80,000 lepers to rebel against Egypt. Apion then conflates these with the biblical Exodus, and contrary to Manetho, says that this heretic priest changed his name to Moses. Many scholars do not interpret lepers and leprous priests as literally referring to disease, but rather a strange and unwelcoming new belief system.
Yo, Shaka, thanks for that, man. Witness, can I just say, yeah, that I like your question. Like, you may think that your question angers Israelites, but I'll be honest with you. I'm glad you asked those questions, because I think you need to ask that question to the Nigerians. Ask it to the Angolans. Can you trace your birth certificate back 500 years? Do you know that you're even really Angolan? Do you even know that you're really Nigerian? Do you? I like it. I like it though. I like it. I appreciate it.
You got it in one, Chipper.
I think that what
you
you're doing, it's essential to do that. But don't interpret us as being upset by it, because you know we can only go by the history we're provided with, and the history that we're provided with points to what we actually believe in. Now, I'm going to say to you that there's always room for error. There's always room for error. So I like your line of question. I think you're a critical thinker. I always like your line of questioning. I like the way you deal with information, just like I like the way Ezra deals with information. And I like Ezra's way of thinking. And I think it's only our differences that make us stronger. They don't make us weaker. It's when we start identifying each other as brothers and understanding that, you know what? We shouldn't really be licking out at each other. You know, if we're going to inform each other or try to educate or question each other on things, fair enough. But we should be looking at against these governments that want to kill us. That's what we should be looking at against. You know, the governments that want to push all these diseases.
You picked up what I was saying, Shifra. You understood what I was asking. Because if you really go down the route of trying to trace your ancestry, how do you know? Because I can blatantly say to you, I'm not Nigerian, because I know for a fact Nigeria was a social construct created by the British. So I don't hold on to those labels. So this is the point. For doubt. You can't tell who your ancestors were 500 years ago.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
We agree on that, but what I'm saying is, like, for us who have been through the slave trade, obviously that's a different argument, and it like we obviously don't have those like documents. That's obvious, you get me? Which I doubt the Nigerians do too. You get me?
No, I don't think anyone does.
Nigeria is a social construct. We don't have that. All the African countries are all European constructs. The borders, everything. They don't make any sense.
I agree. Why? I agree. The whole of Africa is a Western social construct. We don't call them Africa. Yeah, by native. Yeah, before a certain time we don't see it. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, these arguments. Going back to what we was talking about with the Israelites. Yeah, like the Bible explains that like there's prophecies in it, and it tells the Israelites what's going to happen to them, their history, their present and their past, their future. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So like all of these things that I explained, and I'm saying it's explained the Atlantic slave trade in detail. Very fine detail. Get me?
But what I like what Schiffer was responding to is that, and I don't want to misinterpret it, but what you're saying is it's in the Bible. I'm saying good for you, but that comes down to your interpretation. There's no way of really knowing. We can never know.
Yeah, definitely. I'd agree with that. I'd agree with that.
Well. Okay, then. Exactly. All right. There's a tribe called the Lemba. Like,
yeah, I've heard of them. Zulu won't shut up about them. He talks about them.
Yeah, I'm saying there's a tribe called the Lemba, yeah, who have an Aramaic Torah, which they burn into the pages with hot iron, so no one can't mess with it. You know what I'm saying? How did they know that? How did they learn that language? They say that they came there. You have to listen to the own history of the people themselves.
You know what I'm saying, bro? Yeah, but if you do that,
tribes say that they came from Israel. You know what I'm saying? That's their own.
They say this is the part. If we're gonna do that and deal with the history of the people themselves, a lot of the people that the man them are claiming to be Hebrew are gonna be found not to be Hebrew, but the man them still find, you know, some kind of argument to make them Hebrew.
Yo, Shaka, can I say this much? Yeah, if we look into the history of Hebrews, yeah, or Israelites as I like to call them, because I don't subscribe to Hebrew, I only subscribe to Israelite. But when you look at the history of Israelites, yeah, you know, many things before Israelites, i.e. prophets and prophecies. You got Pharisees, you know, you've got, you know, things that protect them, like they're protected by the Most High, XYZ. So in my honest opinion, I think if you are a real Israelite, then the Most High is going to have a strong influence on your life. There's going to be things that happen to you that you can't explain. You know, you might even try to go a certain path in life and then be steered off of it all of a sudden, because the Most High takes a massive influence in your life to some extent. Now, go on.
You see Israelites, yeah, or Hebrews, because I know Ezra deals with the Hebrew thing, yeah. Are there any in Europe, like that are from Europe?
There are no documents which describe, depict, have pictures of any ancient civilization which was known to any other civilization to be Israelites, which have any European look style faces, or Assyrian or Semitic or any of those types of faces. Every ancient document and every ancient picture we have, i.e. from the Assyrian kings, like Hezekiah, who has, you know, documents which were in his archives, which were taken, stolen, and put into the British Museum. They all have dark-skinned faces with natty hair. So no, there are none.
So there's no European Hebrews or Israelites. There's no Asian Hebrews or Israelites.
Well, there are European ones now, because I'm one.
No, yeah, but you're not European though, innit? Like in that sense. Innit? So
not in origin. In origin, no, not in origin. In origin, there are no European ones.
So all of the Hebrews then, yeah, that we know of in ancient times would have resided in what we call today the Arabian Peninsula and the African continent, yeah?
Yes.
As well as the Americas, as well as they would have traveled the whole world and they would have spread their influence around the entire planet, which is why so many different religions. Yeah, it does come later, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm talking about from ancient.
Yeah, it does come later.
Yeah,
from ancient times, from the earliest times, from the earliest Hebrews.
All right. So let me ask you this now. Yeah? So basically, the Arabian Peninsula and what we call the Arabian Peninsula and the continent that we now call Africa is the origin of the Hebrews. Yes.
Yes.
What percentage of the African continent today is Hebrew or Israelite?
How do you? I don't know. How are we going to know that? Exactly. We're going to have to go by government consensus. When we go by government consensus, I've already said this earlier on, Shakara. Like, I do not believe one word that comes out of these governments' mouths. The same way my brother Witness clearly pointed out, you know, they call Nigeria, Nigeria. They call Senegal, Senegal. Yeah, they call Sierra Leone, Sierra Leone. That's right. But for all we know, listen, this is my answer to your question though. For all we know, a high percentage of all of those people were Israelite. For all we know, we'll never be able to find that out because we can't turn back the hands of time. So the question is there's no answer to it, unfortunately.
All right.
I'm glad you said that, though. I'm glad you said it. You were honest about it. That was
the amount that are there.
Would you agree? Would you agree?
We can never know. That's why I guess there's not really any big argument here because we can never know. I mean, I just tried to trace my history back for less than 100 years, and it goes out of Nigeria. So I'm like, if you can find it all the way back 2,000 years and pinpoint it to one place, I'm like, but then you gave me your explanation how you do it, Ezra. You said the Bible.
That shows but Witness. I'm saying now forget that. Shaka, one second, Shaka. Let me respond to him. I'm saying, Witness, like we earlier spoke about the migration of the Bantus, yeah, where Zulu explained his people, and like same thing on the West Coast. It's all a migration. Same thing that you've just proved with your history. Yeah, you wasn't always there. You know what I'm saying? Like it's all a migration, fam. And what we have to ask ourselves is, before all of this migration, who was we?
What was the? So wait, sorry. Do you agree with Schiffer's answer to my question, Ezra?
Which one?
I was asking about what percentage of the continent of Africa today is Israel.
Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah, we don't know. The Bible says Israel will number like the sand. Yeah, so
right now, is it the case that all Bantus are Hebrews?
I wouldn't say so. The majority, I'd say.
The majority of Bantus are Hebrews.
They're mixing as well, you get me? So like, not every black man's Hebrew, you get me? Some people descend from a white man. You know what I'm saying? Like,
we don't know. But today we can't differentiate between who is Hebrew and who is not Hebrew.
Not necessarily. It's a spirit. That's why the Bible says it's a spiritual thing. By the spirit.
But so then, what is the value of having a lineage called Hebrew if one is unable to differentiate between who is and who is not a Hebrew?
It's the bloodline, like I said, like it explains that we're gonna be lost to our heritage, and this is one of the curses that we had to go through.
One could make the argument.
Yo, Shakara, can I just say, it would be the same value to having, a heritage that relates to something like Voodoo, where you can't prove where none of those people are. You can't prove your heritage no more than we can. So it's an irrelevant question.
Voodoo is not a people. Voodoo is a spiritual system.
A culture and a religion.
Yeah, so, Voodoo is a spiritual system. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's no more irrelevant than any culture. It's just as relevant as every single other culture out there and every single other belief system out there.
But the idea, if we use the Voodoo example, we can identify the Voodoo system with the Fon people, the Ewe people, and a couple other people groups. in West
Yeah, but my brother, you can't prove that those people never just adopted that in the last X amount of years. You can't prove that.
what
You
do you
can't
mean?
prove that those are even the original people that were practicing it. So you'll struggle with this argument.
If we went through it before, like
I'm not trying to prove it. I'm not trying to prove it. I'm saying that you all are saying that today in 2020 we cannot identify who or what is a Hebrew, yeah, and who is not a Hebrew. I'm saying that today in 2020 we can identify who is and who is not fun.
No, I never said we can't identify. You're saying that. I'm saying me and Ezra are both agreed that we can go by historical records like the Bible, which will identify where these people were, what happened to them, you know, where they were placed, and we can say we can identify some of them. Hold on, wait a second. We can identify some of them by that method, and another method we can use to identify who these people are is the fact that they are dark-skinned, knotty-haired people. So all we have to do is go to those regions of the world today and then identify dark-skinned, knotty-haired people. There you go.
But that would be like 99.9% of the continent.
It doesn't matter either way. It's not your way of identifying your Voodoo followers would have no more. It would not be no more accurate. It would be no more accurate.
System now.
I'm saying identifying the followers of these Voodoo practices would be no more easy. It would be just as difficult. In fact, it'd probably be more difficult because
because there would be certain things known as odus that they would recite. There would be things like beads that they would wear.
It's not.
Yeah, markings.
We can identify.
Yeah, but somebody can easily move into an area and start wearing the same clothes. That don't mean you're from that tribe.
No.
Okay. So you guys are claiming to be a people of the Bible.
Sorry, Ezra. Explain to me then, how the people that practice Voodoo had to practice Voodoo then.
Say that again.
You said
my brother. You got people in New Orleans who practice. My brother. You got people in New Orleans who practice Voodoo.
Come on.
Yeah. Are those the original Voodoo practices? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Have manners, brother. Come on.
Sorry. It's a good question. It's a good question that Shifa was asking here. But the problem with what Shifa was asking is that Shifa is equating what is considered to be an ancestral line, which is Hebrew, with a spiritual system, which is Voodoo. You would have to compare the Hebrew to the people that practice the Voodoo situation. So the Fon and the Ewe and others in West Africa. However, to answer the question, we can trace the fact that some of the Africans in New Orleans and these kinds of things come from the areas in West Africa where Voodoo comes from. Yeah.
And how can you trace that?
One second. A lot of the Africans in New Orleans actually arrived in New Orleans from Haiti, which is the stronghold of the Voodoo tradition in the Americas. Yeah, so the Voodoo tradition is said to come to New Orleans because there was a migration, I forget the year, from Haiti to New Orleans. Yeah, at a particular point, which is
1803.
Thank you.
And how can you prove that it wasn't just a handful of people from the African continent who came to Haiti, yeah, with the Voodoo practices and taught it to people? How can you prove
Chakra,
that?
can I take this one? Because I can explain this one simply. Okay, so African spiritual systems are tied to an ethnic group. They're not tied to there's not like a general term like the Abrahamic faiths are, where like anyone can be Muslim, anyone can be Christian, or anyone can be apparently Jewish now. So
yeah, but my brother, he just said those people. He just said those people were migrated from the African continent to Haiti. Yeah. Now, how can you prove that happened? How can you prove those people weren't originally in America?
So you have a kingdom. You have a kingdom known as Dahomey. Kingdom of Dahomey was attacked by the French. The French, who had control over Haiti, for us ignorant Yankees, moved these people. Then you also have accounts of showing the kingdom of Dahomey or the Fon leading the assaults, leading the revolution. So you see the ancestry because the culture is what allows us to coexist.
Yeah, but you're not
Or a
answering
lot
the question, my brother. How can you
Come on,
prove
man.
how many people they moved?
You tell by the culture. You don't need. You can't even tell.
No, you don't. No, you're done. You're done. You can't prove it. Just say, just post the truth in it.
This just goes back to what I stated originally. When I asked, this just goes back to what I stated originally. When I asked questions about proving your ancestry, like if we go back and we look at the various tribes, the Yoruba, again, you can say that's the social construct. The word Yoruba wasn't even the word that those people call themselves. And they were made up of different clans. You can look at the Igbo. They were made up of different subgroups that came together. Where did they migrate from?
But that's the fact. Like, no one is not disputing that. I don't like that.
Yeah, but then don't act like you know, then, innit? Don't act like you know any better than we know. Yeah, because it's not a bit. This isn't. Listen. This isn't tit for tat. Me versus you. I'm gonna belittle your thing and act like my thing's bigger than yours. I'm not acting like Israelite faith or Israelite culture is more traceable than voodoo culture.
But Shifa, I agree with you. Shifa, you and I don't have a problem with what you said, Shifa, because when I first mentioned it, you were very honest in your response to me. So I'm not arguing with you about tracing lineage, because I even opened up when we talked about Nigeria being a construct. The Yorubas, the Igbos, any tribe is a construct. It's an amalgamation of different people coming together. So it's hard to trace it. You agreed with that. So I don't have any fight with you because you were honest enough to admit to that.
Well, how far does that go, Witness? That's all I want to know.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong.
One second, Shaka. I beg you. Yeah. Witness gets it, yeah. Like that. You get me, he gets it. So what I'm saying is how far do you take that, Witness? Get me? Like in the end, you're gonna end up with 2 migrations, yeah, and both of them saying the goal
that's wrong though, bro. The fact of migrations, doesn't validate the biblical story.
I'm just gonna start cutting you off like that, you know, because I don't do it to you.
I apologize. Go ahead.
Like you need to do that to Dan Juma some more.
Like really and truly, that I don't know what people got wrong. Anyway, I can't bother with it. I'm gonna do exactly what I do with Jan Duma, and I'm gonna excuse that little shot right there. I step over.
Do that to me, then. Can you give me a little of that? Beg
joke business.
So, all I'm saying is, yeah, like with that, you're gonna end up with migrations that both of them coming from the Horn of Africa, the Yoruba, the Ashanti, many other tribes. Yeah, their history of their tribe tells them that they come from that north of Kemet. You get me? Like all of them?
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't actually.
It doesn't.
So where did the Yoruba come from? According to the Yoruba tradition,
what you'll get is Nile Valley. You won't get north of Kemet. Yeah.
Where's the Nile Valley?
Doesn't mean that they didn't come from. But the Nile Valley is bigger than Kemet. Everybody focuses on Kemet, like the Nile Valley is not one long ass river that starts in Tanzania and Uganda and them places there. Yeah. The point is that civilizations,
Shakara, thank you. That was good.
The point is,
where's the Nile Valley though?
One second. The point is, wherever the river is, the lands that the river runs through are the valleys of the river. Yes. So the Nile Valley is a long ass expanse of land. Yeah.
Very true.
What's it called?
Very true. Yo, Shaka, can we agree? Yeah. Can we agree that there's a percentage of chance that we are right? Can we agree that at least?
Please, one sec, please. Right. There are all kinds of migration stories. What's it called? People migrating around the African continent and these kinds of things. The reality is that a lot of those migrations take place before the existence of anything called a Hebrew. Yeah. Like there is the civilizations and the migration patterns in Africa are old before the concept of a Hebrew comes into history. That is a reality, yeah. So to confine migration patterns on the continent to the whatever the Hebrew narrative is fundamentally flawed. Yeah,
but Shakra, that's because we were going by a different name then. The Hebrew was brought in by the Ashkenazi. That name Hebrew was brought in by the Ashkenazi. So that's an unfair statement. And all I'm saying is, Shaka, if we can agree that there's a percentage of a chance that we are right, then I'll agree there's a percentage of a chance that you are right, and we can stop trying to debunk each other.
you can debate the Hebrew thing.
It's just about learning.
No, yeah,
it's about learning.
All I've been doing is asking questions in these things and all that. So and putting them forward. Like when I ask a question about the percentage of the continent that is, because it makes sense to me. For example, like if the man them are saying that all of the black people that were brought into the Americas are Hebrews, isn't it? Yeah, and were enslaved because they are Hebrews. Yeah, this is the narrative, isn't it? Yeah, like so they were sold because they are Hebrews and enslaved because they are Hebrews. But we're saying that some of these Hebrews still exist on the African continent today. Yeah,
that's correct. Yes.
Right. So it suggests to me that there should be a methodology for identifying who is and who is not a Hebrew. I think it's a fair question. Yeah.
What methodology tells you by the Spirit, you will know them. If their spirit bears witness with us,
Ezra, no,
they are children of God. Simple. Go on, Mordecai.
It's not. I get what you're saying, but it's really not about the spirit part. So, Shaka, respect to every man.
Yes, sir. Bless it.
Hey, Mordecai, turn your mic up.
Right. So we're gonna do the question for a question, which of course it makes no sense, but I gotta throw one back at you.
Go ahead.
Have you ever read the Holy Scriptures, not the Bible, the beginning of the book, the Old Testament? Have you ever read it?
Not completely.
Okay, great. That's answering.
Sorry, can I clarify something?
No, that's answering the question.
Perfect. No. I need to clarify what your differentiation between the Holy Scriptures and the Bible is. You said the Holy Scriptures, not the Bible. What do you mean?
Well, for me, I've said this before. To me, the Bible, when you see the root word of the Bible is "by," and "by" means two. Bicycle, by, if you know the word.
Yeah.
When you look at that whole book right there, you have two books that's in there. One called Old, one called New.
Oh, so you're not New Testament?
No, at all.
Okay, cool. Point taken.
Good. So in the beginning, for
talking about
anybody else who's familiar with the book, is a part where the Most High is speaking to Abraham, talking about how great his seed is going to be throughout the earth and how many children and kingdoms and such is going to come out. But you're going to have this one particular children that's going to be stubborn and they're not going to listen, and they're going to be hard-headed. You feel me? I'm going to put them through this rigor and through these things that they're going to go through. That happens to be Jacob's children. I'm just fast forwarding now. We're in Jacob's time now. So this is Jacob's children of Israel. Because if you've read it or skimmed through it, anyone here, you can see where there were lines where it said, and the children of Israel did wrong in the eyes of the Creator again. So obviously things wasn't going right. My point to saying all of that is the children of Israel, because they did not choose to do the commandments and the statutes of the Creator of heaven and earth, that they were scattered throughout the four corners of the earth. So I'm going back to your question again, based on what's the numbers and where are they? And I'm not saying Ezra couldn't answer it, but I'm helping him out a little bit because I wanted to tag in for a long time. Y'all was putting him through it. I see how y'all was ganging up on him in a funny joking way. My whole point to that is the children of Israel has been scattered throughout the four corners of the earth. So there is no counting of the numbers. That's
exactly what I said.
If you read throughout the book, throughout times, forget the Atlantic slave trade. We're too modern. Everybody loves to stay modern. You got to understand. The children of Israel went into captivity before the Atlantic slave trade was started. There was the Babylonian kingdom. There was the Persian Medes. That is captivity. That is slavery. People got to understand captivity and slavery is the same thing.
Yo, Mordecai.
You have to put slavery because there were ships.
Yo, Mordecai.
The same thing. So the children of Israel was in captivity through those many empires. Don't forget the Greeks and the Romans. I want to go back to another point that you said, Shakara, when you cited Wikipedia. Not the best citation, but we're gonna give it credit for whatever it is. When you were reading about there was no recording of the children of Israel. When you talk about the shepherd kings, if you read back during the time when the children of Israel was in Egypt, we weren't allowed to even eat with them. Why? Because an Egyptian couldn't find himself eating with the shepherds. That's who we are. We're herdsmen. We're people of the land. You feel me? We deal with sheep and lambs and things like that. That's who we are as a people. So when you see things like shepherd kings, yes, as time went on, as centuries go on, as languages change, because there's nothing new under the sun, nothing stays the same forever, you won't see Israelites, but they are shepherds. So
Mordecai,
Israelite, I know exactly when you were saying shepherd kings, you were talking about Israelites. But to the rest of the world and to the people who read Wikipedia or however the secular education comes in, of course, I can validate your argument. Where does it say Israelite? Where,
Yo, Mordecai, one more thing. Mordecai.
Knowing the Torah, you got to kind of step out and, you know, and kind of jump into a secular thought.
Sorry, Mordecai.
Hey, Mordecai.
Yeah.
Can I ask one question? Hold on 1 second, Shaka. One more question, Mordecai. Did the Israelites look at? Hold on, Mordecai. Did the Israelites look any different? Did the Israelites look any different to the rest of the Africans?
Can't hear you still, you know, Shifa.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you're just talking, Shifa. I'm trying to get him to stop so he can hear you. He can't hear you.
Oh, my bad. Because I was just gonna say, yeah, I would also say that the Israelites didn't look any different to the rest of the dark-skinned people.
You know, so just to give you back to your point, you know, that the children
Hey, Shaka, can you tell him what I said?
Counted. And yes, in the Caribbean too. Those same Africans in the Caribbean, they are Yard, they are Trinidad, they are Barbados, they are St. Vincent, they are Panama, they are Brazil, they are Honduras, these are all places that I get it. And not all black people are Israelites. You gotta remember the children of the Egyptians, the Hyksos, all your people, the Hotep people, they were not brown skin, olive tone. They were black as the back of this screen that we're all looking at. You feel what I'm saying? So not all black people are Israelites.
Right, but I'm saying, bro, so
Israelites act like that anyway.
If we're saying that not all black people are Israelites, yeah.
What
does that mean in a world whereby we can't differentiate between what an Israelite is and what an Israelite is not?
Well, the thing about it, let's not focus on how much who's an Israelite and who's not. At the end of the day, it's not really our fault based on the richness and the culture and the dietary law and what has been given to us as a people, which of course is for all melanated, not all melanated, but for those who have been throughout the diaspora, whether you choose to accept it or not, you are an Israelite. But that's not my fight for anyone here on the panel or anyone who happens to be scattered throughout the four corners of the earth with this melanated skin.
Here's what I'm saying. The doctrine of the Israelite thing is based upon a chosen people.
Yes, it is.
A people chosen of God.
That's right.
Yeah? And depending, I know there are different schools of thought in the Hebrew.
That is correct.
There are those who believe, and I believe this is a majority viewpoint, so please correct me if I'm wrong, that the Bible is for nobody else other than the Hebrews.
No, that is a lie, because Ezekiel 10 says that this will no longer be a house just for, because the children of Israel will lead the service. So let me just get a little technical and things like that. But no, it will be the house of God for all nations.
Okay.
You just have to accept that Mordecai's interpretation, how he follows, how he is an Israelite, is different from the Israelites that choose to demonize the Africans or show hatred. So
you gotta understand.
I don't demonize Africans neither.
Mordecai, question. Are you a Ben Ami Hebrew?
No, I am not. Which of course one of my elder teachers, may he rest in peace. He was a very good friend with Ben Amin, and may he rest in peace. But no, I do not follow the teacher Ben Amin because he introduces the New Testament, where I am just strictly Torah based. There is no Jesus in my book.
Ezra,
yo,
you're a New Testament Hebrew, right?
Yeah.
So you believe in the Messiah and all these things?
Yeah. 100%.
I believe in the Messiah too. I believe in the Messiah.
But at the end of the day,
for me, it's no different to the Old Testament. All it is that when we see the New Testament, it's like it's explaining the time of Christ now, like who we believe is the Messiah. Like Paul is only writing to those slave Maccabees, that got taken into Antioch, Corinth, Galatia.
Is Paul a Hebrew?
Yeah.
Ezra,
I thought he was Roman though.
He's not Roman.
Yeah, he's a Roman citizen.
I thought Paul was Roman though.
The Roman
citizen. That was it. He wasn't of Roman descent.
With the New Testament, you have to know which author that you want to run with. You have four of them. You have Mark, Luke, who got Matthew, and whoever the other guy is, because they're all saying the same story. So you got to find out which author works with you the best, and then you can carry on. If you ask me, that's.
Well, if they're all saying the same, you can use all of them, if they're saying the same thing.
Hey, Ezra, what book do you what version of the Bible do you use? Like King James?
Yeah, I use the King James. Yeah, I've got a full Maccabees like King James.
Why do you use the King James?
Because it's the closest to the Hebrew that out of all the translations. The older King James, the 1611, is even better.
Can I just say I use the Septuagint, but the King James is very close to Septuagint also.
Yeah, they're both close.
Yeah, if you're rolling with the the Jesus narrative, you gotta have a King James or any other king, I guess. So that narrative for the New Testament.
But what about all the other like different?
So what Bible does Mordecai read?
The funny thing about it now, the scriptures that we read is from a Hebraic text. It comes from the line of I believe we're reading the Pharisees version. You feel me, of that particular time? So the block lettering.
No wonder you don't believe the New Testament.
Huh?
Right. So if you read in the Pharisees version, then no wonder you don't believe the New Testament.
Well, yeah, there's no need.
That's like the government. That's like police. That's Babylon, bro. You can't be following Babylon.
It's just like how
it was against the Nazarene. It was against the Nazarites. It was against everything.
No, it's kind of like how a witness was just asking you, how could you read the King James version? You feel me? Which
is government as well, is the king. Yeah,
I believe King James.
King James wasn't black though, so you're literally following.
I believe he was. Yeah,
but he wasn't.
National Archive. It's in the National Archives. Yeah,
no black man.
British National Archives say his son was called the Black Boy, and on his wanted poster, he was described as a tall black man, and that's his son.
King James was a black man. I'm done with this. Want
to see it from nationalarchives.com or BritishMonarchs.com? Which one you want to see it from? British Monarchs or National Archives?
That's a question. There is an existence of a thing called the Hebrew Bible, right?
Yeah.
So why don't you use the Hebrew Bible?
Say that again.
Something exists in today's world called the Hebrew Bible, yeah? So why don't you use the Hebrew Bible?
You got it, bro.
Because we're speaking English in it, like Hebrew. Like I'm learning Hebrew. I know I'm learning a lot of the words now, but I find it hard to put them together. I can't lie.
Are you doing the
what you're reading is authentic
type of Hebrew?
Say that again. Nah, not this modern shit now, though.
Yo, Ezra, can I just say, what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to learn the text that the Septuagint was actually taken from. I'm trying to find out what those texts are, and I'd like to read from them texts.
Paleo Hebrew.
Anyway, family, man, got to run here. So it's been
bro. Yeah, Shaka, I hope I answered your question. I choose when I come up here, I them kind of thought me love choose me not really deal with the. You know what I'm saying? But I hope I answered your questions.
Yes, sir.
This is the most reasonable Hebrew I've ever talked to. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I honestly want to hear him talk. Like, Mordecai should be the official Hebrew of G Block.
Now, wait.
That's about him, man. Don't make him genius, though.
The rest of this shit, man. Damn,
but yeah,
shout out to Mordecai.
Mordecai, we're reason I get in it.
Yeah, man, blessed. Yeah,
we're all reasonable people when we're not under attack. Just like the Muslims are reasonable if you're not attacking them every minute. Just like the Israelite Shifa, just Israelite, is reasonable when not under attack all the time. When we're reasoning is when we're reasonable.
No, I'm thinking maybe because he just reads the Torah, so it's like maybe he's just more like, maybe chill. I don't know what it is, but like, damn.
What it is that you feel what I'm saying? I get Ezra's spirit. I get it. You feel me? It's a fighting spirit. James, but on the other end, you feel me? We just gotta. It's bigger than. My man Zion Lex said something real deep. He said it's bigger than just staying in the book. You gotta jump out scholarly. And it's kind of like,
I ain't gonna lie. It's only because Zion Lex is teaching the Metanetta right now that I'm going to, because I didn't like him at first, but then
that's the homie.
When he left, I don't see him as a Hebrew anymore. Like I don't see.
He's an Israelite. Don't get it twisted. But
that man is like, he's like a dark skinned Dr. Reggie, bro.
But the point that I was trying to make from the start, though, which was agreed upon by most people.
Want that Metanetta smoke with my homie. Don't nobody want that.
No, I agree.
Interpretations, though. Each person is reading that book. Each person is reading that book and coming up with an interpretation to trace their lineage.
No, my
Which
brother
is
going to the Metropolitan Museum reading. You feel me? That Medu Netter. He would come to England and read what's out there. He ain't like these jokers out
No,
there.
yeah. He
My
like
homie on it.
Zion Lex actually took the time. Like I would
He
say of
reads
all the
it, bro.
Hebrews, he's the top. Like
He ain't playing no games, Ryan.
yeah, he actually
You
took
know,
the time to learn.
there's
You
a
know
there's a
what
yeah,
Kemet
there's,
is. You
there's
know
a
what.
crew of us out here. Don't
Yeah.
nobody trust me. Our smoke is real. And
Yeah.
but Mordecai, what I got a few people to admit to, even I admitted to, is there's only so far back you can actually know for sure. So at the end, you're kind of making an estimate with your belief.
and I heard you make that point, and you're right. It is but so far back, because then you find yourself back in the book again, where the Most High said, "I'm going to take this away from you." You feel me? You're going to be a people. You're going to be you're going to be an astonishment. You're going to be a byword. And as you read throughout the Torah, as time went on, we was in the under the Babylonian rule, and we were giving up sacrifice of unclean foods like pigs and things. We was doing Baalim. We were following, you know what I mean? We had gods. So when I hear a lot of brothers that's of Israelite faith talk about how you want to champion it, sometimes y'all got to bring us back to our woes. See, we make us look like we are these people that God only wants, but we never speak about the wrongdoings. And that's the part. You feel me?
Hey, can I ask you though, Mordecai?
Mordecai, that's exactly what I've been saying. You get me?
Really incredible. But how do you know God wants you guys to reclaim this now? Like, how do you know He wants to?
No, I don't see. That's a fantastic question. You know,
because I always wonder that.
You know what? And you're gonna keep wondering, like I'm gonna wonder why God is.
Wow.
I'm not cool like with God like that, so I don't know.
Wow.
We got the coronavirus out here right now. That's all I know. But I know that's not. I know what I do know is that it says, I'm gonna give you. It's gonna. It says throughout all the plagues, and it's gonna be diseases that's not written in this book. So I don't know when the time is gonna come, but I do know things are.
No. My question is, how do you know God wants you guys to reclaim, I'm sorry, not to scatter, to assemble yourselves. You were scattered. How do you know?
Once again,
let me read it for you. Let me read it for you.
Once again, we don't know. That's why we do the.
Now we do know. Now we do. Let me read it. Let me read it, brother.
This is why.
One second. Let him finish.
This is why we ask for forgiveness. This is why we ask the Most High to return us home and get us from the four corners of the earth. So whether it be in England, whether it be in the Caribbean, whether it be wherever you are, brother. Yes, this is what we're doing. So we don't know. All we can.
No, but he did say that he did say that he wants to what he wants. He says, if 2 Chronicles 7:14.
Right.
If my people which are called by my name will humble themselves and seek and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will forgive their sin and heal their land. So he does want us to congregate.
Now, you can't find that in the New Testament. Just
get me?
You know, that's just a little poke at you. As
I can. I can.
You can't find that.
What if I find that for you in the New Testament? Will you accept?
Find it where God says it and not Jesus. Jesus ain't God. So if you're gonna do it, you got to do it right.
What there? You broke up again. Say that again.
If you're gonna do it, you got to find it where the Most High said, and you're gonna call on to my name, not what Jesus said. You feel me? You got to say what God gonna say in the New Testament. If God don't say it in the New Testament, let's just leave it where it's at.
Jesus is the word of God, though, isn't it?
Nah, bro. Listen. How about we not even switch the topic? Because this is what they want. We're not
gonna give them what
they want. We're not gonna give them what they want.
It's not switching the topic, though. Like,
yo, Mordecai, what camp you part of, bro? What camp you? I'm about to join Mordecai's camp, bro.
We ain't gonna give them what they want. We ain't gonna do that. We ain't gonna do that.
We're not gonna do that. But I'm just showing you where I'm coming from, innit? You get me?
Okay, I'm gonna listen to where you coming from.
You don't have to accept that.
I won't say nothing.
You don't have to accept
that man Morpheus. He took
I can show you that in the New Testament too. You get me? Same thing.
Yeah, he's a red pill Hebrew. You a red pill Hebrew, Mordecai. That's just Jesus.
Yo, don't make this bad man groom you, fam. Carry on anyway. Yeah.
Damn.
Nah, but I'm saying like, I understand where Mordecai comes from. You don't accept it, innit? But like, I just feel like to not accept Christ as a Messiah is a bit mad. You get me? Because there's too much Old Testament scriptures. But obviously, we're not gonna get into that.
Yeah, we ain't gonna give them what they want. We can't.
I'm gonna do a show either later or tomorrow, Mordecai. Still.
You know what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna keep it real with you, Ezra. I'm gonna keep it real. No matter what no matter what our edification experiences is with reading this book, we have two Israelite brothers, and our mission is to never ever. We ain't never gonna give them what not. We don't get down.
Yeah.
Feel me?
100%.
That's it.
100%.
That's it.
100%, fam. Like you know Baba, innit? He used to come on a lot. He don't really come on as much now. Like you and Baba, I think you got the same like idea on things still.
Okay.
I'm sure I'm not sure. I think he accepts Christ as the Messiah, but he don't accept the New Testament and just Revelation, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's a lot of different, ideas of things.
Wait, do you accept the Pentateuch?
Say that again.
Do you does he read Mordecai? Do you read like the Pentateuch and the Talmud?
No. Oh, great question. No, I do not. And why? It has nothing to do with us. And I want Israelites to understand that. That is a Jewish text, Jewish, meaning something like me. The word ish means something like. You want to be like me. It doesn't make you official. You kind of copying my ways. So Rambam and all those guys have nothing to do with us melanated people. They were never in Egypt. They know nothing about that. What they are people that I have to say that however they got their education, they got it. And it goes back to what Shakara was asking before. This word is for all people. They won't be a part of the service. No, the service comes from, you know what I'm saying? No, we're going to be handling that. But it's not a discriminatory, this way of life isn't just for black. No, it's for those who want to do the law. Because when you see it, right? The Most High calls, who's that? Cyrus is anointed. Cyrus wasn't an Israelite, but Cyrus gave us the opportunity to go back and build a second temple. You feel what I'm saying? So, I just want to throw that point out there. And Rambam and them dudes ain't got nothing to do with us. You know what I'm saying? I don't know nothing about them cats. Don't care what they got to say. When you really check it, they're racist. They felt like the children of Yisrael, when you read within their books, that they're cursed and that black skin, and when you see them or something like that, they got a whole bunch of nasty derogatory things. So I don't care for Rambam and those guys in the Talmud. And that's their kind of Torah for them, because when they open up, if you notice, a lot of them, they don't read from the New Testament. As you can see, you've seen it on Content Over Everything and many other platforms. When them Jewish people come up and you start talking to them about the Torah out of the book, whether it's Deuteronomy 28 or Isaiah or whatever, they look at you like, oh, I don't know. Why they don't know? Because it doesn't pertain to them. They already know that.
I agree. 100%.
It doesn't pertain to them. So that's why.
And that's why I was telling Shaka, it's a spiritual thing. Like the book says, isn't it? My sheep hear my voice, you get me? Like, it's a spiritual thing.
Jewish and Hebrew means Walter. Oh, that's funny as shit. God of Jacob is funny, man.
Yo, Commander, hear me?
Yeah, step nicely. Big up.
Big up the Panther still.
Yes,
it's a nice conversation. Still a rate, man.
Yeah, man. Big up. Don't know. I've never heard you sound so clear online still.
But yo, bro, one thing, you said you don't believe in the Pentateuch, but ain't that the first 5 books of the Bible anyway? Well, the Old Testament.
Okay. You know what? Then pardon me for lack of vocabulary and when hearing it. So yes, I do follow the 5 books of Moshe.
Big up those still.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah, man.
But
ain't the Pentateuch like a certain translation, or is it? Because I'm sure that's called
like the Greek
the Tanakh.
Like the first 5 books.
Yeah, the Tanakh.
The Tanakh's the first 5 books, isn't it? So what's the Pentateuch like? That's a translation, isn't it?
Yeah, the Greek translation or something.
Okay.
We must keep in mind that, a lot of people, when they talk about the Greeks and the Romans and people, they flip this book and they this and that and da-da-da. You got to understand that when they came in and they raided, and however it is that whatever happened to the children of Israel, when they read what they read and they translated it into their book, you think they was going to put everything that championed us? It's kind of like with slavery. You feel me? Like you don't teach the slave how to read. If you teach him how to read, he's gonna learn how to kick your ass. You know? So it's kind of like you can't expect. It's kind of like, once again, not to take a shot at the New Testament. After they read what they read, they say, yo, you got to give them a new book. You can't let them know you can't tell them where they come from. That they're people of warriors and they once have kings, and you feel me, they're herds people and they got these great things going on. Give them this one Messiah and just let it run through and let their heart and just break their hearts and put them on a cross and just do all of that. And now you got them. Straight up, because like I said, when you read the New Testament, Jesus champions himself and goes against everything what God says, and I can prove that.
Whoa. He never did that. Whoa. All right, let's get into it. I'd like to.
Yeah, he did. The Torah said, honor your father. The Torah said, honor your father and your mother, that your days may be long upon the earth, which the Most High giveth thee. Jesus said, I believe in, what's that, Matthew or Mark, one of them books, I gotta jump in it real quick, where he says, yo, if you choose to honor your father and your mother more than you honor me, yo, you fall from grace kind of thing. Like, yo, your man is bugging. He says a lot of reckless
Old Testament also said Moses came out of the mountain with 10 commandments and said, don't kill. So people were in a goat and he killed. And he murdered all of them.
They've already done that, Ultra. So
don't murder. It's don't murder.
Get it right. You're saying, the Old Testament is the Old Testament.
Don't murder. Thou shalt not murder. It's not kill. It's thou shalt not murder. Not kill. Because you know why? Because you eat fruits and vegetables. If you eat fruits and vegetables, if you pick an apple from a tree, you killed it. Why? Because the tree is the light source for the friggin' apple. And when it rains, the water goes into the dirt, where it goes in the tree, up the roots, to let that apple grow. So if you pluck it, you just killed it. You didn't murder it. You killed it. Why? Because you need to eat an apple. So let's just...
Bro, you're comparing apples with oranges. You're
no, I'm not comparing apples and oranges.
The man had 10 commandments. Don't kill, don't whatever. And he killed people that was worshipping the cow.
Thou shalt not murder, bro. It's not thou shalt not kill. It's thou shalt not murder. It's thou shalt not murder.
Ultra. No, what it is. What you have to understand is that incident you're talking about. Ultra.
Yes.
That incident that happened. Yo, you're breaking up, Ultra. That incident that happened had already happened before Moses went to the mountain anyway. But anyway, Mordecai, I want to read you something from the New Testament, yeah. Ephesians 6 and 1. We'll go from 1. Okay. Children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. Honor thy mother and father, which is the first commandment, a promise.
No doubt. Okay. The physician said that. The physician said that.
No, that's Paul.
Who, Paul said that? Okay, that's what Paul said. Okay, now I'm going to go look for what Jesus said.
Yeah, that it may be. Well, okay then. Honor thy mother and father, which is the first commandment with a promise, that it may be well with thee, that thou mayest live long on earth. It's the exact same thing you read. Paul, that's what Paul ever does. He just quotes.
No problem. Okay, I got you. You know what? Cool. Shout out to Paul. That's what's up. Shout out to Paul. Now I'm going to look for what Jesus said. Yeah, y'all can talk in between. I'm going to look for it.
All right, and I know where you're coming with, so I'm looking for the rebuttal.
How about reduce stock? Oh my god, big up man like Step Nicely. Oh man, like Step Nicely.
Yeah, but does it make a difference between murder and kill to you?
Yeah, to be fair, that was a dumb point to me.
Don't make a difference.
Murder and killing is different. You can kill someone in self-defense or defense of your family. That's
right.
Not murder.
That's right. You can kill somebody by mistake, bro. You can't murder nobody by mistake.
Bro, if you take away someone's life, bro, killed them, it's murder, whatever, it doesn't matter.
And you know what? You know the beautiful thing about what you just said right there? The funny thing about what you just said right there? You know why? Your Ultra, you know what's beautiful about what you just said right there? And let's go back in biblical terms, right? For instance, if you were the brother of another brother that I accidentally killed, I will have to run to the city of refuge. Why? Because you're the avenger of blood. You feel what I'm saying? See, the Most High created people, and when I say just like you or thoughts like you, it's not a bad thing. It gives balance to the world.
Of course, I'm necessary for the survival of our species.
No, but you're the person who won't forgive me if I told you that it was an accident while your brother died. You dig what I'm saying? You'll be the avenger of blood. I will have to be the person who have to.
No, if you killed my brother,
if that made sense.
I want to kill you, and I would have to tear at your eyes, of course, and I'd be in. But I wouldn't.
It's validated. It's solely validated. It's all good. I will expect you to.
I mean, don't get me wrong. If you kill my wife or children, then I've got to have.
No, that's murder, bro. No, that's murder. If I kill your wife and your children, that's no accident. That's no accident. Now that's apples and oranges. What you're doing is apples and oranges. That's basic common sense.
Killing and murdering. Yeah, I hear that garbage.
Okay.
Listen, you know there's a difference. Because if someone punches you and you punch him back to defend yourself,
you man are just making a sidebar that is so irrelevant to the point I was making.
Not irrelevant, is there's a difference. That's all we're saying, isn't it?
Okay, this is between murder and manslaughter. Okay, yes, fine.
Well then, there you go.
But it all results in a loss of life.
That's the premise of the book, isn't it? To be fair, because it's separating like the different intellect, man. Like people that dwell, like use their carnal mind and just live a flipping impulse, and then people that can actually control their emotions. You get me?
That's what I'm saying. It's like, come on, man. You get me? There's like, it's talking about murdering, like defending someone, or your loved one, or whatever. That's not murder, fam. You get me? But this is for Mordecai. We've gone through this before still, you get me? So like, this is just for benefit of education, innit? So like, this is why, one of the reasons, like one of the strongest prophecies I believe, that's talking about the Messiah to come, why we believe he has that power to say what he says, and this is Isaiah now saying, that the start of this verse is very important. It says, who has believed our report, and who is the arm of the Lord revealed? You get me? So like, there you go. From the start, it's letting you know, like, not everyone's going to believe this report. And then it says, for he shall,
rightfully so.
It's
only right that people don't believe things just because it's in a book.
Ultra, come on, man. So
no, because it's like, bro, the thing you're reading right, it, just saying it like it's true, bro.
Yeah, but I'm saying, obviously, like, I get that this is for those who believe. That's why I was talking to Mordecai.
Oh, see, I respect that.
Cool. Fuck it up. Sure. It says, for he shall grow before him as tender as a plant, and as a root of a dry ground. He have no form, no comeliness, and when we see him, there is no beauty that we shall desire him. He is despised and rejected of man, a man of sorrows, acquainted with grief. As we hid it our faces from him, he was despised, and we esteemed him not. Don't forget, this ain't New Testament. This is Isaiah, you know. He surely has borne our griefs and carried our sorrows, yet we didn't esteem him stricken, smitten of God, and afflicted. But he was wounded for our transgression. He was bruised for our iniquities. The chastisement of our peace was upon him, and with his stripes we are healed.
Who they talking about? Ain't that Emmanuel they talking about?
Well, we'll see. We are all like sheep. Sheep, you know. We have gone astray. We have turned.
Speak for yourself, bro. Ain't no sheep out here, bro. Behave
He's
yourself.
talking about the Israelites, man. Like,
the Israelites. Yeah, they're sheep, definitely.
Yeah, all right. We are like sheep. We have gone astray. We have turned everyone to his own way, and the Lord has laid on him the iniquity.
Ultra, shut up.
But look, that just proves, innit? Like, we've all gone our own way. One man's on this, one man's on atheism, one man's doing Kemet, Hindu. Black people are mixed up in everybody's thing. You get me? You know what I'm saying? So we've all gone to our own way,
including Israelites. Black people mixing themselves up in Jewish folklore.
All right, Ultra. Yeah, he was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he opened not his mouth. He was brought as a lamb to the slaughter, and as a sheep before the shearers is dumb, so he opened not his mouth. He was taken from prison and from judgment. Who shall declare his generation? For he was cut off of the land of the living. For the transgression of my people, he was stricken. You get me? So look, I'm going to read two more verses. Yeah, it says, and he made him grieve with the wicked. Yeah, we know who's next to him on the cross, isn't it? Yeah, and he made his grave with the wicked and with the rich in his death, because he had done no violence, neither was any deceit in his mouth. Yet it pleased the Lord to bruise him. He put him to the grief. When thou shalt make his soul an offering for sin, he shall see his seed. He shall prolong his days, and the pleasure of the Lord shall prosper in his hand. Yeah. So like with that, yeah, I'm just saying, like, it clearly shows from the book of Isaiah, this prophecy of the Messiah being killed for our sins. Yeah, is there in the Old Testament. This ain't nothing new.
No, no one got killed for my
And if you fulfilled all of that, if you fulfilled every single verse,
I was gonna say that.
if you fulfilled every single verse in the window.
This is done without my consent. If I was there, I would have said, "Excuse me, Jesus, I didn't ask you this. Don't do it."
All right, Ultra.
Yeah, man, no, because spilling blood and all this damn voodoo sacrificing God. Listen, miss you, this nonsense. Sure.
You just want to eat a pork sandwich and chill.
I'm not gonna lie. I do enjoy a bacon sardine from time to time. Come on, Scriveners, get out of there.
I don't.
I do enjoy a bacon sardine, but apparently, when Jesus came, he fulfilled the law and made pork halal or something like that.
No. He fulfilled these prophecies what have been spoken about him.
Yeah, but you still can't eat shellfish and wear cotton blend. This is fucked, bro. I'm out, man. I can't deal with this.
Yeah, man. Go back to your pork.
Wait, wasn't there like a time when God did speak to Peter and he told him like whatever I make is not like unclean?
What you say?
Didn't God have a conversation with Peter about killing and eating, like, eating nothing God makes is unclean or something like that?
No, nothing God has sanctioned. Nothing sanctioned by God is unclean. So this is the bit that Christians like to miss out. Yeah, it says nothing sanctioned. Another translation will say nothing authorized by God. And the Torah tells us what's authorized by God, not sanctioned. It's a mad echo still. It's yours, Bradigan. Are you playing YouTube at the same time?
No, I'm only playing my Xbox. No.
Oh, okay. Well, it's done now. Yeah. So I got Mordecai.
Damn, man.
Good. So what like?
How's everyone's family doing? Man?
It's good.
Yeah,
it's all right. For making my elders take their supplements for their immune.
Yeah, the ruin that day.
Yeah. Hey, if you don't mind me asking, what state were you on? East Coast, West Coast?
Yeah, I'm East Coast, New York.
Oh, DC.
All right. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Or what part of DC?
Northwest, but I live in PG County right now.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I got some people that's from like the old DC Berry Farms and shit like that.
Man, Berry Farms is gentrified, bro.
Yeah, I was told no longer the hood no more. Yo, how's Ezra? What's going on with the streets out there in London town, man? People out there road or people inside?
Yeah, to be fair, I ain't really been London for a minute, But in Birmingham, it's a mad panic. The shops are.
Oh, you're in Brim? Okay.
Yeah, I'm in Brum. Yeah, so it's a mad panic. The shops are all empty. I couldn't believe it. Wow. Empty.
Y'all 2 weeks quarantine?
Well, some places have been shut down, but like the schools are still open.
Oh, okay.
My daughter can't go to school. She got asthma.
Yeah. All the schools is closed in New York for a whole month.
Yeah.
Oh, for real?
Word.
Damn,
Mad.
schools are still open down here.
Yeah.
I think because we have a lower number. I think you're supposed to get like once you get 50 cases, you got to close everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yo, you hear about that Trump giving everybody money next week or in the next 2 weeks or something?
Yeah. We're supposed to be collecting the check.
Yeah. Yo, I swear to God, they better not try to say, yo, this is reparations. Y'all better be chill.
Brad.
They're gonna say it's reparations, you know. Give it to everyone.
You hear me?
Yeah.
You know, I swear in America, it's no gatherings of more than 10 people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you go to school?
Huh?
Yeah, you can't. And in the clubs, you can't be no more than what they said, 50 or some shit like that. Like the bars, everything closed off.
So yeah, so how can you go to school then? Schools must be closed.
They have they have like this
closed,
app called Zoom or something like that, and it's like they can put like 30-some people on a webcam.
Right.
Oh, so people are going to school online.
Yeah, we're going to school
yeah.
online. Yeah, shit. I
Oh,
gotta
that's
go.
crazy.
I'm about to get off here and go to school right now.
How old are you?
Shit.
Word.
How old are you?
Huh?
How old are you?
He means like college, bro.
I'm in college.
James sarcastic as shit. He knew
No,
exactly
I'm not being serious.
he knew exactly what you meant. This is a grown ass man on here. He trying about thinking he go to school.
Who is that?
James an asshole.
Oh, Mordecai. Oh, okay. I was actually joking, but yeah, cool.
But yo, family members, I'm gonna link up with the man them. iPad numbers is getting low on the battery. If anything later on, I'll link.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself.
Yo,
Man.
shalom, Ezra.
All right, Ezra. All right, Ezra. Let's get back to
Shalom, that shit's funny. Man. Do you know?
Shalom is not bad. I'm not gonna lie.
No, but
I like the one West people be saying shalom. I like that one better. Shalom.
You know about Yahweh Shai?
Yahweh Shai. Yeah, I love those names. Simicide, dude, Shai. Gracious. And they always have I love the ones like this dude named Jeremiah Judah over here. And his name's Jeremiah Judah 7000. He just always starts off by saying Yeshua da. Like every time he gets on. It's just funny.
Are you Israelite? You're not Israel, are you, bro?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Fuck no, I'm educated. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
I'm joking.
I can't lie. I understand. I feel their pain. I want to be Jewish. I would like to be Jewish too.
Me too, bro. Gracious. You own most of the news. You own most of TV, most of like real estate in New York, man. I want to be Jewish too.
Do you think it's like? Do you think they believe that they're fooling anyone by pretending that they don't want to be white?
James, the funniest thing is that like they will go and have like videotape random people in Israel and be like, African Americans, you are the true Israelites.
Yeah.
See, this woman right here, she knows we're the Israelites. Or they'll pick some random Igbo person, and the Igbo person will say, yes, the Igbos are Israelites. See, the Igbos are Israelites. And just one random ass person, you know? It's just...
But have you proved that they're not? Have you proved that they're not?
Do you know what peer review work is?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's like that. Like if you... Obviously, I feel like when you did your research, right? You didn't... Or like if you did research on anything, most likely you just didn't like look at one random book or one random person. You probably did some cross-reference, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's essentially when you just pick a random person and you don't even put their qualifications. Like, did they study or did they study genetics? Do they know the history? Like, are they a historian that's able to say that like during the slave trade there was an influx of Black Jews that were reported being sold in West Africa because of their like connection to Israel? You show something like that, you would rewrite history. Let alone like geopolitics in the world would change, because now you're looking at like 45 million people that most likely, and then like let me see, the Caribbean's what, another 29 million plus the Caribbean. Now you're packing on like 1 billion people on the continent that would most likely have a relation or a state claim to a little country in the Levant.
But you said they're claiming just a little country, because not all of them make that claim. Not everyone's
Well, no,
making that claim.
I'm only going off the
Some
doctrine.
people claim that the Americas or the land that the very thing under their foot is what they're claiming.
But why do you not believe you have such a great connection to God, and yet the people that you're begging for attention and or land are all white people?
Who's begging white people?
Like you are.
Yeah, but
how?
Because like you're saying Israel is your homeland and then America's.
I never said Israel's my homeland. I never said that at all.
No. I'm saying maybe not you. Sorry, you sound like Israel. I'm saying the people that are claiming it are either claiming the Native Americas, are claiming the Caribbean, which technically is theirs, but we all know it's not. And then they're also claiming the Levant region or the Middle East or whatever, like certain areas in the Middle East, and all of them are essentially owned, operated, or controlled by white people. So
are they claiming
you're
land?
arguing about them. You're not arguing with black
them really, is it really just about land, or is it about their whole identity and life, their life existence itself?
So that's what I'm.
They're claiming that.
But what I'm saying is,
creator and that they know they're linked to the creator.
Yeah. But I'm saying why
trace it back through them prophets and this and that and there.
Can I ask you a simple question? Yeah, this is how you. This is deep indoctrination. And tell Brad, give me your opinion as well. Do you believe that? Let's say hypothetically, you are an Israelite. Yeah, you believe that God enslaved the true Hebrew Israelites as what, some sort of punishment, correct?
I would say that's more put towards or Shefla. I'm not an Israelite or a Hebrew. So.
No. Yeah, no. I'm saying so.
In a hypothetical.
Yeah, it's to the gentleman as well, because I don't know who's a Hebrew Israelite, who isn't. So I'm saying
I don't think step nice.
Me personally, when I read their text, it's like they've done it to themselves. Because if they listened and followed how they're supposed to live, then they wouldn't have the problems that they're having.
Okay, so what did white people do then? What did the white Jews, the ones who are now successful now, what did they do wrong?
They're just liars, innit? They're just claiming something that's not theirs. They've claimed, it's like fucking identity theft.
Did the Holocaust happen in your opinion or not?
Honestly, I'm not bothered. I weren't alive then.
I'm saying, so do you think it happened or not?
People say it happened. People said it didn't. I weren't alive then. You get me? I don't know.
Okay, do you think
my reality is based on what I live really and truly? You get me? Everything else past like that is me taking someone else's word. You get me?
All right, but let me say, for example, yeah. Then if you don't see the region liberated, yeah, the Israel or the Native Americas, the Americas, wherever it is that you claim is your spiritual and natural homeland, yeah. If you don't,
it would be everywhere for them, and if they're from the Creator, if the Creator's created life and life's everything, then technically the claim should be for everywhere and everything.
Okay. So then let's do it like this.
That's why I don't understand their claim half the time. You get me?
Who's
That's my problem with it. You're either claiming everything, or you just, I don't get it.
All right, but what I'm trying to say, yeah, is if you don't see people stop being subjugated, then let's say, so black people or Hebrew Israelites or the people that were once enslaved in the Americas, Africans, whatever, if they stop, the people who you believe are Israelites and the chosen people of God, if you don't see them free from oppression, and if you don't see them occupying positions in society and the world, or the opinion of the world is like what's the word, man, is they become like more respected, for lack of a better word, yeah. If that don't happen in your lifetime, then you're accepting that you are God's chosen people, and God has willed for you to be oppressed and subjugated throughout your entire life, and has also willed for what we consider to be white people to have dominion over us, or sorry, over the Israelites, over the blacks and the Africans and stuff. Is that what your argument is? Yeah, are you happy with that?
I never
That's
said
weird
none of
how
that.
you disassociate yourself.
That's just a load of waffle that you just did, and you asking me if I'm happy. And to be honest,
No. Let me say this. I'm saying the state of affairs now. You accept that God is chosen it to be like this, but still you are His chosen people. You accept that, yeah?
Say that again one more time.
The state of affairs now. So like white supremacy, white people having dominion over black people, and all of that. You accept that one. You as a black, I'm just assuming you're black here. Sorry if I'm wrong.
I am.
One, you as a Hebrew Israelite are a chosen by God. You're part of the chosen people by God. And 2, God has chosen for white people to have supremacy over you.
I never said none of that. I don't
I'm
believe
asking you,
that.
then. I'm asking you.
No, I don't believe that it's chosen and all of that. Like, if
How did it
they
happen?
are over me like how you making out, it's because fucking man, them don't fucking listen, innit? If you followed the fucking laws, then there wouldn't be in that problem. If you look on the whole, like they're saying that, you know, there's a group of people that are supposed to be following and living righteous. I don't see it. If more people live righteous, then I doubt we'd be in the position that
So
we're in.
God chose for you to be slaves because he's punishing you, yeah?
Bro, you keep saying the same bullshit. I never said none of that. You get me?
I'm trying to make
That.
sense of what you're saying.
I've just said what I said. Like, you get me? Make of it what you want, but I just use the words that I use. You get me? I'm not taking
Yeah, and I'm trying
words
to
from
understand
you.
it. I'm trying. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. Like, I'm trying to ask you a question based on what you've said. So I'm saying, based on your thing, has God chosen for you to be slaves then, or what?
God don't choose nothing for me. Like, you get me? That's what free will is, isn't it? I choose for myself. I either listen or I don't listen.
Okay.
Sometimes I don't listen.
White people did something wrong then. So basically, you chose bad, but white people have only ever chosen good.
Huh?
Have white people only ever chosen good?
Bro, how are you coming to these assumptions? Like, nah, I don't.
It's real simple deductive.
How did you calculate to that, man? Cause I need to see how you think. It's like you're trying to work out.
Did someone say calculate?
And that was just random. Well, how did you think, bro?
Hey,
How
Brad,
did you get
help me
from
out.
that?
Help me out. He's saying they've got free will and that black people are in the position, i.e., slaves, they're in because they've made poor decisions. Wouldn't that imply that white people made good decisions?
Yes, because white people are in charge of the homeland in which they claim they come from.
And they enslaved them.
Nah, they're just flipping teeth.
And white people enslaved them when they left their homeland.
And 0 plus 0 equals nothing. So you're done out here.
Huh?
I don't know, something like that.
Walter's the in my estimation. Now that I know he's not a flat earther, I'm like, all right, he's not stupid. So carry on, brother.
I never said I weren't stupid, to be fair.
No, I'm talking about Walter. I'm not talking about you, sir. But what I was saying to you, yeah. So just to get back to where we were, so you, for example, because what I'm trying to work out, is I believe that Hebrew Israelite people are have been subconsciously conditioned to latch themselves onto an idea which actually confirms the
Hey
Bible.
James, I actually have the history right here of the Hebrew Israelites.
My problem is I'm not into fucking being a victim, you get me? And like certain times, like even the way you're asking these questions is like you're trying to push that narrative, like the whole victim of blaming white people and this and that. Like I believe in accountability, bro. You get me? So therefore, like if you really believe in your thing, then you follow the fucking what it says to do. Since you don't follow that, and then that's what you're saying, that's why things fuck up for you, and
for what?
Hey, can I read the history of them though?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the Hebrew Israelite movement is rooted in the Black Judaism, a belief system birthed in the late 1800s by Black Christians from the South Pentecostal Holiness Movement. They claim that they received the revelation America's recently emancipated slaves were God's chosen people, the true Hebrews. According to Black Judaism doctrine, the kingdom of Israel was destroyed. The Israelites were first scattered across the African continent, then later targeted and by the enemy African tribes who captured them and sold them to European slave traders, bondage in the New World. Oh, here we go. Here's their general. It is a common myth that slaves were randomly shackled and carried off into slavery. And their general, as well as their leader, General Yohana, aka Heart Attack, leader of the present-day Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge. So, in the Israelite world, this is their intelligence. So,
that's just a bunch of nonsense. Like,
isn't it?
Firstly,
isn't that crazy? That's what America be teaching.
Ezra, answer the questions I was asking your brethren. I don't think he's like a deeper.
No, I wasn't there, you know. I've been upstairs stuff. What happened?
Basically, I'm saying, so quickly, you know, why did God make Israelite slaves?
Raji Mike.
Why did God?
Am I muted?
Yeah, you're echoing still.
Why did God make Israelites slaves?
Because he was disobedient, and you know, he warned us what would happen if we was disobedient. He told us what would happen if we followed. Like he says, if we follow, we'll be above all nations. You get me? And we'll be like in our rightful place. You know, saying kings of the earth.
Why did white people? Why white people? Have white people never made any mistakes?
Do you mean white people?
Yeah. So the people that enslaved you, did they make any mistakes?
Esau is the border of wickedness, isn't it? So it's just wicked by nature.
Okay, so basically, all white people are just wicked.
I never said white people like. This is what I told you earlier. Stop.
I don't know what you know, bro. Bro, relax, man. Relax. I don't know what you know. So
doing that,
correct me in it. Correct me, bro. I don't know this.
Bro, trust me.
Said it was actually.
What the fuck is Esau? I don't know what the fuck Esau is. What is that? What
making up your own arguments?
Is Esau white people? What does
No, it's not white people.
What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean?
Esau, is originally the red man. Yeah, he started the white race, but like I said, many people have mixed along the time. So now you've got black Edomites, and you've got white Israelites, you've got all sorts of stuff going on. It's a bloodline, not a skin tone. So go on.
All right. So the Portuguese, the British, the Dutch, all them people are what? Okay, are they? Can any of them, if they do wicked things, or if they do, do they get punished as well, or no?
Yeah, but it's their nature to be wicked anyway. Like Obadiah tells you their judgment.
Okay, so all of those people, they're all wicked, yeah. So that we can all say they're all wicked. So English people are wicked, Dutch people wicked, Portuguese people wicked, Italians wicked, yeah. We happy with that?
Yeah, the leaders of these people, definitely.
Oh, the people that are enslaving people. That's what I'm saying, yo, Bob. Let's not waste time.
The people that are enslaving people, innit? Who's that? The leaders?
It's not the leaders.
It was the fucking third-class people go to Africa.
It's not the leaders. It's private companies. Like dumb.
Yeah, idiot.
You think it's just leaders that are, bro? You're a donut, bro. You know
do you think it was lower? Do you think it was poor people building slave ships and going around buying slaves? Yeah, idiot.
It wasn't government, you moron, bro. You know how many?
It was the government, the British Royal Africa Company started it.
God,
idiot. You don't know nothing. That's the problem. You don't.
Get started it. So you're telling me there was no poor, there's no poor slavers. You're telling me there's no.
Started with private tradesmen and then the British Royal Africa. James, listen.
I know you know I know.
I'm show you because you don't know. So obviously, listen and you might learn something. I'm saying it started off with private traders, but then the British Royal Africa Company got involved.
Yeah, forget them. Forget them. The private traders. Let's focus on the private traders. Forget them. Yeah, good, great point. So let's just focus on all the people that were involved in the industry. Yeah, not all of them are government. Are we saying everyone from the country is evil, or everyone that partook in it is evil? What are we saying?
Everyone who partook in it, obviously.
Okay, so what about like in the Americas where people weren't partaking in slaves, but were happy, you know, like all the white women that said, oh, this nigga touched me and all of that stuff, were complicit in racism. Are all of those people wicked as well? Or are those people just random citizens?
Obviously.
So anyone that's not an abolitionist is in your a specific breed from God, a specific breed of wicked from the son of Esau. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So so God don't have any truck with them. Is that what you're saying? That He's got no relationship with them. So even if they do wickedness, He's not going to punish them because they just do their own thing.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying they're definitely going to get punished.
Oh, in the afterlife, yeah.
No, in this life.
Okay. So what about a rich man who's gone through his whole life and, as far as you can tell, hasn't been punished? Does it mean he's going to go to hell after? Is that what that means?
No, it means that he's going to come back. In his third generation, he's gonna come back. Yeah, like when you die, yeah, that's it. You're gonna come back until it's that time.
Okay, we'll deal with that in a second. All right. So then your life,
judgment from the Father, and then you come back down in your fourth generation.
Okay, in your life, I don't know how old you are, yeah. So let's say from 0 to whenever you die. I hope you live a long and fruitful life. But let's just say that whole period, you only know the oppression of black people / Hebrew Israelite people. You know that all of your native lands are occupied by white people who subjugate and dominate, have dominion over all the Hebrew Israelite and dark-skinned people that live in their land. That's all you ever know for your whole life. And yet you agree that that was chosen by your God. That your God chose for Ezra to know Him and have a whole life of nothing but subjugation. Yeah. Whereas another person who's meant to be evil and God doesn't like has had a whole life of potentially successes and being part of the market. That's what you accept, yeah?
Yes, because guess what? Guess what?
Mentality.
You know what it is? You know what it is though? It's just common sense though. Like anybody would do the same. If you've got children and you give your children strict instructions that are gonna better their life and they go against it and they are self-damaging themselves, you're gonna punish them. And if you're a good parent, you're gonna punish them severely so they learn from it.
Listen to
so why did God punish Ham? Why did God punish Ham?
1 second, Brad. 1 second. I'm just gonna hammer this one home for anyone that's listening. Yeah, Ezra, this ain't for you, but you can respond. Anyone that's listening, think about what the man just said. He believes in something that has justified the reason that he will be subjugated throughout his whole lifetime. He accepts and endorses it. If that isn't a house nigga, I don't know what is. I couldn't tell you what is.
You said it's my whole lifetime. Like this is what I say.
I don't know what
James,
I can say to you, bro.
James,
James,
you've made your statement, James. Let me talk now. Have you noticed how James can never actually say what I say? Yeah. He has to make up a whole different argument with words that I never even used because he knows if he uses the words that I say, he has no argument. Like the fact is, I believe the white man is not strong enough to come and enslave us. I don't believe he's smart enough to keep us in slavery for that long. I don't believe, that the Arabs or anybody else is strong enough or smart enough to do that to us as people. I believe there has to be some kind of spiritual intervention for these people to be able to do that to my mighty people. Them, that's what I believe. Understand? There's no way on earth the white man could have done that, without some spiritual intervention. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you believe this. You believe that the actual practical manifestation of this spirituality is to make the white man superior. That's what you're basically saying. You're saying
to make him superior. It says the white man is the borderline of. Is it okay? Then not the white man. My bad. It says Esau is the border of wickedness. So how is that giving him a? You get me? It's what you're on about. It tells you. Look, listen, James. Let me give you a little understanding about this. All right, and Obadiah, the vision of Obadiah. Thus said the Lord God concerning Edom. Yeah. Right. We have heard a rumor from the Lord, as an ambassador is sent among the heathen. Arise ye, let us rise up against her in battle. I have made thee small among the heathen. Thou art greatly despised. Yep. Everybody hates them. Everybody. The Arab man hates them. The African man hates them. The Caribbean man hates them. Yeah. Greatly despised. Yeah. The pride of thine heart has deceived thee. Thou that dwellest in the cliffs of the rock, whose habitation is high. So wait there. What's their names? Caucasians. What's a Caucasian mean? Cave dweller. Okay then. Yeah. The pride of thine heart has deceived thee. Thou that dwellest in the cliffs of the rock, whose habitation is high, that said in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground? And that's definitely them, man, their pride. You get me? Like James Jones is just spouting his pride. Oh, they feel like they're on top. Oh, yeah.
Is that the same English? Is that the same English you guys use for Jewish? I just want to make sure.
Say that again.
Where you got the cave dwellers. Is that the same English as Jewish? Like Jew, wannabe wish?
Just go and find out the meaning of Caucasian, innit? Simple. Yeah. Anyway, though that excited.
So because we were called, somebody called Caucasian because people on the cliff.
It's going to explain you some more, Walter. Just relax. I know it's burning your spirit already. Like, listen. Yeah. Yeah. Who shall bring me down to the earth? Yeah. Who shall bring me down to the ground? Thou that exalt themselves as the eagle, and thou that set their nest among the stars, thence I will bring thee down, said the Lord. So wait there. Who exalts themselves as the eagle on this planet? Yeah. What nations? America, Russia, blood clot, Germany,
Rome,
Iran,
Rome, especially Rome. Can't miss Rome.
Iran.
That's what they were talking about at that time.
That's just to name a few. That's just to name a few. And then what does it say? Thou that set their nest among the stars. What do we have there? The International Space Station. Suppose, get me? Who did that? Yeah, these same damn devils. Yeah. Anyway,
you're stretching, man.
This is all lost on me. I appreciate talking to the audience, but this kind of ambiguous.
I'm not talking to you, James. I'm talking to Walter.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
What was that verse again, please? I forgot what you.
Obadiah. It's only one chapter.
No, but where was it called? I missed it. I missed it. Where it's from?
It's the book of Obadiah in the Old Testament.
Obadiah.
Obadiah. OBA.
That's in the King James. That's in the King James version.
Yeah, it's in all Bibles.
Obadiah.
You never heard about that book. Mad. Yeah. So anyway, let's continue to read. If thieves came to thee, if robbers, if thieves came to thee, if robbers by night, how art thou to cut off? Would they not have stolen till they had enough? If the grape gatherers came to thee, would they not leave some grapes? You get me? This is what I'm saying. Esau, you come to people's land, you take away everything. You don't even leave a little bit of gold. Say, you know what? All right, and we've cleaned out all your place. Like, let's leave them a little bit to just survive and like so they can, you know, at least be all right. Nah, not Esau. You get me? Yeah. So yeah. Even God saying even the robbers would leave a little grapes. You get me? But anyway, how are the things of Esau searched out? How are his hidden things sought up? All men of thy confederacy have brought thee even to the labor, even to the border. The men that were at peace with thee have deceived thee and prevailed against thee. They that eat thy bread have laid a wound under thee. There is none understanding him. So the Indian man and all them man might be sucking up to your batty right now, yeah, but they're deceiving you, basically. Yeah. And it says, shall I not in that day, said the Lord, even destroy the wise men out of Edom and understanding out of the mount of Esau? That means the government of the Edomites, yeah. All thy mighty men, all 10 men, shall be dismayed to the end that every one of the mount of Esau shall be cut off by slaughter. God damn, all the ruling Edomites, all the ruling people of your, all the rulers of your people got to be cut off by slaughter. So said the Bible, yeah. For thy violence against thy brother Jacob, shame shall cover thee, and thou shalt be cut off forever. In that day that thou stoodest on the other side, in the day that the strangers carried away the captives, his forces and foreigners entered into his gates and cast lots upon Jerusalem, even though was one of them. But thou shouldn't not have looked up on the day of thy brother, in the day that he became a stranger.
Is this still for what? Yeah.
Eh?
Is this still?
Yeah, it's all, yeah. This is all talking about. Okay, then let me get to the bit that.
How does this have to do with today? I don't know, especially in the Old Testament. I don't get
today.
it.
Because it's a prophecy about the end of Esau.
How did you go from? How did you go past the Messiah? What about? It's supposed to be all before the Messiah.
Nah, man, Messiah coming to help you, bro.
Can I also
let me just read this last verse. One last verse. Yeah. And the house of Jacob shall become a flame, and the house of Joseph shall become a fire, and the house of Esau for stubble, and they shall kindle in them and devour them, and there shall not be any remaining of the house of Esau, for the Lord has spoken it. All praises. Let's give the Lord a hand. All praises. Continue.
All praise be to Allah.
Continue.
Can we just be real? Hebrew Israelites are just Christians in cosplay.
No,
they're not Christians.
They are Christians. They're quoted. They have a Bible. They still use the Bible. They all. This whole thing came out of the church, bro. The whole thing.
Quickly, hold on. Like for example, yeah. Let's say like Brad, you and I, we have a fist fight, and me and you are like real evenly matched, like proper evenly matched. Yeah. Now you, for example. Let's say, I don't know, we both at exactly the same time, we lock eyes on like a pistol on the floor. And we're in the middle of this fight and it's like proper evenly matched, like punch for punch, whatever, grappling match, and none of us is winning. And then it's like, we both notice the pistol at the same time. You run to the pistol, I run to the pistol, I trip over, I slip or something. You get the pistol first, you put the pistol to me like, like you do our fucking say now, whatever, yeah? Now, if I were to say, we could say, for example, if I were to say that the only reason Brad got that one up on me is because I tripped like a donut, or I did this, I should have done that. You know, some shit like that, yeah? That wouldn't necessarily mean that I thought you were superior, right?
Yeah.
If somebody outside of me and you said, I always knew Brad was going to win. I always knew Brad was going to do better than you. Does that person think that Brad is superior to me?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a trick question. It's not a trick scenario. You people, and this is why religion has fucked black people, all religions, all of them. Because if you believe there is some divine sort of destiny, yeah, or if you believe that it was all written, as it were, and it was all intended, fuck concept of free will, because you're not philosophically intelligent enough to explain free will anyway to me, yeah. But if you all believe in this sort of it was written, and that the future is determined by God, then the reality is everything that happens in your life, if your life is shit, and don't front, because you've been bitching about white people, Ezra, you've been bitching about how this one does this and the man keeps us down and that. That's all. Your God intended you to be shit. Your God intended your life to be dead. Your God intended you to be considered inferior historically. 400, 500, 1,000, 400 years when it comes to Arabs, he intended you to be inferior to groups of people.
So what are you saying? Nature determined us. So what else determined us to be inferior? You say nature, the white man's nature.
No,
what according to your explanation, what made the black man inferior all those 400 years?
The gun example. We didn't industrialize in the same way other nations did, and that could have been because of environmental factors we weren't forced to. But it isn't innate. It isn't
Listen, we wasn't conquered by guns. We was conquered by greed and sellout behavior.
We were conquered by guns.
Forget your
morality. We were conquered by guns.
Forget your
morality. No, it wasn't. We conquered ourselves.
No. Wait, who we conquered? Wait, time out. We're two separate people. Don't tell us our history. Okay, you guys. The Romans.
Use your history. You get me anyway. You.
Well, I'm not a Hebrew.
Exactly. Use your history. Then what are you, fam?
I'm a West African in America.
Yeah, about him, man. But continue, James. Go on.
Yeah. Anyway, like I said, I don't know. Yeah, but like I said, the difference between
uneducated donut.
The difference between you and I is I could look at pivotal points in history and say, oh yeah, this. I'm not looking at some ancient Adam and Eve story as to why my people were slaves. I'm not looking at some period of 1400 or 400 years and think that this is the intention.
So the white man was just smarter and stronger.
You may believe.
Oh, he was smarter. Yeah, that's what you say.
More technologically advanced. They're the best navy in the world. Now, you think that's some kind of a what's the word, man? Another what's it called? That a hope. What do you call where you lie?
There's never no navy.
Where did they learn to have the best navy?
The British had the best navy in the world.
Where did they learn that from?
Where did they get it from?
What does that matter? They had the best. Are you dumb? Like,
learn that from?
They had the best navy. They didn't
from where?
Listen, they didn't build the first ship ever. They had the best navy at the time. Well, like
at the time.
But it doesn't. Okay, let me ask you a question. If
I'm asking you a question.
I know, but let me ask you a question. Is someone who has the first person that ever built a car? I don't know, whatever the fuck it was, the first fucking car. Well, I don't know what the name of it was, but the first car that I ever built, 20th century or 19th century, yeah, first car that ever built. Is that what's better, that or a McLaren today? What's a better car? You don't
defines how you define it.
The point is,
depends on how you're defining it as better.
No, I know, but if the person said it was a rhetorical question, don't embarrass yourself.
McLaren breaks down on the way home.
Yeah, don't embarrass yourself by trying to answer it. It's a rhetorical question. The McLaren owner, if you said to the McLaren owner, where do you know how to build a car? How do you know how to build a car? And he says, traces it all the way back to this person. Does that mean that car is better than his car? He can still have the best car. So at the time, the reason that they had what do you call it, superiority, strategic or military superiority, the British, considering we come from a small island, is because of the navy. It was because of the navy, innit? So if you say, are they better than us? No, they're not better than us. But if for whatever reason they were forced into building more ships at a period of time, and then had what would you call that? Is it like maritime superiority? I don't know what the word would be, but they had.
You just say naval.
Naval superiority, yeah. Apologies, thank you. If they had naval superiority, I'm comfortable saying that. There's no issue. If you're saying that your God, that in actuality they have no agency in this. That my
So
God,
are you saying that Africa was conquered by naval superiority? That's what you're saying.
Obviously, bro.
They got all the slaves by going over there with their strong navy and collecting all the slaves, or was they sold slaves?
Yeah, bro, listen to what I'm saying.
Answer the question. Answer the question.
Yeah, they were so slaves there. I don't disagree.
So why are you talking about this stupid navy then? What are you on about? What's that got to do?
How do you think the slaves got transported?
Superiority. They could trade. They had wealth. They had wealth. Hold on, they had wealth because they could go around the whole world and trade with different people, steal from different people, build, make money and build weapons from with certain people. Look what they did in China. They forced. Look how big the nation.
Yeah, and you know what the Bible says about that.
How did it? Hold on. Are you familiar with gunboat diplomacy? So,
and that's why the Bible says Esau is the borderline of wickedness, and Esau is blessed with the sword.
I know, but
that's what it says.
But
you're asking about my paradigm. You're going all about all this on my paradigm, and you don't even want to understand.
But you're making it.
You're talking for 5 minutes to build up a case on my paradigm, which you don't even understand, because I'm trying to tell you that Esau is blessed with the sword. Yeah, and he is also the borderline of wickedness. So that explains what you're talking about.
Yeah, cool. What I'm saying to you is the psychology behind what you're saying is that it was all destined. Yeah, it was all destined because we made a punishment in some antediluvian period. That right now this is all manifesting and this is all coming to pass now. But I'm saying that in actuality, even though you believe that you rightly identified your enemy and your opposition, I'm saying that in actuality, you facilitate the behavior or you facilitate the mental oppression of black people by saying, oh, you know, this is because we made a mistake. Because we was bad, boss. This is because we made a mistake in the history, boss. It is only like this because we was bad, boss.
Yo, the more black people, believe like what you. Oh, listen, James. The more black people believe what you believe, or believe what the Israelites believe.
I don't know.
He's not even black. You get me?
Nah, I know.
Where the Hebrew
got all this to say I'm black, but he ain't black. So what he says is irrelevant anyway. No one cares.
Yeah, cool. I'm talking to you, bro. Don't get emotional. It doesn't matter what people say. I'm saying the reason I ask the questions I ask is because it makes me sad, because I'm like, this is the kind of, you know, when they used to use slaves, the slavery Bible and stuff. Must have been the kind of like reconciliation that people made in their mind. They must have been like,
the thing my grandfather always said was,
we've made a mistake. Like we shouldn't have ate the apple. We shouldn't have done this. As opposed to, no, there are technical and literal reasons that can be overcome with knowledge, with like gaining knowledge, with understanding how and why things have come.
Let me ask you a question. Do you agree that those people are wicked who did that?
What people?
God bless them with the whole world. Are you kidding?
Anyone that partook in slavery, I agree, is wicked. Yeah.
All right, then just checking. I want to see how far you're gonna take this.
But then that means all the Africans that sold them, they're wicked as well. Yeah.
Yes, 100%.
So do you reckon that anyone that could have previously been a slaver fell afoul of some kind of superior and then got sold into slavery themselves, that they were a slave, that was a wicked person?
Say that again. Like,
so, for example, imagine someone that was partaking in selling slaves. Imagine someone that was partaking in selling slaves, but then got sold into slavery, presumably a black person. Yeah, so a black person that was selling slaves and got taken into slavery, does that mean they were a slave that is a wicked person?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So then arguably what we're saying is everybody was fucking wicked. Anyone that was alive in that time
was everybody doing it?
Wicked.
Was everybody doing it? Was everybody doing it, James?
I'm saying everybody that was alive in that time that wasn't an abolitionist was wicked, is what you're saying.
Was everybody doing the slavery?
No.
Was everybody?
No, now answer my question. Everybody that was alive at that time that wasn't an abolitionist, were they all wicked?
Yes, because if there's benefiting from the slavery, they're benefiting from it, then yes, get me.
What did you say?
How come you love these trick questions? You don't just speak like no.
I just answered. I said no. He answered a question. I said no. Then I asked another question. Why is it trick? Why is it trick question?
Yeah, man, it's how you ask your questions, man. I just think you
don't actually stay on your premise. Yeah, he tries to like create straw man.
You asked me a question.
Like you want to say everything how he speaks. You get me? Like fuck that, blood. Like I'm me to be me and express myself. I'm not here to talk like you or be you. You get me?
What's that got to do with anything? Relax.
That's how you seem to come across, bro. Like,
how?
You get me? Are you saying this and then you put words in people's mouth?
I'm trying to understand.
People ain't even saying. You get me?
If you're trying to understand, the best thing to do is listen and go learn.
And I'm listening.
Now you're done.
I'm listening, fam. I'm listening exactly to what you're saying, bro. You said, was every because you're trying to say like Esau, people from Esau, line of Esau are wicked. And I imagine that some people that was and you reckon that every hold on, look, let's see why I'm going wrong, so you can maybe correct me. You're saying everyone from the line of Esau is wicked, and then you're saying, but that's not all white people. I say okay. Then you're saying everybody that's a slave was a Hebrew Israelite, yeah, or everyone that's taken in the transatlantic slave trade Hebrew Israelite. I'm saying okay, but some of them are wicked as well. So if we're saying that some, let's say even if a lot of them are wicked, a lot of the people that was taken in transatlantic slavery are wicked. A lot of the people on the other side is wicked. Then who is God's chosen people? Who is God?
Let me show you the difference. God chosen one people to be holy, yeah, and another people to be the border of wickedness. So one people are naturally wicked, yeah, and the other one is meant to be holy.
Okay, but we're back to the original premise though. The problem that we have is those people that are wicked naturally because they are not under God's jurisdiction seemingly. They are allowed to have a life potentially that's free from the subjugation that the Hebrew Israelites have, and the Hebrew Israelites
they're living their best life.
Yeah, and the Hebrew Israelites are destined for a life of slavery. And I'm telling you that the psychological implication of that.
Yeah.
Okay,
so we're not destined for we're destined to be kings and priests, a nation of kings, royalty.
But not you, Ezra, though. Not you, though.
That's what we're destined for.
But Ezra, not you and not your ancestors.
Kings. Huh? No, us. We're destined to be kings.
But not you and not your
ancestors. Right now, but we're gonna go back to our kingly status. Yeah. Don't worry about that. Get me?
Yeah, but hold on.
Enjoy your time. Yeah. Enjoy the end of your reign. Get me? It's already coming to an end. We can already see what's going on.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is let's say not in your lifetime, and let's just pick a random arbitrary ancestor of yours, like an ancestor that lived in, I don't know, man, 1795 to whenever. That ancestor has had a life of subjugation and oppression, yeah, and torment, yeah. They've had a whole life, and at that same time, there was a wicked person that had a whole life from 1795 to whatever of nothing, of nowhere near similar oppression and torture and subjugation. You're saying that God designed it like that. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, correct? Because obviously he was given a choice what to do. Our ancestors were given a choice. Listen, you're trying to learn and you're asking me a question. I'm trying to answer you something.
Sorry.
Our ancestors were given a choice, yeah, to either follow this thing and be a kingly status and rule the earth righteously as we should, yeah, or go and follow these other heathens with their heathen behavior, and then we're gonna be at the bottom and we're gonna go through all these curses what I mentioned earlier. You get me? So guess what? We had a choice in it. If our ancestors chose to not follow, then it is what it is.
Yeah, cool. So basically though, you're saying that ancestor, because of that ancestor in the 18th century, because of some mistake that their forefathers made in, I guess, in the Garden of Eden kind of period of time, because of some, or maybe you're saying like in the Mosaic sort of period, yeah. You're saying because of that ancestor has just been born into a world of pain and subjugation, and there's a white person a son of Esau who also, didn't know about the mistake or the lack of mistakes that his family made, or however your justification is, who's grown up and had a great life or had like a really nice life with nowhere near the same level of oppression. Yeah, you're saying that is because of a mistake that one of the ancestors made.
I already read what's going to happen to Esau, so we can enjoy yourself right now. I already read what's going to happen. You get me?
Yeah, but that's not in the world though. That's not on earth. So because obviously I don't believe in heaven and that. So let's just focus on what we both know.
Nah, that is in the earth that I read about. That weren't in heaven. That's on earth.
How does it happen on earth? But what if he dies before that happens?
Huh? No, Esau is a people.
Yeah,
Edom. The Edom.
No, but I'm
Esau.
talking about individuals. Don't forget, yeah, that's I'm talking about. There's this one guy and this one ancestor of yours. So these two dons, yeah, both living in the 18th century. One of them's had a life full of slavery, but they didn't make a mistake when they were born. It's just their forefather made a mistake. The other one, I don't know what the reason why he gets a nice ride for, but whatever, you can justify that later. They both have a life where one's living a sick life and one's living a horrible life, a horrendous life, as we know. Yeah. And your argument at the end of all of that is what? The reason that one of them's had a sick life, one of them had a shit life is because one of those ancestors fucked up back in the day.
Because, yeah, like I said, yeah, there's a reason why Israelites went into slavery. 400 years in Kemet, yeah, 400 years in all of our captivities. Yeah, that's why that Atlantic slave trade it's nothing new, you know what I'm saying? And what I was trying to explain to you earlier is, yeah, it explains that we come back in a family bloodline in our 4th generation. So that's why the slaveries are 400 years. So every one of us, yeah, gets afflicted by it. Every one of us receives a bit of that punishment.
Do you think it's right that you should be punished for the mistakes that your forefathers made?
Yes.
So
we don't make the same mistakes, innit? So we learn from them mistakes, innit?
So you agree?
Obviously, it would just be a repeating cycle if the youngers don't have to learn, innit? You know what I'm saying? They're gonna make.
Right, you think it's right that people enslaved them? You think it's right?
I don't think it's right because we should have followed the law in the first place. And plus, the Bible says here that they took it too far.
No, you think it's right that God punished you?
We're supposed to be punished, yeah, but they took it too far. So yeah, we probably was supposed to go into servitude, serve them, and all that. But all this castration and blood clot, willy lynching, and tar and feathering niggas to horses and that. Yeah, nah, you took it too far. That's what Obadiah is talking.
What happens for that? Huh? What happens to them for that?
I read it.
But just a quick brief synopsis. I don't know what you was reading. I thought you said you were talking about water, so I was going up. Quick synopsis. Don't have to read it again. What happens to them?
Read one verse. And the house of Jacob shall be a flame, and the house of Joseph the house of Jacob shall be a fire, and the house of Joseph shall be a flame, and the house of Esau for stubble, and they shall kindle in them and devour them, and there shall be not any remaining of the house of Esau, for the Lord has spoken it.
So they'll just be wiped out. They'll all die.
Well, you take what you want from that.
Yeah, but that's better though, isn't it? That's better than fucking. That's better than 1,500 years of slavery, though, isn't it? Like, I'd rather that, wouldn't you? Would you rather do die or be alive?
I'd rather do the slavery, yeah, and my bloodline continues forever. How about that?
You'd rather be a slave?
Huh?
So you'd rather be a slave?
I'd rather go through a certain punishment and then can go back to my kingly status. Like, it's like you're trying your hardest not to understand what I'm saying. This is you
know what it is? You've got a spiritual understanding, which I respect. It's yours to have, about afterlife and you know legacy, lineage. I'm looking at it real practically. Like, for me in my life, my fucking liberties, yeah.
Well, it don't apply to you anyway. Well, I'm not
saying. Yeah, I'm white, whatever, cool.
If you feel like it don't apply to you, don't worry about it.
No, but stop.
Go and enjoy your kingdom, bro.
Yeah, but
go and live your best life.
Stop being
your kingdom. Yeah, but this is your heaven. Go and live your best life.
All right. Yeah. Okay, stop being immature, yeah. Stop being immature and listen to what I'm actually saying. I'm saying the psychology. We know for a fact that Christianity was used to psychologically subjugate slaves, yeah, to prove who was the master and who was the servant, yeah. And now going forward, I'm saying these ideologies, I believe, have been reverse engineered to a point, because now you're making concessions or acquiescing to points that essentially validate, yeah, aggrandize this kind of valorize this kind of slavery concept. And I'm saying for somebody like me, I can see how knowledge of a certain issue can give you kind of a better understanding of why certain people made the decisions they made and why some people ended up on top and on the bottom. But you're saying no, it was destined almost. And I'm saying, but then if you believe that you are a chosen people and you believe that God works in your favor somewhat, then you have to justify the unjustifiable. And you literally just said, you're saying it's right for you to be punished, to be slaves. How can that be? That's some Stockholm syndrome type shit. How can that be good? for your self-esteem? Like, how can that be good for your?
Like I said, I already explained it. Like, you either get it or you don't, innit? If you don't get it, it's not for you, and don't worry about it. You know what I mean? A lot of people will get that. Like I said, like as simple as that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, cool, man. Listen, you're welcome to your own belief, but I'm just saying, bro, that I feel like these kind of Hebrew Israelite, I know it. You feel like you've identified your enemy, if you like, or you feel like you target your enemy better than, let's say, somebody like me. You think, oh, white man this and white man that, but the reality is you do more to facilitate this kind of behavior towards black people than anyone else.
Bigger than the white man, though, bro. That's the thing.
Sorry, the son of Esau. Sorry, the son of Esau. I apologize. The son of Esau.
It's bigger than Esau.
Go enjoy your best life. Go live your best life, Esau.
All right, what should I do? Tell me what's the first thing I should do.
Go live your best life.
What should I do?
Go hiking and go fucking mountain climbing and blood clot, bungee jumping, all that shit you like. Go climb some mountains.
Hey, can you bungee jump on a flat earth? Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, of course you can. Yeah, sorry. I just realized. Yes, that's a good question as well. You know, satellite bird's eye views. Yeah, where do they come from? Like, you know, the images of like the world, or are they just CGI as well?
Real images, are they? Do you really think that's a real image that you see on your phone? Do you really think that's
so I'm saying, so if you get but I'm saying when you get a bird's eye view, what's that coming from?
Basically, it's a compilation of images, yeah, and obviously
how do they get the angle?
Like you're asking questions, but you can't shut up, bro.
I'm saying, how do they get the angle, bro? I'm just clarifying.
No, bro. Listen, I'm saying, when you look on your sat nav, you type in like an address or a postcode on your iPhone, yeah, you see the image of the street, and what I'm saying is that's an image that's made up, yeah. But really, all that's going on is you've typed in a certain postcode and it's giving you back a certain coordinates. Now a mathematical equation has been worked out, and it gives you the route and the time and the distance and all of that. Like, this ain't coming from satellites, my G. Go Google that. You get me? It's like battleship. Remember battleships back in the day? Yeah. It's like a more sophisticated version of battleships. Yeah. You get the longitude, the latitude, and then that's it. You pinpoint the ship, and it simple.
Okay. So I've fucking proper zoned out this then, man.
I know.
No, that's this. I'm saying.
I know. Sorry, Jim. Yeah.
Hey, Ezra, I just wanted to ask you a question. The Hebrew Israelites, how come they constantly go back to the Old Testament when the Hebrewites that believe in the Messiah, aren't you supposed to be going after the Messiah now? I mean,
no, because we believe it's just a continuation. Like, nothing's changed. It's like the Messiah has just came to
fulfill.
It came to fulfill what the prophets were talking about. Like that one I read about him coming to head to the slaughter and all that. Like,
so that's what he did when he came after he died on the cross, resurrection. Then he sent his people out into the world to preach the.
But Christians believe
it's not a question. It's what's in the New Testament. It's in the same King James version as the same King James version you're reading. I'm reading. So
it does not say he fulfilled the law. Walter, listen a second. It says he came to fulfill. It doesn't say he came to fulfill the law. It just says
he
fulfill.
Said on the cross, everything is fulfilled now.
Yeah, all the prophecies, he came to be led to the slaughter.
So then why do you keep on going back to the but
it doesn't say the law is going to be fulfilled. It says the law is everlasting.
The law, but you don't understand. The Messiah is the word. You're Hebrew Israelites, you're waiting for him. If you want to stay in the past, you're supposed to be waiting for him. Okay? He shows up. Yeah. He's the Messiah now. So now we listen to him.
And what did he tell us to do? What did he tell us to do? Follow the law.
He said to go out into the world. He said to go out in the world and preach forgiveness, peace, and love.
And what did he say? Those who love me do what?
Those who love me follow the law.
Keep my what? No, it's a keep my what?
My commandments. What are the commandments?
Well then. Where do you find the commandments?
You find the 10 Commandments. It's the 10 Commandments. That's the commandments.
Where do you find those commandments?
Christ gave it to us right there.
Where do you find the commandments?
You find them in your heart, in your soul.
Well, just say the Old Testament, please. Cause you know what you're on
No,
about.
no, because the Old Testament,
the laws
the Old
and
Testament is
commandments.
fulfilled. The laws have been given to us, and we
Where does
don't
it
need
say
to
the Old
read it
Testament?
anymore.
Listen, it does not say the Old
Christ
Testament.
has fulfilled. The Old Testament is the pre for the Christ to come. That's what the Jews are. What are the Jews?
The New
If you look
Testament
at
is the good news. The gospel is the good news.
exactly, so it's good news.
Listen, Walter, man. Like you have to listen as well. You know.
Come on,
I'm saying the New Testament is the gospel. Yeah, the good news to the Israelites about their King and Messiah, Christ, being born, and the actions he did while he was here.
But the Messiah is chosen for what? He's not chosen to die and then just die and it's over. He's the Son of God. He's resurrected and told to these people to go out and preach the resurrection.
Yeah.
Why would he be stuck in? Why did he do all that just to be stuck in Israel and let all the pagans just live the way they were? Why did the apostles go out into the world if Messiah wasn't the Messiah?
Because listen, man. Because the Israelites have been through many captivities, man. We scattered we scattered into all different nations, man. So
exactly,
guess what
were you preaching?
Had to go out into the different nations.
What were you preaching?
Let me answer the first question, please. Yeah, I'm saying
You're not answer the question.
Israel was scattered into different nations. There's something called the Maccabean captivity where Israelites were taken into Greece. Listen, man. I'm saying there's a thing called the Maccabean slavery where Israelites were taken into Greece, Antioch, Corinth, Galatia.
No, but there was also Hebrew Israelites who accepted Christ as their Messiah and went out and did his message.
When people are taught to go out into
spread all over the world,
find the lost sheep of Israel. That's who it's talking about. It's not about everybody, man.
It is about everybody. It's always about everybody.
Not about everybody, man. Can you show me?
Why wouldn't it be about everybody?
Who's the man for? Who are you impersonating, bro?
I don't know.
Is that a water bill?
Do I talk like that, man?
Listen,
hey,
man.
What's 0 plus 0, man?
Man.
Nothing.
Man.
Nothing. You done out here. You done out here, man.
I'm done out here, blood. No, you have to say
because what's 0 plus 0?
Yeah, that
what is 0 plus 0?
0 plus 0 equals you done out here.
Hey, Ezra, what's going on in Birmingham? Imagine I just went to Tesco, yeah, and this woman, blood, there's got a big sign that says, "Oh, you can buy free." You know them Highland Springs, them bottles of water, them 6-packs, yeah. It says you can buy free. I picked up 3, went to the fucking what do you call it, and this Asian woman made the biggest Ross Clot scene. No, you can't have them. You can't have them, and stole my bottle of water, blood.
Muslim only water still.
No, I ain't even gonna lie to you. You would have got right. Not like you would have got nuts at her. I know how you feel about them man there, you get me? Stole my Ross Clot water, and I tried to tell her, she didn't. Anyway, so by the by, but yeah.
What, the lady in the shop or some next lady?
The woman, like the actual Tesco, you know, the self-service, yeah? She come and took it out my like I had a trolley. She took it out my trolley. And then my brethren saw, and he just went and got another one, and we paid for it. And then when we was leaving, she tried, but obviously it was too late for her.
You're not allowed to buy water.
You're not allowed to buy. No, it says you're not allowed to buy more than 3. So we bought 3 each, yeah. So 6. Oh. But she like she didn't let me explain. I tried to tell her brother it says 3 on the wooden code, but she made such a scene. I don't want to obviously some little woman. I don't want to scream at her and that. So I was just like, cool. But we went and got another one anyway. But people are going sick, like.
Yeah, Highland Springs, my water still. I can't lie.
Come on, the purple job. You get me?
Come on. Yeah, man. It's all mad.
Have you been shopping?
Well, I went to go get some stuff yesterday. Like, luckily, I only wanted fresh stuff anyway. But yo, everything was empty, bro.
Fucking mad, bro.
Everything in Asda was empty. There's no toilet roll.
Yeah, them sections.
No rice, nothing, like anything dry. Forget it.
I know I slacked you. You know what?
The whole baby aisle just empty. Mad.
Yeah. You know how clock though, yeah? You know, if you go like man, hit up me and Bridget, we just hit up bare corners, like corner shops and that, bare noodles. Fuck it. Like if you can't get rice and that, just get bare them little you know them the Japanese ones.
Just fry out some chicken and that. You get me some egg.
Come on.
So
Man, been done that, bro. See, tuna and man don't know tuna and fucking and noodles done properly is a luxurious meal, fam.
Yeah,
serious.
But yeah, man.
Sorry, carry on back to the Bible. My fault. Go on.
No, I'm just saying, innit? Like, like I said, I don't believe that anybody else on this planet is strong enough or smart enough to have us in such a condition for so long. You know what I'm saying? I believe that, like, this is divinely inspired. You know what I'm saying? And as soon as we're beginning to wake up now, he's starting to see more and more.
Ezra, one more question. What about all those Christians that are from black countries, like from Haiti, Jamaica, Africa? There's Christians everywhere. England, Canada, America.
Yeah.
I mean, it's millions of Christians from all African descent. Who are these people?
Yeah, like most of them are Israelites. Like I said, a lot.
Okay,
of them
but they believe in what I believe.
America's, that's Israelites, and then a lot of people.
But Israel, listen to the question. They are Christians. They're Protestants, Catholics, Seventh-day Baptists. They are Christians. They believe the Messiah is
a Muslim.
They don't believe nothing what you're saying. The Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah, it don't matter because like
it doesn't matter.
Like I said, the Israelite is a bloodline. You know what I'm saying?
I understand it's a bloodline.
Yeah, but
it's a bloodline.
Your faith system's something totally different. One can be Christian, one can be Muslim, one can be Buddhist. But all
so them respecting the New Testament as a Christian respect the New Testament is totally different to what you're preaching, isn't it?
Yeah, well, they're part of a religion called Christianity. I'm not.
So Christianity is right then?
No.
So they're all on the wrong path then. All these.
I'm saying Christianity is a religion. Like the Bible doesn't give you a religion.
Christianity is people who follow Christ. That's why we're called Christians.
No, that's a Christian. A Christian and Christianity are two different things.
The word Christian is even mentioned in the New Testament, that the people that started following Christ was called Christians.
Were called Christians. Did they call themselves Christians, or were they called Christians?
Well, we're not going to be called Jews still if there's still Jews in that area. There would be a like. You're a Jew. Like, it doesn't make a difference. But
they call themselves Israelites.
Where the people that are there are new. They're the ones who are starting off. They're calling themselves something apart from what their counterpart who doesn't want to believe in it.
Well, that's the whole point, and that's what I thought it was about, man. It's
like Paul was a Jew. When he converted, he became a Christian, but there was still the Jews.
Just means follower.
As you would say Hebrew.
Listen, man. I'm saying Christian just means follower. One step. Break it down. Go on.
They never had a name for it, I don't think, man. You get me? You're just set apart. Set apart from being the Jews. So now
Christian means anyone who followed Christ. So listen, you had Israelites that were Christian, you had Israelites that were not Christian, that didn't follow Christ, that didn't see him as the Messiah.
Okay, what did those Israelites that became Christian became? Just Christian. Why call them Israelites?
Followers of Christ. It doesn't make them any different. They're still Israelites who follow the law like Christ did.
Yes, but they also bring the law to everybody else.
Where did you get that from?
Because they went out to the world and preached.
To the Israelites that were scattered abroad? Not to everybody.
So they went into Rome, they changed all of Rome, and it was only for the Israelites.
Yeah, I can show you in Acts. I can show you in the book of Acts where
I can show you also in the book of Acts that they're preaching to Romans and Gentiles.
I'm showing you. I can show you, that where in the book of Acts it says they were out there preaching to the Jews only.
So how did Thomas get to?
Listen. If they're preaching to someone in Rome, that means he's a Jew. If they're preaching to someone in Antioch, he's a Jew. Corinth, same thing.
Are you saying that all the Jews were in Rome and Greece? They were all, and so the apostles went out to these Jewish guys, and all the Romans around them just like, hey, we're cool about it, no problem. The Rome fell because
Rome was trying to kill everyone.
No, Rome fell because their people started to convert. Why is it that you don't understand this? Rome fell because people started to accept Christ as their Savior.
No, that's a lie. Rome adopted. No, Rome voluntarily adopted Christianity, to control the
after
masses.
2 years?
Why?
Why? Because wait a minute. Because all the Jews were turning.
And we're just gonna speak over each other.
Get it?
We're gonna have a conversation, or we're just gonna speak over each other.
Doesn't make sense, Ezra. What you're saying? They accepted a Jewish religion because the Jews were accepting Christ. Maybe if the Romans were accepting Christ, yeah, I could see that. But if you're just saying that they were going out there to preach to Jews, then why was Rome?
I'm not saying that religion didn't start after that. But what I'm saying is those people, those disciples that actually went out there, they was preaching to Jews, looking for lost Israelites, like the Messiah told them not to go in the way of the Gentiles.
No, that's Matthew.
Listen, the Messiah gave them a direct commandment. Go not into the way of the Gentiles.
That's Matthew before the resurrection. That is before resurrection. That is before resurrection. He is fulfilling prophecy.
So they went out for 7 days. So wait, they went out for 3 days and 3 nights and only spoke. And then that was it.
No,
after 3 days, the whole thing's done.
The New Testament, the 4 Gospels of Ezra, is a story of how the Messiah came, fulfilled prophecy, okay? And he has to fulfill it in Judea because he cannot go to the pagans yet because he's fulfilling prophecy at that moment. Okay, if he starts going to the Gentiles, he is going against his prophecy that is written in the Old Testament. So he's first fulfilling the prophecy that he has to fulfill in order to prove he's the Messiah. Okay, once he's proven the Messiah by his death and resurrection, he has fulfilled the prophecy. Now it moves on to the new covenant. The new covenant is now the resurrection, and he tells his the people who is chosen to go out into the world, not with war and guns, but by the Spirit, with the Spirit, to go out into the world and bring man to God. That's as simple as it is. It's not that hard.
Listen, man. I'm saying he's the new covenant for. Let's just end it.
The world.
Yeah. Okay, then let's see what the actual Bible says. Yeah. Hebrews 8:8. Yeah.
But why are you quoting me one verse wonders again?
Let's have a look.
Let's John.
Listen, we're mere men.
John 1:1.
Walter, we're mere men. Yeah, we can both have opinions.
What does the Bible say? I'll go to John 1:1 then.
Walter,
let's play this game.
We're mere men.
This game. I'm going to John 1:1, and I'll tell you where it sees the word world.
Listen, let me read it. What's what we're talking about?
You read, and I'm going to go get another verse in John 1:1.
You said the new covenant is for everybody. So let's see what the Bible says.
John 1:1. And then after I'll quote my verse. Okay, let's go play verse wars. We're gonna play verse wars now.
Esau, relax, man. Just calm down, man.
Let's play verse wars.
Esau, relax. Yeah. Hebrews 8:8. For finding fault with them, he said, "Behold, the days have come," said the Lord, "when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and the house of Judah." Oh, wait there. God missed out everybody? No, he didn't. He said what he said. There's no everybody here. Just Israel and Judah. So what's Walter talking about? Where's everybody?
Okay, so here we go. John 1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made with him, and without him anything that was made, blah, blah, blah. In him was life, and life was the light of man. And the light shined on the darkness, and the darkness comprehended it, since we're talking not. There was a man sent from God, whose name was John. Where's the word? Okay.
Is this the new covenant you're still talking about?
No, I'm talking about so maybe John 3, maybe.
Think about something else now.
Well, I have to go with something where it says the world, or else it doesn't count.
God.
Okay.
New covenant, go.
Okay. 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 Here we go. Sorry, it was John 3:16. That whoever believeth in him not perish but have eternal life. For God so loved the world. You understand that? For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believeth in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. So here we go again. For God sent his Son into the world to condemn the world, but that the world through him might be saved. Again, world. Right. So are we playing one word first? We could be playing. We could be playing one verse wonders all the time.
Walter, you've read your verse, and fair enough, I understand where you're coming from with that. Yeah, I knew he was going to go to John 3:16. That's why when you said John 1, I was laughing. But anyway, Yeah, like you know that in the Greek, the New Testament's written in Greek.
Oh, here we go.
You know that there's 3 different definitions of the word world. Did you know that, Walter? Or did you think there's one?
Listen, you're gonna go play gymnastics now, but obviously mental gymnastics now. But the word
no, there's
King
no
James.
gymnastics.
First of all,
it's
Walter,
it's
your book. It's your
calm
book.
down, Esau. Walter, I'm asking you. Calm your goddamn self down, man.
I was gonna give me the different meanings.
All I'm saying, is there's 3 different terms, for the word world. There's cosmos, there's ointment, and there's archimony, All of those 3 words mean world in Greek, Which one is talking about the whole? Which one is talking about the whole planet Earth?
Okay, so Ezra, are you Greek? Are you Greek?
Listen. I'm gonna read you a verse here.
Are you Greek or not? I just want to know.
I'm just giving you 3 different definitions of the word world. So forget that.
Are you saying that King James Version translation of English is wrong? That's all I need to know.
No, but I'm saying there's the different types of world. There's the world of the whole planet. There's the world of football. There's the world of darts. There's the world of blood clot.
Okay, so there's the world of Hebrew Israelites.
Different world. But what I'm saying is, look, listen. I'm going to give you some understanding because
the world of the Hebrew Israelites, is that what it is?
That word, Walter, calm down, man. This is what I'm saying. The fact that you can't listen and you're just so triggered just speaks volumes. Relax, Esau. So all I'm saying is,
0 plus 0.
3 different words for the word world in Greek. What the one that is in that John 3:16 is cosmos, which is talking to a certain organization or a certain
how do you know that?
It's not talking about the whole planet Earth. The whole planet Earth in Greek is archimony. It's not cosmos. Anyway,
So they made a mistake.
Listen, no, it's not a mistake. It's talking about a world of something, not the whole planet Earth. Anyway,
and they couldn't write that in Greek.
I'm going to show you in Isaiah. This is the word it's talking about.
Back to Isaiah.
This is what John was basically quoting. Isaiah 47.
John wasn't quoting anything.
Listen, I'm sure. Walter, relax, man. When I'm finished speaking, you can continue.
Let me find another world. I'll find a world. No problem.
Listen,
I'll find another world.
Listen. Isaiah 45 and 17. But Israel shall be saved in the Lord with an everlasting salvation. Ye shall not be ashamed nor confounded. World without end. So when John 3:16 is saying, for God so loved the world that he gave his only son, he's talking about the same world that Isaiah is talking about. The world of Israel. The world without end. Class.
That's not what it says here, though.
What does it say?
Here it says the world.
Translated
to the world. The one world. So he said, which light? Okay, so actually it is in John 1:2. There's world. He was in the world, and the world was made by him, and the world knew him not. So there's the world again. And then for God so loved, 17, and then we're looking at 442. And he said to the woman, we believe not because of the saying for yourselves, indeed Christ, the Savior of the world. Then it's like it's everywhere, the world.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you have to find out, if you look into the Greek, you find out there's different words for world being
then
used.
Jesus, John, listen, one more.
Just listen. Can I just listen to you for how long?
I'm putting verses everywhere.
Walter,
here's this another one. Here's another one. Here's another one. Ezra. Here's another one.
I just spoke and didn't. I just let you speak. I didn't cut you off.
Am I going to Matthew? Okay.
Why can't you have the same manners? I beg you, still I have manners, fam. I just let you speak. I let you
go.
So all I'm saying is, look, you quoted a few different verses that said world, but what I'm saying is, when we go into it, there's different definitions for the word world. There's different words used in the Bible for the word world. When you see cosmos, it means a group, a certain organization, a thing set apart. When you see alchemy, it's talking about the whole planet. So when it said, you have to know which word is there so you get the right meaning and the right context.
Look, I'll go tell it to the Greek translators. What are you going to say?
Well,
what language was the Old Testament? I mean, what language was the New Testament translated in?
Greek.
Oh,
yeah.
Some Greek thing.
And Hebrew as well.
Creole Hebrew.
Yeah, Matthew did it in Hebrew, and then the rest did it in Greek. because Matthew was sent to the my bad. James's one's in Hebrew.
Here's a Roman 1. You want to see Roman 1:8? Roman 1:8. Do you believe in Paul, or is Paul not a good guy?
Romans 1:8.
1:8. Romans 1:8. Is Paul a good guy or is a bad guy? I don't know.
Paul's a great guy. Paul's great.
He's a good guy. First, I thank my God through Jesus Christ for all that your faith is spoken of throughout the whole world. The whole world? Is that cosmos too?
Yeah, spoken of. Where's Israel scattered?
No, but
where are Israel scattered? Throughout the whole world.
So Israel's already scattered too, already from Jew. The Hebrews are already scattered. Before the Messiah, they're already scattered. Wait a minute. Yeah. Jerusalem is already scattered before the world, so they're living in Israel. They're all there. They're under the occupation of Rome, but yet they're scattered. I don't understand where you're going here, Ezra.
I'm saying at the time of the occupation of Rome, where was the northern kingdom? The tribe of Zebulun.
But Israel was still alive there. Israel is Israel.
Israel was still alive, but they were scattered throughout the earth.
When? They still haven't been scattered at that point.
So where's the northern kingdom at that point?
Where's the rest of the tribe? You tell me about this northern kingdom.
Well, you acting like you know. You acting like you know. I'm saying the rest of the tribes are scattered throughout the nation.
And where's this from? The tribes that are all scattered.
Listen, man. Yeah, the Persian captivity. Yeah, God separated the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom.
And then, so the Messiah.
You ask a question, but you don't listen to the answer. That's your problem.
But where are you getting this from? That's what I want to know.
Oh my goodness! Tell me when you're finished talking, and I'll respond.
Okay, let me talk again. Sorry.
I don't understand how you're gonna ask someone a question and speak over the answer. It's dumb. Israel are scattered in all nations. When it says the Bible should go into all nations throughout the world, guess what? It's going where Israelites are, all nations. That don't mean everybody.
You gotta be kidding me, right?
Walter.
You gotta be kidding.
Man.
So they're going out. So the Israelites that are going out into the world and looking for Jews all over the world.
Sheep of Israel, the last sheep, like the Messiah told them to do.
Okay.
Yeah. What?
I just don't understand why Saint Paul had a Gentile as one of his which he converted to Christianity. If that was the case,
Did Paul say he converted to Christianity? Show me that verse. Show me the verse. Show me the verse. Paul said we convert into Christianity, guys. Show me that verse, please.
Paul was preaching to the Gentiles, yes or no?
The Gentiles, which are the Israelites.
They were the Gentiles were Israelites.
Listen. Let me show you something.
An Israelite now.
Listen.
Okay.
Everybody outside.
You're right, Ezra. I'm sorry. You're right. Everybody was Israelite.
You're asking a question, but you don't want to hear the answer yet again. Yeah, I'm saying, everybody outside the heritage and the culture of Israel, was classed as a Gentile. You could have Israelite blood. You would still be a Gentile if you're following blood clot Buddha or some other funny god. You would be classed as a Gentile by the Israelites. So guess what? When the Messiah is saying, like
me.
Yeah, you get me. Them man, Gentiles, you know what I'm saying? So like, is anyone that's changed from the heritage and the covenant of Israel is a Gentile? You get me? So there's heathen Gentiles. There's heathen Gentiles, which are foreigners, like different bloodline, and then there's Israelite Gentiles. Understand?
As you wish. It's the first time I hear this one. The new Gentiles. Okay.
New Gentiles.
Well, yeah, because you're saying that Israelites are Gentiles now.
I'm saying, like the Greeks, the people in Greece, like it says in Maccabees, that they was taken and forced to become Gentiles. Did you know that? Yeah, that the Maccabees, by under Pontius Pilate, not Pontius Pilate, under Ptolemy in the Greek Maccabean Empire, flipping Israelites were forced to become Gentiles. They were forced to worship Jupiter, Olympus, and all these funny gods. That's what it's talking about. That's why Paul was writing letters to Antioch, to Corinth, because these Maccabees had been forced to go and worship funny gods. This is why Paul said to the Corinthians, your fathers were under the clouds with Moses like my fathers. Yeah, why would he say that to the Corinthians? Water.
Ezra, look, I don't know, what do they call the people who don't believe in God then, if they're not Gentiles, the Israelites?
The ones that don't believe in God.
What were the names of them in the Bible? The ones that didn't believe in the God, like in Acts and everything. What do they call them?
Israelites that didn't
Like
believe in
go into the non-believers and get out the Gentiles. I mean, they had to have said it somehow in order for us to understand. Like, don't go to the pagans,
Yeah,
but
because
go
there's
to the
heathens.
Gentiles.
What I'm saying is there's heathens and there's Gentiles in it. So like heathens are like,
Do not go into the heathens or something like that.
yeah. Fair enough. I get you on that point. Fair enough. That is one point I can agree with. Like it would have been a lot clearer if that was said. But Christ, he already told them, do not go to the Gentiles. You know what I'm saying? So
okay, exactly. There you go. You just said it. Do not go into the Gentiles because it's not time yet. Now, obviously, the Gentiles.
When did I say that, Walter? Stop
Matthew,
lying, man.
or was it Matthew that Jesus said, "Do not go preach"?
Stop
Before
doing
the resurrection.
Don't put words in my mouth. Yeah,
Okay,
I
but
didn't
Ezra,
say
before the resurrection, while Jesus was fulfilling his prophecies, he said, "Do not go to the Gentiles yet."
Where does he say yet? Listen, stop adding to the Bible. You know what happens. Listen, Walter,
I will give it to you.
Show me the verse where it says, "Do not go to the Gentiles yet." Go on. Cause you're lying. Don't do that. Like, I know this thing. Don't do that.
Give me 2 minutes to find the verse.
Go on. Cause this is mad. The man said yet, you know. And I'm not trying to like. You seem like you've a Christian that studied. I'm not trying to like ruin no one's religion. You get me, but
okay, here we go. We got something here. These 12 Jesus set forth. Ezra, you listening?
Go on.
Okay, these 12 Jesus set forth and commanded them, saying, "Go not into the way of the Gentiles, and into the city of the Samaritans enter ye not." So you already see Jesus already in Matthew 10:5. This is the beginning. 10:5. Matthew 10:5.
Matthew 10:5. It says yet.
Yeah. Yes, but go rather to the lost sheep of house of Israel. Listen, because you remember, Gentiles are Israelites that are lost.
Let me read.
These 12 sent forth and commanded them, saying, "Go not." Now, this is chapter 10. We're not after we're before resurrection. So everything has to be fulfilled. So these three Jesus sent forth and commanded them, saying, "Go not into the way of the Gentiles, and into the city of the Samaritans enter ye not, but rather go to the lost sheep of house of Israel."
Yeah. So where does it say yet? So where does it say yet?
So you. Yes.
Can you admit that you lied? Walter, can you admit that you lied, please? I don't say
it. So it means to go to the Gentiles?
It means, yeah.
These 12 Jesus forth and commanded, saying, "Go not into the way of the Gentiles and into the city of the Samaritans. Enter ye not." Does that make
sense? But go rather to the last sheep of the house of Israel. That same Israelites that I was talking about, those last sheep that don't know the Israelites.
Didn't you tell me the Gentiles were lost? Didn't you tell me the Gentiles were lost in Israel?
Listen to the answer then. If you're going to ask a question, it only makes sense, mate.
All right, let's go.
So what I'm saying is, yeah, those same Israelites that I mentioned earlier in Maccabees that were forced to become Gentiles and worship Olympus in Greece. So this is why the Messiah is telling them, yeah, go not into the way of the Gentiles, but yet go rather to the last sheep of the house of Israel. Those are the last sheep.
Yes, we agree Israelites with that. Okay, but
lost to their heritage and lost to their God. You ain't talking about everybody.
Okay, as I understand that, but then after the resurrection, they went into the who? The Gentiles. What? So the Gentiles were not Jews.
Which Gentiles?
The Gentiles that are being spoken over here are not considered
where
Israelites.
Which Gentiles are being like? Who was that then?
When I went to Acts, they were preaching to the Gentiles. You said that's the one. That's the Jews were scattered all around the world. Those are the ones. They're the Gentiles. But yet Jesus is saying, don't go to the Gentiles, right?
Look, let me read something for you still. Look, listen. Like,
why didn't you say to the Jews that weren't scattered?
Listen, let me show you something. Look, this is what I'm talking about. Look, Acts 11 and 19. Now they, this is beautiful. They which were scattered abroad upon the persecution that arose about Stephen, Stephen traveled as far as Phoenice, Cyprus, and Antioch, preaching the word to none but the Jews only. So, argument done. Why was Stephen only preaching to Jews in Antioch, Phoenice, and blood clot Cyprus? Why?
Because he was only preaching to the Jews. So what? What's the big deal? St. Paul was praying to other people. The other one was preaching to another person.
You think that was the Gentiles? What Acts is telling you, Jews only?
No, Acts is not telling. Acts is telling you what Stephen is doing. It's not telling you what everybody's doing. Stephen was killed by Jews because why was Stephen killed? By Jews, by Israelites.
Yeah, by fucking Pharisees.
Pharisees who were Israelites who told the people, to anybody who believes in Christ as the Messiah, kill him. And St. Paul was was one of them at the beginning.
Yeah, he was. What I'm saying
then
is
he converted to Christianity. He accepted Christ as Lord and Savior and Messiah. And the mission of St. Paul was to go out everywhere, to Corinthians, to Rome, and St. Thomas even went to India.
Did he go to Europe? Did he go to England, or did he go to places where Israelites were scattered to beforehand?
Well, at that time,
I don't even think they made it to England yet there.
Yeah, the Roman.
But Israelites scattered in Rome.
There was no. I don't even think there was Israelites in Rome. I really don't.
Answer the question.
I don't think there was.
Was there Israelites in Rome scattered?
No, they were like right near Israel. Why would they scatter?
You said Maurice. One.
Wait a minute. Was Paul Walter? History time, right? Was Paul before 70 AD?
Yes, around
yeah, they wouldn't have been scattered at this time, wouldn't they?
No, that's what I'm saying. They're not scattered yet. Israel is still alive. It's still a country. All the Israelites are in Israel. There's the Samaritans. There's this. They're all there. So I don't understand how they scattered. So it's confusing me.
No, I'm confused too because it's like, yeah, wait a minute.
I'm gonna read.
They were scattered to after 70 AD.
Walter likes Paul, innit? Oh, let me give you Romans. This Romans 9:1. This is your guy, Paul, innit? This is your guy. I'm my guy, but definitely your guy. Yeah. I say the truth in Christ, I lie not. My conscience also bear me witness in the Holy Ghost that I have a great heaviness and continual sorrow in my heart. For I wish that I could myself be cursed from Christ for my brethren, my kinsmen, according to the flesh, who are Israelites, to whom pertaineth the adoption, the glory, the covenants, and the giving of the law, and the service of God, and the promises. So, according to that,
chosen race.
Who does the adoption that you're talking about pertain to? According to what Paul just said.
The adoption it obtains to everybody if that's what he's talking about. It.
Well, what does he say? Who are Israelites to whom pertaineth the adoption? Who pertains the adoption?
Adoption of what? They're already Israelites. They're already the chosen.
Oh my God. What a man.
They're already the chosen race. They're chosen to go out into the world and preach.
Is Israelites pertain the adoption that you're trying to claim?
Why would they be adopted? There's even
adopted
a verse.
back into the covenant because they were lost.
Let me ask you a question.
They've been worshipping.
Okay, let's go. You know what? Let me go another way. Let me go another way since we're going to play this game. So was Paul, the guy that Paul was with, there was a one of his followers who was a Christian. You said he was a Jew, right? Now,
Paul.
Paul. And then they had a conversation about if he should be.
He wasn't a Jew. He's a Benjamite.
And he was a Christian.
Continue.
Right?
Yeah.
So why would he have preached this to become a Christian if it's only going to the lost sheep of Israel?
Because Christian means to follow Christ. Yeah. To follow Christ means to keep the laws. Yeah. Only Israelites were given the laws.
So you think I'm allowed to go out and murder and kill people? I don't understand. I'm allowed to go out and murder and kill people?
Well, the law wasn't given to you okay. I'm not telling you to go and do that, but I'm saying like that law that was given to the Israelites. with Moses and he sprinkled the blood on them. That don't apply to everybody.
So when St. Paul was preaching, whatever he says, hey, that doesn't apply to you. You don't have to follow these laws. But that guy does. That's how he was preaching.
It says
when I read his letters, I don't see that.
Look.
I don't see him saying, "Oh, you stay there, you come over here."
No, he's not saying that. Listen, Walter. What you have to understand is Paul is only writing these letters to Israelites. He's not writing them to Edomites and Hamites and all these things. He's not doing that. Yeah. So when he's only talking about the Israelites. Look, he says in Romans, that same one there, yeah, it says, look, and the service of God and the promises, for whose are the fathers and who Christ came, who is all over, good and blessed forever. Amen.
There's even a verse where Paul says,
the word of God has taken none effect, but for they are not all Israel, which are of Israel, and that proves with Shakara and Brother Isa and all these other brothers, yeah, not all of Israel is of Israel. Get me? So is what it is. But continue.
Yeah, I think the language is clear, man.
Isn't it?
You know what I mean? It's written in Latin. The base of European language, if they can't understand their own book.
If they understand this, just in my own time, I get it. But
no, okay, it's a mockery. I hate when us as black people have to explain ourselves and explain other people's language to them, and it's their language. It's kind of disrespectful. I find it.
Yeah, I hear you still.
Well, look, I mean, once you say the Gentiles are not heathens, so what am I supposed to do? I mean, I can't find it. You can solve it.
I'm saying you can. I'm not saying you can't worship. I'm not saying you can't worship God. I'm not saying that.
I understand that, but St. Paul has heathens beside him, but yet he doesn't mention them. Him and Paul have a fight over circumcision. Him and Paul have a fight over circumcision because he can't go around circumcising every pagan who wants to turn into a Christian.
Paul wasn't talking about pagans. He was talking about Israelites.
Israelites were not circumcised.
Walter, listen a second, please.
And pork eating was Paul talking about.
Walter, relax. Yeah, the argument wasn't about circumcising foreigners to Israel. It wasn't about that. It's about these new Israelites, these new people that have just woken up to the fact that they are Israelites. So their whole lives they believe that they are Greek. And
okay, here's another verse. One more verse. Let's see what you say with this one.
Have manners, man.
You're also going to tell me they're not. So I know what you're going to say.
Listen, I just listened to you. This isn't just for you. So I'm saying all those people now that believe that there was Greek and maybe Hamites or whatever, all these people now who have got these letters and realize that Israelites, yeah, big men who have already missed the 8th day by a long time, yeah. There's a debate going on whether these people should be circumcised now. And Paul's argument was, yeah, that basically they've already missed the 8th day, they're already in sin, yeah. So circumcise your hearts, get me?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And continue.
So it doesn't matter then.
Huh?
So Paul is turning people to Christ, and you're saying these Jews are not circumcised. They missed it because they're what? They were scattered. Is that what you're trying to say?
They didn't know those Jews at that time. Yeah.
Okay. So now this one over here, another one, Corinthians 1:12. For as the body is one and hath many members, and all the members of the body, being many, are on one body, so also in the Christ. For by the Spirit are we all baptized in one body, whether we be Jews or Gentiles, whether we bond or free, and have been all made to drink into one Spirit. For the body is not one member, but many. Is that also
but
the pagans?
Yeah, but where does he say that's everybody?
1 Corinthians 12:13.
Yeah, but where does that address everybody in the planet?
So there's slave, bondman. I don't know. You want him to say Romans, Greeks, French, England.
Where does it say Romans, Greeks? Stop adding stuff in.
But the point is how do you? I don't know. I keep on going further. You told me no Gentiles. Now I give you bond and free.
Yeah, band them free. There's, you know that there's Israelites that band them.
Walter, this is kind of your
that
fault,
Israelites
bro.
band.
Like he's just
Wait,
been playing a game with you, man. You keep going into
And
it.
this is the
Stop.
problem as well.
Just stop.
It's like you're reading it. Nobody's reading it to you, and you just get angry for some reason. I don't understand it.
No. Paul just said Jew and Gentile. So I mean Israelite and Gentile, or Jew and Gentile. What'd you say, bro?
Yeah, but can't we understand that there were people following Greek gods?
Okay, but Ezra is saying that when Christ sent his people to there's an echo going on.
Right, it's yours, you know.
After the resurrection, he was only to go to the Jews, the scattered Jews amongst all the nations. So I said, well, whose are the Gentiles? And he said, those are scattered Jews. And then I said,
but worshiping
so all
Greek
the Gentiles
gods.
are worshiping Greek gods. So they're pagan now. Don't make a difference.
But that makes them.
But their bloodline, their bloodline.
Okay, so then he said, okay, fine. So you're calling the Gentiles because there's no mention of heathens and pagans in the New Testament. So, but here we're saying,
I'll give you a better example. Say if it was a Muslim family. Take for instance, if it was a Muslim family and one of their family members are worshiping Greek gods, the Muslim family will say that person's a heathen.
But guys, it says
he needs to get reverted back into Islam. It's the same concept.
Same exact thing. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Like the Israelites that are following Greek gods are classed as a Gentile, you know, different to the other ones because you're not following the heritage of your ancestors and your God. You get me? That's it.
Look, I disagree. I think it's plain in English. Most Christians see it. A lot of Christians from African countries see it plain as day. You guys, you don't want to see it. You believe that God is only for one people. It doesn't make sense.
What about the verse in Maccabees where I showed you that Israelites are forced to become Gentiles in Greece? Like, what would you think of that?
But now you're going back to the Old Testament.
No, it's not.
Maccabees in the New Testament.
It's in the middle.
Middle Testament.
Yeah, the Apocrypha.
Where's this?
The Apocrypha.
So that's part of the King James version.
The original King James. The Apocrypha was in there. The Bible description.
So wait. Why would? That's another thing I don't understand. If God didn't want no one else to have his thing, why would he let Esau authorize a book that's used around the whole world?
What do you mean?
King James Bible.
Esau's not like King James says he's an Israelite.
Come on, bro. You know that's bullshit. King James.
Listen,
so hold on.
We've got coins from him called King James Iacobus.
Bro, he was literally a king. They took
the son of Jacob.
Through this man.
Forget it, man. I'm not gonna.
Show me a black King James. I promise you. Show me a black.
Yeah, but that's weak, man.
Oh, shut up, Torok. Gracious, you think 20? Show me one picture of a black King James.
Yeah, but it's simple things. You can obviously see, like with the Council of Nicaea, where they implemented all different religions and tried to combine them into one thing called Christianity.
Torok, that you're not answering the question. I simply just asked him to show me where.
You just want to see a black King James. Why don't you do your research?
And you
see the thing with Hebrew Israelites, we do research.
Oh, you're an Aboriginal. I forgot you're an Aboriginal. I forgot you're from the
Northern Kingdom that I was talking about. Yeah,
in the Northern Kingdom. Yeah.
So, like I said, it's not our words you have to take for this.
Yeah.
You can go to the what's it called now? Nationalarchives.com, and you can go to the BritishMonarchy.com, and both of these two describe him as black. So, like,
let's do this right now. I'm sorry, you ain't got to explain no more. I'm just gonna look it up right now. I'm tired of this. Mark, you remember the time I researched your thing and found out?
I'm gonna put something in the back chat for you still. Watch.
You just need to do research. Do you see any Hebrew Israelites to come out and don't show proof? How many Hebrew Israelite videos there on YouTube and they bring out Black King James millions of times? It's getting old now, man. It's getting old, man. It's 2020, goddammit. These mans have been doing it from what, 1969
Turok,
or
you
something
do know
like
I
that?
know when you're trolling. Like, shut the fuck
You're
up.
in America. You're in America, family. You should be know this from now. You should be preaching it to
Yes, I
us.
should know King James was a black man. Yes.
Let me read this out. I'm gonna share my screen.
No, I'm looking up right now. King James a black man. King James was black. Here's a website called King James was black, and it's Israelite Saints of Christ. So this is on. Yeah, right.
Big up. If you can let me share my screen, please. Yeah.
Oh, Bible verses about King James Bible verses about black men. King James was black man. Here's a blog site.
What I've just posted in the is his son. Yeah. This is Prince Charles. Yeah.
The back. Right, yeah, go ahead and post it. I want to see this.
All right.
Like, we're talking about the pastiest people on the place of the planet.
Read it while I'm doing it.
Yeah, post it.
This is and this is EnglishMonarchs.com.
English Monarchs, okay.
Yeah, and it says the eldest surviving son, Charles.
No, can you post it in the back chat? I want to read it for myself. Matter of fact, I'll type in King James son. Don't worry.
I'm gonna read it for people. I'm posting it in the back for you.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, and so it says. Yeah. Where's it gone? Replace elder brother Charles, who had died shortly. Charles was a large, dark, but clearly healthy baby. Yeah. Civil war broke out between his father and Parliament in 1642, causing Charles's mother, Henrietta Maria, and his younger siblings to be sent to safety to her native France. Prince Charles and his younger brother James, Duke of York, remained with their father during the early stages of the Civil War. He first saw action at the Battle of Edgehill, but following the defeat at Marston Moor in 1644, was sent to Bristol. There was a place in command of the West Country. Listen, this is the important part. Yeah, Charles's appearance was anything but English, with his sinuous curling mouth, dark complexion, black hair, and dark brown eyes. He much resembled his Italian maternal grandmother, Maria de Medici. I mean, who was ruling Italy, in that time. Yeah, the Moors. Anyway, side of the family. During his escape after the Battle of Worcester, he was referred to as a tall black man in parliamentary wanted posters. One of the nicknames he acquired was the Black Boy. His height was 6 feet 2 inches, probably inherited from his Danish paternal grandmother, Anne of Denmark. Also set apart from his contemporaries in a time where the average Englishman was smaller than today. So that's dead. Get me? This is EnglishMonarchs.com. This ain't Ezra's words, you know. So
them Pan-Africans.
Yeah, so his son, was described in his wanted posters, as a tall black man. So
yes, you have to read.
You have to read. The black man reads. Yeah.
You get me? Hebrew Israelites read and understand language and geography.
I'm just gonna ask Veli when you get a chance, can you share my screen? I'm just gonna post Charles I of England on the screen, and then everyone can see this black man in front of me.
Oh yeah,
you already know this already, man. You know what I mean? This is
I want the people in them to see it too. This is new knowledge. So I want the people to see it.
It's not new, Brad. It's not new, Brad.
Well, fine then. I want people to see it then.
Yeah.
People in One West have been bringing this up before internet, fam.
Yes, and people in One West also talks about eating healthy.
You dig?
It's like he's literally going to die.
You dig?
Yeah,
the same time when Shark was in the cinema, they knew King James was black.
Turok, you do know I know when you're trolling.
So it's just common sense. The more.
1 second. Hey, yo. You was able to read. So I just want people
you're American.
I want people to see this black man. I want to show people this black man.
We know that the Moors ruled Scotland.
Okay. The Moors ruled Scotland. Okay. Can I show people this black man, please? Thank you.
Ezra.
Even the Romans. Even the Romans said when they went up to Scotland, what did they say? There's black people there. There's black folks.
Yes, and I want everyone to see this black man right here. gracious. You can tell by his swarthy face and his Negro features.
Ezra, hear me.
Yeah, but your brother who done Hidden Colors say the same thing. DC Brad.
Shut the fuck up.
You dig?
And the maddest thing is, yeah, look at this.
I want to see this black woman. I want you to see.
Brad, 1 second. An Englishman.
You literally had nothing but time, and I can't even get a couple of seconds in. Like,
go on.
bro.
Show you picture,
Thank you.
Dumb, silly picture.
Yeah. All right. So let's look up his mother. I want to see this black woman. Oh wow. Dark as fuck. Look at her. Look at her with her 4C hair.
Oh
she
yeah,
must be
the real
albino.
photograph. A real photograph.
Look at that. She must be albino. Look at this. Gracious.
Yeah, 1611.
Huh?
But Tira, look at this, yeah. I've got Englishman.com up, and like it's clearly describing him as a black man. And then in the picture on the left, you see a white man.
They want to do Google.
Clearly shows the whitewashing. Shows the whitewashing because
no. I'm about to post English Monarch.
Brad, have manners, fam. I'll just let you do your thing.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm about to post your link. So we can all see it. English Monarch. All right.
It's on my screen now, so they can see my screen.
All right. So everyone sees this. Everyone sees the surviving eldest child, Charles I, and Harriet Marie of France, the daughter of Henry.
Brad, relax, man. Like
no. Let me show everybody this picture of Prince H.
Oh, come on, Brad. Come on, Brad.
This
no,
is the
man,
black
you're just
man.
being childish now. Like, you're actually being childish.
Being Pan-African, Brad. I'm black and proud.
He's trying to not understand on purpose, and he's just being childish. Because look, it's website.
I'm trying to overstand. I'm not trying to understand. I'm trying to overstand.
Brad, be quiet, man. You're trying to overstand. Like listening might help. What I'm saying, like this is EnglishMonarchs.com. You know.
I'm looking at it. Yes.
This is me and the Israelites speaking. It describes him as a dark black boy. 6
so you guys suck at drawing?
And then on the left, Brad, be quiet, man. And then on the left, it gives a picture of a white man. So how can it describe him as a black boy, then give a picture of a white man? It clearly shows the whitewashing that Brad is too dumb to see.
No, I'm about to read.
Yeah,
I'm about to read this. Okay. So Charles' appearance was anything but English. His sensational curly mouth, dark, black hair, and dark brown eyes. He much resembled his Italian maternal grandmother. So we needed. Okay, so let's see Marie. Let's see what she looked like. If you guys wrote this,
oh my god!
No, I'm saying you guys said that he looked like her. This is the whoa! This is why I hate talking.
Hold on.
We're going to look up this one right now.
Have you not seen the flag of Sardinia?
Shut up, bro. All right, let's see. Boom. Look. Okay. Oh, I see the black. I see the 4C. I see these Negro features. Okay.
That's a real photograph of her, isn't it?
It is. Or unless, let me type in Israelite then. I'm gonna type in Hebrew.
Oh, come off in. See, this is what Pan-Africans do. You don't get to learn nothing. You don't get to learn nothing from Pan-Africans.
Same picture popped up. Everyone sees my screen. I typed in Hebrew.
All they're looking for is blackness. All they're looking for something black and an Afro.
Oh, so this is a black woman to y'all. This is what a Hebrew woman looks like to y'all.
What do North Africans look like? What are the blood types of these Italian people and these Spanish and Portuguese?
Well, we're looking at. I'm only going. First of all.
When was the Moors up in Europe? From what time?
First of all, this has nothing to do with you. Torah.
Did the Moors ever rule? Because it does.
What do you mean? I'm in Europe right now, bro.
He stated that these writings, right, were of Israelites writing this stuff. And that someone.
How did I say that? Stop lying.
So who wrote this then? Because why would you post this? Who wrote this then?
Listen, I said EnglishMonarch.com are saying that the Prince Charles was a black boy, and that's what I've said. The article you've got up on the screen is clearly saying he's a black boy.
No. See right here, people can see what the article says.
Shut up a second. It's saying that the guy is black. Read it out loud. A tall black man. In parliamentary one to
I even said it on Hidden Colors. Charles the black boy.
All right, so one of his
You've been deliberately dumb, fam. Get me?
So why would so who wrote this then? Who wrote this? Everything that I'm reading
That's from the Royal Society.
Are you saying? Real quick, so I can understand. So are you saying that my man is an Israelite because he's black, or because he has an Israelite heritage?
He has an Israelite heritage.
So where is that being shown?
That's what I'm saying. On the coins of King James, furthermore, on his coins, see King James Iacobus, which.
Hold on, real quick. Somebody got a real bad echo, man.
Brad, mute your mic a sec.
Why is it always me? Nah, fuck that. I literally have my thing turned down. I literally have an earphone in.
It's your mic. No one else's mic is doing that.
Son, I swear this gabbermouth, bro, is pissing me off. All right.
Turn your shit down then, innit? Shit.
Can we get to the point of who wrote all this down on EnglishMonarchs.com? Like, why would you post this link?
English Monarchs.
So was this Esau that wrote this, or was this Israel's that wrote this? Like, who wrote this?
White people, man. It's the Royal Society. Royal Records. So it's not Black People Records.
During his
you won't see Dennis Brown in them records.
After the Battle of Worcester, all right, he was referred to as a tall black man in parliamentary wanted posters. One of his nicknames he acquired was Black Boy. So he acquired a nickname and he was described as a black man. But here, they say that his appearance was anything but English and he resembled his Italian maternal grandmother. So if we look her
because
up,
Italians were ruled by Moors.
I don't see any swarthiness here.
Brad, you know what it is, Brad? The thing is, you haven't got enough education, because in the 1600s, like in between the 7th century and the 16th, most of Europe was ruled by the Moors. It might be breaking news to you, but the Moors ruled Scotland, the Moors ruled France, the Moors ruled Sicily.
Hence my question is: so why isn't he Moorish?
When it says his maternal grandmother,
oh, about Moorish now.
I'm not making the claim. I'm asking the question.
Sickening now. Do you know even what the word Moor means?
Yeah, I know what it means. I'm a Moor.
It's just black, innit? So
no,
what's the problem now?
It does.
Oh, come on, man. Allow it, man. This is old English terms for crying out loud.
More? I just want to let you know, Turok believes that he's an Australian.
Africans? Hold on. What Africans in Africa call each other Moors?
He's riled up.
Yeah.
What Africans in Africa called each other Moors?
So, Turok, can I have a conversation with Ezra right quick? Turok, you mind having that conversation with Ezra right quick? Because I'm trying to understand what he's saying right quick. Because I'm not challenging the claim. I'm trying to understand the thing.
Oh, but is he a Moor?
And King James
for the third time, bro. I'm not challenging the thing.
Oh wait, here's a Reuben. Oh, she was from the tribe of Reuben. Here we go, the Reubens. Let's see, maybe this is different. Maybe this.
Brad, stop being childish, man. We're having a big man conversation. You're just being a brat. Get me?
But show me how she's
showing us these stupid whitewashed images that you know are not from the time.
He wants images. He wants pictures.
Then you post the link of the black ones because
so stop being stupid. You're wasting people's time with your childishness.
They know about the Renaissance. They know about the Renaissance era when they whitewashed a lot of images.
I agree about the paintings. That's all I was asking the question about.
Come on, let's have a conversation. Ignore this bad guy.
Yeah, I agree about the paintings, because like the paintings are definitely not no first-hand situation. Like it's not a photograph. You feel me? Like so, it ain't like it's not primary evidence. You know what I'm saying? So you're talking about people describing my man a certain way, right? So I'm trying to figure out if there was an actual like literary description of him being an Israelite or whatnot. Because like what you were saying is like there's other. Real quick, Ezra, do you consider Moors to be Gentiles or no?
Some Moors were Gentiles. Most of them were Israelites.
Right, and so based upon that concept right there, that's why I'm asking the question, because like like some Moors are black, but they're not Israelites, right? So that's what I was trying to figure out. Like, so is there writing talking about him being an Israelite, or was it just being based upon him being black that you were saying he was an Israelite?
Say that bit again. You're speaking a bit fast, brother.
So is there writing stipulating at the time that he's an Israelite, or just that he's black?
No,
because
Brad, can you mute your mic, please, man?
I know, Brad. You're ruining the conversation. We can't even hear it. Just mute until you're talking. Yeah. So what we're saying is, King James, there's coins. Yeah, he has his own coin in England, and there's lots of different writings of him being described as King James Iacobus, and that means son of Israel, in Old English. You know what I'm saying? It means Jacobus, and you actually see Jacobus because you see, he's there in 16. So it's like you see the J being introduced, and some of them you see Iacobus, and then and some of them you see Jacobus. You know what I'm saying?
I got you. So you're saying because he was black and he had the name Jake. I got you. Okay,
yeah.
That makes sense to me. I hear what you're saying, because I just wanted to get clarification if there was a specific thing on Israelite name.
Yeah, more, and because if you look at the old English the royal family crests of the British family, you probably know this stuff more, yeah. But,
I'm with that. No, bro, I got you. When you start talking about Morris heads and the crest, bro, you know I got you. That's what I was trying to figure out the differentiation when you're saying Israelite. That's all.
I'm saying King James is one of those royal families that you would have seen on those crests. He's one of those Moors. You know what I'm saying? And when it talks about his Italian grandmother, we know who was ruling there. You already get this straight away more. Like, I'm preaching to the choir right now. I get it.
That's why I just wanted a small clarification on the Israelite bit. And you gave it to me with the coin, bro. I appreciate that.
Here you go. Have a look at some of it. Just type it in now, King James coin, and you'll see King James Iacobus or just James.
And even on the flag of Sardinia, you'll see 4 Moorish heads with like a red cross and a white outback.
Oh no, I'm with it. I'm hip to all the Moorish flags and the coats of arms and all the black nobility. All that. I'm hip to that. I just think the differentiation on if he was
King
Israelite.
James's mother Sicilian?
I think she's from Denmark or something.
No, he said something about Italian. So was she Sicilian? Because
his maternal grandmother.
Yeah, his maternal grandmother, was she Sicilian? I don't know if anybody knows if she was. They're saying the only.
I said, Brad, if you look on the Sardinia flag, you will see Moorish heads on there. All through Latvia, was just up from Greece and Italy and them. There's all Moorish heads and black icons and what they call it, black Madonnas. All the Orthodox Church, they have black icons and all these type of things. It's only on Western part of Europe they had a Renaissance where they whitewashed a lot of these things.
Yeah.
Okay, can you just post the link of that in the back chat and you would prove me wrong? Go ahead.
Allow it, man. You just
said a bunch of shit.
Hold on. Did you not watch Hidden Colors?
I don't watch Tariq.
Come on, Brad. I know you watch Hidden Colors religiously.
No, I don't. I don't watch Tariq Nasheed's
I know
movies.
you watched that religiously when that
movies.
first came out, bro. And that was, I think, the first or the second one where they showed you about the black royalty in Europe.
1 second.
Brad.
Yeah, while Brad's doing that right quick, like I came in, I started tuning in when Ezra and Walter were going back at it, but I didn't hear the full conversation. So I heard there was some stuff going back and forth between about Paul and the Gentiles or whatnot. So I just want to get some quick clarification from Ezra. So Ezra, were you trying to say that the Israelites that were Gentiles don't have to be circumcised?
No, I'm saying they did, but like, don't forget, it's a law to circumcise your children on the 8th day, isn't it? So like, those Israelites that just realized now that just came into the news that they're Israelites. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Basically, Paul was saying, you've already missed the 8th day, so even circumcising now, you're going to be in sin still. You know what I'm saying? So he said, circumcise your hearts and then follow the law, which would mean circumcise your children from now on. You know what I'm saying? So, like, basically, those people that have already missed their 8th day and just woken up to their Israelite culture, he's saying that they can circumcise their hearts.
But they don't have to get physically. You're saying that they don't have to get physically circumcised, though.
Yeah, because they've already missed it, innit? You know what I'm saying? Like, you're supposed to be circumcised on the 8th day.
Okay, I'm trying. There's something about that I'm trying to understand right quick.
I'm gonna share my screen. And a black
Go ahead, Brad.
I mean, if Europeans were like running shit, you know.
Well, show some whitewashing.
If Europeans were all black, you know. Hey, Veli.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, but Brother Moore, that's what you're saying.
All right, so this article are 10 European kings and queens and noblemen who have been considered black by the one drop rule. So they're just, you know, listing people who had African in them. I'm just trying to figure out, is King James on this list? You know?
Oh.
So is that what you guys indicating?
Yeah, but do you remember even on Hidden Colors they talked about even an Egyptian royal
No,
family
stop
that moved
quoting
to
that movie,
Scotland,
son. It's
and
not a factual
they
movie.
call and they called that place a Scotia. This is why you even get places like Nova Scotia in America. There was supposed to be a Egyptian royal family, but went up to Scotland, and this is also the same thing what Queen Elizabeth claims, because they're all related. All these different royal families in Europe, all the way down into even places like Ethiopia and Egypt.
Yeah, boy. Like I said, to get me like
this is bullshit, bro. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing?
Man, you're in the mecca of black knowledge, man, and I'm surprised, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like I think it would have been big news to tell us that King James.
You're making us Brits look good.
Huge news to tell us.
Well, EnglishMonarchs.com, as you just read, described him on his wanted poster as a tall black man. So you can moan about it, you can do whatever you want. The facts are the facts. We are not English monarchs.
Yeah. They would have grabbed you, James, and said you look like King James at that time.
Like, regardless of how you want to go around the thing, yeah, he was described as a tall black man on his wanted posters. Argument done. Yeah, show all the whitewashing.
No, who was described as who was described as that? Charles the First or King James?
Son,
both of them in Pitney and him.
Get me?
No, wait a minute. Because the one you posted, it was Charles II. I had to click on Charles the First. This was about his.
Hey, Brad, real quick. I don't make the claim that King James was black. However, do you deny the concept of whitewashing in history?
Why would I deny that? Literally,
I'm just trying to figure that out.
No, I'm just trying to figure out. We're talking about where the white people come from.
Because you went to try to discredit like all like black nobility in Europe, like in this whole thing. That's what I was trying to figure out right quick.
But the question you have to ask yourself, or the question you should have asked the Moor: where would the Moors stealing all them white people from?
Okay, so. And more, great. We have a more on the panel. So, all right, let's put the Israelites to the side real quick. Let's talk to a more. You were conquering all of Europe up to Scotland. Your armies were big enough.
Where did you get your white women from?
Yeah, like were you breeding with white women to the point where they were black for like less than, let's say, 15 years, and then they got white again? Like, explain this to me. Like, how is what Ezra's saying true based off you're the other.
So what's Ezra's full claim? So I understand what he's saying right quick.
And what, like, I was talking about, obviously, the more, like, we know the Moors ruled a lot of Europe in between 7th and 16th centuries. You get me? So, like, yes, they got into Scotland. We have books about Moorish, Jewish Scotland. You get me? Like, look it up.
So yeah, let's predate the Moors right quick. Let's go to the Phoenicians and whatnot, right? You know what I'm saying? Still similar family stock, you know what I'm saying? Similar genetic stock, you know what I'm saying? You can see them in England and in Sweden and in Norway way before the Moors, etc., whatnot, mining for silver and for tin and whatnot. As a matter of fact, you can see that the Stonehenge, for instance, in the Old English or whatnot, is called they're called Sarsen stones, which are equivalent to Saracen stones or whatnot, right? And Saracen, when you look it up etymologically, it comes from the concept of being in the lineage of Sarah and whatnot. So you can even look at Gaelic being largely intelligible with Hebrew when you get to the brass tacks of it and find connections on stuff, right? The question about dark-skinned people being in Europe isn't a question, bro. Like I'm saying, because the first person you look at, like the Grimaldi man, was a dark-skinned person, right? You know what I'm saying? Like that, like, so that's what I'm trying to. That's why I asked you the question about whitewashing.
Wait. That's what I think. That's where the confusion is. I'm not denying that there were black people that lived or coexisted in Europe. There's paintings.
Right. So I need to. Right. That's why I need to
never deny that. Okay, I learned like Turok said in the Mecca of Black knowledge. I know that the first female empowerment movement was done by the Moors, educating, I think it was Spanish women or women from the Spaniard, from the Iberian Peninsula.
Right.
Okay, yeah. So I know that Europeans were there. I want to know from you, more. you conquered. Okay, so there's claims that you conquered from Ezra that you conquered everything from North Africa to Scotland. I'm just more curious now. You were able to.
So I'm not gonna make that claim during 7/11 from 7/11 to when people got kicked out of Spain and whatnot. I'm not gonna say that we was up in Scotland kicking ass. I'm gonna say like we was from Spain to France right quick doing work.
But that's
like,
what
we were in other part. We were definitely in other parts of Europe, like in I'm saying like Poland, Germany, etc., whatnot. In different states.
But you know when the Romans invaded England and they went all the way up to places like Scotland, what you call Hadrian's Wall.
Yeah,
they said they see black people.
Yeah.
And I'm with that. Watch this.
I'm with that.
Watch this. There's even black people in the Roman army as well.
So let me read it for them. I've got it here.
100%.
This is nationalarchives.gov.uk. So this is a government website. Yeah. So
please post it in the back chat.
Don't even bother me. Listen, it says Africans have been present in Europe from classical times. In the 2nd and 3rd centuries, Roman soldiers of African origin served in Britain, and some stayed in their military after their military service ended. According to historians Friar Edwards and Welvin, in the 9th century, Viking fleets raided North Africa and Spain, captured black people, and took them to Britain and Ireland. And from the end of the 15th century, we begin to see more evidence of the presence of black Moors in the accounts of the reign of King James of Scotland and later Elizabeth in England. Yeah. And then in some actual written accounts of Moors, in the High Court, getting money. Look, Black Elaine Moore was given 5 French
but how did they conquer? How did they were able to change up monarchy?
So their interactions with England and Scotland, etc., were not a conquering situation. If you look like hold on,
no, because he was royalty. He was royalty. I'm not saying that they conquered. I'm saying that he was royalty in Scotland, and like he conquered England. Yes, hit me.
Yeah, but this started out with him stating that King James was black.
He's black.
So okay. So now you said, look at his son. So I go click on the link you showed me. Okay. The
whitewashed image.
Okay, no. But the thing I don't get is, okay, the first line you said he was described as a black man. But why would they take the time to draw a picture of his father and his mother? You see his grandmother. They whitewash his mother's side. Why would they describe him looking like his maternal grandmother?
So when you ask questions like that, you got a short story like, okay, who were the painters? What's the time period that they paint the pictures? Are they contemporary with the person, etc.? That's why
we can both agree that at this time though race. But we can both agree at this time though race was not a thing. Like the idea.
Brad, hold on. When you're talking about examining evidence, right?
One second, Brad. I beg you, just open up your mind a minute and stop being.
I'm not open. No, because this is bullshit. I don't want to open my mind to this. This is bullshit. I need proof.
Okay, Brad. What makes those paintings valid?
1 second, Brother Moore, please. I'm saying, look, man. Yeah, I've just read it, and you've got the source yourself of EnglishMonarchs.com that says on the wanted post that he was described as a black man, and then you see next to it a whitewashed image. So what makes you choose to follow the whitewashed image instead of the actual records of the man?
Well, no, because we're using the record. I'm gonna use your record. Why would they call him a black man and then still describe him from his Italian? Why would they describe him as his Italian maternal grandmother?
Moors were ruling in Italy at the time. So
the Moors were ruling. The Moors were ruling Sicily. Not all. That's why I asked if she's Sicilian.
Listen, lots of Italy. Moors were ruling. It wasn't just Sicily. It's only Rome that didn't really.
Moor, am I wrong? Did the Moors conquer all of Italy, or they just conquer Sicily? Am I wrong?
I never said all of it.
So was his mother Sicilian? Was his grandmother Sicilian?
It wouldn't even matter in the context because she would be the maternal grandmother, right? So let me slow this down right quick. Hold on, real quick. I'm losing brain cells listening to this conversation, so I'm trying to level this out right quick. So hold on, real quick, Brad. If you're gonna cite a painting, right? The only way, and I'm not making the claim that King James is black, but on an intellectually honest, hold on, real quick, on an intellectually honest basis, right? If you're going to cite the painting, right, and it's going to have any level of proof, right, it's got to be a painting that's commissioned by the king, by a painter that you can link back to all that type of stuff, right? If not, it's conjecture.
Yeah, but more. This is why
Well,
I get your argument more, but this is why it falls apart for me a little bit.
It don't fall apart at all, bro.
No, 1 second. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Listen. I've been putting the message on the screen for you, because someone got the image that you might want to look at, innit? That King James I of England and the 6th or 5th of Scotland by Thomas de Leeuw, line engraving circa 1590 to 1612. That could have been commissioned by, is that when he was living?
Yeah.
Well, then that could have been commissioned by one of them still.
Here we go.
Yeah, but after that, check your PM still. But yo, Steppers, you still there?
Oh yeah, okay.
Hey James,
Right,
by the way, I love
I'm gonna share my screen. I'm gonna share my screen.
I just see that because there's a couple man backstage still to see if anyone else wanted to jump on.
Yeah, I'm gonna share my screen.
Yo, James, let's see if you're there and you want to jump on and refute some of this shit. You can have a go. Come and have a go, mate. I'm gonna let a couple man jump on as well, bro. So we could have some people going back and forth on this, innit, man? So.
All right. So, can someone explain to me how this is a black man? Are you sharing my screen?
Well, first off, you have to understand that when the Romans got there from Italy to Scotland, hold on.
I'm not.
King James is not even. Hold on. 2 seconds. You asked a question.
Let him answer it, and then see if we'll go back from there. Go on.
So you asked a question now, basically, yeah. So obviously now you had Romans now come all the way to Scotland, and they identified to see black people. Even the Scottish people identified them that look, they got black people in their army. This is way before King James was even born.
Okay, so show me where King James is black now. Go ahead.
I'm telling you, if you know if you understand the where Scotland is, and if they even
if
had
I need
black
a recipe
people,
for
even
cassava, I'll talk to you. But this is not your realm, so stay. Someone show me how this is a black man. Go.
That is a whitewashed image. You understand?
So show me the blackwashed. Show me the black image.
I've already told you the actual. Listen, you know what it is. This is how I know you're just dumb or you're deliberately trying to not understand, because we've showed you from nationalarchives.com and from englishmonarchs.com his description, but you're focusing on these whitewashed images. Why are you doing that?
It's crazy, man.
Like, why are you really
let me try it this way. Veli and Moore. Okay, so there are writings, drawings of the Moors, of black Moors. Okay, there are drawings of high-ranking officials within these European camps and things like that. So they had no problem in drawing black people around them. There are maps of the Spanish going to the New World with African security guards and explorers. There's no problem with race here. You don't see race here. So explain to me.
You got Germans and Dutch people painting Moors all day.
Thank you. So explain to me why they had no problem in drawing black people in seats of power, in seats of influence. You know, like you even have some Spanish people that wrote that though the root of Islam or something like that, well, the power of Islam is in that of the dark hands. Then you see descriptions of them talking about people of sultans walking in with a sea of black army, with a black army or a sea of black. So I'm trying to figure out, okay, they had no problem in drawing black people because they drew mulattoes in his team that had one drop rule, that had African descent. Why would they now decide, okay, we know that what these people are capable of.
It's
now we're going to
covered up.
We're going to whitewash members of royalty when we obviously will draw other members of royalty that have. That
Brad, you have to. But Brad, what you have to do now? No, hold on, Brad. What you have to ask yourself now? Why are they describing this man as that? Then
they described him on a wanted poster as a black man. Then he had a nickname known as Black Boy. And then on top of that, apparently, excuse me, 1 second. Apparently,
why?
Why was he described as a black man?
Because he was described to looking like his paternal grandmother. His maternal grandmother, who had black hair. So explain to me how he was written as a black boy.
We'll do this. You know, this geezer is dumb. A
We're gonna
tall
look up
black
the
man.
wanted posters of Charles.
Wait there. A tall black
Wanted
man.
posters.
You've got black hair like your grandmother. Like,
Wanted
can you hear
posters
the
of Charles
this guy talking?
the Second.
Foolishness. You understand?
Wait,
He's described
where
as
do you
a
fit in
black
first
man.
under whitewashing?
Two black man. What's that got to do with black hair? Are you stupid?
All right, here's the wanted. We're gonna look at wanted posters of Charles II. Okay, because that was in the description that he posted on English Monarchs. So we're gonna look up the wanted posters of him. Okay.
You ain't gonna get the real ones. I'm saying there's pubs in this country that are still called the Black Boy, yeah. And on the front of them, there's a boy with a crown on, a black boy with a crown on his head, yeah. That's pubs named after the guy. You don't know what you're talking about, Brad. It's called the Black Boy for a reason, Brad.
I think Brad's got a problem if he might be probably mixed race sort of.
Who? Turok.
King James.
Turok, you literally. Come on, don't do this to yourself.
No, but the thing, you're doing it to yourself because you have to understand these are black people where there's predominantly more white people.
I found the white posters.
Hey, so right quick. So
poster.
when it comes to the pictorial proof, right, it's going to be round and round in like a low level conversation. So Ezra did bring up something that was interesting that could be investigated, which was a coin, right, like an actual physical coin with the name on it. So
we can do that right now,
real quick. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna do that right now. That's a good
all right.
Whether or not he's black or not, be put on the side. What's an interesting question is like, so are you hold on real quick? Brad? Are you saying that he's not he's not an Israelite? Because that's also their claim.
And also look at Queen Charlotte.
See, I'm
look
stuck on the he's black
Queen
part.
Charlotte.
I didn't even think about the Israelite part.
Yeah, but also Brad, go look at Queen Charlotte, the Black Queen of London.
This black
and look how they paint her.
Okay.
No, I'm just saying you have to understand these are royal.
Turok,
you're gonna have to agree to disagree on that point.
Right?
That's why I try to switch it up right quick.
Watch this. I'm gonna share my screen bigger. Watch this coin now. Yeah.
All right, cool.
You can't watch.
There's too many people on the panel, bro.
Yo, when you ready, bro?
Yeah, can you see my screen, fam?
It's on now.
Yeah, watch. Yeah, look, that's his coin. Yeah, Iacobus, like I said, Brother Moore. Yeah.
Now that's the coin commissioned and printed by him, correct?
Huh?
That's a coin printed and commissioned by him, correct?
Yeah.
How's that prove he's black? Or
listen, that was for Brother Moore to prove he's Israelite firstly. Yeah, and like, if you don't want to accept the documents by the English monarchs and nationalarchives.com, then I can't help you. You can go and live your life looking at whitewashed images because the actual records say different. So I don't care what Brad's got to say. It's a waste of time.
So hold on real quick. This is why I gotta get a question.
Let me ask a question, man.
Go ahead.
Let me ask a question because it's King James related. Yeah. The King James made another book as well, yeah? Did the Hebrews accept King James' another book as their book as well?
I don't believe he made that book. That's some slander, bro.
It also goes back to the name of
King James is a mighty man, you know. Gay lovers and them things there.
Yo, you know how much kids he had?
I don't know about that, man.
Stop it, guys.
You don't know if
yeah, but also
that come out after he died, fam. That's some slander. You get me? Because he's protesting. Now, you know what it is, bigger. Let me show you something. King James.
Bad mind, yeah?
Nah, you know what it is? It's Rome, fam. Like, King James was protesting against the Roman Catholic Church because they was removing stuff out of the Bible. You get me? That's why he made his own King James authorized version and put the Apocrypha back in there, yeah, and printed it. You know what I'm saying? And because he set up the church, the Protestant church, which means it's a protest church against Rome. You know what I'm saying? He set up that as a.
You know what his other book is, though?
This devil thing, fam.
Have you seen his other book before?
That's not his book, man.
That's his book, man. Hey, brothers, get the other book up, man.
I'm about to.
Yeah, but also you have to look at the name.
What? Get me.
Also, you have to look at the name Britain. That Britain and Briton is a Hebrew word. What we get of England is from the Angles.
Just if you're talking the hardest.
What's it talking the hardest?
You said Briton. if history can't.
Yeah, no, but we see.
Better pop up in your thoughts as the bosses.
Yo. Hey, Brandon, you're echoing again, man.
Echoing again?
Oh, you're echoing, man. Yeah, you keep echoing, bro. I don't know what you recording the phone like. You got the wire on and that. Yeah, that wire's echoing, bro.
Yeah, but Israel, do you know the Hebrew meaning of Britain?
I don't know the Hebrew. I know it's
Yeah,
a word.
it means cassava.
And
or even the Hebrew.
Big guy, do you know that Anglo-Saxon means angelic sons of Jacob? Get me?
What?
You need to know where these words come from. Anglo-Saxon. You don't know what, man.
So you saying the Anglo-Saxons are angelic sons of Jacob, yeah?
Yeah.
Lord, you had a gun so far.
Son, I want to smoke whatever these Israelites are smoking, man. I need this.
Brad, you've been smoking poppers because you're a batty man. So shut up.
Whoa, only a Bati man would know that gay men do poppers. That's you, bro.
Yeah, watch man picture.
Whoa.
Smoking poppers. Damn. Get me.
Yeah, man. That devil book that he wrote afterwards as well, man. How comes you man don't take the devil book as well? You only take the Apocrypha, King James Apocrypha. I'm to the devil book, man.
Bring the devil book then. See what I go on.
Yo, brothers.
Yo, bring the devil book.
Line up the devil book, man. Uncle D, man. You get me?
It's got
Uncle D, man. You get King James D, man. Yes. Nephew D, man.
That's the Romans, blood. You tanda, I believe Roman propaganda.
The Romans got him by then, yeah?
Roman propaganda, fam. They love fuck up a black man. They love fuck up a black man's legacy. You tanda.
Oh, hey, listen, I've been cracking up all day, you know. Trust me. I've been at work, yeah. I've been laughing in people's yards and shit. They be like, "Are you okay?" Like, yeah, so I was listening to something. Yeah, man.
But yeah, brother Moore, man, like when it comes to that history of Scotland, you should look into it still. The Moorish history on Scotland, like there's books about it, fam.
Oh man, I've been looking into stuff like that. That's why I had to ask certain questions off the top, bro. That's why I needed certain specifications and whatnot.
Yeah. I'm saying when you read
that all the people there was black, or there was a select few black people there.
I'm saying the hierarchy of the time was black. Like when you read about King James, look, this is National Archives again, bigger. I swear to God, when you read about the actual documents, what are documented about him, yeah, everybody around him in his court. 1 second. Everyone around him in his court are Moors, yeah. His musicians are Moors. His treasurers are Moors. His fucking everything. Secretary.
What museum would it be in? Huh? What museum would it be in? What museum would it be in?
King James.
Yeah. What museum? What museum would it be in the Royal Portraits Museum?
Nah, because you know what Parliament killed him and quartered him. So quarter of his body went to Scotland, quarter of it went to Wales, quarter went to England, and I think Northern Ireland. You know me? So the quarter of him choked him.
Hey, Ezra, real quick, not to cut you right quick.
Hold on, 2 sec. I want to ask a quick question. Did you know that the Hebrew word for covenant is Brit?
Shut up, Torah. God, shut up.
Damn.
And that's what Britannia supposed to mean. Yeah, that's supposed to mean covenant. And also the Celtics. The Celtics also have another name, but they're called Iberia or Iber. And it's even told that a lot of the people from what they call it, Ireland and them come from the Iberian Peninsula, Spain and Portugal and them areas, the Basque regions.
Yo, but King James was a fish though, still.
Yeah, King James was gay as fuck. That's your holy Bible.
Talking about gays.
Oh God, only a Bati man will protect an obvious Bati man.
Wait. I know they no King James talk when you got this bad guy on the panel, fam.
This is retarded, man. This is retarded. Like, first he's black. He's like, We have to first. We're not even going to address the fact he's an Israelite. Let's just deal with the fact he's black. You said King James was black, but yet you posted something that described Charles II. So I want you to talk about like King James.
If his son's described as black, yeah, I'm very dark.
But Charles II is the son of Charles I.
Charles is the black boy, isn't it? Charles is the black boy. Not King James.
And his dad's a white man.
We're going to do it this way. Hey, Veli, I'm going to share my screen again.
And his mum's a white man.
Oh, man.
Can't you share the book? Can't you share the Bible book?
Now this is hold on real quick. This is where I gotta jump on Brad's side right quick because Ezra, you're talking about the son of the king. Right?
Huh?
Real quick, I got a question for Ezra. Like, so Ezra, you're talking about the son of the king, right?
Yeah.
And you're talking about him resembling his maternal grandmother.
Hey, Brad, I don't know what you're doing, fam, but your thing's echoing, cuz. He's echoing, fam. Like when you jump back in, it weren't echoing, but. Yeah, when you're, you might, you just have to mute when you're not talking, because you're talking definitely. Yeah, man, go on, brother, more.
Yeah, no, my fault. Yeah, this is what I'm trying to make sense of, Ezra. So in the description that you gave, right? It's the maternal grandmother that he resembled, and so it's his mother that could be black, right? And when I look at the coin that you showed, I don't like. Are you making the case that King James was a dark-skinned black person, or that he was mixed of some sort?
No, I'm saying he's full black. I'm saying his mum's black on that side because she's Henrietta Maria of France, yeah, which is Wagwan for France at the time, yeah, and that's how we got to Scotland because her people had some kind of treaty and some kind of marriage going on with the French. You get me? So, like, I mean, with the Scottish, and then. Obviously, he's got black as well from his dad's side. The son of, what's King James's dad's name now? Oh, James the Third, isn't it? King James the Third. What's his dad's name now? Let me check. Well,
okay. In the meantime, teach me something right quick. Teach me something because like so I'm familiar with the concept, like what you were saying about the Moors being in the court, etc., whatnot, all day. Like you can even see remnants of something called like the Moorish dance. In the country, whatnot. That's part of the culture, whatnot, right? People don't understand like when you really it means Moorish or whatnot. You can look at the etymology; it tells you right there.
Brother Moore.
Yes,
Have you seen the people doing the Morris dancing? Hold on, I'm not talking about the modern. I'm not talking about the modern stuff. I'm not talking about the modern stuff. I'm not talking. Like, so, all right. Let me share my screen. Oh, you say they used to be different, yeah?
Yeah, let me share my screen right quick.
That's mad.
Let me share my screen right quick.
God. When you're ready, bro, anyone can share screen right here, man.
Listen, his dad's name is Henry.
Share your screen then
man, let me just say this one thing. His dad's name was Henry Stewart, yeah. And end of the day, Stewart means black. Believe it or not, it means what? It means black. Yeah. This is why there was warring with Parliament and with the Tudors, which are white royalty now. Yeah, white English royalty. Yeah.
So this is
these Stuarts, these Swarts. Yeah, because the name actually means Swarts. Yeah.
Right.
He's at war with them. So his dad Swarts. His mum was a French Moor. It's a rap.
Right. This is the modern stuff Bell's talking about, right? But Peep Game, this is the same page, right? You drop down, and it's breaking down this concept, right? Of a Moorish dancer. This is a German, the old German concept, right?
The old blacks, the black Moors to break down.
Right, quick. I'm about to put in Moorish dance etymology right quick. Y'all are watching me do this live.
The whitewashing. Brad's gonna tell you that they're white.
No, I'm with it. Hold on. Y'all see that, right? Moorish dance. Middle English, Moorish for Moors, variant of Moorish. See Moorish more. Moorish remains unexplained.
With the Moorish gallery.
I'm just saying.
That people can't gather with.
So, but here's what I'm saying is like, so I'm with you on there being a Moorish presence in the area, right? What I'm trying to figure out is what is the claim to the rulership of the area. Where do you place the historic origin of the so-called black rulership of England, Scotland, wherever? You know what I'm saying?
What's the question? Where do I put
Scotland?
At what point are they? What do they begin their rule?
Oh, basically the Moors begin to like they're in Scotland from the 7th century, and they come to they first come to Britain with one guy from France, one Moorish ruler. I can't remember his name. In fact, no, it wasn't even a Moorish ruler. It was a guy who basically rebelled with the Moors and helped Moors conquer some of France. You know what I'm saying? And basically they headed on to Britain with him. You know what I'm saying? And like the Stuarts married it into that bloodline, which was Scottish royalty already. You know what I'm saying? And then that's where it begins in 7th century, fam. So look up 7th century Scotland. In fact, there's a book, called When Scotland Was Jewish. Yeah, read that, fam. It talks all about the Moors. It talks all about them being what was called Judaism at the time. Then them leading into Christianity. It speaks about the whole transition. So get that book.
When Scotland was Jewish, you said, right?
Yeah, when Scotland was Jewish.
Okay.
And there's another one called Ancient and Modern Britons.
Oh yeah, I got both of those, bro.
Oh, you got that one?
I got both. Yeah, I got the part 1, part 2 with that.
Okay.
You know what, Guy? He got a bunch of other books that are fantastic as well. Like, so he got one that blew my mind, right? Talking about the linguistics of the Gaelic and some of the Scandinavian languages to where when he started looking into the mythology, that when people start talking about dwarves and whatnot, and elves and whatnot, and giants and whatnot, that they were actually talking about pygmies living in the ground and whatnot. I was like, no, it's some crazy stuff. Like coming from a person of like Guy McRitchie, she's obviously a white dude. You know what I'm saying? So it's an interesting read. A lot of his stuff. Yes, sir.
In the private chat, in the private chat, there's a link to a Wikipedia page on the Gaelic language, isn't it? So they say it's Indo-European language. Obviously, you have to check the sources on that's posted in it, because obviously anyone can post sources in it. But you can if your source is right to the other source, you can replace their source in it.
Yeah.
Yo, brother, more back, yeah.
Yeah, what was that?
I was saying that there's a link in the private chat, to the Gaelic language, a Wikipedia page. James posted in the chat, and it's saying, I read a bit of it, and it was saying about it's an Indo-European language.
Oh, I'm waiting. So he's talking about, got you. Hold on right quick. And the link that hold on. Which link is that there? Because the one I just saw was not that. There we go. Okay, hold up.
Gaelic link.
There we go.
There was a Gaelic link.
Yep. I had the one below that.
I posted in the private chat.
Yeah. Bam.
Yeah. So. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, get that book as well, because that'll help you out a lot. Because it's like it says, look, when Scotland was Jewish, DNA evidence, archaeology, analysis of migrations, and public family records show 12th century Semitic roots. So check it out, folks.
Yeah. Yep. The Hebrews do research.
Yeah, man, definitely.
Israel.
When you're gonna, make sure you do not get Shaka without me on the panel. Like, I need to be there for that one. Like, I was thinking over there, yo, you better not have got him already, you know.
No, Shaka's warming up, man.
Yeah,
that's what
it's gonna be
the Hebrews and the indigenous people got Pan-Africans back in the gym exercising, researching.
Yeah, they got a lot of stuff to work out, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget, I was on the Arawak show, you know, with your virgin them, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I was defending Garvey. Don't forget, I grew up. You get me? You know my Rasta youth. Yeah, I was defending Garvey properly, fam, hard. Yeah, with my best ability, fam. When they brought out that information, bro, I've never been so ragdolled in my life. I'm like, that man violated.
They're ragdoll, man. They were ragdoll.
Ragdoll me, blood. I was like, oh, nah, that information there, bro. It's fucked. There's no defending that, bro. It's big.
Yeah, it's called what's it called? The Garvey's Friends or something like that.
Friends, man. So
Ernest Cox or something like that.
Yo, just keep that in the car. Keep one loaded, bro. Car.
Yeah, I've got one loaded here. So still, it's called what's it called? It's called Ernest Cox, and basically he's the man that set up something called the Anglo-Saxon Club of America, and Garvey was his sort of boosted him to do his thing, and he was saying basically the only time.
Yeah, but him and his brethren, him and that other white geezer that he was like foreign secretary or something like that to the government. Them two, got Garvey, and they basically were teaching him this.
Yo, here I know, Torah, draw for the information. Shit. Right now. Then, draw for the information. We don't want no itching, no logging. Send on the thing. Put on the information right now.
Nah, shut up. All right. Pick it up. What we're saying is, these people that didn't want to honor the treaty. What's this? I'm saying these people that didn't want to honor the treaties that they were set up with the natives, like the Arawaks, etc. Yeah, like they got Garvey to teach the people them that, oh, you're African, go back to Africa. Let's go back to Africa.
Yeah.
All these treaties, that all these natives that thought they were natives now believe they're African, and they don't have to honor these treaties anymore. You get me? That's why they've swallowed the whole place. And so
he was saying that he said the only time they would be pleased if you send black people back to Africa, and from then he's been doing his best, basically his friends trying to get these back to Africa movements full swing.
Yeah. When really a lot of the people there already, not all of them came. Not every black person in Caribbean.
They've been going there since the 15th century.
Yeah,
and there's proof of it because
so
because look what they done to the Maroons in
Can I ask a question? Yeah, because all this stuff here, I always find it very interesting.
The great affinity found in many words. Nehal lines and sentences of his speech between Phoenician and US by Limo.
Yeah, I always find it very interesting. Yeah, that the term Semitic is kind of a thing that a lot of black people want to identify with, and they reject and negate, certain other definitions, So African is illegitimate, but Semitic is legitimate, and then somehow a link is drawn.
Hey, Hey, can we do something real quick? Can we just get your story? I'm sorry, Shaka.
Let me finish.
And then Semitic somehow gets identified with the indigenous people of the Americas, and so everybody is studying the indigenous peoples of the Americas and all kinds of history and black people in Europe and but it doesn't seem that an actual study of black people in Africa is on people's agenda. It's a very interesting thing to me, you know what I'm saying? You get me? But but right now I want Turak to drop this information still. That's gonna explode and turn over my entire life apparently. So go on.
Say that again. Rephrase that what you were saying about the indigenous, about the Shemitic.
Well, I'm saying that identities of Hebrew and Semitic and Israelite and indigenous American are all identities that black people are trying to hold on to. So we're studying all kinds of histories, and somehow we've managed to.
So what about the people in Africa?
I just said that. I'm saying that the people that it's like the study of Africans in Africa doesn't seem to be high on the agenda, except for to try and let me finish now.
So you're talking about the Rastas,
except for to try and dismantle kind of African or Pan-African kind of thought and ideology, you know. It's a
so are you talking about the Rastas?
What do you mean?
With the Shemitic thing and going back to Africa?
Certain schools of Rastafari are not exempt from what I'm speaking about, no.
Hello?
Yeah, I said certain schools of Rastafari would not be exempt from what I'm speaking about, no. I believe our mentality has been colonized by the Bible, so that basically we in order to seek validation we have to find ourselves in the Bible, and also because America is the world, and because America is the world, then we got a claim. Well, same thing. If you got so wait 1 second, yeah, the history of Ethiopia is validated by the Semitic line, the connection to the Semitic line. Although the history,
they also speak a Semitic language as well. They say,
although yeah, but not always. Although the history of Ethiopia
Amharic
goes way back, but Amharic is not the only language spoken in Ethiopia.
It's a Shemitic old language.
Yeah, but I'm saying that there were languages spoken in Ethiopia before there was anything called Semitic.
So which one is their highly royal language?
Again, so because of the
Amharic.
validation through Solomon, the language that elevates that particular narrative, yeah, spoken by the people that elevate that particular narrative is the royal line. That's which you're kind of making my point, which is the fact that the validation for Ethiopia comes through a supposed connection to Solomon.
Not really, no. It's the culture.
You're saying that yourself.
It's the culture of the people and it's the culture of the people.
So what makes the Amharic culture superior to all the other cultures in Ethiopia?
Because don't they say Ethiopia is an old civilization, just like Egypt? Why do people look at Egypt? I mean, why don't people actually look at Ethiopia? Because they said people came up the Nile. How come they don't give Ethiopia that respect how they give Kemet?
That's 5,000 cuts right now.
This is what I'm saying to you. Your statement, no, 1 second. Your statement refers the fact that you actually have what's the African centered scholarship tradition. For example, the book here, Destruction of Black Civilization, which is a classic book in terms of Black historians.
Is that done by a native African?
The very first 1 second. The very first chapter.
Did you just do African talk fear on Americans, bro?
is that done by a native African, an indigenous African that's at least been there on the land for at least 20 years or 50 years, the max?
1 second, I'll answer your question after I finish it.
No, but I don't understand why you.
The second chapter in the book is called. The second chapter is called Ethiopia's Oldest Daughter, Egypt. Yeah. So again, like this book is a classic, yeah, among like the African.
My brother, we know our brothers in America is heavily influenced with Freemasonry.
So what's that got to do with
Egypt?
You just said that
we know our brothers in America is very heavy influence with the Greek fraternities, and Kemet. We have to be honest here. Why don't people give Ethiopia that respect?
But if you're talking about Freemasonry, how is it that you extricate Ethiopia from Freemasonry?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying, my brother, we have to be honest with our brothers in the Americas. We've got a favoritism because of America, how it's been established with Freemasonry, with them Greek fraternities. So this is why.
But you just made the argument that people don't validate.
Oh, and I tag you in Israel.
You just made the argument that people don't speak about Ethiopia, knowing that civilization went up the Nile. And I'm demonstrating to you that what you just said is false. It's categorically false. Even from Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, John G. Jackson, Robin Walker, all of the classical.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you, my brother,
Asa
our brothers
Hilliard,
in
I'm saying,
Afro-American brothers and Afro-Caribbean brothers are very heavily influenced at that time with the Freemasonry and Egypt. We have to be honest to ourselves.
So if you're correct, then why is it that the father of everybody that I've just mentioned is Sheikh Anta Diop, an African from Senegal who grew up in Senegal, and these things, and a lot of these scholars got their cue from studying Sheikh Anta Diop and Sheikh Anta Diop's work.
And where was Sheikh Anta Diop?
He studied.
Be honest.
He
amongst us.
No.
Without our mindset. Be honest.
Sheikh Anta Diop grew up in Senegal. I believe he studied in France at some point. And these things. Yeah. But his cue from, like, for example, he's a native Wolof speaker, and he was one of the early ones to link the language of the Kemetu with the Wolof language, based upon his knowledge of Wolof, not his studying in any university or anything like that. His studies in university enabled him to link up with another African by the name of Theophile Benga, who's from the Congo, who is a linguist and was able to help him with the linguistics. And so from Theophile Benga, we know of the connection between the language of the Medjugorje and languages that are spoken in Central Africa and other parts of Africa. So again, like you can't extricate the Pan-African or the Afrocentric scholarship tradition from these two Africans, and then
but hold on, my brother. So hold on. So are you saying then? Hold on. Are you saying these people that was in Kemet, they're Bantus?
I'm saying that. I'm not saying anything of the sort. I'm saying that Bantu, as it is commonly used in European anthropology, is a construct designed to arbitrarily divide up African people based upon little kind of criteria. So Bantu as a cultural designation in terms of language may have some validity. Bantu as an ethnic group of people is a questionable idea.
It's a loaded term to say nothing else. Yeah.
Basically, yeah. So Bantu is a as is applied in European anthropology comes along with
Bantus.
Again, the term Bantu means people. There is no tribe, so-called, or people group called Bantu. Yeah. So nobody considers themselves Bantu as a people group, but more as a cultural designation. So if you speak one of a certain group of languages, then you might be considered Bantu speaking. It is not an ethnicity.
Okay, no, I can agree with that. I could agree to that with some extent. But all I'm saying, I actually like when you bring out African. I actually like when you bring out African scholars, to be honest.
Yeah, so real quick to that point.
I mention African though, because if I talk about Chancellor Williams as an African, it just happened.
No, I'm talking about native Africans.
Yeah,
I'm talking about native Africans.
He's a native African, just removed by the
no, but I'm talking about the real people that's been there for a while. I would like to hear their side of things as well.
He's a real African.
I'm just saying, I would like to hear them as well.
You get me? But you are hearing them as well. Check out what's it called? Jean-Claude Mboli. He grew up in France, but he's a child of Africans from French-speaking West Africa. Dr. Bilolo, you know what I'm saying, who's from the Congo. You know what I mean? There's many African so-called native African, quote unquote, who are doing this work. In fact, some of the most forward, the most advanced research in a lot of these areas is by so-called native Africans. Check out Kwesi Pra. Yeah, our brother from
so they're connecting themselves back to Egypt then, basically.
No, they are connecting Africa back to itself. So it's not just about Kemet.
How do you mean?
In the sense of the fact that there's a relation. There are civilizations before Egypt, and as far as the Nile Valley is concerned, the Nile Valley it becomes a hub as far as a lot of the research goes now. Yeah. That a lot of people converge on Nile Valley from other places in Africa.
100%.
So they converge and then they diverge at a later point.
And to that point, right quick, there's a African linguist named Ephraim Isaac. He's actually a Falasha Jew himself, right? He translated the Ethiopian Book of Enoch in English and whatnot. If you read it in college, you're reading his translation of it. You know what I'm saying?
What's his name again? What's his name again?
Ephraim Isaac, Dr. Ephraim Isaac.
Hold
on, I'll put it in the back chat for you right quick.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure if I've come across anything from him before.
He's a scholar in Semitic languages and whatnot, right? And so his people in Ethiopia talk in their discussions with Western scholars and whatnot. They're talking about there's a big discussion right now about the Horn of Africa being the origin of the Semitic languages.
Yeah. Whereas a lot of people say that it's the last to develop the Semitic languages, but it's not. Yeah, but yeah,
right.
A lot of the languages are saying. So a lot of the linguists are saying that it's the origin now.
Right.
Yeah.
There we go. I just put a link for him in the back chat for you.
Safe, my brother. But yeah, tour up, man. Come on, just destroy my life, innit? Mash up my whole entire Garfield Foundation. Drop it. Is man gone for real? The dude actually ducked.
Yes, bro. Come on now. You should have known that was gonna happen. Yo, MA, what's up, bro?
I was waiting for my foundation to be shook, like to the very core of my being.
Speaking on that foundation, right? Like, so I sense that you have a particular view on certain perceptions of or certain usages of the Abrahamic traditions. But how do you feel about them when they're used in the Garvad tradition in going back to Ethiopia conceptually with that?
I believe that it was a step in the right direction. I understand it in the context of the time, and I'm as a Garveyite who considers the man in a prophetic manifestation. I believe I hold to the spirit of what he was dealing with, beyond just the basic form at the time that he was around, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? So when Marcus Garvey says that we must see God through our own spectacles, I take that beyond the Bible, you know, or beyond the information that he may have had in relation to that. So if I look at God through African spectacles, or the spectacles of Ethiopia, which is what Africa was referred to,
right?
That leads me to an indigenous understanding. Do you know what I'm saying? And so I look to that. So yeah, I'm not what's it called? I'm not overly critical of what they were doing, if that makes sense. I seek to understand it within the context, and I celebrate the fact that they developed a significantly African-centered, not just idea but institution at that time as well, which I think which if you look at the evolution of that tradition since Marcus Garvey, you will see how it more and more organically leads to a more African-centered kind of, ideal. Yeah, so that's how I look on it. But I'm talking about through the development of people like Carlos Cox and Mama Mariam Samad and others. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So would I be correct in assuming that you wouldn't be adverse to certain African Abrahamic traditions that were also friendly to indigenous religions that predated the Abraham traditions and whatnot?
I admit to a level of bias in the sense of the fact that I am favorable to the development of the indigenous traditions, ancient and modern, that are non-Abrahamic. Yeah, but I am also like, for example, if I went to Senegal, like I would love to go visit the Mouride and the Bafal people who are Muslim, you know what I'm saying, but they have a Sufistic kind of manifestation of Islam that retains a lot of their ancient tradition. So I'm partial to African spiritual retentions even within Abrahamic traditions. If that makes sense.
100%, I'm with that too.
Okay, I got it. No, it is on this subject. Yeah, thanks for bringing it up more. Still, it's really fun stuff, and I feel like Shaka,
I waited for 2 hours to end my life, innit? Like
that soon come. No rush the thing, man. All I'm saying is, I understand you a lot more now. Still, after that last debate with Dan Juma, I understand your thing a lot more, and to the point where I almost agree with you. Still,
come home, everyone. Come home.
That so far.
Come home, you know.
I agree that, like, when you're talking about, like, basically the African spiritual retention, call it, not being respected and diminishing, but because of these religions such as Christianity and Islam. I fully agree with that, and like you're right, and people like you, well, I don't believe you because I believe you're an Israelite. It's not your job to prolong the Hamite religions, but I believe those people who come from those bloodlines, yeah, are supposed to be fighting it like the Oromo. They have a strong tradition in monotheism, like long before Islam. But most of them don't even know that. You get me? Most of them don't even know that they come from a monotheistic ancestry and bloodline anyway. But they say, oh, we're throwing away our ancestors thing for monotheism, which I think is just mad. Like, I agree with you on the point where these people, yeah, who are now had their whole culture and their ancestors' culture washed away by the incoming of Islam mainly and Christianity. But to be honest, I don't see the same thing with Christians, because the West Coast African Christians that I see, okay, then like they will look down on Juju, I give you that, but they still keep their culture a lot more than the Islamic like Africans. You must agree on that, Shaka, innit? The Christian Africans still keep a lot more of their ancestral ways, their drumming, their dancing, their. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I'm not sure it's true. It depends, innit? You know why? You know why I say it's not true? I'm not sure if it's true. One of the things that I became conscious of when I was a young adult, yeah, is the fact that my lens in terms of identifying African spiritual retentions in Christianity is heightened by the fact that I come from the Christian experience, if that makes sense. Like coming from Jamaica, it's a Christian country, right? Whereas if you're an African from a more Muslim background, that you may be able to identify the African retentions in Islam quicker, more instinctively. You know what I'm saying? So I don't say categorically that is the case. I would say that there are some areas, there are some black people, even in the Christian tradition, that retain less of the African spiritual expression, and some who retain more. And the same goes for Islam. You know what I'm saying? There are some who retain less, and then some who retain more.
Hold on. Are we talking about Ezra? Are we talking about Africans on the continent, or like can we continent?
Yeah, I'm saying both. I'm saying if you go Senegal and Benin, not Benin, Senegal and Gambia, and Mauritania, and Mali and them places there, you're gonna get a full spectrum of different levels of retention. You know what I'm saying? It's just that we're not as exposed to that kind of thing, so we're not gonna to the extent that, as I was saying to Ezra the other night, and he accepted that there are some people that would be identified as Muslims that other Muslims would not identify as Muslim because of some of the things that they do that I consider.
Right. All right. What's the most extreme example of African retention in Islam amongst black people on the continent?
Probably the Bayefal, yeah. So they're a group of people mostly residing in Senegal. They're a part of what is called the Morid people, and they're identified by the fact that they believe they hold up Sheikh Amadou Bamba as the Mahdi, yeah. He's like the person who founded this tradition. So the Morid people that's the generic group that deal with Sheikh Amadou Bamba. But the Bayefal people are like a concentrated group among that larger group who retain even more of their their traditional ways, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah.
From my knowledge, that is the deepest of that kind of thing. There could be deeper, but that's from my knowledge, isn't it?
Ezra, what was it that made you take that stance? I did agree with you initially, but Shakara seems to have come with a different view in that. What made you think that it's the Christians that retain more of the African spiritual tradition? Ezra. Nice.
Ezra? My bad. Yeah.
No, I was saying, what was it that made you that brought you to that position that Christianity, black African Christians are more likely to retain some of their African spiritual ways?
Okay, then. Firstly, like the religions itself, because like Islam, like Sunni Islam, then is against tribalism and you like venerating your ancestors and culture and all this stuff, where the Bible isn't against none of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? The Bible don't like tell them not to follow their practices as long as they're keeping the law. Like your culture's your culture, innit? You know what I'm saying?
Can I just jump in there? I brought up something. It's a bit of a Wikipedia day today, yeah. And by the way, in relation to what the brother was saying earlier, like man don't read Wikipedia like it's the gospel, but it is an encyclopedia, so you have to check the references and these things and do your own research, yeah. But it is a valid reference point, right? And one of the things that I was saying is like this idea of monotheism, yeah, because we have to challenge this idea of monotheism. In the sense of it being a superior kind of thing, or even what it is in the first place anyway. Because, like, for example, when we deal with the Oromo, yeah, the Oromo, their spiritual system is called Waka Fena, yeah. Waka is the name of the deity, the god, the one god that is being spoken about. All right,
That's the Oromo god, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, Waka is also the deity of the Somali prior to Islam.
Okay.
So the Somali have the same thing, which is why when you hear people say that the Oromo and the Somali are basically the same people, this is some of the evidence for that, yeah. But it says under the subheading belief, the main religious belief of Waka Fana is that Waka, God, is the father and creator of the universe and has many manifestations known as Ayana, yeah. The Ayana serve as intermediary spirits between Waka and his creations, yeah. The Ayana spirits are known to possess chosen men and women.
They
Say again?
Basically, they sound like another version of angels, like a different description of an angel. Like
you could say that. You could say that, but I'm saying that.
Read that bit again, please.
So say again.
Read that bit again when it talks about the intercessors.
Right. It says the Ayana serve as intermediary spirits between Waka and his creations. The Ayana spirits are known to possess chosen men and women who are then given the title of Kalu and Kaliti, respectively. All Ummah creatures are believed to be assigned an Ayana by Waka for guidance and protection. Now, people would say this is monotheism, yeah. They call it a monotheistic religion because the subhead under this, it does say, the beginning part does say Waka Fana is an ancient monotheistic religion that is indigenous to the Oromo people, yeah. That's what it says. But now, if I was to take this little paragraph about their belief system and apply it to the Ifa, the Yoruba religion, the same thing would apply. So the supreme deity is called Eledumare, and as it says, yeah. So Waka, I'm gonna read it again and apply Yoruba terminologies for the Oromo terminologies here, yeah. All right. So the main religious belief of Ifa is that Eledumare is the father and mother creator of the universe and has many manifestations known as Orisha. The Orisha serve as intermediary spirits between Eledumare and his creation. The Orisha are known to possess chosen men and women who are then given the title of Babalawo or Iyalode or whatever, right? You know what I'm saying? And yeah, all creatures are believed to be assigned, and you could say, as opposed to Ayana, you could say Ashe, which is life force energy, or Orisha, because there are people that are assigned Orisha. They say that the Orisha sits on your head, yeah, or governs your head, yeah, by Eldumare for guidance and protection. You could say the same thing, right? But if I would not be called a monotheistic religion, but Waka would be, yeah. So my point is that when we apply these terminologies to African spiritual traditions, there's an inherent cultural bias which is Eurocentric that we have to get over because they don't always apply. So what makes Waka Fana monotheistic and what makes Ifa polytheistic?
Well, to be fair, it's like I don't think Ifa is polytheistic from like that's what I'm saying. I believe that like when they're talking about Mwari and Ifa and all these things, they're talking about the same concept. So like I said, I don't believe that.
It would be more pantheistic. Like they're not like there's like a hierarchy. There is a hierarchy to it.
It said God, the supreme God, is the mother and father God, and then it says there's intercessors, that deal with the creation, like send messages to the creation. So
I'm saying that structure like is ubiquitous in traditional African spiritual systems. Like it's you know what I'm saying? Like it's
especially in West Africa,
You know,
do you agree that's the same system? Even though it's not the same names and all that, do you agree that it's the same system? One create, and then intercessors, heavenly beings that intercess.
All right, here's the primary difference. The primary.
Is he trying to compare to Abrahamic?
Yeah,
no, I'm just asking.
It's not completely dissimilar. The primary difference, however, is that the spiritual intercession is done through nature in these traditions. So there's not a concept of angels in that kind.
I thought you said those heavenly beings, that intercede.
No.
Those are more like your ancestors, and then your ancestors are more like your mediators.
Yeah,
so ancestors of the creation that it talks about, and then it says there's heavenly beings that intercede with the creation.
Yeah, that the heavenly beings would be your ancestors because they are the creation.
I'll read it again. The main religious belief of Wakafana is that Waka God is the father and creator of the universe and has many manifestations known as Ayana. The Ayana serve as intermediary spirits between Waka and his creations. The Ayana spirits are known to possess chosen men and women who are then given the title of Kalu or Kaliti. Say again?
So those chosen men or women, those are the ancestors, isn't it?
No, not necessarily, no, because these are living people. So, but this will be spirit.
So wasn't chosen while they was living. It's after they die they get chosen.
That's not what it says. It says that the Ayana spirits are known to possess chosen men and women who are then given the title of Kalu or Kaliti, respectively. Sorry. So it appears that these people are living. You know.
Isn't it?
Say again.
So that would have been the ancestors giving those titles while they was alive, isn't it? Like you said, it's living people that are giving that.
Yeah, but I don't know enough about the tradition to say whether, like, because when it says spirit, when it says possess here, I don't know that possession is like for the duration of the life of an individual or as a part of a particular.
No, it's for like a minute.
I can't say that, so I wouldn't speak to it.
No, I would say each experience varies. I'm not going to say it's all one.
No, it's not all the same. I'm only making the point that when you compare this to other African spiritual traditions, they would call them polytheistic.
What's polytheistic about that though? I don't get it.
That is exactly the point I'm trying to make. I'm saying that people like if I go to the IFA page here for Wikipedia, I bet you I don't find the term monotheistic. Yeah.
You know, I would say it's more of a pantheistic, but I understand what you're saying is polytheistic because the gods do have very important. I'm
not saying it's polytheistic. What I'm saying is that when I don't apply these terminologies to African spiritual traditions, I'm saying that when because Uncle Danjuma did this as well when he was saying to me that the Oromo were monotheistic and the Dinka was monotheistic, they worship the one God. Yeah, but I'm saying that the term is arbitrarily kind of applied because when you say the Oromo are monotheistic, but then their spiritual tradition has a lot of similarities to other African spiritual traditions that are not called monotheistic. What is monotheism? Like, what is the criteria around this I'm saying? So a lot of this because a lot of African scholars used to do this at one point as well. Spend a lot of time trying to prove that Africa was monotheistic, but it's partly derived from this idea, again, European anthropological idea that society and civilization evolve from the worship of many gods to one god.
If it says at the start, it's a father and responsible for creating the heavens and the earth, or whatever it said, then that's monotheism.
Yeah, but bro, I'm not denying necessarily. I know I'm not like particularly married to the term monotheism. I'm just pointing out the fact that whereas the Oromo tradition is called monotheistic, there are other African traditions that are not called monotheistic that have basically the same basic structure in terms of their spiritual understanding. You see what I'm saying? So I'm saying that how the term is applied is not consistent. Now, the major difference might be that in a lot of African spiritual traditions, the supreme deity is considered to be like neutral, like he or she is the fabric that holds creation together, but is not intervening in the affairs of man. This what I'm saying. What that's that kind of
continue this. Hopefully, continue telling them. But I need to go, fam. Big up yourselves.
Nah, fam, you got to take Spirit's gonna end my life. You need to witness the burial. You know.
So where does the word obia come from?
There's a few suggested origins. One of them is that it comes from Yoruba word obiafo. And these things, and there's a couple other suggested origins that I can't remember off the top of my head. But
what does that mean?
Basic, it apparently it means spirit, and words to that effect. There are other traditions. There's another explanation that says that. But so one of the things that people don't give African spiritual traditions credit for is the fact that they have terminologies for ill-intention spiritual power. Yeah, and so in as it manifests in the Caribbean, you have Mayo tradition, and then you have Obia, and in one sense, there are some who say that the Mayo and Obia, the Mayo man is a spiritualist, but the term Obia was used among the Africans who were enslaved to refer to what people refer to as witch doctor, witchcraft. Yeah. As in, using spiritual power for negative intent. And then after Taki's rebellion in Jamaica, the term Obia begins to be used across the board for all African spiritual retentions because of the fact that it is said that Taki used Obia in the rebellion.
So how do they say ghost? Or where do you get the connection duppy? Like where do you get the connection duppy?
Are you asking me for a linguistic etymology of the term duppy?
Or if you know there's a connection somehow back to Africa?
I understand that there is, and I've read about this, but I cannot recall what it is. But my mind is telling me that when I did read about it, it was linked to the Congo. But yeah, I cannot recall that for sure. Yeah, I can't recall that for sure.
Okay. So I can also find that there's a Taino aspect to it with the word obia and also what they call duppy. In the Taino language, they call them hoppies or hupias. And there's a journal where they get all the dictionary, and it's written by Bartolomé de las Casas, who is the person that's lived amongst the Taino people, and he wrote like a dictionary, and he pacified what these specific words mean and certain things like that.
Do you know who Bartolomé de las Casas is?
Yeah, he was somebody that I think he was born on the island. He was like a missionary. And he wrote the dictionary. Well, he didn't really write a dictionary, but he had like certain phrases and he wrote the meaning. And it wrote about hupias or hopis, and it said about they talked about ghost and certain things like that. And opia is like spirit. And if you notice, like places like Florida, where also shares like the Taino sort of language and certain things, there's places called like Opaloka and certain things like that.
Is it your argument that the indigenous people?
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying that I'm just seeing the connections and then.
Yeah, no, it's a good connection. I'm asking you a question though. Are you saying that the indigenous peoples of the Americas all spoke the same language?
There's certain regions. That's why I said Florida. Like Florida is well known to have certain Arawaks or Taino sort of natives there, mixed with the Seminole. It's just up the road from each other. Like Cuba's just literally might be a little boat ride and things like that, but also you got Antigua, the Bahamas, and all them type of places like what's going upwards up to the island. But I'll be honest, a lot with the spirituality. It has been entwined, if you know what I mean, like with the Yoruba, some of the traditions of the Americas and certain things like that.
Indeed. So I take it this Destroy My Foundation, my Garvey Foundation is not taking place today then. I'm very disappointed.
I don't know if I wait to do it with Walter Plecker and his white brethren and all that sort of things. And I don't really blame Garvey. Like there's been people from the Americans.
But you're talking about the information without dropping the information. So go on now, drop the information now.
I put it in the side chat already, long time.
I didn't even realize it. Then drop it then now. I thought it's gonna end my life like.
No, I put it there already. It's in the side chat already.
I thought he was gonna declare it to the world, and you know, mash up Shakara online.
You probably know about Walter Plecker and Cox and all them type of men there.
You get me? All right, so let me check.
But with Marcus Garvey, he's not the first person to initiate people back to Africa. There's a person called Franco de Souza, who is known as the father in the man who made up these Afro-Brazilian communities on the west coast of Africa, trading all the way down from Guinea to Angola, probably.
Have you ever heard it said that Marcus Garvey initiated the Back to Africa movement?
I'm just saying he wasn't. So just saying, I'd say he just picked up where other people left off.
That's a fact. It's never claimed otherwise. Back to Africa is the idea that blacks in America should go back to Africa. Its most famous champion was Marcus Garvey in the 1920s, but in the America,
big up yourself, Shakara, James Jones, Brad.
I feel like
I hear you in the chat, man. You good, man?
I feel like witness wants to change the conversation, to change the topic.
No. Please continue. I'm just listening.
Right, cool. The idea goes back to at least the founding of the American Colonization Society in 1816. Okay, that's flawed. It actually goes back before that, but that's neither here nor there. Mind you, it does say at least. So yeah, you know what I mean. But yeah, it's significantly before that. The ACS lasted until 1964. It founded Liberia, sending 13,000 blacks there from the 1820s onwards. Among the ACS supporters, white slave owners, ordinary whites, Martin Delany, and other blacks. Martin Delany is one of the founding fathers of black nationalism, by the way. Read Badman, check him out. White abolitionists and most blacks were against the ACS. They saw blacks as having a rightful equal place. All right, let me just get to the part where they talk about Marcus Garvey. Oh, but so where's the Marcus Garvey point?
Which one are you looking at? Are you looking at the Plecker one, the encyclopedia one?
Oh no, sorry, hold on. I looked on the wrong thing.
Yeah, well, when they don't come out, I can't see it.
Hold on. Ernest Sevier Cox was born on January 24th, 1880. Was a committed white supremacist. Okay, 1 second. Encyclopedia of Virginia. Why are you laughing? I'm not getting it. Let me tell you the part. Right. Cox formed an unlikely alliance, with the black nationalist Marcus Garvey based on their shared belief that the only way to save the races was for African Americans to relocate to Africa. Cox retired the real estate business, and died in Richmond. Yeah. So now, all right, I'm gonna read it, yeah, and then we're gonna show you why this is not news. In September 1924, Cox entered into an unlikely alliance with Marcus Garvey, the Jamaican-born black nationalist who founded the Universal Negro Improvement Association. Garvey's black nationalism stood in stark contrast to Cox's racial views, but Garvey nonetheless shared Cox's belief that the repatriation of blacks to Africa offered the only viable solution to the nation's racial issues. For his part, Garvey had wrote an open letter read at a UNIA meeting and dedicated his booklet, Let My People Go, to Garvey. Cox wrote, right, the partnership between Cox and Garvey ended in 1927 when federal authorities deported Garvey after his conviction for mail fraud. Cox then formed an alliance. I was going to say, so Cox also was in correspondence with a sister by the name of Mitty Maud Lena Gordon, who is the actual founder of the peace movement for Ethiopia. She was a member of the UNIA ACL and was continuing a lot of the work post after the deportation of Marcus Garvey. But yes, so it says Cox then formed an alliance of convenience with the Peace Movement of Ethiopia, a little-known African-American group based in Chicago that advocated federal assistance for the repatriation of blacks to Africa. In 1936, he prevailed in the General Assembly to recommend that the federal government provide such funds. Cox and the PME soon joined forces with Theodore Gilmore Bilbo, a United States Senator. Bilbo's bill unmistakably bore the influence of white America. For nearly a decade, Bilbo reintroduced the bill, while Cox urged the senator to temper his language in order to ensure the support of both blacks and whites. After Bilbo's death in 1947, blah, 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 blah. Is this what's supposed to end my life? Sorry.
Oh, read it properly. Not the blah, blah, blah. With the Ku Klux Klan and all that. Don't forget that part.
Yeah, I'm not forgetting it, but this is common knowledge to Garveyites. I'm not sure. Okay, I was expecting more, to be honest. Right, let me finish it then. He said to read it properly.
And the letter that he wrote to Cox. There's a letter there as well. He calls him a certain thing.
There's a letter on this page.
Yeah.
Let me find the letter. You're saying it's after this point?
Yeah, it goes through.
All right, let me just continue reading. The Peace Movement of Ethiopia, in order to ensure the support for both blacks and whites. After Bilbo's death in 1947, Senator William Langer of North Dakota repeatedly sponsored a similar legislation. And on at least 2 occasions, Cox testified before congressional committees as an expert on the subject. Langer's death in 1959 signaled the end of the congressional attempts to introduce such legislation. In 1958, Cox retired from the real estate business that had provided him modest income. He published Black Belt Around the World, at the high noon of colonization, an autobiographical account of his early life and travels in 1910s, and sent copies to every member of the Congress and to prominent federal office holders. In his late years, he remained popular in white supremacist circles. Ernest Sevier Cox, who never married, died in Richmond Hospital from complications related to emphysema on April. Emphysema, sorry, yeah, on April 26, 1966, and was buried in Arlington National Cemetery 2 days later. Major works, blah blah blah. Timeline. Where the letter there?
Is that the encyclopedia one you're looking at?
Yep. 1 second. All right. September 1924, Ernest Sevier enters into an unlikely alliance with Marcus Garvey, the Jamaican-born black nationalist who founded the Universal Negro Improvement Association, based upon their shared belief that the repatriation of blacks to Africa offered the only viable solution to the nation's racial issues. And then 1927, the partnership between Ernest Sevier Cox and Marcus Garvey ends when the federal authorities deport Garvey after his conviction for mail fraud. I'm not seeing the letter.
Oh, where is this?
Where's Ezra, man? I'm supposed to see the duppy in.
Yeah, so what do you think about his friends then? These white supremacists?
What, Marcus Garvey's friends?
Yeah, his mates.
You're calling them his friends, yeah? So what makes you think they were friends?
Yeah. Because all right, then if you go to basically it's a big PDF. That's why I can't send it. But
yo, this is bullshit, bro. Nation of Islam did the same thing.
So Turok Fruit, like I'm just trying to understand, like, are you taking shots at Garvey? Like, what's your issue with Garvey? Like,
he's black Africa, and them man they don't do it in Africa. That's what it is.
Yeah, they hate Africans.
But what was he doing with white supremacists?
Cassava.
Wait, I don't know who this person
what was he
speaking
doing
to.
with all right, I'm gonna bring you
the same thing Moses was doing with Pharaoh, saying, "Let my people go."
Indeed. See it there. So when Moses met with Pharaoh and said, "Yo, brethren," you know what I mean? Do the thing proper. Yeah. Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. What was Pharaoh his friend?
No, it's more than that, mate. They made rules. They made rules on these things in I think it's Virginia or Virginia because of these alliances Garvey made with the separations and all these type of things.
So hold on,
I'm just mad you trying to come at Garvey with Shaka Ra. Like that's dumb.
Real quick,
can I read from Marcus Garvey?
Sorry, I want to understand your argument. You're saying that it was bad that Garvey talked to white people about separating white and black people.
Yeah, basically, yeah, because these people were lynching black people.
Real quick, trying to understand something right quick now.
These people were lynching black people and doing all types of madness to black people, and Garvey had hold the lines with
should he have been arguing for integrating with them or separating from them?
So why did he go back to Africa then?
So I'm going to recommend a book for you too, Rock. Yeah. It's called Race First.
No, but why did he go back to Africa then?
The reason why Marcus Garvey didn't go back to Africa is because the development of the UNIA ACL caught the ear of the people who had Africa colonized at the time, in particular the British and the French. And so there was a direct play, an alliance between these nations to ensure that not just Marcus Garvey, but Garveyism itself didn't spread in the African.
Let me tell the people who Plecker is. It says Plecker's policies pressure state agencies to reclassify most citizens with Indian identity as Negro or colored in spite of the 1930s amendment to the Racial Integrity Act that restored the legal status of some Indians who lived on reservation lands. Plecker nevertheless believed that they also had African ancestry and classified them as colored. Today, this policy has left a modern-day legacy where Indians struggle to achieve federal recognition because they cannot prove their heritage as required by federal laws to do to the government's manipulation. In the early 1920s, is the PDF.
Yeah, but what's it? Is it a document, an essay? What are you reading from?
Yeah, it's a document on Walter Plecker and the Friends of Garvey.
Is that what it's called? Walter Plecker and the Friends of Garvey.
Yeah,
that's what the document's called.
Yeah, it says Walter Plecker. That is going into Plecker and certain things.
What is the document that you're called?
It's the PDF. As soon as you go to yeah, that's what I'll put in the thing because of PDF.
You can't put the link to the PDF in the back chat.
No.
Is it a book? Is it an essay? What? And if
I
it's
think
even
it's like a book. No, it's an essay. It's an essay.
All right, go to the top of the PDF and look to the cover page.
Yeah, but what's it? I'm on my phone at the moment. Let me just read it. It says, in 1930, Plecker gave keynote speech at the National Conference of New York. Among those attendants was Ernest Rudin of Germany, who 11 months outside Hitler's eugenics law. In 1935, Plecker wrote to Walter Gross, a director of German Bureau of Human Betterment and Eugenics. He outlined Virginia's racial purity laws to be put on the mailing list of bulletins from gross departments. Plecker complained. Plecker complained that the third, sterilizing 600 children in Algeria, women and black men. I hope this works to complete, and not one has not been missed. He wrote, sometimes I have not the authority to put some measures to practices in Virginia. But even with all the
God.
It says Cox concluded that the mulatto was a cancer that will eat deeper and deeper into the hearts of white races, and the lesson for the Nordics in the United States was plain. They must protect their purity by gathering the Negroes in concentration camps. They could be deported to Africa. Cox would permit Negroes who were too old to breed to remain in the United States until they eventually died off. On March the 18th, 1924, 1 week after Virginia's enacted Racial Integrity Act, Madison Grant sent a letter to Ernest Severe Cox, signaling that it was time to implement the permanent solution to the Negro problem. The two men were in full agreement that this meant deporting the Negroes to Africa, but they differed over means. Cox was more than willing to use force and point to an example of the Trail of Tears when those Indians were in the way of the advancement of civilization. So these are like memoirs of these Anglo-racist mans and all these types of things. So it's going into the mindset of these mans.
Yeah. Okay.
Was there a point to that, Shakara, or did I miss it?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out, to be honest. I was waiting for him to finish.
Like, is he just proving the fact that this super racist dude helped out Marcus Garvey to help black people? Like, is he just proving that fact? Like, damn it. This is so dumb. So dumb.
So what? So why didn't Marcus Garvey go to Africa then?
You keep asking that question as if
Shakara already explained that. Like 5 minutes ago.
Shakara.
Yeah.
Why didn't Marcus Garvey go to Africa?
I just explained that, bro.
No, you never.
I just explain the thing.
Yeah.
No, you never.
You just did. Brad, did you hear Shakara explaining?
I'm not being funny. I don't know who this voice is. Keep battering and yelling.
I'm the one talking, you cassava eating rat.
Well, you're talking to yourself, mate. You're begging for attention, mate. You're begging for my attention. You're begging for my attention.
Stupid rat.
You're begging for my attention.
I'm here to roast
You're begging for my attention. You're begging for my attention. You were silent the other day. What are you on?
Can we?
Actually,
Can we?
what are you on tonight? What boosts your confidence tonight? So hold on. So what boosts your confidence tonight? The other day when I was online, you shut your mouth.
You stupid cassava eating rats.
You shut your mouth when I came on last night. What boosts your confidence tonight?
Make me shut up.
What boosts
Tonight, I'm gonna
confidence
have
to you
some
tonight?
pizza, and I'm gonna
Some
put
man must have
loads
pushed
of
some dick in
tomato
your
on my
body. That's what
pizza.
boosts your
What are you gonna
confidence.
do about
Your
it? What are you
boyfriend
gonna
pushed
do
dick
about it?
in your body.
You're gonna
Boosts your
put lots of tomato
confidence.
sauce on my pizza. What the
Man,
fuck are you
shove
gonna
dick
do about
in
it?
your body. Give you
Then I'm gonna
confidence.
eat some
Witness.
cornbread as
Man,
well.
shove
What are you
dick
gonna
in
do
your
about it?
body hole
And
and
after
give
the
you
cornbread, let's
courage,
see.
innit?
I'll go for some chicory as
Innit,
well. What are
innit.
you
Your
gonna do
white
about
master
it?
shoved
What
dick
are
in
you
you.
gonna
That's
do?
what give you courage tonight.
Get the
Innit, witness.
potatoes.
Oh yeah, the
Innit, you
potatoes.
little batty
Well, yeah, I gotta
boy.
eat the potatoes as well. What are
Innit,
you
you
gonna do about
little
it?
angry,
What are you
spiteful
gonna
batty
do?
man.
You ain't gonna do
You little
nothing.
spiteful
All you
African
can do
batty
is
man.
hide
You is a
online
spiteful
and shout.
African
Because you
batty
ain't gonna
man.
come up
You're a
to any
spiteful
able-bodied
African
African
batty
and
man.
start
Full
this
stop.
because you know you're
You's
gonna
a
get knocked out
spiteful
on count. You
African
stupid
batty
cassava
man.
eating rat.
You is a
Yes,
angry
I'm an African.
African
I'm
batty
proud to
man.
be an African.
Why are you
Big up
angry,
Africa.
you African
No,
batty man? Why are you an angry
Yoruba
African
people.
batty man?
All the Yoruba
You are an
people.
angry African batty man.
What
You
you
are
gonna
an
do about it?
angry
You're talking to a
African
proud
batty
African. What are
man.
you gonna do
You're an
about it?
angry
I'm
African
proud to be
batty
an
boy.
proud
Look
to
at
be
you.
an
You're
African.
angry and you're a batty man. You're an
Proud to be an
emotional wreck.
Yes.
You
Let's the
are an
fire in
emotional
the
wreck and you're
African
an
man.
African batty
You're
man. You're a
powerful
big
and
angry
strong.
African
What are you gonna
batty
do about
man.
it? You ain't
You
gonna do
are a
nothing.
big angry.
Proud
You're a big
African.
angry.
Yes.
You're a big
Yes.
angry
Yes.
spiteful African
Absolutely.
batty man.
Tough,
You're a
strong,
spiteful
proud.
African batty
What are you
man.
gonna do
You're a
about it?
spiteful
What are you gonna
African
do about
batty
it?
man.
What are
You're a
you gonna do
spiteful
about it?
African
Nothing.
batty man. You're a
Just
spiteful
hiding
African
behind
batty
you.
man.
You're
You're
proud. You
emotional.
can't do anything.
You are
You can't
emotional.
do anything.
You are emotional. What, you can't
You
see
said
your
you were
white
gonna
boyfriend and get
embarrass
emotional tonight,
your girl.
Witness.
You just
Witness,
embarrassed
you can't
yourself.
see your white
You
boyfriend and get
wasted 20
emotional.
minutes
You're
talking about
emotional,
pure
Rick.
rubbish.
You can't see your
How
white
did you
boyfriend
defeat
as your white
How did you
boyfriend,
defeat
or you got a
Maybe I
Chinese man.
missed Brad. Did
Has
you
your
say something
Chinese
that
man got
you can
coronavirus?
check it out? James?
Ha-
No,
ha-
I
Has your
don't
lady
hear
boy
any.
got coronavirus,
Can
Witness?
you hear? Can
Has
you
your
hear
lady boy
anything?
got
Can you
coronavirus?
hear any? Ask your
Has
mom
your
about
lady
lady.
boy got
Ask your mom.
coronavirus? Has your
Ask
lady boy
her.
got coronavirus, Witness?
Yo,
Can I have a witness?
Hey,
Has your lady boy got coronavirus, Witness?
yo, you
Ask
man,
your mother.
you man,
Has your lady boy got coronavirus, Witness? Be honest.
Ask
Why
your
are you so
mom.
angry tonight?
man, relax,
You're
relax.
angry
Ask your mom.
tonight, man. What's wrong with you, Witness?
Ask your mother.
Your lady boy's got coronavirus. What's the
Your
matter?
dad should know.
man, Marcus Garvey.
What is the matter? Your lady boy's got coronavirus.
Your dad should know about it.
Get over it, man. Get over it.
man.
Just
You
get
know what I mean?
over it, man. Your lady boy's got coronavirus. It
All
is
right,
what
yeah,
it is.
all right, cool, man. You don't have to repeat yourself again. Yeah.
Yes, your lady boy's got coronavirus. That's why Witness is mad. What's wrong with him tonight?
All right, you said it 1,000 times.
He's looking
yeah.
attention from
He's
man.
mad. Yeah, he's mad. Go back to Shakara or something, man. Go back to the conversation.
I'm really confused by all of this by this all this Cox and Power stuff. Anyway, let me just answer your question here by taking a leaf from the good book, Race First by Tony Martin. Right. So what to answer your question here, Turok, Garvey's desire to keep some of his African undertakings secret can be appreciated. 1 second. Can be appreciated in light of the constant colonial surveillance over his agents' activities. In 1920, British military intelligence reported that a Gold Coast merchant, S.G. Pakpakwate, had spoken at a December 1919 UNIA meeting. In August 1920, Nyasalanders in the United States preaching Garvey's slogan. Nyasalanders are, by the way, modern day Malawi. Preaching Garvey's slogan came to the attention of British authorities. In 1921, one Wilson from the Gold Coast was deported from the Belgian Congo for UNIA activities. Again, in 1922, colonial authorities were watching the movements of one John Kamala, a UNIA traveling commissioner who had held meetings in Dakar, Senegal, before departing for Gambia and the rest of West Africa. After Kamala's departure from Senegal, the French authorities raided the dwellings of some of the local UNIA people with whom he had been in contact. Documents were seized, which revealed the existence of the UNIA branches in Dakar, Rufix and Thiers. 4 Garviats from Sierra Leone were deported. Yeah. And I'll read another paragraph. What's it called? 1 second. It was in the same spirit, this same spirit, that the British authorities reacted when, in 1923, Garvey reduced them to a state of consternation by announcing his intention to undertake a world tour to defend his reputation. Governors from of the West, East, and Central African colonies all agreed to prohibit him entry should he attempt to land in their areas, and they prepared to draft special legislation to meet this contingency. Such Garvey-induced legislation, the Undesirable Persons Prevention of Immigration Ordinance 1924, actually came into being in Sierra Leone. It bore the indigenous subtitle, an ordinance to prevent certain descriptions of persons from entering Sierra Leone. That's quote unquote. Shipping companies were also alerted to refuse passage to Garvey and his party should he attempt to sail to Africa. If anything, the French colonial authorities reacted with even greater hysteria. The UNIA presence to the UNIA presence than did the British, and their information more frequently tended to be garbled. The governor the Governor General of French West Africa was in 1921 convinced that the UNIA planned to massacre all the whites in the Gold Coast as a preliminary to a general uprising which would be financed from America. So I hope that answers your question, Turek.
No, that doesn't. I asked you a simple question. Why didn't Marcus Garvey live in Africa? The same thing how he was promoted. Why would he go to racist England?
Stupid cassava eating rat.
What is the matter with this emotional?
So I believe I've asked the question as to why he didn't go to Africa. The reason why he ended up in England is because after being deported to Jamaica from America, he was being hounded by the Jamaican authorities and decided to get away, partly because England, being the central hub of colonialism, meant he had lived in England before, so he understood that it was a more central point from him to manage his organization. He would be able to communicate better with the continent as well as Africans in Europe at the time, and also it meant like passage to places like Canada would have been relatively easy because of the relationship between Britain and Canada. And so because he couldn't get into America, he'd go to Canada and host his conventions and them kind of things also. Yeah, so I believe I just answered why he didn't go to Africa. There was actual legislation drawn up by the colonial authorities to ensure that he didn't get there, among other things.
Okay, I can accept that.
In the words of Marcus Mosiah Garvey, between the Ku Klux Klan and the Moorfield Story National Association for the Advancement of Colored People group, give me the Klan for their honesty of purpose towards the Negro. They are better friends to my race for telling us what they are and what they mean, thereby giving us a chance to stir for ourselves than all the hypocrites put together with their false gods and religions notwithstanding. Religions that they preach and will not practice. A God they talk about, whom they abuse every day. Away with the false hypocrisy and lie. It smells, it stinks to high heaven. You know what I mean? So that kind of explains some of Garvey's attitude towards the Ku Klux Klan and the rest of the white people in America. Yeah.
Well, seeing as there's a lull, I'll jump in.
No, wait, James.
Sorry,
I
go
don't
on.
think it's a lull. I think it's annihilation.
Oh, okay. I'll go back on it.
Go ahead, James. Go ahead. That's what it's like.
Yeah, no. I was just gonna ask. I'm not really challenging you. I just wanted to know why is like centralizing a Eurocentric concept, like you're talking about moving from polytheism to monotheism, but that follows a general pattern of sort of advancement coinciding with sort of centralizing of like power and stuff. So just wondering why you do this.
No, what I'm challenging is the idea that civilizations, it's a Eurocentric anthropological concept, yeah, that heightened and developments of civilization mean that societies move from a polytheistic to a monotheistic religious system, which is ahistorical. That idea was drawn up by European anthropologists who knew very little about indigenous cultures. There are many indigenous cultures around the world that have a one God concept, yeah. And as I keep saying, like if you were to ask a Yoruba or a Akan or a Zulu, or you know what I'm saying, what is polytheism, or how do you say polytheism in your language, they probably couldn't tell you because the concept doesn't exist.
Well, I mean, yeah, like maybe in one word. Again, I wouldn't even know if that's true or not, but I'm just saying that the general understanding would be consistent with sort of centralizing of power generally. So it's like in the same way that as civilization in totality advanced, so not specific, not locally like with Africa or whatever, but just the all of civilization, we've seen a progressive move towards centralization of first like theological principles, and then also sort of like societal, and then like government structures and government principles, and now economic principles, and it does generally go in that one direction.
Can you substantiate the argument?
Well, yeah, I mean, so obviously, as we know, the most dominant religions have been Abrahamic. Then moving on from that, we look at like governments in different areas, in like all different areas of the world. Governments generally organize as the sort of central dominant, like a specific dominant ideology or regime has their time in the sun, and they're usually defined by a leadership structure, which is like a pyramid. You have the singular at the top, and then even if you look at like models of how civilization will advance going into the future, you see a sort of like that. I don't know. I think it was you that I was describing it to, like the Kardashev scale. I think that's like the name of the guy. But going towards a single sort of, to quote Hetero, globalized government that relies upon what's the word? Like relies upon sharing, or basically the whole of humanity sharing all our energy sources. But that would even describe like just what the fact that you'd be making a decision for all the energy sources for the whole globe would be like one sort of monolithic ideology making those decisions. So it's like everything generally would move towards there. The more it's almost like, what's that word, like the more advanced, the more simplicity, if you like, the less complicated it will become.
There are aspects of your statement that I harmonize with, but before I get to that, what would you say if I told you that the indigenous people, the Aboriginal people of Australia, had a one God concept, like from the earliest known time?
What would you mean? What would I say?
Well, I'm saying that they don't have a polytheistic concept of God.
Aboriginals?
Yes.
So are you using that as a way to show it's primitive? It's the primitive.
No. Well, I mean, sorry, Shakara. I mean, if you want information from Africa, you've got the Himba people, Himba. Their religion is monotheistic. They worship a god called Mukuru. And they're in Africa. They're in Namibia and Angola. The Himba, Himba. So they're monotheistic, not polytheistic.
Can I quickly take just a quick pause on what we're talking about? So I don't know if to take these seriously. Are you not getting all these?
My man dropped off, bro.
No, he's back.
Say again?
You dropped off for a sec. Are you not getting all these what? Sorry.
these WhatsApp messages of like the armies of the street on the street in Clapham. There's going to be a lockdown on Monday. So I don't know if to take them seriously, but I don't know why I can't look at them with a straight face without smiling. Is no one else receiving these messages?
Nope.
All right, well, I'll just give it to you briefly. Like, hold on, let me read this last one. So I just got one now. It's just making me laugh, bro. Yeah, boom. It says they've got the army out already and preparing for lockdown on Friday for 15 days. They won't announce it until Thursday night because they don't want people to panic. He said that they're going to be seriously strict about everything. Supermarkets are going to be open only certain hours of the day, and there will be police outside it. There's going to be police everywhere. You're going to have to prove where you're going and how urgent it is. I just don't.
That's right up your street, James.
I don't see how enforceable this is because
yeah, but they're doing it in other parts of Europe. So
no, but this is my thing. Yeah, we're going into recession. They've just borrowed money, and are offering low interest loans to businesses they're gonna increase the interest after this blows over supposedly. How the fuck are they gonna recoup any of this money? And what's the point of giving money to all these businesses if it's just gonna put people on lockdown anyway, and we're just gonna severely sort of stifle the consumer's ability to purchase anyway? Like, it just seems a bit counterintuitive.
That's true.
Some people can still make money on the stock markets from companies not making enough money. There's always people who make a profit on the financial markets.
So you're saying the 330 billion is a bail-in? They're just giving money to they're not going to give it to the little man, yeah?
Who confirmed the bail-in?
The Chancellor, innit? What's his, I was reading it the other day, to be honest. The young guy, the young Asian fella.
Oh yeah.
Whatever the little man gets, it'll be pittance in comparison to what the big people get. You know what I'm saying? Because even in America, they're talking about like cut check to all the people and whatnot. But they just dropped the Fed just dropped 2.2 million or 2.2 trillion in the markets and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And just slashed the Fed interest rate, loan interest rate to zero. You know what I'm saying? So
wait, Orthodox Mo, that's very important information. I'm glad you shared it with us, and James, I'm glad you brought this up. But I just want us to confirm: does that mean that Shakara won this debate? Is it over now?
A debate.
Death by 1,000 cuts. Anyway, so
that's funny.
But no, what I'm saying is so more 100%. There are some. I think Dark Magician was talking about that. I think he called it 1.5 billion. I think he called it. Maybe he said 1.5 trillion. Actually, I'm not sure.
Yeah, 1.5 trillion got cut on the 12th, and then the 700 billion got cut on the 16th.
Yeah, but these are just printing money, innit? They don't give a fuck, bro. They don't give a fuck. If that's the case, we go into another recession. That is what? How long? That's like 12, 13 years.
That's not if we're currently in one now. Like we're in insta recession right now.
So 13 years later. So what was the recession before? Would you say like was it like the 70s or something?
No, it was 1992.
Was it 92?
Yep.
Okay.
And then from 97, when Labour took over, the economy started getting better. Some people claim that it was already getting better under John Major, and that the Labour Party just took the glory for it. But it was 92, the last one.
This shutdown is showing how weak everything is, right? Because all the Western
2008 actually.
Right? All the Western economies are built on debt, so like there's no capital savings for anyone to even be able to afford a slowdown.
Sorry, did you say? James asked for the recession before 2008, and I said it's 92.
Yeah, I thought it was the oil embargo, like in the 70s. Like,
I thought that as well.
I don't know what Turok's talking about.
You lost it. Hey, Witness, can you do me a favor? The next time you get into an argument, can we get some blues again?
Yeah.
Or just if you just want to play it randomly, I'm happy with that.
I should run some spoken word over it next time.
That's hard. Yes, that's hard. I asked someone to do it the other day. so people won't lose jobs quickly, which will be easier for people to deal with. But that's what I'm saying. Businesses won't close. So then is everybody confirming that's likely that? Because I just can't see myself being told what to do on the street.
It's already happening, fam. Like so a lot of small businesses. There's going to be a lot of small businesses that close that never reopen right now.
I mean the military on the streets.
Say what?
I mean military telling me to go back to my house. I just can't see.
Right now, like in Spain, they're just going to start issuing you tickets and whatnot. They're gonna get paid off. That's the cool part. They're gonna fine you for it first.
Right, you think man's gonna tell me to go back to my yard? No.
So you're gonna get a bunch of tickets that pile up, and then when they start issuing tickets, but then they can start locking you up. You feel me? So it just is what it is.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's equally illogical because
how are you a globalist and don't understand this?
Huh?
How are you a globalist and don't understand this?
I'm not a globalist.
My fault.
Yeah, I'm not a globalist at all. I'm not.
My fault. You want universally enforced rules and whatnot.
No, I don't. I just said that's a smarter strategy because anyway, we won't start that whole thing. But I just think I'm just observing it. I think that will bear more fruit than if you try to focus.
We don't gotta switch conversations completely, bro.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, Shaka, do you still want me to show you that shit?
What's that now, sir?
About how China's industrial revolution is a result of capitalism.
Got him.
Oh no, as in I have to look for it. I'm saying, do you actually care?
Yeah, of course I do.
Hold on. Are you saying like complete capitalism, or are you negating the government intervention?
I'm saying that the government's sort of interaction with capitalists and the allowance or the sort of deregulate or the decommunization. Can you say that? Is that I made that up? That is what allowed for capitalism. I.e., if they had carried on the same trajectory, they would have been more. They would have gone further. They would have regressed further. They would have been more.
Oh, but that's a slightly different argument to what I understood that you were saying before.
I'm saying that without capitalism, so what you consider a success, forget the Cultural Revolution. I'll leave that. Like you can have that because however many people died in all these communist revolutions or whatever from famine and stuff. If that's what you want, you can have that as an achievement of communism. But if we're talking about success financially or economically, I'm saying that is a direct result of sort of collusion with Wall Street. That's a direct result of that. So without the intervention of Wall Street, without the intervention of Wall Street, you cannot use that. You cannot use that as an example of a success of economic success of communism. That's my point.
It's a bit of both, really.
No, but that's how we got there. You remember, you were like, okay, so would you say that China's industrialization? I was like, no, that's a result of capitalism as well. To which I'm not sure.
But to get your country out of recession, you can see like the extent what certain people might have to go through. What you see, what's happening now with the coronavirus, and China's been very militant with their.
No, China now is capital. Now no one's arguing it's a communist society or economy. No one's going to argue.
I like I said, I don't deny that there was interaction. I think the idea that their development was based upon capitalism is overstating the point. Because obviously. These capitalist nations were getting something in return for whatever they were giving to them, but you don't say that those capitalist nations' development was based upon their development with communism. I think theirs have grown independently of communism. So communism, you could argue, is a reaction of capitalism. Fair enough. All right, now let's isolate them. Let's create these autarkic states and see how successful they are. They're not successful. Then capitalism is reintroduced in some form, and then they become successful again. I think it's patently clear to see that capitalism is the successful component in this equation. Give me a time frame. Give me a time frame. When so at what point are you saying that China adopted capitalism coming out of its communist model?
Say one more time.
Just give me a general time frame, yeah.
So, yeah, because I wanted the same thing.
Right. So at what point? I'm asking you. At what point are you saying that China adopts capitalism and starts to move away from its communist ideals?
From the death of Mao. Yeah, from the death of Mao.
So that's what the 70s, right? This is the 70s, isn't it?
Yeah. From the re-establishment of, or from the you know, the election of the next premier. You know what I'm saying? So the person or persons, you know, some returning from exile, whatever, those the people that ended up strategizing to build the country again did it by allowing, and you see that from the interactions they had with with the Nixons and
I'm asking you about what
but for that period. So from the death of Mao, if you're asking me to provide you actual dates, I need to read what.
No, I'm not asking for. That's a time frame, not necessarily dates.
Yeah. So from the death of Mao to now, you would say that is the period in which they industrialized, isn't it?
No, I wouldn't. I would say that's the period in which they develop corporate institutions. I would argue, from my understanding anyway, and I could be wrong on this, but I would argue that that China was industrialized by this point. Yeah. Then
hold on. Then maybe I'm wrong in it. So
there's something I just read which says the Communist Party authorities carried out market reforms in 2 stages. The first stage in the late 1970s and early 1980s involved the decollectivization of agriculture and the opening up of the country to foreign investment. Could this be spearheading what James is talking about?
Yeah, and it's not even that, it's the R&D, because like they were so behind on just even the research and development, that now the fact that they can copy everything in the world means that they've obviously had some intimate relations or interactions with all these companies in which that they're copying their structures. So
it says here as well. Sorry, Shakaran. It just says here as well. The second stage of reform in the late 1980s and 1990s involved the privatization and contracting out of much state-owned industry and the lifting of price controls, protectionist policies, and regulations.
No, but it's not in question that China started to move towards a more capitalist model. What I'm querying is the idea that their success is solely based upon their moving towards capitalism.
Yeah, but you're hearing the information and you're just allowed to, because you're
the information that's just been given, I'm not questioning it.
So let me say it a bit like this. You use this as an example because you're saying it rivals the West economically now. It would not have done that, as evidenced by the examples you've been given, without the Western intervention. So, it's like you're going to say, well, you know what, I'm still not 100% sure. All right, well, then you never will be. Because if you're saying that on their own trajectory, independently, failing, people are dying of starvation, now Western business comes in, now we're the second biggest economy in the world. I don't know how you can't see that the West has had that that's given it that upturn. Not only that, but I don't know how you were the one who used it as an example of a success now. So the only if you're saying it's unsuccessful now and you'd prefer to go back to the collectivist period, the communes and shit, fair enough, and that's success.
I'm not sure
now as a metric for success.
No, bro, I'm not sure we've never had a conversation which I've claimed that China is communist today. That's not my argument. Yeah. So evidently, it is a fact that capitalism plays a role.
Something really quickly
in the Chinese economy. 1 second.
Okay.
The argument is whether they became a powerful and successful nation under communism or capitalism, and I'm categorically saying that they became a powerhouse under a communist regime. Even the capitalists today would not argue against the fact that a lot of the things that they are achieving today is they wouldn't be able to achieve if it wasn't for Mao and the things that he did. Do you see what I'm saying? So the idea that a lot of the infrastructure and the development and the cultural basis for a lot of the things that they're doing now come under that communist regime.
No. Right, cool. They emerged from a cultural revolution. I just don't agree. Sorry, they emerged from a cultural revolution after Mao's death in 1976, during which time many of them have. This is talking about the 8 immortals, the people that ended up wielding the most power in the country at the death of Mao, because these are like all generals and whatever. Gross domestic product in China in 1978, was $165 a person, compared with the US's $22,462. Japan, South Korea, and Hong Kong were all booming. The immortals were surrounded by capitalist success stories. The victorious communists had executed landlords After 1949, farmers had become people's communes. Factories belonged to the state. The Immortals turned that on its head in the 1980s. Farmers could lease land. Private enterprise was tolerated and then encouraged. Could be it's just a quote from the person. This is a quote from Bloomberg exposes network of 8 political families in China.
Now the problem with that, is I'm going to say this, and I'm not trying to negate anything that you're saying, except to say that Bloomberg is an American financial economic kind of thing that is like pro-capitalist and anti-communist. So we have to take that into consideration.
All right, so let me ask you a question then. Just rather than we waffle about who's bad, who's evil or not, $165 a person in 1978, the gross GDP of a person. Do you agree that was accurate, or do you believe that's an inaccuracy? Because it probably is accurate. But I'm understanding. Okay, so hold on.
But I'm understanding the fact that gross national product and them kind of things there would operate like the indicators would be different. They're not the same like you wouldn't just use the same measurements from in a communist economy to a capitalist economy, because wages, like labor for wages in that sense, is not necessarily the dominant feature of the society. So I'm saying that it could be correct, like it could well be correct, but I'm just saying that we'd have to take other factors into consideration.
Yeah, but it's only checking the GDP. It's only dividing the GDP by the amount of citizens in the country anyway. And
Sorry, guys. I just want to make a quick announcement. Belly, M.A. Brown wants to come on. I think he's in the back. M.A. Brown would like to come on, Belly.
But the fact that it's divided by the so it's only divided by the population, and the exponential growth in it is proof that they've had some economic success. But just the reason I brought that quote, I just want to ask you, if you wouldn't consider it an economic example, you wouldn't point to it as being an example of an economic success story, if at present it probably would have dissolved as a state, because it's such a large landmass, if they hadn't have bucked up their ideas. But let's just assume they didn't. If it was still sub $200 GDP per person, right now, you're going to be pointing to it as an economic success? The fact that as an economic success is, and we can clear proof that Western interactions or Western involvement is the catalyst for their success. I feel like that's been proved without a shadow of a doubt. There is no real argument to be had. Like, I feel like you asked I brought you evidence, and that should be it.
I'm not denying the facts that you brought to the table. What I am saying to you is that the idea of this being a success in that way, is reliant upon using indicators that are applicable to a capitalist society. You know what I'm saying? So by a capitalist model, the latter stats are more of a success than the former stats. I'm going to agree with you. I'm also aware of the fact that under a communist model, the indicators might be slightly different. You know what I'm saying? So we have to measure it.
But I'm saying they haven't been successful in so many different ways. They haven't been successful in so many.
Cool. I'm gonna take your point. You know what I'm saying? And then I'll research it some more. And we'll have a conversation later.
There's a book. There's a book that I'm literally this whole time. Every time I get a question, I forget what I'm reading, and my eyes leave the screen. And I forget. I will find the name. It's a book that I still haven't fucking read. I fucking need to find it. When I find the name, I'll show you, because that is all these like sort of analysts go through. I guess they try to maintain some kind of impartiality and objectivity, so it'd be a better read than just reading you an article from Bloomberg. Except that it's going to be tough. What can I just say quickly? Just finally on that point, like now, they're coming. Let's say it's true. They're going to restrict all this. They're going to restrict all that. They're going to not like today. I almost had a fight with some little Asian woman over buying 3 packs of 6 Highland Springs water. Like, who the fuck is she to tell me what I can and cannot buy? I would if I have the money, if I've worked hard for my money, I deserve to buy what I want to buy.
You know what? No, you don't.
I do.
You know what?
I do, and we're all on an individual, like from an individual perspective. It's their property. No, again, no. Let me rephrase that. If you're willing to sell it yeah, then I have a right to buy it. That would be my position.
Yeah, but they can
yeah, and if
enforce
you're being specific, as a seller, you have rights, of course. I endorse your rights as a seller as well. What I mean to say is, if I were restricted, with what I perceive to be no logical basis, yeah, then I would not like to live there. And the fact that we all live here and we're all speaking from Western secularist countries means let's not just like lionize this idea of communism because it's in opposition to the oppressor. Like, let's be logical and say, if we were to have our own power and we were to be able to dispense sort of justice for our own people, that we would most likely adopt a model that allows a certain degree of freedom.
Wait a minute. Is this because you clashed with a Chinese woman in the supermarket that you brought this debate?
What do you mean Chinese? She was no brown, but we're not from America. She was a brown lady, quite an old brown lady. Yeah, I done her anyway. Witness.
Wait, let me jump in quickly.
Anyway, fuck it.
No, James, let me jump in quickly.
Go on, sorry, bro. Go on.
Big up everybody, by the way. I hope everyone's all right. Big up. I was just chatting to Atticus now in the chat, and he's putting forward the idea that basically no nation, no government is capitalist by definition. They're all what is he saying, communist or socialist? Yeah, he's saying they can't be capitalist by definition because they haven't bought the things that they have, and they haven't got a revenue stream that is coming from their own deeds, if that makes sense. So no, it's just an interesting point and kind of ties into what James is talking about as well.
Yeah, I get the point that's being made still. I as I said, I mean, there are, like, if you listen to Heiko Ku, at Speaker's Corner, he was speaking about China a lot, and a lot of their social systems, like their housing and them kind of things, there are still very socialist. You know what I'm saying? Based in it. That's why I refrain from calling it just a capitalist economy. Like, but it has moved away from its communist kind of hardline communist kind of roots. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I do get the point that you're making.
So my question to him, actually, he hasn't answered it yet, but like maybe you lot can answer it as well. At what point does the activities of the government, and I use the word trickle down, but maybe I shouldn't use that because that's a political term, and economic term. At what point do the activities of the government become capitalist? Like, and who? Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's the question.
Privatization and an endorsing of a free market.
Yeah, I read it out. The decollectivization of your agricultural industry.
Now this is the point, yeah. Because in what way does like the whole debate, right, between socialism and communism is whether private ownership is a superior economic model to collective ownership. That's the basic fundamental.
It's more consistent, Shaka, and I'll give you an example why. How do you force communism?
Say again?
So you weren't finished, sir.
No, go on.
I'm saying this that's what I was trying to say to you the other day. A second you establish a hierarchy to enforce communism, then it becomes counterintuitive. It becomes a contradiction in terms. The second somebody says, hey, I don't want to do this anymore, and then someone has some kind of authority over him and says, no, fuck you, you're doing it, then it becomes a throwback. And the second that an oligarchy, which inevitably will happen, is established, then ultimately it becomes a contradiction again within this framework.
The problem with what you're saying though is that all of the things that you mentioned exist within capitalist economies.
No, but that is their intention. That is what they say. They're saying, listen, if you're smart with your money, you can be one of us. If you're lucky enough to have been born into wealth, you can be one of us. They're all saying that this is the plan.
But that's
the success. Communism is saying, no, we all own everything. We're all in charge. We're all our own bosses. But you're not, because the second you don't fall in line or disagree, and that's why they refer to them as dissenters and defectors.
Are you aware of the fact that there are some communists who don't believe Russia to actually have achieved communism?
I'm saying that I'm using it logically. Me and Scat had a hilarious time one time arguing with Raf about pure anarchism, yeah. And his pure anarchism is essentially a form of sort of it's like communism stripped bare, if you like, and everyone should just get in line and everyone should just agree with everyone. But we're saying the second somebody doesn't, And the second your council or whatever employs one person to perform some kind of authoritative sort of justice, that person now wields an authority different to everybody else, and then it poisons the world for this collectivism. Or let's say someone has a skill and is reluctant to what is apathetic toward work, and they're incentivized in some way by the authority, by the regime. Then that person achieves some kind of status or achieves some kind of authority, and guess what comes next? They hoard some kind of wealth, and then they establish themselves as an oligarchy because of the influence they wield. And then the whole system's broken already.
Let me put something.
Because Lenin already suspected this, which was why he believed in that book he wrote, What is to be Done, that they should be professional revolutionaries who will take charge of the revolution, because he didn't trust the people to stick with the ideals of communism, because he believed, like James was saying, you would get individuals who would want to do something else. So they had to be forced into it, coerced into it, because it's not natural for everyone to just automatically follow the communist way.
I'm arguing that it's not natural. It's the fact that we're used to something else.
No, because freedom or the concept of...
But we dealt with this before though, James. Your concept of freedom is informed by your environment.
I agree, bruv. You're missing my point. I'm saying one of them is a clear restriction. The other one offers more wiggle room. So it's like saying to me, "Oh, this isn't pure freedom because you have 100 acres to run around." And I'm saying, "Yeah, but that is less of freedom because all you've got is a cell."
All right, let me drop this example for you. Yeah. Now there are many indigenous societies whereby land is never privately owned. Yeah. And the society is developed on that principle. The concept of ownership of land is a taboo because land is for the entire community. Not even kings and royals own land. Yeah? All right. So in a system like that, would you consider that society? I wouldn't even call it communist or capitalist. But what label would you put on it?
Sorry, bro. I just was reading another one of these messages. I'm so sorry. Can you give me that again real quick?
I was saying that there are indigenous societies in which land is not privately owned. The concept of privately owned land is a taboo, yeah, because it's considered that land is for everybody. So no individual can own land, not even right. Yeah. So what would you consider a society like that?
I mean,
beta society.
Unsuccessful, isn't it? Yeah, unsuccessful. Sorry, go on, witness. You can go first. Yeah.
No, I was just saying it's a beta society, not an alpha society. It gets conquered.
Yeah, I literally was about to say unsuccessful, but that is so much more gangster the way you said it.
Explain witness.
Because they are holding on to those ideals that you're saying. We have historical examples of people who thought like that and they were conquered. Whether it's the Aboriginals in parts of Australia, the Native Americans in parts of North America, and in Africa, the various, San or Khoi tribes, who were thinking the same way you're thinking about land. And what happened? They ended up, because of that, they were conquered easily and the land was taken away and the land was fenced up and they didn't understand it and they couldn't do anything. So that way of thinking becomes beta. It's not alpha. The alpha group take over and then they annihilate that way of thinking. That's the way the world has now been drawn up.
And that would arguably position capitalism as a far more dominant and advanced civilization or economic strategy. Or
the problem with that argument is that.
I don't understand the reluctance. Are you just trying to be
in the nation? No, hold on a second. In the nations where communism existed, communism was a dominant system, at least in name. Yeah, and they had to in those societies, they waged revolutions against capitalism. So
yeah, but you know what the issue
were those societies during those periods alpha or beta?
No, but in those the issue, this is what you'd have, yeah. The issue you'd have is when you look at something like the Bolshevik Revolution, that was funded close to exclusively by Wall Street, or at least major investment was by Wall Street. So that is by capitalists, yeah. And then they, in turn, ended up funding, arguably, all of the consequent communist revolutions. So even if
you're saying that the funding came from capitalists, okay.
Yeah, so even if
but how did they organize and distribute the resources, though?
Yeah, under their Marxist
Right.
ideology.
But you're saying that if the funding comes from capitalism, then the society is capitalist?
No, I'm saying that for you to posit it as some kind of organic dominant, some organic revolution and an example of its dominance, I would have to disagree with you and say no. The fact that it's had some kind of influence or funding from capitalism means that it may have never existed had the capitalists not chose to harbor Trotsky in New York, had not chosen to give Lenin safe passage back to Russia, had not isolated the Tsars. Like all of this stuff is an example of Western civilization, which are capitalists, allowing in some dialectical way the creation of communism. That isn't it, and then crushing.
But are you aware of the fact that is Marxist theory, though?
What is Marxist theory? Explain to me.
That communism is the necessary is basically the necessary development out of capitalism. So but that's what I'm saying. But it is fundamental in the same way that capitalism is built upon the feudalist state, and slavery is fundamental to the development of capitalism. That capitalist society evolves into a communist society based upon the dialectics and the contradictions within the system, and the fact that the workers are gonna basically overthrow the capitalist class because of that relationship, because of those contradictions, because of the dialectics involved with that. So the idea that a communist regime would receive funds of the basic funding from a capitalist regime is not even outside of communist theory.
No, you're misunderstanding, bro. That's what I'm saying. Don't shift that. The point was made is how is it beta? And then one of your examples was, isn't the fact that they were successful in the regions they were successful with examples of its dominance? But if you can trace the cause of something to something that ultimately crushed it, you could say it exists exclusively as a result of their involvement, and it was destroyed exclusively because of this. Hold on. You can say, go on.
The exclusivity point is where we're having a disagreement, bro. You can't
maybe excuse. Sorry. That's me just trying to be using inflammatory language. I'll say that you could say that it may never had existed without that investment. So if it doesn't exist, then some would argue. Like you could argue at the very least that is the pivotal sort of action in its formation. Maybe not. You could argue against it, of course. I'm not that well versed. I know like only bullet points. Yeah. So then how could it ever be dominant? How could it ever have truly rivaled capitalism if capitalism is the reason for its and not ideologically? I mean, practically, like it's practically one of the reasons why it even ever had legs. So how could it ever compete in dominance with capitalism, which arguably has liberated all these failed communist states as well?
But you see, when you use words like liberating, it's a qualitative judgment, right? But the point I'm making is that if the theory of communism itself suggests that capitalism will produce it, I get
that. It's the antithesis, isn't it? It's the antithesis of communism. Free movement results in what they consider to be catastrophic atrocities. So that's what we do. We come with the antithesis, and then the synthesis is, guess what? Free movement's better because you lot have fucking killed almost a fucking billion people of starvation.
This is right. What James is saying. Doesn't in the Communist Manifesto, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, they talk about this. They say class struggle. They mention class struggle. Class struggle comes from feudalist societies, capitalist societies, which will in turn lead to communism.
That's what I just said.
Okay.
That's what I just said. Yes, but my point is that there's no allusions to the idea that communism that will not be born out of capitalism. Like that's always a part of their theory. And again, I'm not a communist. I'm just saying, understanding the theories in general. Like I don't ascribe to this idea that this regular capitalist trope that communists killed all these millions of people that were not killed under capitalist economies. It's nonsense to me, right? What's it called?
How many famines do you know about in the
bare famines? What are you talking about?
In the West? How do you know? But you're
not in the West. You keep trying to make capitalism a national construct rather than an international.
No, but it is. Shall I tell you why?
It's not. That's the point.
Hold on.
There is no capitalism without an international economy. It doesn't exist. Yeah.
Right. What's your point?
No, there is nowhere. If we're talking about real capitalism from like the 1800s, it doesn't exist without an international economy whereby goods and services are moving around the world, and the capitalist classes elevate themselves based upon the exploitation of resources that are required internationally.
Yeah, right. But this is the problem. If you take some random fucking African banana republic, that was sorry, that was kind of racist, but you know, if you take some random republic and that are claiming to be have moved to there's some kind of despotic leader who claims that, you know, it's not communistic anyway, and they're against socialism, so therefore they must be. If you analyze it, 9 times out of 10, it's essentially a fucking form of feudalism or mercantilism or some kind of a country in which there is a clear established hierarchy and everybody else is essentially the proletariat and have no say and have no freedom of movement, or no social mobility, so on and so forth. That's what I'm saying. You cannot compare it ideologically to somewhere like the West, where they allow, to a degree, I argue there's glass ceilings or whatever, but a degree of social mobility and meritocracy. That is the ideal of capitalism.
I have a question.
Once again, mate, last point. You cannot say feudalism, autarkism, mercantilism are examples of capitalism. You cannot. They may be in opposition to communism. Communists may equally oppose those people, and they have a right to do that. But you can't, like capitalism, the free market concept, you have to judge it domestically, and you have to judge it by people that are the closest to it. Not just these random places in the world where you say, oh, well, they're not communists, therefore they must be capitalists, and look how they treat their people.
But it only works for a chosen few, though. To be honest, is that not everybody gets the opportunity to be to do what America does or Russia does in a sense like that. So take for instance.
Tora, I was about to ask a question, man. I beg you just.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, because otherwise it's gonna get lost. And I was riding off the back of Shaka Ra and both James as well. So I wrote down a couple of questions. Yeah. The last thing I heard Shaka Ra say is that capitalism doesn't exist outside as a national construct. It emerges out of internationality. Yeah. And James is saying, I can't remember what James was saying now. But I wrote 2 questions. One, how much of the social engine needs to be centralized for the progression that either Shaka Ra or James wish to see for a people? And the second question is, how many people are required? This is a bit of a reverse engineering question. How many people are required to live in a community at the point in which one of these social, political, economic models evolve or are required to stabilize the people? And if that doesn't happen, does it mash up?
All right. Ask that first question again.
The first question was how much of the social engine needs to be centralized for the progression that either yourself or James wish to see for whoever you got as your people?
Define centralized.
So yeah, these economic and political models that you guys are kind of arguing about.
See, I'd argue that then it requires elements of centralization, decentralization. I'd argue that so one of the contradictions of capitalism, as identified by the Marxist, is this concept of uneven development. Whereby even within national borders, if production is centered in a particular area, it usually means that those areas are going to become more affluent than other areas. we have examples of that right now in the UK in terms of even the infrastructure, the traveling in the infrastructure. Like, I don't know if you don't watch Question Time, but almost every week there's especially when they go up north, of the north of England, everyone's complaining about the transport, right? And how you can't get around, and you can't get from east to west very well, and you know what I'm saying? That's because infrastructural development has focused on the south and London in particular. So that's an example of a kind of centralization, whereas it is possible to centralize around the point but also decentralize certain areas in that regard. So an example of this that wasn't completely successful for all kinds of reasons, but that the basic idea is what I'm tapping into, is that Nkrumah in Ghana, when he was trying to industrialize Ghana, he would try to distribute the focal points, the bases of the industries across the country, so that no one area becomes, basically modernized and industrialized at the expense of other areas of the country. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, it wasn't completely successful for all kinds of reasons, but I think his basic idea, what he was attempting to do, I can understand the problems that he was trying to solve in that regard. So I'd say you need elements of centralization and decentralization. I'd say that your health system should be centralized.
Right.
What's it called? Your education system should be centralized. I'd say that your agriculture can be decentralized, but around a cooperative model, if that makes sense. So that's a model in which the people that are working the land have a stake in the reaping the rewards of their labor, in a certain kind of way.
I think it's an important conversation to have, because obviously you lot are talking about these general kind of conventions of political systems and whatever, and obviously there's nuance within every country is operating in a variety of ways at different times, or not even a country. The people in the country are operating in different ways at any given time. Like I'm sure in Kenya there's some capitalists and there's some socialism going on, and there's some communism people are teething, and there's all types of stuff going on. Do you know what I mean? So with that, the second question I'll repeat again: how many people, and this is a more interesting question for me really, how many people are required to live in a community? Because I've thought about, if I'm on my own or me and my wife are somewhere, like we're not operating under none of these flipping terms, innit? Like, or are we? You know what I mean? How many people are required to live in a community that at the point in which, so what is the critical mass that need, what's the number of people? You have to give me an actual number in it, but what would you say is the number of people that are required for one of these paradigms to either evolve naturally or to need to be instituted in order to stabilize that group of people?
It's a good question. I'd say that there's many variables in what that figure will look like, such as the expanse of the land, the type of social organization. But as a ballpark, I'd say you need a good, within a single population, you need like 3/4 of it to be on side.
Oh no, wait! Before you go there, I want you to imagine you start off with one person, yeah, and then you're building up from, we'll say, 2 people, and then you're building up. Imagine it's the stupid Adam and Eve story, yeah. So, at what point do you think that they would have needed one of these systems in place to harmonize what would otherwise become a bit of a chaotic situation? This is up to anybody that wants to answer, by the way.
They'd have to be isolated from other communities, so they could then further that economic model. So
okay. Imagine they're isolated then. Imagine they're just wherever, and slowly over the centuries, the population obviously multiplies and multiplies. At what point, I don't know if anyone's ever thought about this, but at what point could we say that it might be necessary to start organizing in a different way that is more synonymous with the models that we see today?
Well, we have history of people who did do that. So when we go to Russia, you had the farming class that had their own system, their own way of running their lives, which Stalin eventually smashed through collectivism and starved them out and killed millions of them. So I don't know, how many of them were there in their communities all over Russia? Hundreds of thousands of them. And they had their own way of running the agricultural industry. But they didn't have the power to keep up what they were doing. So they were eventually all killed off. But we're talking hundreds of thousands of people before they could say, yeah, this is the way we run things. This is how we do things from village to village out and on the land. So I don't know. I don't think they were, I don't know, hundreds of thousands, M.A. Brown?
Yeah, I suppose I'm thinking now about what.
Yeah, it's relative, bro. Because I think the more people, the kind of the complexity of the social organization will probably get more complex, if that makes sense. Like, you know, yeah. So you know what's funny though? Sorry, I was scrolling from my Facebook here, and somebody posted this. It says everyone watch as an emptied out, twisted form of socialism is used to preserve the rotting corpse of capitalism.
Say that again.
It says everyone watch as an emptied out, twisted form of socialism is used to preserve the rotting corpse of capitalism.
Yeah.
This is the point I'm making, because I don't know why. Like, why would I need clarification on how? Like, was James saying that the governments in Africa are feudalist and not capitalist?
No, yeah, they're a mixture of things. He was saying they are utilizing feudalistic behavioral patterns, and they're utilizing totalitarian patterns, and they're mixing it.
All of these governments?
You know me, I have nothing but complete hatred for the African government. So I'd say yes.
That doesn't mean that they're feudalist, though. They could be capitalists. So, like, what makes them any capitalist government than you know what I'm saying? Like, is Nana Akufo-Addo the ruler of a capitalist or a feudalist state in Ghana? Is Buhari the head of state of a capitalist or a feudalist state in Nigeria?
Well, there is lots of feudalism in the various countries. I mean, various states. Sorry.
Yeah, that would be, yeah. By the way, are you familiar with this story about the Amir of Kano, Sanusi?
No, what happened to him lately?
He was dethroned the other day.
No, I didn't know that. Thanks for telling me that.
Yeah, the Amir of Kano apparently he was. I haven't listened to the whole speech, but apparently he was challenging, certain levels of corruption and poverty and all these things. And so I saw a news item on it, and it's basically saying that basically the structures that he was criticizing are the structures that put him in place. So yeah, they dethroned him because he started to criticize. But yeah, I haven't looked at it properly, but yeah, check it out. It's an interesting story. So yeah, so my only point is, like, for example, like, obviously this country has a monarch. What other countries in Europe have a monarch? Spain don't have a monarch no more.
Yeah, they do. Spain, Liechtenstein, Sweden.
Right. Yeah. And regardless of what the Queen is the actual head of state in the country and blah 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 blah. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But this is still a capitalist economy. Yeah.
It's a mixture.
Okay,
wait. Are we distinguishing between what the economy is and how the government as individual or as a little cabal operate?
This is what I'm saying, because this is what I'm asking, sir, should I say? Because the idea that African countries like Congo and Nigeria, Tanzania, South Africa are not capitalist economies, like they got feudalism in them thing there. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. So that's
so what I'm saying is that they are a mixture. So Britain is a mixture of them. It's got capitalism, it's got feudalism. Laws can only be passed with royal assent. The Queen has to sign them off.
Right.
So capitalism is there, but feudalism is also woven in there, and socialism is also woven in their system because they got things like the welfare state and NHS.
I know that.
So it's a mixture.
It's a mixture of things. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not just.
But then this gets back to my point in terms of capitalism as an international institution. Yeah. Because I'm saying if you're looking at because if we're measuring it by the West and our relative luxury, yeah, from a Western perspective, then we can fall prey to certain misunderstandings in terms of what capitalism is.
Hey, are you guys okay at the UK, yo? Why is there like military all over your streets? Y'all safe?
Where are you seeing this?
There's like messages being released on WhatsApp.
Where have you been the last 20 minutes? James has been talking.
I had to step away. I'm sorry. When I hear James and Shakara go at it, I just know like, all right, just step back. This is about to go. So I just like step back.
You must be on a date or something. You get me? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I was trying to get clarification on that. No, I hear what you're saying with this, but I'm saying because the systems are still called capitalist, in it, like even in this country. So even though the NHS is considered to be a socialist element of the economy, the economy entirely is said to be capitalist. Yeah, and so whereas we look at places like places in Africa and the Caribbean where significant levels of poverty exist, yeah, you know, like when famine takes place in a communist economy, they attribute it to communism, yeah, and say this is a result of communist economic policies, yeah. When famine takes place in a capitalist economy, it's an act of God.
Yeah, I know they try to simplify it. They're simplifying it. They're not actually being intellectually honest. They're just simplifying it, saying, "Oh, that's communism or that's capitalism." Because you can look at the UK. Okay, if you want to say it's a capitalist society, why is it then for like years before the Labour Party took over in 1997, the interest rates were controlled by the government? It wasn't controlled by the financial markets. And why is it that when the banks messed up, that it was public money that was used to protect them? So that it doesn't become, it doesn't stick then to the true definition of capitalism. So that's why it's a mixture. So people through their ignorance will be intellectually honest and they'll say, "Oh yeah, those people are communists. They did this," or "These people are," but technically they're wrong.
But and this is the thing that will happen in a capitalist economy, and they call it saving the economy. If it happens in a communist economy, they call it corruption, and despotism, and oligarchy. This is what I'm saying. Like, so the bankers can come and destroy the entire economy. The taxpayers save the banking system, and this is considered fair play. You know what I'm saying? But under a communist government, this is considered exploitation. Like,
so part of propaganda.
Millions of people die, and in a communist economy, this is considered the result of communism. Yeah, despotism. You know what I'm saying? Dictatorship and so on. You can have a place like Congo where millions die every year, and it's just called civil war.
Yeah,
and then they're not in a capitalist, so they're not in a communist economy. You know what I'm saying? The British Empire can facilitate a famine in a nation like India and kill millions, right? And this is not the result of capitalism.
But you know why that is, don't you? Because the books we are reading are written by Westerners who are part of capitalism. Who knows? Maybe if we were in China or Korea and we were reading books there, they would clearly point out this is the evil of capitalism. But we're in the West reading up on this. So
yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
North Korea, them places, they would definitely burn up the capitalism thing.
Capitalist trash.
You know what I was thinking? I haven't crystallized the thought properly yet, but as you were chatting, I was thinking like capitalist nations. I wrote it down as well. Capitalist nations whose so there's different. So there's certain nations I believe that I'm thinking more about the actual I don't know if the word's cabal, but the actual corporation, the small number of men or women or whatever who are utilizing the money generated by the workers on the ground, innit? like that. I'm just thinking about them as like now just a little mini corporation rather than saying the nation or the state or whatever. Just these guys, yeah. There's a difference in the way that they generate income in it. You can call a bunch of you can call a number of different nations and their little cabals capitalists, right? But the way that they generate income can vary. Some of them might rely more heavily on workers from abroad, and so at the same time, while they're not necessarily rinsing from their own people in the way that they're rinsing from abroad, they can portray themselves or institute a more socialist, if that's the right word again, model for their people, so that the people think that they're socialists, but their activities are heavily capitalist, if that makes sense. It's like if you've got a bank account in it, and they're making you think that they're doing you a favor, like giving you a bit of interest or whatever, but they're just utilizing your money to go and do some extreme fuckery somewhere else, right?
Mm.
And I feel like, yeah, when we're talking about whether a nation is capitalist or socialist or communist or whatever, often they can, I think probably James and probably you said this already actually, but I probably wasn't like hooking on that. Yeah, they can be doing one thing, but the people are being treated as if the thing is something else, if that makes sense, and that can confuse the whole situation in the first place.
I just, sorry, M.A. Brown, I just checked something because some people were saying they could hear a fan in the background when I'm on. I just looked outside. They're doing something to the road. They're hammering some machinery on the road, and it's, I'm thinking the people watching, they must have very powerful ears, because I didn't even notice it whilst I was talking to you guys. So
it's quite high pitched. It's quite high pitched witness.
Yeah, if I open up the window, you'll probably hear it even more. Can you hear it?
Yeah.
They're doing some crap outside on the road.
The brother Iramon Shele in the chat, aka Renegade, says that the idea of a communist economy is an oxymoron. I'd like to know why he says that, but I guess that the panel is full right now, isn't it? But yeah,
I think that's what you can't. I mean, because you can only be a communist economy if you're 100% self-sufficient, right?
Well, to a degree, but the idea that communist and economy, like there's no society that, in my humble opinion, that exists without an economy. Like economy is just about accumulation and distribution of resources, goods, and services. Like there's no society in which that's not going to be necessary. You know, so yeah, so the idea that communist economy is an oxymoron is something that I just don't understand. So yeah, so
I think the problem sometimes is that when we think about, this is why I tried to break it down to like why I ask some of them questions, because sometimes we think of it on the grander scale, innit? And it's like if you break it down to the most simple form in terms of less people, and then try to think about the model applied to those people, then it kind of demystifies the whole thing and kind of makes it sound stupid sometimes.
Yeah, I agree. I think that question posed that you were addressing, Shakara, I think it's too much like capitalist propaganda. To me, capitalism has no morality at all. It's just there for the free market economy, for the benefit of profit margin. When people start implementing reforms to look after the people, then you start going into the realm of what they would call socialism. I would just call it having a morality, wanting to look after people. But when you start doing that, they start saying that's socialism or going into the realm of communism. Because to me, deep down, capitalism has no morality. It's just there to, for the shareholders, the investors, and to prop up the profit margin. So that's why you need to control it. You can't have a 100% free market economy. It'll just destroy people's lives.
Do you think African nations would, what's the word that I want to put? Do you think they would be more harmonious or more, they have a more harmonious economic model, or just be more harmonious in general if they had no big cities in them and they were just kind of townships or whatever and villages?
I don't know, they could do, but the problem with the history is that place has never really had the chance to develop its own form of system. The ones that it did have were destroyed through colonization. So it's tried to adopt an economic model which is based more on, you know, neo-colonialism, and it just messes them up. They're not, you know. So I don't know. It's weird.
So like Shakara, you know, when I asked the first question before about how much needs to be central, what areas of the social engine need to be centralized in that. So in terms of like scientific development and them kind of things there, do you think that, like, what really, you know what I really want to know? I really want like some concrete positions or hypotheses or whatever, because at the moment, like, I don't know how to describe it. It just feels like there's an assumption being made by everybody, yeah, that lacks a lot of nuance and detail and accuracy in terms of actually what it means to have a nation or society or group of people and how that plays out. That's why I asked these questions in the first place, because there's so many assumptions that we're going to live in big cities and we're going to do this and we're going to do that and whatever, or that their big cities exist already and we got to address those. And that we can't, like, for example, we can't suddenly say, okay, let's reverse this. Rather than everyone going into big cities, everyone dust out to this coast, and you dust out to there and whatever. I just feel like at the moment, I don't know, like, how many people are required, how much stuff is required to build a space program, for example. I don't know if that requires a capitalist model. I don't know how many people it requires even in that capitalist model, or whether it was another model. Like, I don't have any figures, and no one's really presented any arguments for the positions that they're taking based on the amount of people. You get me? Like, circumstances are variable. Granted, they're definitely that, and I agree with you. They're variable circumstances in it that would bring about certain paradigm changes and decisions in terms of economics and that. But like, aside from the like, I want to start with the amount. I just want to start with the amount of people and a particular situation, and then, because from there, I personally would be able to then either moralize or think about what is natural to us, or what is necessary and what's unnecessary in these large metropolises. You know what I mean? I hope I'm making sense anyway.
Yeah. So, from my understanding, most scientific research in today's world, like research that is government funded. Like Higgs boson and them kind of these are like governments get together and fund that, if that makes sense. It's not a private corporation, although there may be private corporations somewhere in the mix.
Yeah, partly because they have to acquire the materials from elsewhere, right? So if they have,
but it's also because it's indefinite research that doesn't have a profit margin.
Yeah,
yes, I'm saying so like it's difficult to get a capitalist company, to stuff like that with no return on the investment. So a lot of and then what happens is when there becomes a functional usage out of this scientific research, that's when the corporations come in and monetize it. You know what I'm saying?
Let's remove the question from capitalism and apply it to not even another system, but just to a people group. You can even use history. You can even use like Kemet or whatever as an example. But
so yeah, come again now. Ask the question again based upon with your new context.
Yeah. What? How much of the social engine? And I'm going to pick out scientific development. Yeah, as a part of that social engine we can focus on. How much of the social engine needs to be centralized? No, in fact, no. I asked a different question in it. How many people are required? Yeah. If there's a nation that has its own resources, yeah, like Congo, for example, how many people need to be involved either by producing if it's still a capitalist nation, producing the economic foundations for things to be made and that, yeah, or working for these people for whatever, for progress, for the progress that you man kind of want to see happen.
Yeah. So again, putting numbers in it is difficult. However, I would say this: let's use the example of food self-sufficiency. Yeah, like if we narrow it down to specific think we can make some specific judgments in it. So in order to make a nation food self-sufficient, you need as many people as it would take to grow a sufficient amount of food. Is what I'm saying? Like, so you have to calculate what foods do people need at what quantity and kind of things there. And you need as many bodies that are able to work the land to that aim. I know that sounds really vague, but it's difficult to put, you know?
Oh, no, that's but that's fine. And that's kind of like my line of thinking in terms of like,
take a crack out of that?
One second, let me just get the point out and then you can sorry, Brad, big up though. So yeah, this is kind of my line of thinking in terms of, that's why I'm not necessarily happy using the terms of these economic system and social systems, because it implies that there's 2 million people in this particular place, and we have to have this particular model across the board, because all of these particular industries or institutions or whatever require it to be that way, right? And I don't see that at the moment I see it in terms of the way that societies are run now, but I don't see that if I'm taking away the existing paradigms from them and then thinking, okay, what can I do with this bunch of 2 million people moving forward? I don't see the need for everybody to be, do you know what I mean? Like, and obviously it really depends on where you're getting your resources from. But again, in my head, I'm like, okay, if you've got your own resources, you don't need to have, everyone doesn't need to be pulling in the same direction in terms of the development of science. If you can build a machine or 2 machines or whatever, and obviously if you can build robots and that to do the thing, then it's even better, but whatever. But it's like, surely, like that, okay, I'll tell you what, surely the scientific, the pursuit of scientific development can live and exist outside of the economic model that you're running in the thing. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to anybody? And Brad, come in if you want still.
Yeah, man, you're doing good, man. That's why I haven't said much. He was hitting it right there, so you were good.
Yeah, I'm just fine. I'm just shooting off the hip, bro. It just don't. Yeah, there's something not quite right in terms of placing whole groups of people inside specific economic systems, or do you know what I mean? There's something that's not, you know, that needs fleshing out in that way, man. I feel.
Yeah. But then again, like, I hate to say this, like, the more I I guess you can say, being a small business owner, the more I realize people really want the financial security, in the sense that, like, they want to know that, like, after X amount of years in university and school, they can get a comfortable life, you know? So it's like, if the median income for a comfortable life is $8,000 a year, then boom, there you go, you know? And I do believe that, like, you know, I agree with you in the sense that, you know, economic freedom and not locking people into one system. But then again, bro, most people want that. You know, most people don't want to know, like,
but they want but they want that because they're already in a particular system, though. Like, if they don't have the option, like, the 90% of people don't know what system they're even in anyway. You get me?
That's true. But see, the thing, that's what I'm saying, like, because see, when I look at these because I love these hypotheticals we do. So, like, I just kind of look at it like, okay, if we were to make this change, it would happen tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
You know what I mean? So I try to think of, like, how would the world progress from the current system? You know?
This is
I would say that.
Yeah, that's the noose around the neck, innit? It's like, how do you progress from what's already there?
Yeah.
So even my thinking is not necessarily realistic, but it does, to me, it highlights like what Chakra said earlier on. The education system would have to be what do you call it? I can't remember what he said now. He said the education system and health, I think, would need to be something in particular, and then agriculture can be something else. If that makes, I don't know what he said, but I can't remember what he said. But that's kind of my perspective. Is like, it seems like if you're a capitalist nation or state, that you need everything inside that thing needs to be capitalist, and it's capitalism. Don't make no sense to me, man.
But then again, I don't believe. See, this is where I'm gonna have to be contrary today. Like I'm gonna be the contrary voice in regards to capitalism. I necessarily don't see capitalism as a failed system. I just see it as a system that needs a safety net. Like, if you
that's what I said earlier, Brett.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, well then I 100% agree with you. Like I believe the free market, the ability to have a system where you have numerous amounts of people come from being poor to rich, self-made millionaires, self-made billionaires. You're never taking that away. Like, I mean, especially like, what do you do when you have people who literally were living in the bush and, you know, on the continent, and they go to a Western country and now they're living at posh, you know, and it only took them like 4 to 5 years to get it done because, you know, they became doctors and, you know, free education and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, there are some huge benefits that I would say capitalism can offer to the world. I do believe that it's time to revise it though. Like I do believe that like a nice, you know, once over would do it well, because it makes no sense. Like I look at China in regards to the US currently. And the reason why I would say that this trade war had to work in the favor of China, because China has no problem in its government taxing its rich and then taking that money they taxed and pouring it into any system that the country's lacking in right now. You know?
But then I would say that the method of acquiring that wealth in the first place indicates that maybe there's already a damage has been done already. So it's like that thing of, I can't remember what man's name is, Gotti, whatever his name is. He was chatting about being a drug dealer and he was saying, I used to be a drug dealer and he basically fucked up a whole bunch of people's lives and families and that. And now he's trying to do good. And my argument was that, you know, these OGs that are trying to do good, they might never be able to equalize the amount of damage that they've done. You get me? So,
yeah,
you know, so in a way, have those capitalists that you're speaking of done too much damage so you can be able to rectify the thing like JP?
Well, I've never, because one thing I've always seen in the U, whenever I see economics talked in the United States, it's always like a lack of taxation of the rich. So like the FDR days, everyone was taxed, and the rich were taxed even more. And that money that they used was used for infrastructure, which means that you had a constant cycle of jobs being pushed through your country. You know, then on top of that, you were able to invest in things like education, which allowed industry to grow, you know what I mean? And then like when you have businesses and things like that, that allows industry to grow and things like that, of course. But the one thing that I have to say that fell off was, I would say, around the Reagan administration, when you start to see more corporate, I would say more corporate beneficial policies being put rather than workers' policies being put forth. And when I look at just the small fixes that the U.S. needs, like if you were, well, I would say the West needs, because I do believe the same issues that we have, you guys have, where you have like personal businesses, you know, like I would say that the biggest flaw in a capitalist society is the fact that the government, you know, started working with, you know, these corporations, you know, rather than keeping it separate. Because I mean, we have pay to play here in the U.S. and it's like, just will tell you, if you don't drop X amount of dollars in my campaign, I will not work with you. I will not work for your problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they say that stuff like it's recorded, it's out there, or, you know, but the same corruption, you know, we have in America, we're able to gloss over it. Whereas if we were to remove the private dollars from our politics, put term limits on our politicians, so they're not fighting for the next 4 years 2 to 4 years of their job, rather than they know that they have like a set little bracket like the president does to either make history or be forgotten, you know? So I do believe that like capitalist societies and systems, you know, they're not perfect, but they don't really have like major issues that can't be repaired, you know?
Yeah, I think yeah, go.
No, I missed a fucking whole chunk of this when I left you asking a question. I mean, has anything important transpired or?
No, I mean, Sakura was kind of talking about. I can't remember the song, but he did mention in response to my question, you know, that you can have you can definitely separate the methods in which you fund or operate different aspects of the industries within your community or within your nation or whatever. My thing is like, I don't understand necessarily why individual nations have to, like, my thing is like, if you decentralize everything overnight, yeah, or start again and stop focusing on massive. I can hear myself echo, by the way. I don't know who that is, but Brad, I think it might be you. Brother. Yo, Brad. Anyway, yeah, if you don't start from the position of having a metropolis, and you then try to figure out ways of, so if everyone's scattered, yeah, you can figure out different ways to operate that don't lead to these three main models every single time. And I feel like there's gold to be found in that reverse engineering process that can then reinform the cities that we live in. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like the thinking is being stunted by, you know, our acceptance that we're in these situations and we're in these metropolises and whatever. But like, one of the things that I suggested was that, say, scientific development, and this is something you might be interested to speak on, because it appears to many people that capitalism has driven scientific progression, right? My thing is, I don't necessarily believe that, especially if you have your own materials to build certain things. It can be, for a nation, scientific discovery can be a flipping pastime. It doesn't have to involve capitalism at all, if you've got your own resources, right? If you've got a nation that is really not dependent, but has many investors in this stuff, and that they are willing to use this stuff to, if you've got a capitalist nation already, then yeah, of course, at some point, the scientific discoveries are going to be co-opted and.
But what? Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't talk about, because these, you know, with Shaka, yeah, there's a lot of these non-starter sort of discussions, because a lot of what I'm saying is a truism, and he just says I half agree with you, and then posits something that isn't necessarily like central to the argument. So then we end up going around in circles. But I'm interested in, like, he's not here now, so I'll ask you the same way. What do you think is a better system? What would you prefer to live? Like, what ideology, if it would you prefer a society that you're a part of would strive to achieve? Which one? So don't tell me that this isn't real capitalism, that isn't real communism. Which one, if it was the closest to, like, you know what I mean? Which one would you prefer to live in?
The closest one?
So that was all weird, convoluted. Which one do you like? Just answer that.
Which one do I like the most?
Yeah, would you prefer to live in?
That's a little bit of a hard question to ask, because I've only lived in a capitalist system, right? So it's a bit my answer is going to be ill-informed either way. But
not really, no. But it's a theoretical discussion, so theoretical.
No, but it's theoretical, but I have a lived experience of one of them in it. So, well, not according to Atticus. Actually, he says that I live in a socialist system. I run in. What did he say? No, he said I live in a capitalist system run by socialists or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, but this is why I'm asking you. I'm saying you're aware of at least the basic understanding of both of the ideologies. So I'm saying, forget you, like, which one would you rather live in an idealistic world?
Yeah, socialist. I'd rather live.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think, you know what? Go on.
Yeah, go on.
No, I think this is what a lot of time, because I agree with so much that Shaka says, yeah. But I think this is where me and him butt heads, because I think sometimes being antithetical toward what he regards as an or the oppressor sometimes clouds judgment, and it almost makes it so that you prefer any type of regressiveness just if it's in opposition to the oppressor's politics or ideology, which I don't think is necessarily benefit. Because if you ever do manage to actually get your time in the sun, as it were, I feel like you should be learning from your quote unquote oppressor's technique. you shouldn't be completely wholesale disregarding it and saying because my abusers have done this, I shall never practice. You know what I mean? I think that's illogical.
He did a little bit of a disservice to him. No, I don't think he's more intelligent than that. Like there is probably an element of that in me as well, but it's not only that. You get me? There's reason, but like man makes films, but man's involved in media and that, innit? Media is an invention of the West. So clearly he's not opposed to utilizing those tools. You get me?
Yeah, but when it comes to like general ideological concepts like this, it's like, bro, like I've often said, let me say this, communism has been far more sympathetic toward Africa than capitalism, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if we had a chance to become successful, communism would not be the would be the best model for our success. So you can be nuanced and objective enough to say where it has definitely been preferable in interaction, but definitely you can also argue which one is more dominant. And I think when the argument over, and it's funny because it's been happening for a while now, morality bleeds into practicality or pragmatism, I believe then you're arguing from an emotional and clouded perspective at that stage. Maybe not completely, that's not your complete motivation, but when it gets to the point where you're going to refuse pragmatic, literal, categorical examples, and you're going to let your emotion or the sort of moral complexity govern your thinking, I believe that. I believe that's a mistake.
But you have to have a purpose of developing an ideology and actually implementing it, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
So doesn't that purpose involve some moral scrutiny to it?
Eric, I agree.
You're talking about,
I agree with you, Eric. I reckon.
No, go ahead, mate. I'm listening to you. Go ahead.
Sorry. I interrupted you. Still, that was rude, man.
No. Go ahead. I'm listening to you.
Yeah, I agree with you actually. And I think it's unrealistic to not expect, because this is all one of James's words, postulation, isn't it? This is all theorizing from a distance in many respects. And I think there's always going to be an amount, even if you've got facts, and remember, data is not facts, in it. Data is data. Facts are facts. Facts are holistic. Data is specific. And there's always going to be a certain amount of imagination that's employed when we're having these conversations, in it. And that is directly tied to your intention, as Eric is saying, your bias, your religious belief, your this, your that, all of these things. It's very hard to divorce yourself from those things and look at things in the plain daylight from such a distance away as well.
Because if you're talking about abolishing oppression, there's a moral principle to that.
Yeah.
Logically, and even pragmatically speaking. Okay, if you're talking about ending an oppressive form of, let's say, political economy, such as capitalism, right? Okay, for me, for example, all right, I would prefer to see a system of capitalism and socialism, a combination of the two. Now, the reason why I say this is because if people, they go to school or they learn a trade, even if it's multi-generational, a son learns from his father, a daughter learns from a mother, or the children learn from both mother and father, right? And their parents have certain entrepreneurial skills, right, that they pass down to them, and the children carry it on, right? It leads to multi-generational wealth, right, and growth. Okay, but at the same time, though, if you're doing this and you say, well, okay, if you're looking at it from this individualist laissez-faire point of view, okay, well, I've made this, I've done this, now you do it yourself. I mean, I can understand on a practical level, I can understand because people have done this work. Parents have taught their children have picked up on the skills that they learned from their parents, and they start a business and it flourishes, right? Okay, fine. But at the same time, if you have a business and it flourishes, okay, on the capitalistic front, okay, if people are not patronizing your business, guess what? Your business will flounder and you go broke, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So I mean, the social safety net, Social Security in the United States after the crash of 1929. Okay, the economic crash. Okay, the idea. I mean, I think what happened then was, at least from what I understand, is that people's greed is what made the capitalist system of buying into the stock market implode, and everybody and people suffer.
Sorry, can I just say, yeah, Hetero, bro,
Yeah.
just what Hetero Sapien come with a quote. I want to try to do it from memory. It's something like, I think it was capitalism is like natural selection. Yeah, capitalism is basically natural selection. So as in, it's the most like natural and logical like evolution of economic ideology, because essentially we strive for individual. So like we move from collective protection to like individual protection, in that, like liberty and freedom, like almost human rights. So for it becomes more individualized, and as a result of that, like individual as a result of that individualization, the market, it offers more opportunity for social mobility and merit and some kind of success based on your efforts. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And
yeah, and that type of activity.
But if you strip everything there, that is the closest. That is the closest you would have to some pre-civilization age of man. You get me? Like a period in which the amount of effort you put into forage, or the amount of effort you put into kill somebody who has forage, is going to be the measure of your success that day, week, month, or year. And I think that to deny someone any of that opportunity, is in my opinion more regressive than something like capitalism, which, even though it may not be adhered to properly, it still offers most freedom. Maybe not a complete freedom, but it offers far more than something like communism, where a collective identity may not be shared by everybody, and yet now must become the paramount sort of focus of your efforts. Whereas you have an exclusive right within a capitalist framework to reap what you sow individually, and to directly benefit from your own success individually. That is far more natural and instinctual. I'm not sure which one you use there.
James, let me ask you a question, bro. What's his name? Atticus. I'm chatting to him at the moment about the bailouts. Yeah. So Atticus's opinion is that no government is a capitalist. They're all socialist. They're all socialist because they rely on the public, all this kind of stuff. Anyway, specifically about the bailout, he said that the bailout, what's he said? The bailout. Where did he put it now? Was the bailout a capitalist move or a socialist move, as far as you're concerned?
Well, as far as I'm concerned,
yeah.
Well, it's definitely part of a neoliberal strategy, which you would argue is capitalistic, isn't it? Yeah. So I would say it's capitalism. But if he socialistic in a sense, it is a bit protectionist, isn't it? Like
it is indeed. Yes.
So in that sense, you could argue it is a bit socialistic. I mean, this is the thing though, like proving there is no such thing as pure communism, like Shaka did with the Soviets, or vice versa, proving there is no such. I mean, I don't think anyone's going to argue. I mean, the freest form of capitalism is no government interaction at all. Correct. So the fact that the government is coming in and offering these protections and subsidizing certain companies and whatnot is an example of a move towards socialism.
Or a combination of socialism and capitalism, whereby socialism buttresses capitalism.
And then this is
in a dialectical sense, it does. Yeah.
Here's the point I made earlier: is that again, if we focus on the small number of people at the top, who are operating, let's even forget how they got the money or their wealth in the first place, just for a second, even though that is key, right? All of this money and stuff, right? they are like the protectionism you're talking about in terms of the bailout. It's an investment. That's all it is. It's an investment to continue the gravy train, right? So, but it looks like, this is what I was saying earlier, it looks like socialism because you're giving these people stuff that they have worked for, but you're not even, because it's so detached from, and this is where you can quote Marx or whatever in terms of division of labor and all that shit, because it's so far removed from their work is so far removed from what they might receive from the NHS or whatever. And obviously the banks is so far removed even from the bank bailout. Like, how the fuck did I benefit from the bank's bailout? I didn't benefit money in there in the first place, right? So all it is, so let me just finish. All it is from my perspective is it's not socialist at all. It just looks like socialism, just because it's like having a bee sanctuary, and the bees are like, oh yeah, he's coming and tending to the bee thing, and then you come and thief their honey, but they still look like they're fucking having a whale of a time, or they're, you know what I mean, half of them don't even realize the fucking honey's gone.
So let me say it like this, yeah, because I can see what you're saying 100%, and I can definitely see what the counter position is saying. Yeah, I remember when I was watching some talk from some investment banker. She was talking about quantitative easing, and it was a lot. To be honest, it was a lot of jargon. I kind of understood a few points, but I was listening to it at the gym. Point is, anyway, she was talking about the bail-in, for the subprime mortgage crash, and she was saying, and she was giving the figures. I can't remember them off the top of my head, but she was giving the figures for actual investment and money lent against that investment, and was basically making an argument for the government essentially paying off the actual mortgages themselves and letting any bank that had sort of what's the word, man, had sort of poor lending practices, between, so the lending in between banks, the people who had a poor lending practices, essentially letting them default, I guess, somehow.
Reset.
No, not default, as in what's the word they use when a bank fucking like essentially implodes? I can't remember what the fucking term is.
What they liquidize? What they just wrapped
up?
So,
you get my point anyway, like that, So that was an argument she was making to essentially say that if the government truly had intention of minimizing this crash, that would, if they weren't colluding with the big banks, if you want, and obviously Zirab, you should speak to Zirab about neoliberalism, because he's a big critic and he does a lot of research. The long and short of it, but Atticus, they paid the actual banks, so they gave money back to the banks, not to the tune of the houses of the people that had. So essentially, like, if a better way of looking at it is paying the people so that the people could pay back their mortgages, and once the balances were met, then everybody that had lent between banks against those debts, and had lent egregiously, they would have, unfortunately. So essentially, what it would have been, only the strong would have survived in that instance. Only the strong amongst the banks would have survived. But reality, that would never happen, because the comparison of amounts compared to how much the banks actually lent out against how much they borrowed against that debt was like the amount that they lent to the actual individuals for the mortgages was paltry in comparison. So the point is, a true socialist regime in that instance would have only cared about the people who would have lost their houses, who would have lost their money, whose savings had been gambled by the banks, right? But what MA is basically saying is it's capitalist, because those that they protected are those that are complicit in this strategy of quantitative easing, printing money out of thin air and creating more debt. So you're both kind of right in that instance, that it is socialist in that it's not a laissez-faire government, and it's not. It has clear protectionist intentions, but then MA is also right, because clearly in a truly sort of socialist regime, the people who had been the people who had taken out those mortgages could have equally been bailed in, but they weren't. So I get what both of you are saying in that sense.
I think like in the with a more sophisticated model of capitalist kind of government intentions, right? So like in this country, you kind of have to have, like with the Matrix, you kind of have to have workers that are going to prop this thing up, innit? That's where your thing's coming from. If you're from a nation that has raw materials, however, like gold and that you can sell on and whatever, and you can just land grab all you like and whatever, you don't have to give a shit about the people. The people might live next to a river so they can drink water, a bit of water and that and whatever, and they can grow a little. But actually, some nations don't even have to give a fuck about the people. And these two, and comparing both of the bodies that govern both nations, they're both capitalists, but there's different ways to get to that same pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, innit? Like, they're not all the same. So what we're seeing is a more complex, and again, we could think of why or how it became, say the United Kingdom became a nation that has such a complex model in terms of its relationship as a capitalist state or whatever with its people. Like, and I think it's partly because they don't have any raw materials. They have to find other ways to, like, for example, if they want to go and plunder abroad, they need people to do that, innit? Like, if you're Congo, if you're the government and you're in or a rebel or whatever, and you're in Eastern Congo and that, yeah, you need a few men, but you don't need the whole of the rest of the Congo to kind of toe the line. You get me? You don't need that. And obviously that indicates that if you need people to toe the line that are not actually fighting on the ground in these places or whatever, then that kind of indicates that you had a democracy to begin with of a kind. You know what I mean? If you didn't have that to begin with, you never have to have that, as long as you're able to have access to the raw materials of your homeland and could just go and do fuckery wherever. So it's just interesting to me to look at how different rich bastards acquire their wealth either from their country or from another country and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, indeed. I mean, if you think about if you think about the stock exchanges, right? What do they trade? Most stock exchanges throughout the world, they trade in natural resources from countries that are abundant with it, right? And what do? They buy the natural resources raw, right? So they buy it at the cheapest price. Now, once you have countries, say for example, what if the continent of Africa, right? And I'm being highly hypothetical now. What if the continent of Africa, right? If all the sovereign countries, right, had refinery equipment to refine the natural resources that they had within the bounds of their specific countries, right? Okay, the prices would rise, because now once you can refine your natural resources, right, your resources become malleable. That means that you can refine these natural resources to build whatever you need, to make the commodities, to build the technology and these type of things. And if you exchange it on the continent in different countries, it's basically, it's like a barter system, okay? Everybody refines their own natural resources, but the way you barter is that you say, for example, one country has, diamonds out the ass, okay? And another country has gold out the ass. Another country has cobalt out the ass. And everybody wants to build this type of technology, but you need a combination of these natural resources in their refined state to do that. You come together, right? You do trade with each other, right? And you combine these natural resources together because you can refine them and they're malleable, and you build your economy based on what type of technologies you develop from these raw materials. And everybody prospers a little bit, provided that, again, you have to have that moral principle or that moral incentive to say, okay, well, everybody's going to eat well. Everybody is going to prosper from whatever forms of technology or whatever we build from these refined natural resources that we trade amongst ourselves on the continent. You understand what I'm saying? Does that make sense to anybody? Nobody's replying. Maybe it doesn't make sense to you.
No, it did. It made sense to me, I guess. To be honest, because I can't be bothered to type, man. I need to go in a sec. I just a quick response to Alex. Listen, I agree. I told you I agreed with your position. I also understand MA's position. The government, unfortunately, is considered as a facade, as a sort of vehicle for private corporations or private interests to be sort of, a way of facilitating private interests and corporate interests, and that is how generally people. So when people make the argument, Atticus, about about it being true capitalism, I think what they're more saying is that the corporations are not regulated in the same way other citizens are. So if the government is a government to a citizen, the government is not a government to a private corporation. And I think that's the distinction that MA is making when he's saying that that a bail-in for a bank is not the same as a subsidy for an individual, for a non sort of corporate entity, for an individual private enterprise. There is a difference.
I would agree with that. And I would agree with that. Yes. Because I mean that's how. I mean that happens. That happens every day in the U.S. of A. If you think about what Eisenhower warned against building, right? The American military-industrial complex, right? There are a lot of people who lobby, right? For those states within the United States which build the military, their equipment. Okay, they have people who actually who work in large hangars building the next new jet. You understand? They have people who work in other facilities, right? At a naval yard building the next great new aircraft carrier. You need people on the ground building this, okay? People from, let's say, the House of Representatives and the Senate, all right? They have what they call their constituency, people who support them, people who vote for them, right? Who keep them in their positions, provided that, okay, the corporate infrastructure is kept the way it is to allow it to prosper, so people have jobs, and it rotates round and round and round like that.
I hear you. Where's I don't want to leave the panel empty, but I've got a. But yeah, Veli, if you can hear me, jump on, my bro. Oh, fucking hell, man. It's been an interesting day. What's going on in Finland, Eric? What's happening out there?
Well, right. I mean, nothing special, man. We live in day to day. It's all about, right now in the news, the big thing is coronavirus, just like it is throughout the rest of the world.
Yeah, no. What's happening? What's the government doing?
Well, right now, it's about, it's the same thing. It's like isolation, quarantine, checking to see, right now, I haven't seen any reported deaths yet. From my understanding, most of the Finns who have this coronavirus, they have the mild symptoms, right? Mild to moderate symptoms. So therefore, people are recovering from it, and so far nobody has died from it yet. So I'm right now I'm waiting to see actually, it may seem morbid, but I'm waiting to see if anybody actually dies and what's the reason for them dying. Yeah, in Finland. Seeing why if they die from coronavirus. Is it because it's elderly people whose health is generally frail, and therefore their immune system is weaker than younger people? Is it children whose immune systems are building all the time, but not as strong as, let's say, people from the age range of 20 to 50. I don't have news on that. I read updates. Every day, but I haven't heard anything about deaths, and hopefully nobody dies. But I've heard though in Japan there's an experimental there's an experimental type vaccination that they're using in Wuhan province where the coronavirus supposedly originated from. And right now I think wait, let me see if I can find it right quick, because I do have it here in the text, but let me see where it is. Okay, here. Oh, damn it, it's taking all day for this damn thing to come up. But basically, they're using an experimental vaccine, and they're doing it in Wuhan province right now. And they've had some success with it. And right now, that's what I'm looking at, because I figured that the more success they have with it, particularly in Wuhan province, or when any people, who are used as the guinea pigs and volunteers being experimented on, and try this experimental vaccine, if it actually works, to cure the virus. Okay, here it says this is from livescience.com. Flu drug used in Japan shows promise in treating COVID-19. Doctors find clear evidence it improves coronavirus symptoms. Okay, a drug used in Japan to treat influenza seems to be effective at treating the novel coronavirus that causes COVID-19, according to news reports. The antiviral drug called favipiravir or Avigan showed positive outcomes in clinical trials involving 340 individuals in Wuhan and Shenzhen, said Zhang Jinmin of China's Science and Technology Ministry. The Guardian reported. It has a high degree of safety and is clearly effective in treatment, Zhang said Tuesday, March 17th, The Guardian reported. Developed by Fujifilm Toyama Chemical, the antiviral drug is being manufactured by Jianghuasun Pharmaceutical for treating influenza viruses. Last month, the drug reportedly received approval as an experimental treatment for COVID-19 infections, Pharmaceutical Technology reported. So, this is what I'm looking at right now, and this is what I'm focusing on right now. Even more so than what's actually happening here in Finland, because if this turns out to be this antiviral vaccine, if it turns out to be successful in people, in those 300 people that they're experimenting on now, it would behoove people to try to get this vaccine. But right now they don't know if they don't know right now the success and failure rate of it. Some people are doing quite well, but people who have severe symptoms are not doing so well from this drug. You understand this vaccine? It's according to the people who are doing the experiments. So
yeah, I think
when this is what I'm general.
Yeah, I think when you have severe symptoms, I think it's because it's already too late. I think with the coronavirus, they say something like the first 7 days you may not have any symptoms at all of the virus. So the issue is gone.
Right.
If any, how many people are in the chat right now? There's not a lot of people, but yeah, I think
no, because you know why? Yeah.
They say drink a lot of water.
I'm listening to you.
They say drink a lot of warm water, drinking other liquids. Make sure your throat is always moist.
Hydrated. Yeah.
It says if you have a runny nose, so to tell if you have a runny nose, sputum, it most likely is a common cold. The coronavirus is a dry cough and doesn't usually have a runny nose. The virus is heat resistant. Blah, blah, blah. It takes 10 minutes before it hits the feet if it's and is no longer airborne. If it drops on a metal surface, use bacterial soap. Yeah. But anyway, drink water. Everyone that's listening, drink a lot of fucking water. Yeah, a lot of water, a lot of warm drinks if you can. Less icy cold drinks.
Yeah.
I bet you here.
And be OCD on your hygiene.
Yeah. 100.
You heard what I said? And be OCD on your.
Okay.
Yeah, big up, man. I need to fly out. I might be back in a bit.
Yeah, man. We're soon done, man. We just got a little one last lap. You get me, and then we're so done. That's it. Yeah, man. But yeah, I carry on interacting with the chat. Yeah. I'm in the background. Yeah.
Yeah, Belly. Yeah, you know what, man? I'm about. Yeah, I'm about to pull out myself, but I think these last few days, these topics that we've been discussing, going on from the question of the day and going into other topics, have been so deep. I mean, a lot of it can be, quite draining. When you contemplate and you go deeper into details of things, different ideologies and methodologies and all that type of stuff. So I think that
just hold the show down for me for like 5 minutes. Yeah, I just need to do one more thing and then I can take over.
Okay.
Hello?
Let me see. Okay,
Yeah,
let's
5 minutes,
see who's in. Let's see who's in. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's see what's here. It says here, M.A. Brown, you are using down. Remember, government doesn't have its own money. It takes from citizens without giving a choice. That's socialist. But then you have, but then, what I would say to that is that even so-called capitalist political economies in most of the Western states of the world also charge taxes. And depending on what type of system of governance that you have governing people, I mean, you have a social democratic government where more taxes are used to have, for example, a national health service. Providing how can I say, a monetary and material social safety net. In order to how can I say, in order to relieve people, whether you're talking about older people who have retired and live on a pension, and their pension is not enough for them to live and take care of and pay for their health care if they need some type of emergency surgery or something like that. So I mean, taxes in the end, yeah, I can understand. There is socialism to it. I mean, me personally, I'm being subjective here. I think that in societies where you have a combination of capitalism and socialism will work better for the people rather than straight out a socialist form of governance or a purely capitalistic form of governments, which is how can I say, is based upon people who have money, and those people who have money, they do the work and they make money together, and those people who are not in that realm of the society are people who are the working stiffs. They're the rank and file, and their lives are determined accordingly. I wish somebody would come in here on the panel though, and at least, even if you disagree with me, your thoughts are.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, man. So, maybe turn it down. Yes, what were we talking about just then? What's the topic?
Oh, I was talking about because I was making a comment in response to someone who was talking about people don't have that governments don't make money, or they make their money by taxing people who have no choice but to be taxed, and so therefore that's socialist. And the argument, the reply I gave was that me myself, subjectively speaking, if a system of governments was based on capitalism and a combination of capitalism and socialism, I think it would work better than either system standing alone. Because capitalism standing alone, or unregulated capitalism, will make life abysmal for any society. And I think that ultimately we will end up in anarchy. And because people, and they're living in survival mode, they can to how can I say it? Take resources for themselves individually, or resources for themselves and individual families against everybody else. So it's not a us against them mentality. It's a me against you mentality. You know what I'm saying? In proportion to scale, individuals against individuals, families against others.
Yeah. I hear you, man. It's mad out here still. What can you do, man?
I mean, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hello?
I mean, these these issues though, yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yeah. It cut out a little bit, but I can hear you now.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, these discussions are good discussions. A lot of times I just listen. Because the way I look at it is that when you listen, you learn. I consider myself to be a lifelong student of life. Okay, because if you don't observe things, you don't listen to people that know more than you do, and then you don't learn anything, and you can't advance. But at the same time, myself, I'm not a debater. I'd rather have discussion where I hear people, if they have a different point of view than mine, or they vehemently disagree with my perspective, then tell me why. Okay, and we can go and we can go back and forth, and we can present evidence. We can do further research and come back to the subject. But to do debating, to me, it's a thankless task. I don't like doing it. Discussions, I have no arguments that are against my own. I have total tolerance for that.
Yeah, but you don't want to debate on why your religion's the best,
I don't like debating that way. I'd rather have a conversation where somebody says to me, okay, I think my idea is because that and the other thing, and this is my evidence. Okay,
so what if someone wants to debate you on an idea about?
We may meet some happy medium.
So, what if someone not a lot of people understand the Baha'i faith, innit? But what if someone has a specific point in the Baha'i faith that they want to challenge you about?
Okay, well, see, that's the thing about it. I'm not going to debate you about that. Okay, my faith is what it is, and I follow it. Now, if you ask me specific questions about things in context, okay, I may, if the person is willing, I'll read a bit of scripture on it, and I'll say I believe this, and I'll tell you why I believe it. I tell you why it works well, you know, for me, I'll tell you why it works well for Baha'is in general, and I'll leave it at that. I'm not going to say, well, this works better than Islam, or this works better than, you know, Christianity, you know, this works better than, you know, than being a Jew or whatever. I'm not going to do that, you know, because I believe all of them have good qualities, and good qualities when they're practiced according to the tenets of your chosen faith. And people are flawed in the implementation of what they read when they study their scriptures. So, I mean, we all got our flaws. So why am I going to debate over flaws? You know?
Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you, man. Shit. Can you do, man?
As far as having discussions, yeah. You know, why not? That's how we learn, you know? How can we communicate with each other? Maybe we can come together, we can come up with a plan to change the world. You hear what I'm saying?
But do you think that sometimes people were looking too grand on the scale, like they're looking past improving themselves to try and improve a whole society, or do you know what I'm saying? That so you're looking past all
I
your
understand what
flaws
you're saying.
to try and improve everything else instead of fixing your own flaws, so you become self-sufficient, and then you can take that to the crowd to be saved if that's what you're trying to do, or do you know what I mean? Like,
Well, see, that's the thing, you know. I mean, I'll put it this way, okay? My humble thing, it brings back perspective that, hey, listen, okay, I'm not God and I don't have a God complex, but I do realize that sometimes when I talk about different issues, okay, that I have to check myself, because I realize that whatever I say, that's going to be flawed too. It may have some good points, but it's going to have some negative points too that people are not going to agree with. And I have to accept that, you know. Control what people think, and I can't how they act. You know, that's why, you know, a lot of times, for example, you know, when your live streams come on and I see the question of the day, a lot of times, you know, when I hear people how they discuss about it, right, about answering that question, if I can't add anything because, you know, then I gotta listen. And when I listen, if it's something that I'm knowledgeable about, you know, then I'll come in and I'll add my 2 cents. But if I'm not knowledgeable about it, it's best to just fall back and just listen to the, you know, even if other people are debating each other, you know, I fall back, I listen. And then if it's something that I'm knowledgeable about, I say, yeah, well, what about this? What about that? You know, I think this, that, and the other thing. What do you think about that? Then I can do that, you know. But there's no need in me running my mouth just for the sake of running my mouth. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you, man.
You know, so I mean, yeah, that's my perspective, man.
Yeah, man. Speak out here still. Like,
yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like it's now wrapping up time now still, man. So might just you know, we got like 5 minutes left, and then we'll just call it a day for the night still, man. We had a long show yesterday, man. We went on till about 2:30 in the morning, man. You know what I mean? Yeah,
I saw. Yeah. I mean, people. I mean, but then you had a lot of people engaged, and I guess the you know, the question of the day and how people were discussing it, and how, of course, naturally it flows. You know, the discussion expands beyond the specific question of the day, and but other implications that go into answering that question. So, and if a lot of people are interested, the show is naturally going to go longer because more people are interested and more people have different points of view. Unfortunately, that can make life tiring for you. You know what I'm saying? It's like being a victim of your own success, because you throw that question out there that a lot of people are thinking about. They have a lot of different perspectives as to how to answer that question, you know. So, but I mean, it's a good thing. It all depends on how long you, the host of the show, you know, can keep it going, you know. And then, of course, there's always got to be a cutoff time. Hey, okay, now we cut this off. You know, we'll come back to this next week. You know, we got another question of the day tomorrow. You know, so we'll start again tomorrow. But right now, I'm done. I'm tired, and I'm gonna shut this off. And I'll end it with some tunes, which is nice. That's the good thing I do like about how you end your live stream with tunes, with songs or whatever, in case that type of thing.
Man.
I think that's great, man. I really do. That's cool.
Yeah, man. And I'm saying, like, it's just something that we all like a nice bit of music and all that in it, man. So, and even sometimes you might hear a tune that I like that you might not have heard before. And I might introduce
exactly
some new music, man. And you know what? Yeah, differently. Well,
yeah, because a lot of tunes that you have played.
Well, once the channel's like a monetized channel and all that, then obviously I'll only be able to play music that's sort of not copyrighted or music that I know the people who are the owners or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Like, so I can find out whether I can play that music on the show or not. Still, so yeah, the music thing is probably not going to be a permanent fixture. It's more likely going to be you're gonna have to get copyright free music in it, because if I just play one 3-minute song on the